Chapter 1. Rogue Town, East Sea, Execution Ground. Hey, Pirate King, where have you hidden the treasure you found? Is it truly in the Grand Line? Have you obtained it, the legendary great treasure, the one and only, the One Piece? Executioner. Silence. As the Pirate King Roger was on the verge of execution, someone could no longer contain their curiosity and hastily inquired. It seemed as if Roger had awaited this moment. His previously bowed head and somber expression transformed into a low, defiant chuckle, tinged with a hint of audacity and exuberance. Then he raised his head and erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. The crowd in the execution ground held their breath, their gazes fixed on Roger, the silence palpable. Roger spoke. Do you desire my treasure? If you wish, I can guide you to its location. I have concealed all my riches there. Realizing the atmosphere had shifted, the executioners on the platform suddenly remembered their grim duty. They swiftly thrust their sharp, slender spears into Roger's body, silencing his words as the weapons pierced him. Immediately, the entire execution ground erupted into a cacophony of excited shouts, impossible to quell. Thus, the era of great pirates commenced. Those who witnessed the execution would, in the future, become renowned figures, their names echoing throughout the world. The Four Emperors. Red-haired Shanks, alongside his good friend, the Four Emperor, Buggy the Clown, the world's most notorious criminal, revolutionary, Monkey D. Dragon, the greatest swordsman, the grandfather of the Four Emperor Buggy, Dracula Mihawk, the Sansan fruit user, head of Baroque Works, Crocodile, who also happens to be one of the two grandfathers of the Four Emperor Buggy, alongside the arms dealer, Don Quixote. Doflamingo. Can you believe that an ordinary person consuming the thread fruit, initially merely a tailor's tool, was developed by Doflamingo into something extraordinary, enabling flight, control over others, emergency aid, and even the summoning of clones? The most formidable natural devil fruit user, the smoke fruit wielder, the just marine vice admiral smoker. On the brink of entering the Grand Line, having lost his comrades, faith shattered by Kaido, the once mighty warlord, shadow fruit user Gecko Moria, found himself in despaired. In the year 1503 of the Sea Circle, for years had passed since the execution of Pirate King Roger. Roger's words on the execution platform ignited the dawn of the great pirate era. Motivated by the treasure left by the Pirate King, young men from all corners of the seas surged forth to become pirates. Yet a larger portion of them was driven by the oppressive weight of exorbitant taxes imposed by the kingdoms and the celestial dragons, forced to venture out to sea merely to survive. Roger's proclamation merely served as a spark, granting these oppressed souls an outlet for their frustrations. Having chosen the perilous life of piracy, devoid of production and idle, what would these buccaneers do without funds? They could only resort to pillaging and slaughtering the common folk. As the sea continues to be stained with the blood of the innocent, the tragic spectacle of piracy unfolds. Daily, with relentless theft of treasures from villages. Despite the presence of the Navy, the overwhelming surge of pirates, incited by the notorious Roger, has stretched their resources thin, leaving them utterly beleaguered. The pirates seem to regenerate infinitely, capturing one batch after another, to the point where the prisons can scarcely contain them. In the East Sea, on a humble island village, the chaos reigns. Ha 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 ha! Praise the benevolence of Captain John. Slay everyone. I am Deadshot John. Wherever I go, death follows. Such is the essence of my name. Ha 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 ha! Oh ho ho! Truly, our magnificent and merciful Captain Deadshot John is the epitome of coolness. The minions, laden with plundered goods, do not hesitate to extol the virtues of Captain John. Indeed, what is the Pirate King Roger compared to our Captain John, who is destined to claim that title? Listening to their flattery, Captain John swelled with pride. Quickly, load the treasures onto the ship. If that old geezer Karp shows up, we'll be in dire straits. I've heard he has once again entered the East Sea from the Grand Line. Yes, Captain John. The crew hastened their efforts, well aware of the formidable reputation of the naval hero Karp. Boss, there are a few attractive villagers. Should we take them along to relieve our boredom? A pirate leered as he approached Captain John, smirking. However, his response was met with the sharp crack of a gunshot. Bang! John raised his revolver and fired, the pirate's eyes widening in disbelief as life slipped away. What kind of joke is this? I am Deadshot. If I leave any survivors, what becomes of my reputation? Should I ever hear such words again? I will show no mercy. Yais, boss. We understand. Please, do not be angered. Do not lower yourself to the level of this fool. Captain, this old man wishes to see you. Soon, a pirate brought forth the elderly village chief, clutching his treasure. Old man, what do you want? Captain John reloaded his gun and aimed it at the elder's head, The old chief trembled in fear, cold sweat trickling down as he clutched his wealth. Gazing at the treasure in the chief's arms, John's heart swelled with delight. He was astonished that even after their previous raid, so much wealth remained. All the riches of our village are here, offered to you. Will you spare our lives? The village chief sighed inwardly, lamenting the state of their existence, recalling how they had been robbed by pirates the previous year, only to be spared after giving up a portion of their wealth. However, the village chief had mistakenly approached the wrong individual, for Captain John was a true pirate with a bloodthirsty reputation. I must admit, old man, you possess a certain cleverness an ordinary pirate might have let you off the hook, he remarked. But who do you think I am? You may perish, yet the wealth will still belong to me. Just as Captain John was about to pull the trigger on the village chief, a pirate suddenly shouted, "Hey, there seems to be a strange figure out at sea." Upon hearing this, Captain John instinctively halted his actions and turned to gaze toward the ocean, while the village chief collapsed to the ground, momentarily spared from death. He realized that this fearsome pirate was not merely after riches, but intended to slaughter everyone in sight. The gang of pirates had surrounded the village, leaving no chance of escape. Soon, John spotted a crimson figure swiftly approaching across the waves. "What in the world is that?" he exclaimed. Before them stood a peculiar man, engulfed in blood-red flames, racing toward them at an astonishing speed, astonishingly running atop the water surface. Witnessing this bizarre scene, John's eyes widened in terror. The man approached the pirates with remarkable speed, leaping high into the air. Flame fist. A strange burst of blood-red flames erupted from his fist, swiftly engulfing the pirates whose pupils had dilated in horror. Pathetic. Anyone can claim a grand title and call themselves a pirate, Lynn declared as he landed gracefully, the flames dissipating from his body. During his time as a bounty hunter, he had discovered that names like Deadshot John, One-Eyed Reaper Perry, and Blade God Risen were mere bluster, concealing their utter lack of strength. With a swift motion, he drew his dagger and severed John's head, placing it into his backpack, which was already filled with various pirate trophies. Lynn mused that it had been yet another fruitful day. Though their titles were false, these pirates had amassed considerable bounties due to their heinous deeds. John's head alone was worth 17 million berries. The village chief, witnessing Lynn's swift and decisive actions, was left dumbfounded, as if he had performed such deeds countless times before. He had just feared that he too would be engulfed by the flames, only to find that the fires seemed to possess a consciousness, circumventing him entirely. Regaining his composure, the village chief approached Lynn, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. "Thank you for saving us. Please accept this small token of our appreciation." Lynn graciously accepted the berries offered by the village chief. Subsequently, the elated chief relayed the good news to the surviving villagers, who shed tears of relief. After Lynn had dealt with the remaining pirates in the village, he boarded the pirate ship to search for spoils, gathering all the jewels and gold he could find. Afterwards, he silently chanted, "System, absorb." Strange occurrences unfolded. The treasures that had gathered upon the ground suddenly vanished into thin air. Observing the increase in his exchange value, Lynn couldn't help but smile faintly. He possessed a system, yet upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a rather inadequate, half-finished system. Aside from the function of exchanging materials and weapons, other capabilities to enhance his strength remained undeveloped. The task reward section and training room were still gray and inactive. Unlike other transmigrators who were bestowed with magnificent systems brimming with rewards, he was left with a mere prototype. Nevertheless, Lynn felt a sense of contentment. After all, he was still a man with a system. Wasn't a half-finished product still a system of sorts? Moreover, he possessed an innate ability that came with his transmigration, blood-red flames. Lynn realized that these flames were extraordinary, unlike the common attributes possessed by others. Upon activation, the blood flames could enhance his strength and speed. Although it lacked the elemental transformation of natural abilities, the temperature of these flames was exceptionally high. Furthermore, through cultivation, this ability could grow even stronger. Perhaps one day, I might even become a flame emperor or something akin to that. As Lynn disembarked from his ship, he noticed the shore was crowded with villagers. Even the injured leaned on crutches, struggling to stand. "What brings you here? Benefactor, please allow us to bow before you. Thank you for saving our village from the clutches of those pirates." The village chief and the villagers expressed their heartfelt gratitude, bowing in unison. Lynn could feel their sincerity emanating from within. He shrugged and replied, "I merely came to pursue this pirate crew. There is no need for thanks. Regardless, you have saved us, and you shall forever be our village's benefactor." Gazing at the resolute villagers, Lynn chose not to say more. He retrieved a small boat from the pirate ship and set it upon the water. With a leap, he steadied himself. Yet, Lynn did not employ oars for rowing. As the esteemed literary figure Zhou Shuren once stated, true masters do not rely on oars. He unleashed his blood flames, enveloping both himself and the vessel in their embrace. By the way, this pirate ship should be worth quite some. Since I cannot take it with me alone, you may sell it for money. How could we? This is your spoils, benefactor. The opulent pirate ship was evidently worth millions of berries. Before the village chief could finish his sentence, Lynn activated his ability, flames erupting from the ship's stern, propelling it forward. Before long, both Lynn and the ship vanished from the villager's sight, leaving behind a trail of flames. Shortly thereafter, a villager shouted excitedly from the deck, "Chief, come quickly. There's a bag of berries here." Upon seeing the substantial fortune, the village chief was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down his face. With this newfound wealth, not only can taxes be paid this year, but a spell of good fortune may also be enjoyed. The village chief once again led the villagers in a solemn bow towards the direction in which Lynn had departed. Not long after Lynn's departure, a vessel adorned with a dog's head clutching a bone at its bow and the sails emblazoned with seagulls, bearing the words Navy, emerged upon the sea. Captain Karp, the island ahead appears to be under siege by pirates. Please advise, reported the aide-de-camp, Bogart, upon noticing the thick smoke rising from the island. Steer the ship closer. Have those wretched pirates plundered yet another village? A seemingly unremarkable elderly man, with short black hair and clad in a white naval uniform, stepped to the ship's bow. This was Karp, the naval hero who navigated the Grand Line back to the East Sea aboard a warship, having vanquished numerous pirates along the way. Wherever pirates made their presence known, the likelihood of smoke rising from burnt homes was high. Roger, is this the chaos you wish to witness? The dawn of the great pirate era brought forth a multitude of pirates, wreaking havoc across the seas and significantly increasing the Navy's workload. It was evident that Karp, who had intended to return to the East Sea for a respite, had been thrust back into duty. Hey, it's a Navy. The Navy has arrived. The villagers toiling along the shore exclaimed upon spotting Karp's warship. As Karp and the naval personnel disembarked, they found no pirates in sight, only the ship belonging to the Deadshot pirates nearby. Greetings, I am the village chief, he introduced, his heart racing with anxiety. Having barely escaped the clutches of pirates, he feared being extorted by the Navy, a fate he had encountered before. The villagers' perception of the Navy was less than favorable. They were always present to collect dues after the pirates had departed, rather than during the chaos. After a brief exchange, the chief breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that these sailors were not the kind he had previously encountered. The naval crew and ship's doctor sprang into action, tending to the injured, as the assault by Deadshot John had resulted in numerous casualties and considerable damage from cannon fire. Upon learning the details, Bogart remarked, "Another bounty hunter, it seems." Karp chuckled heartily. What an intriguing bounty hunter. Red flames, indeed. As Karp journeyed, he discovered from eyewitness accounts that Lynn had been actively eliminating pirates while simultaneously leaving behind a portion of his spoils to aid the villagers, a deed that greatly pleased Karp. Such character surely qualifies him to become an admirable Navy officer. I shall recommend this young man to Sengoku for recruitment. Meanwhile, Lynn had arrived at the nearest Navy branch to redeem his bounty seat in Navy's 18-inch branch. Are all these yours? Very well. Please hold on a moment. Observing the blood-stained bundle behind Lynn, the naval officer felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by disbelief. He quickly summoned another officer to carry Lynn's package away for comparison. Meanwhile, Lynn was escorted to a resting area for recuperation. The substantial bounty exchange had drawn the attention of the base commander, Baz, who hurried to meet Lynn. Typically, their branch only received the heads of minor pirates. Upon finding Lynn seated on the sofa, sipping water, Baz was about to inquire when a crimson flame ignited in Lynn's hand, affirming his identity. I see. Baz mused with a wry smile. He had anticipated the emergence of a remarkable figure from the sea, only to discover it was none other than the renowned bounty hunter Lynn, infamous for his relentless pursuit of pirates over the past 18 months. The blood-red flame had unmistakably become Lynn's emblem. After all, the crimson flames are indeed peculiar, a sight never before beheld, making it nearly impossible to remain unnoticed. Here are 86 million berries. Please accept them. The base commander earnestly handed the bounty to Lynn. He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of the man before him and dared not withhold any amount. Fortunately, he had made a special trip to confirm the identity of the bounty recipient. Baz couldn't help but feel a sense of relief, having previously contemplated the idea of appropriating a portion for himself. The thought of that now sent chills down his spine. The man before him was not to be trifled with, a being capable of reducing an entire branch to ruins. After all, this man had once sunk an island to eliminate the ferocious tiger pirate crew of 2,000. Come now, do not be so tense, I assure you. I am a good person, Lynn remarked, a bright smile gracing his face as he accepted the substantial sum. He radiated the essence of a cheerful young man. Am I truly that fearsome? I can see your hands trembling. You scoundrel. If you claim to be a good person, then do put away the flames from your other hand. Lynn emerged from the naval branch, cradling a large bag of berries. The paper currency in his possession could not be absorbed directly by the system. Thus, he needed to find a means to exchange his money for gold and silver treasures. Moreover, in this bustling town, he might stumble upon additional rewards. As he wandered through the most vibrant locale of the island housing the naval branch, Lynn opened the bag, revealing the berries within. This display of wealth drew the attention of many passers-by. Whether intentional or accidental, several berries occasionally slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Lynn bent down to pick something up, a look of distress on his face as he sighed. Having too much money can indeed be a burden. He then turned and entered a bustling tavern nearby. As he pushed open the heavy door, the dimly lit and noisy establishment was flooded with light. Upon seeing the substantial sum of berries cradled in Lynn's arms, many patrons halted their activities, instinctively swallowing hard. Such a staggering amount. Surely it must be close to 100 million berries. Amidst the gasps of astonishment and the avaricious glances, Lynn remained oblivious, making his way to the bar to place his order. Observing this esteemed customer, the owner beamed with delight, personally escorting Lynn to a secluded table as if he were an honored guest. I'll have a beef's leg steak and a generous serving of fried rice, please. Let me sample everything your establishment has to offer. Lynn seemed utterly indifferent to money, although the owner was momentarily taken aback. The corners of his mouth soon curved into a deeper smile. Who cares whether you can finish your meal? It would be foolish to turn away a lucrative business opportunity. Had it been someone else, he might have thought they were looking for trouble. However, this gentleman was not short of funds. Did one not see the bag nearly bursting with Baileys? Very well, please hold on. It will be ready shortly. The owner, with utmost courtesy, revealed a genuinely warm smile before personally heading to the kitchen to make arrangements. Would he truly be able to consume such an abundance? The surrounding patrons whispered among themselves, speculating about the origins of this apparent aristocrat seeking a taste of ordinary life. Simultaneously, Lynn's actions incited the ire of several individuals concealed with weaponry. How infuriating it was to squander such a sum on a mere meal. It was as if he were spending their money. These shadowy figures felt an acute pang of regret. Their earnings would inevitably dwindle by a fraction. Is your chef competent? The service is as sluggish as a snail. Lynn grasped a large piece of meat in one hand and a plate of dishes in the other, eagerly devouring the food until the table was once again cleared. Just a moment, we're almost there, the boss exclaimed, perspiring profusely as he personally took on the role of a waiter, urging the kitchen staff to expedite their efforts. Lynn's words ignited a fierce competitive spirit among the chefs, transforming the kitchen into a veritable battlefield. For the first time, they encountered such a challenging patron, struggling to keep pace with the demand for dishes. The diners in the establishment gaped in astonishment at the sheer voracity of this individual. After a whirlwind of feasting, Lynn contentedly patted her belly, thoroughly satisfied. One must admit, the culinary delights of the pirate world are truly delectable. Strangely enough, despite consuming an astonishing amount of food, her stomach was only slightly distended. Owner, the bill, please. Certainly, that amounts to 360,000 berries, equivalent to yen, typically an excessive sum for daily use. However, in gratitude for your patronage, I shall round it down to 300,000. The owner graciously flattered. Keep it for yourself. Gazing at the enticing bag brimming with currency, the owner felt a twinge of greed, but ultimately settled for the 300,000 berries. Here is 300,000. Perhaps you might wish to count it? He suggested, concerned that Lynn might doubt the sum. No need. I'm in a hurry. Lynn, indifferent, rose to leave, clutching her purse. Take care, and we welcome you to visit again. The proprietor accompanied her to the door, bowing in a gesture of utmost courtesy. From the shadows of the establishment, an onlooker watched Lynn's departure, unable to contain his impatience, and soon followed suit. A middle-aged man with a rugged visage and 6 bristly whiskers bellowed with laughter. Ha! Today, I have encountered a plump lamb ripe for the slaughter. With this sum, I can set my sights on the Grand Line. Yet, he lamented, that 3 million should have been entirely mine. The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Boys, do not take his life. I want to deal with this one myself. No problem, Captain Jimtet. His fellow pirates cheered in response. Fools, this is the Navy's territory. Do not utter my name. Lynn had already sensed the shadow trailing behind him and turned to walk toward the outskirts of the town. It seemed that he had indeed caught a fish. This was a tactic Lynn occasionally employed. Whether he could reel in a substantial catch depended entirely on fortune. If he were merely being followed by a group of petty thugs, he would have to accept his misfortune, chuckling to himself about how to make his move. He was taken by surprise when the young man inadvertently presented him with an opportunity. After all, it was not prudent to act within the town, as this was the territory of the Navy. Onward. Captain Jimtet felt confident as Lynn had already exited the town and entered a deserted grove. No longer concealing their intentions, he signaled his men to hasten their pursuit. Yet, to their astonishment, the young man, fully aware of their presence, remained unperturbed and even found a stone to sit upon. A group encircled Lynn, erupting into raucous laughter. Kid, have you lost your mind? You clearly see us following you. Why aren't you running away but rather sitting down? Jimtet raised his long blade, pointing it at Lynn, and arrogantly shouted, Why should I run? Lynn, far from feeling flustered, instead smiled and inquired. Observing the dazed young aristocrat before him, Jimtet was on the verge of tears from laughter. Hey, boys, tell him who we are. Jimtet, believing he had successfully ensnared Lynn, relaxed and removed the hat that had obscured his features, revealing his malevolent visage. He could hardly contain his anticipation at the terror that would soon grace the young man's face upon hearing his name. Ha ha ha, listen well, lad. We are none other than the infamous Black Striped Tiger pirate crew of the East Sea. Our captain, Black Striped Tiger Jimtet, boasts a bounty of 42 million berries. He has even destroyed 2 naval warships. Not to mention, our captain has consumed a treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. Just as the pirates were eager to continue their reverence, a voice interrupted, Enough. Fool, do not reveal my trump card. The fact that he had consumed a devil fruit was best kept a secret. It was his ticket to turning the tide in battle. Apart from his crew, those who had witnessed his powers had perished, and even the Navy remained oblivious to his ability. Otherwise, his bounty would be considerably higher. In this sea, teeming with weaklings, possessing a devil fruit, especially a robust Zoan type, was more than sufficient to reign supreme. Oh, how delightful. The Black Striped Tiger pirate crew. I have been searching for you, and I never imagined you would dare to hide on an island guarded by the Navy. As he spoke, Lynn retrieved several newspaper-like documents from his waist pouch, revealing the very bounty notices distributed by the Navy, one depicting a grotesque bearded man. Indeed, it seems that the most perilous places are often the safest. Lynn's demeanor shifted as he adjusted the slightly askew cowboy hat atop his head, casually rising to his feet. Aside from the bounty notice for the Black Striped Tiger pirates, he collected everything else. Regrettably, your voyage concludes here. Who exactly are you? Jimtet instinctively distanced himself from Lynn, his senses heightened after consuming the devil fruit. Since earlier, this seemingly ordinary man had begun to emanate a perilous aura. Hey, Captain, is it really necessary to be so on edge? He's merely a defenseless brat, voiced one of the pirates, puzzled by their leader's sudden vigilance. Typically, their captain only exhibited such seriousness in the face of danger. Stab of flame. 6 immensely concentrated flames erupted from behind Lynn. The sound that followed was akin to red-hot iron plunging into water, echoing through the scene. The 5 pirates stared in disbelief at their charred chests, where their hearts lay, before they collapsed in defeat. Another pirate, struck by Lynn's fiery jab, writhed on the ground, howling in agony. In an instant, the minions had been dispatched. Damn, I never imagined I would attract the attention of a bounty hunter. If my assumptions are correct, you must be the infamous Flame Lynn, who has recently made waves in the East Sea. As he spoke, a deep sense of trepidation washed over Jimtet's face. For someone aware of the existence of such bizarre powers as the devil fruits, his fear of Lynn intensified. In his mind, Lynn had consumed a nature-type devil fruit with the ability of flames. The nature type was undoubtedly far superior to his animal-type fruit. No need for pleasantries. I shall grant you the opportunity to showcase the power of the devil fruit. Lynn felt a surge of blood and a flicker of anticipation emerged on his face. After a year and a half as a bounty hunter, this was his first encounter with a pirate who had consumed a devil fruit. In the East Blue, often dubbed the weakest sea, those with abilities were as rare as exotic creatures, unlike the Grand Line, where they were as plentiful as cattle. And encountering a pirate with powers was commonplace. Despite the superiority of your fiery abilities, which can inflict far greater damage than I can, do not underestimate me. I am a Zoan type with the speed of a tiger. To be honest, at first, Jimite was somewhat dissatisfied with his powers. After all, he was merely one tiger. How could he compare to a true tiger's ferocity? The only remarkable aspect of his fruit was its speed. Thus, he had named his crew the formidable black-striped tiger pirates. It was only later, while evading the Navy's pursuit, that he single-handedly annihilated 2 naval ships with the ghostly speed of his tiger form, that he truly acknowledged his abilities. Especially now, facing the bounty hunter Flame Lynn, Jimite felt increasingly grateful that he had consumed the tiger fruit, which emphasized speed. Just imagine, had he consumed a different tiger Zoan fruit. He might have found himself at a disadvantage against the fire wielder before him. But now, with a speed as elusive as the wind, he was in a different realm. Jimite's aura shifted dramatically. His light yellow fur erupted from his body, his hands and feet transformed into powerful paws, and razor-sharp claws shot forth like blades. Dark stripes adorned his back, while his fearsome fangs glistened ominously. Though he was but one, the enhancement of his size and traits rendered him a monstrous evolution. Crouching on the ground, Jimite let out a terrifying roar, and in an instant, he vanished from sight, launching an attack towards Lynn. This was the beast form of a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Meanwhile, Lynn had not retracted the fiery spikes he had unleashed upon the 6 pirates earlier. The powerful flames, akin to spider spears, extended from his back, and the scorching heat emanating from them imbued him with an intimidating presence. Clad in a cowboy hat that obscured half his face and a gray-brown trench coat, he resembled an evil villain, unmistakably not a person of virtue. The silhouette of Tiger Jimite collided with Lynn. However, instead of the anticipated clang of combat, one of Jimite's claws was incinerated, leaving only charred remnants. They momentarily separated. And as Jimite glared at the unmoving Lynn, his teeth ground in frustration. His full-force attack had been effortlessly deflected by this kid. Brat, don't get too cocky. You were merely fortunate to block my strike with that sluggish fire of yours. This time, I shall sacrifice 2/3 of my strength to enhance my speed. Lynn expressed that he has grown accustomed to such occurrences, no longer finding them strange. After all, this is the world of One Piece, where it must be said that the characters exhibit a certain sincerity in various aspects. For instance, during battles, it is common for individuals to introduce their devil fruit abilities, proclaiming, "I am so-and-so, and I have consumed the so-and-so fruit." Furthermore, amidst the chaos of combat, they often elucidate their intentions behind their attacks. At this speed, I refuse to believe you can withstand my assault. Perish. With that, Jimite unleashed his onslaught once more after regrowing his claws. As Jimite maximized his speed, he even created afterimages, rendering it difficult for most to discern his intentions. However, he was now facing Lynn. The striped Jimite launched a tempestuous barrage of attacks at an astonishing velocity. Although Jimite had sacrificed a significant portion of his strength, the sheer acceleration of his strikes resulted in even greater destructive power. Yet, absurdly, even with his speed maximized while relinquishing power, he could not evade the flame spears that moved with the precision of an extension of Lynn's own body. No matter from what angle he attacked, he was intercepted by those searing flame spears, forcing him to change his approach. Damn it, this guy is simply too formidable. His speed surpasses mine by far. Leaving me with no chance of victory, Jimite realized that the 6 flame spears behind Lynn, though appearing languid, always positioned themselves before him whenever he lunged forward, their intense heat threatening to turn his claws to ashes upon contact. Particularly vexing was the fact that throughout the encounter, Lynn had utilized only a single flame spear. It was utterly oppressive. How could one possibly defeat such a formidable adversary? At this moment, Jimite felt the stirrings of retreat. He distanced himself from Lynn once more. But this time the gap was significantly greater than in their previous exchanges. Kid, do you truly believe yourself to be impressive? Prepare yourself to witness my transformation. This is my strongest form. Keep your eyes wide open and don't be rendered speechless. The once crouching striped figure suddenly expanded in size, undergoing a transformation as it stood upright. Upon completion of the change, it revealed itself as a live, powerful humanoid, a beast man, the second form of an animal-type devil fruit user following their beastification. Lynn could sense that the presence of this fellow had indeed intensified significantly. Ha ha ha, little brat, are you so frightened that you've lost your wits? This is my true power. Die. After uttering these fierce words, the orc-like Jimmy transformed into a gust of wind and vanished once more from sight. However, Instead of launching another attack, he fled in the opposite direction from Lynn, darting away with the swiftness of the wind, shedding the branches and leaves that clung to his fur, and soon left Lynn far behind. Observing the already vanished Jimmy, Lynn leisurely turned around. He manipulated a fiery spike to pierce the chest of the incapacitated pirate, extinguishing any remaining life. The fierce flames completely consumed him until he was reduced to ash, at which point Lynn withdrew the fiery spike. Lynn initially intended to spare a life to serve as a guide, leading him to the location of the black striped Tiger pirate cruise vessel. However, it seems that such a plan has become moot. After all, Jimite is a wielder of supernatural abilities, allowing him to navigate far more swiftly. Otherwise, how could Jimite have possibly evaded his grasp? The fiery spikes behind him were dispelled, and a torrent of blood-red flames erupted from Lynn, engulfing him in a blaze reminiscent of a specter returning from the depths of hell, bearing the inferno of the underworld. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the skies, swiftly spotting the striped figure of Jimite, who was now racing towards the coast with remarkable speed. Lynn's silhouette surged through the air like a jet of flame, vanishing in an instant. Jimmy, sprinting hastily, soon reached the precipice of the coastal cliffs. Only after confirming that Lynn had not followed did he exhale in relief. Had he not fled, he would have met a dire fate. That individual was an exceedingly formidable bounty hunter, known for having slain a notorious pirate worth 90 million berries, his own strength unfathomable. After managing to escape, Jimmy felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He knew he must quickly depart from this perilous place. With agility, he leapt down the cliffs to the sandy beach below. Not far ahead lay a naturally formed cave. As he entered, he was greeted by his crew. "Captain, why are you back so soon? Did you capture the daughter of that naval colonel?" Upon seeing only one man return, empty-handed, the pirates gathered around him, eager to appease. "Don't even mention it. I encountered that fearsome bounty hunter, Blood Flame.He. We must set sail immediately. This place is no longer safe. I had initially intended to abduct the colonel's beloved daughter as leverage for wealth, but I unwittingly crossed paths with that monster." "Yes, Captain." The pirate's expressions changed drastically upon hearing the name Blood Flame, a frequent topic of discussion in taverns, leading to Lynn's reputation spreading rapidly throughout the East Sea. Just as the pirates hastily boarded the ship to flee, a searing blaze, as if capable of incinerating all, surged towards them. A pirate, caught off guard, let out a scream within the vast cave, causing his comrades to halt in terror and turn to witness the spectacle. The unfortunate pirate had inexplicably ignited, engulfed in crimson flames. Within mere moments, he was reduced to a charred corpse on the ground. Undoubtedly, had Lynn chosen to prolong the temperature of the ghostly fire, the pirate would have been reduced to ashes. What on earth is happening? The remaining pirates were paralyzed with fear at the sudden self-immolation of their comrade. Another pirate fell, transformed into charcoal, and chaos erupted among the crew. In the midst of the turmoil, the flames controlled by Lynn danced through the bodies of the pirates, leading to a series of ignited corpses collapsing. "Run! It's that man. He has caught up to us." The speed of the flames was astonishing in his beastly form. Jimmy barely caught a glimpse of the blood-red flames' afterimage, a velocity unmatched by any. After a frenzied dash towards the vessel's location, the unseen assault wrought havoc among the crew, as one by one they succumbed to their fate, shattering the morale of the remaining pirates. In a state of panic, the surviving pirates hastily followed Midget aboard the ship. The velocity of the flames increased, and the frequency of fallen pirates escalated. Within this hellish cavern, reminiscent of a devil's lair, Jimit successfully boarded the ship. "Set sail quickly. Once we are at sea, we shall be safe." Just as he eagerly urged his men to depart, an eerie silence enveloped him, with no one responding. A sense of foreboding gripped Jimit, compelling him to turn and glance behind. To his horror, he beheld his comrades strewn about, lifeless, their corpses grotesquely charred. The ghastly scene, akin to a hellish tableau, rendered Captain Jimit, accustomed to bloodshed and slaughter, pale as he involuntarily retreated. "Demon, you are a cruel, murderous fiend. Thank you for your kind words. You are neither the first nor will you be the last to voice such sentiments about me," came the calm response from Lynn, who had silently materialized before Jimit. The crimson flames that once enveloped him now extinguished. Confronted with the demoralized Jimit, Lynn unleashed a powerful punch, forcefully releasing a surge of energy that twisted Jimit's abdomen. Blood spewed forth as he was propelled backward, crashing into the mast and losing consciousness on impact. Thus, the notorious black-striped tiger pirates, once boasting a bounty of 42 million berries, vanished entirely from the East Blue. Next came the eagerly anticipated phase of plundering the spoils. After a brief while, Lynn swiftly gathered and assessed the treasures aboard the ship, totaling over 12 million berries. While the sum was not exorbitant, it was certainly substantial. Absorbing the precious metals and transforming them into the system's exchange value, Lynn then delicately brushed the inconspicuous ring on his finger. Instantly, a bright light emanated, causing the paper currency on the ground to vanish into thin air. This was the storage ring he had exchanged through the system. If one were to inquire why Lynn did not simply place the severed heads of the pirates into the storage space for convenience, but instead opted to use a large cloth bag, his response would undoubtedly be, "Would you wish to store the bloodied, odorous heads of pirates alongside your food and garments?" Nonetheless, Lynn did contemplate acquiring a storage ring equipped with a freezing compartment. Meanwhile, at the Navy's 18th Division, chaos ensued. What? That dangerous bounty hunter has returned. Could it be that the bounty amount was incorrect? Major Baz hurriedly emerged. Major Baz, it is likely not that. He has brought a pirate with him, presumably to exchange for the bounty. Baz let out a sigh of relief and relaxed. He observed the typically domineering Colonel Baz treating a bounty hunter with utmost seriousness. A nearby Navy officer couldn't help but inquire, "Colonel Baz, is it truly necessary for us to show such reverence towards a bounty hunter? We even forego any benefits." "You understand nothing," Baz retorted. "This is precisely why I hold the rank of colonel at this base, while you remain merely a lowly sailor." As he lit his cigarette, Baz continued, "If you approach matters with greater thoughtfulness and intellect, you will uncover a different perspective." "Ah, understood," the Navy officer replied, scratching his head, indicating that he comprehended the words, at least verbally. Lynn was ushered into the lounge, where she encountered the naval officer, Baz, once more. This pirate, could he truly be the infamous black-striped tiger, Jimit, who had annihilated 2 warships? Baz marveled at the thought. For this pirate had recently vanished from the public eye, leaving many to wonder what schemes he was concocting, now manifesting in this very place. This rogue had set his sights on the wealth of berries I possessed. Aside from the black-striped tiger, I had already subdued all of his crew. Lynn casually took a sip of the coffee in his cup, and it was truly bitter. What? This audacious fellow dares to appear on this island guarded by the Navy. Such gall. Immediately, Buzz earnestly bowed to Lynn, expressing his gratitude. "Thanks to your assistance. Who knows what nefarious schemes these restless individuals might have been concocting otherwise." The presence of a notorious pirate, with a bounty of 42 million berries, within the confines of the naval base can only mean one thing. They are undoubtedly plotting criminal activities that could result in numerous casualties. Lynn's intervention undoubtedly saved those individuals. Baz's prior deference stemmed from his fear of Lynn's formidable power, but now it transformed into genuine gratitude. The immensely destructive pirate stealthily infiltrated the base under Baz's command. And if the higher-ups were to discover this, would Baz still retain his position? If they were to learn that this band of pirates aimed to abduct his beloved daughter, the expression on the colonel's face would surely be quite revealing. As Colonel Baz wiped the cold sweat from his brow, the formidable black-striped tiger, Jimite, slowly opened his perilous vertically oriented pupils. His claws subtly elongated and sharpened, while animalistic fur began to sprout across his body, his gaze fixating on Colonel Baz as if he were prey. "I am destined to become the Pirate King. I refuse to perish in this mere East Blue. Should I be confined to Impel Down, my life would be irrevocably over." Just as Jimite was poised to spring forth, targeting Colonel Baz as a hostage, a resounding noise echoed from above, teacups colliding heavily against the wooden table. How unpleasant! A voice suddenly emerged from beside Lynn, causing Jimite to tremble in fear. Hastily retracting his abilities and resuming his act of feigned death on the ground, Colonel Baz, feeling somewhat embarrassed, explained, "This is a rare beverage brought back from an island abundant in coffee along the Grand Line. It is merely a bit more bitter than ordinary coffee. However, if savored properly, its unique bitterness and rich aroma offer a delightful experience." Internally, he lamented, "I brought forth this precious delicacy that I would not even indulge in myself. And yet you fail to appreciate it. What a waste of such an exquisite cup of coffee. If you dislike it, I can fetch something else." "Enough. Let us discuss matters at hand," Lynn stated, elegantly delivering a kick to Jimite's side. "Very well, I understand your intent. Please procure 42 million berries." Colonel Baz instructed his subordinate to retrieve the funds. "Wait," Lynn interjected. "Do you have any further instructions?" "Please, speak freely. I shall comply with what I am able." Baz replied respectfully. "This pirate is a dangerous Zoan-type devil fruit user. Your Navy's bounty notice failed to mention this detail. Were it not for my superior skills, I might have lost my life. Therefore, you grasp my meaning. I require an increase in the bounty. Huh? Jimite is a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Colonel Baz's face reflected a hint of disbelief. After all these years, it was only the second time he had encountered the term devil fruit user. Although naval training had indeed clarified the existence of devil fruits in this world, granting peculiar powers to those who consumed them, Colonel Baz had been stationed at this East Blue outpost for over a decade without ever witnessing one firsthand. He had, however, read numerous accounts in newspapers detailing the battles of various devil fruit users in the New World. If this Jimite were also a devil fruit user. Apart from Lynn, the gravity of the situation would undoubtedly escalate. The Navy's ability to deploy its full might primarily manifested at sea, where the overwhelming power of warships reigned supreme. Even devil fruit users would be wary of the strength wielded by naval vessels. After all, these users harbored a significant vulnerability to seawater. Should a ship be sunk, a devil fruit user would be left to face their demise. Colonel Baz pondered this deeply. The prospect of pirates imbued with devil fruit powers appearing at his base would indeed be a source of great concern. They were merely a group of individuals with slightly enhanced physical capabilities. When confronted with an assault from a Zoan-type devil fruit user, they would inevitably suffer tremendous casualties. And he too could meet a grim fate as a result, aware of the formidable threat that a devil fruit user could pose to his base. I know you're already awake. Transform for me. Lynn lifted his foot and brutally stomped down on Jimite several times, causing immense pain that twisted Jimite's face in agony. Damn it, he has realized I am awake. Just as a layer of crimson flames began to gather around Lynn's foot, preparing to descend upon Jimite's head. The latter felt an overwhelming sense of pressure and the imminent approach of death. Hastily, he sprang to his feet, adopting a submissive demeanor. Meanwhile, Baz observed the brutal scene with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, pondering who the true villainous pirate was. Did you not claim to be a good person? Is this fearsome visage what a good person looks like? I must never offend this dangerous individual. You seem more pirate-like than any pirate. Yes, just a moment, I will comply. Under the threat posed by Lynn, Jimite could only comply with a tearful resignation. Show the colonel your devil fruit abilities. Why yes. Jimite nodded in fear, akin to a chick pecking at grain. Who would have imagined that before his capture? He had been a formidable wielder of devil fruit powers upon these seas. He first transformed into a beastly form, resembling a smaller tiger with claws that exuded a primal ferocity. Experiencing the power of a devil fruit user for the first time, Colonel Baz felt a slight tremor run through his body, the dangerous aura radiating from Jimite confirming his earlier suspicions. What a terrifying beast! Is this the power of the devil fruit? It can transform a person into such a fearsome creature, far beyond human strength. In response to Baz's fearful praise, Jimite raised his head slightly, a glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. Yet, when his gaze met Lynn's, he quickly recoiled, illustrating the profound psychological shadow Lynn had cast over him. Next, Jimite demonstrated his human form, his stature suddenly expanding to surpass both Lynn and the surrounding Navy personnel. Several sailors broke into a cold sweat from the oppressive presence emanating from his beastly transformation, while Colonel Baz managed to maintain some semblance of composure. Among the sailors, thoughts raced. This fellow has come here to cause trouble. Just imagine if we were to face such a fearsome opponent on land. What chance would we stand? The performance concluded. Lynn and Colonel Buzz commenced a discussion regarding the amount of the bounty. Colonel Buzz, it is indeed regrettable that the Navy's intelligence has faltered. I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency. I shall reach out to the higher authorities to elucidate the situation and endeavor to secure a satisfactory bounty for you. Lynn did not impose any difficulties upon him, for he was merely a colonel, and this was the utmost extent of his authority. The specifics of the bounty were determined by higher-ups, although I cannot ascertain the exact bounty for the striped midget. I am willing to personally offer 6 million berries as a token of gratitude for Lord Lynn's eradication of the Black-Striped Tiger pirate crew, which spared the 18th Division from potential peril. Colonel Best spoke earnestly, genuinely appreciative of Lynn's assistance. Had the notorious Black-Striped Tiger invaded this island, the damage would have been incalculable. In this remote East Blue, the willingness to part with 6 million berries speaks volumes of the sincerity of this naval officer. Please wait. I shall contact headquarters immediately. Suddenly, just as Baz was departing, a sudden turn of events occurred. The beastly figure, Jimite, who had been lurking nearby, sprang into action. Don't move. If you dare to make a move, I will take his life. You wouldn't want this naval base to lose a competent and astute colonel, would you? Colonel. The Navy personnel, upon witnessing Baz's abduction, erupted into chaos. "Cunning pirate, should you dare to harm the colonel, we will not show you mercy." The soldiers outside, alerted by the commotion, rushed in with their firearms at the ready. Yet, no one dared to act, as Baz's life was now firmly within the grasp of this pirate. The entire scene fell into a momentary silence. Feeling the cold edge pressing against his neck, the sharpness of the enormous claws was terrifying. With a mere flick, his head could roll, sending Baz's spirit into disarray. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Lynn lazily rose to his feet. "You have taken him. What concern is it of mine?" "Huh?" Lynn's words left the naval officers in a state of bewilderment, including Jeemit, who was momentarily taken aback by the unexpected utterance. Upon reflection, it seemed there was indeed a certain validity to his statement. Flamefinger, under the radiant sun, the azure sea stretched out like an endless expanse of sapphire, devoid of any horizon. Seagulls circled above, and a gentle sea breeze, tinged with a hint of salt, swept by, bringing a look of pure enjoyment to Lynn's face. Today was a splendid day to set sail. After a day of rest, Lynn intended to return to the village to bid farewell to everyone before embarking on his journey to the Grand Line. He aimed to gather intelligence about that pirate crew. With his powers growing ever more formidable, he now possessed the strength to navigate the Grand Line. Just as Lynn prepared to depart in the small boat he had recently acquired, he noticed a vessel bobbing in the harbor, the very boat he had purchased. The small craft obtained from the Deadshot pirates had succumbed to the intensity of Lynn's blood flames and was now charred beyond recognition, rendering it incapable of further navigation. Moreover, he had forcibly propelled the boat using his blood flames, which was quite an achievement in itself. It is worth noting that the temperature of his flames was exceedingly high. Even under Lynn's careful control, they had still inflicted damage upon the vessel. One could only wonder where Ace had procured his durable vessel equipped with jet ports. Was it truly the case that only the craftsmen of the Grand Line possessed the skill to create such masterpieces? Lynn had indeed made attempts to commission a vessel akin to Ace's, equipped with jet propulsion, in the East Sea. However, the results were far from satisfactory. It merely outlasted a conventional boat for a brief period before the jet nozzles melted away. His vessel, which had featured such nozzles, had recently met its demise while en route to confront the Deadgun pirates, leading to the rather chilling and peculiar scene at the story's outset. As Lynn contemplated seeking a renowned craftsman to construct a ship capable of supporting his formidable powers upon reaching the Grand Line, he was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. "Lord Lynn," it was Baz, who appeared to have something on his mind. "I heard you are departing today. We have come to bid you farewell and to express our gratitude for your assistance to our humble island." Colonel Baz bowed deeply, with the naval officers behind him mirroring his gesture, exuding an impressive aura that could easily lead one to assume Lynn was the scion of a high-ranking naval official. The fishermen, merchants, and tourists at the port wore expressions of astonishment. Who is this person, that even a naval colonel pays him such respect? One might wonder, could he possibly be an admiral from the Navy headquarters? They joked. Is there truly such a young admiral? Baz had visited the cave where Lynn vanquished the black-striped tiger pirates the day prior. The bodies within were charred beyond recognition, their faces twisted in expressions of unimaginable agony, rendering the cavern a veritable hell on earth. The sight had filled Baz with an overwhelming sense of dread, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He increasingly believed that his decision to misappropriate public funds to curry favor with such a powerful figure as Lynn was indeed justified. He could only hope that the naval officers Lynn would encounter in the future would possess the same integrity, refraining from shortchanging the bounty hunter's rewards. Colonel Baz had conveniently forgotten who had initially contemplated such deceit, distancing himself from the matter, ultimately succumbing to Lynn's charismatic integrity. "Lord Lynn, may we escort you on your journey?" Baz inquired earnestly. "Thank you, but it is no trouble," Lynn replied politely. "Farewell." As the goodbyes echoed, Lynn leaped onto the brand-new small boat he had just acquired. "By the way, have you heard of the Twin Dragon pirates?" he asked as he prepared to depart. Throughout the year, Lynn not only eliminated pirates to exchange for bounties and enhance his strength, but also diligently sought information regarding the Dragon Duo pirate crew, yet ultimately, he found himself empty-handed. After all, this region lies within the East Sea, where, apart from significant news reports, the dissemination of intelligence regarding the other three seas and the Grand Line remains rather insular. The last time he witnessed that pirate crew ruthlessly take the lives of his family was in the West Sea. Lynn speculated that if that crew still thrived, they must have ventured into the Grand Line, for the legendary treasure is a shared aspiration among all pirates. Lynn is not a native of the Eastern Sea. but rather hails from the kingdom of flowers in the Western Sea. He has endured a tumultuous journey across the vast ocean. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at the Eastern Sea and was ultimately rescued by the villagers of Good Fortune Village amidst a raging storm. It is important to note that at that time, he had yet to regain the memories of his past life, nor had he activated his system. He was merely an ordinary person in the world of One Piece, struggling for survival amidst various crises. Colonel Baz pondered carefully for a moment before responding, "I have not heard of it. Is that truly the case?" Lynn bore an expression that seemed to convey agreement. Ultimately, as the naval officers looked on, Lynn employed his abilities to propel a small vessel, swiftly cutting through the waves with remarkable finesse. Such an extraordinary power elicited a hearty laugh from Baz, who was now drenched from head to toe. The close proximity of Baz and the other sailors resulted in them being splashed with refreshing seawater. It appears that the defenses of this island must be fortified. How could such a formidable pirate infiltrate our territory without our notice? Had it not been for the assistance of Lord Lynn, unimaginable damage would have surely ensued. Everyone, after changing into dry attire, shall join me in rigorous training. We will commence with 20 laps around the field, followed by 500 push-ups each. Of course, this is merely a warm-up. A robust physique is essential for effectively apprehending pirates and safeguarding civilians. All of this is for the sake of justice, especially in this era rife with pirates, a wretched age of marauding. Speaking of justice, the spirit of each naval officer exuded a distinct aura, after all. They joined the Navy for this very principle, didn't they? Among the civilians, they are family. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm and fervor, all for justice. To protect the innocent. Excellent. Channel all this vigor into your training. Observing the sailors who were beginning to show some promise, Colonel Baz could not help but break into a hearty laugh. A day later, after changing to several complimentary small boats and thwarting the dreams of the pirates, the saga continued. After several months, Lynn finally returned to this place, Bali Island. This expansive isle is dotted with numerous villages, especially in its heart, where a bustling town thrives. In gratitude for the villagers' assistance, Lynn, upon regaining his memories, bestowed upon them a means to establish themselves and earn a livelihood in this town. They prospered, and every villager transitioned from wooden shanties to brick homes. "I have returned," Lynn thought, wondering how everyone had fared in his absence. The mere thought of those kind-hearted, diligent villagers caused a subtle smile to grace his lips, reflecting his good spirits. On the cliffs by the coast of Good Luck Village stood a grand, sturdy tree. Perched atop it were three little rascals, their heads adorned with floral greens for camouflage, intently gazing at the sea below. This spot offered the best view in the village. The waters ahead were also the primary route for entering the village. Should pirates dare to attack, they would be spotted from afar by the Skull-flagged pirate ship. No abnormalities detected. "It seems today is another peaceful day," exclaimed a slightly plump boy, reveling in the tranquility of life. "TCH, if the pirates don't come to attack, then I've worked out for nothing," scoffed another boy, hanging upside down from the tree, his body glistening with sweat as he performed sit-ups. "Idiot Kate. How many times must I tell you not to exercise in the tree? Don't end up like last time, with a broken leg. And have us carry you back while you cry?" chided a charming girl with horned braids, around the same age as the boys. "Humph, silly Millie. That was merely a mistake. Now, thanks to Lynn's training methods, I can break stones with a single punch. I won T-fall," Kate replied, his face flushing slightly at the mention of past events, eager to defend himself. Speaking of Lynn, it had been months since they last saw him. Yet his name had grown ever more renowned. "One day, I shall become a hero like him and vanquish the evil pirates of the sea," declared the chubby boy Papachi, a twig clenched between his teeth, his resolve unwavering. When Lynn was mentioned, admiration and respect filled their faces. Just then, a dazzling small boat appeared on the shimmering sea, radiating brilliance against the already sun-drenched waters, quickly capturing their attention. "Look, someone is on the water," cried Papachi, raising a telescope to squint at the approaching figure. Due to the distance and the glaring light from the vessel, he was unable to discern the identity of the newcomer. "Are the pirates here?" Papachi asked, his tone laced with apprehension, while Kate displayed a face of excitement. "Not pirates. That seems to be Lynn." As Lynn drew nearer, Papachi puffed up his cheeks, holding his breath, visibly agitated with excitement. "Indeed, Lynn has returned," Millie exclaimed, snatching the telescope from Papachi, and upon recognizing Lynn, let out a delighted shriek. "Splendid. Lynn has finally returned, and he will undoubtedly be astonished by my progress." Kate is also excitedly gazing at the sea. It is evident that Lynn is quite popular among these three little ones. Sassy, pay no mind. Kate, Millie, and Papatch. Lynn soon spotted the trio of mischievous little rascals and greeted them with a warm smile. After all, they were the most playful troublemakers in the village, making it nearly impossible to forget their names. Brother Lynn. The three of them leaped toward the shoreline, their excitement palpable at his return. As Lynn approached the coast and brought the boat to a halt, they eagerly surrounded him, bubbling with joy. Come on, Brother Lynn. Tell us about your adventures on the sea. Surely, many fascinating tales have unfolded during your time away. Of course, Lynn replied. The little ones, displaying remarkable thoughtfulness, helped him unload the luggage from the boat, each carrying a piece on their backs. Together, they chatted and laughed as they strolled up the gentle slope toward the village. Villager Jack, Lynn has returned. Excited villagers rushed to the village office, the hub for local affairs, as one individual burst through the wooden door of the chief's office. Goodness, you always so boisterous. You nearly gave me a heart attack. An energetic gentleman in his 50s laid down the ledger he was holding, stepping out with his hands clasped behind his back. This lad has been at sea for so long without a word. Only now does he choose to return, Jack complained, a hint of reproach in his tone. The outside world was far from the safety of the village, especially during this tumultuous age of exploration. And given Lynn's role as a bounty hunter battling dangerous pirates, it was disingenuous to claim he felt no concern. The village had become prosperous, and this time, he was determined to persuade the young man to refrain from such perilous pursuits. Uncle Dolly, have you recovered from your illness? Lynn inquired. Haha, I can hardly believe after all this time you still remember. Rest assured, I am fully healed, thanks in no small part to the miraculous medicine you procured for me. The villagers, faces alight with joy, flocked around him. It was evident that they regarded Lynn as one of their own, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Young man, you've finally returned. It's a relief to see you safe and sound. The village chief, along with the doctor behind him, exhaled in relief upon noticing that Lynn bore no injuries. In the early days of his bounty hunting, Lynn often returned with various wounds, causing great concern among them. Brother Lynn is now a formidable bounty hunter. Villager Jack, your worries should be directed toward the pirates instead. When I grow up, I vow to become as strong as Brother Lynn, exclaimed Kate. Lynn engaged in conversation with the villagers, sharing tales of his maritime adventures, thus satisfying their insatiable curiosity. The pirates, indeed, are a vile lot, wreaking havoc with their rampant pillaging and destruction. The perils of the sea are truly daunting. Well, enough for now. We shall continue this discourse tomorrow. After enduring such a long sojourn upon the waves, Lynn must surely be weary in both body and spirit. Let us allow him some respite and not disturb him, suggested village chief Jack appropriately. Until tomorrow, then Lynn. What a pity, we have yet to hear enough. Kate, Millie, and Papatch were escorted home by their parents. As the villagers dispersed, they busied themselves with their respective tasks. Lynn and old Jack traversed the cobblestone path of the village. Greeted by the vibrant greenery that enveloped them, the village's landscaping was indeed commendable. After all, this island was abundant with flourishing flora, a diverse array of flowers and plants teeming with life. Village chief, has there been any trouble with the local industry? Lynn inquired. Not at all, the chief replied. The security in our town is quite stable. We have compensated the local guard patrol, and they have been diligent in maintaining order. Moreover, thanks to your contributions, the physical prowess of our villagers has significantly improved. With the formidable weapons you provided, no one would be foolish enough to oppose us. All of this is attributable to your efforts. The recipes you furnished, known as flower cultivation, have yielded such delectable dishes that demand far exceeds supply. We struggle to keep up with the daily provisions. This chef, who specializes in flower cultivation, is truly remarkable. The culinary delights he creates are nothing short of irresistible, the chief exclaimed, contemplating the prospect of expanding their culinary enterprise to open branches beyond the island. Speaking of those recipes, the chief could not help but praise their excellence. Furthermore, this white liquor sells exceptionally well, attracting merchants from neighboring islands to establish contracts for procurement. The profits from sales to other islands have been substantial, allowing us to reap significant rewards. The recipes and the formula for the white liquor were acquired by Lynn through the system. How is the perfume factory faring? He asked. In addition to the luxurious 4-story tavern in the village, Lynn had exchanged various perfume recipes from the system, tailored to the island's abundant resources. At this, the chief's expression turned whimsical, and he burst into hearty laughter. My boy, I must commend your ingenuity. The perfumes produced by our village's factory have reached the hands of nobles, gaining widespread acclaim. The profits have even surpassed those of the tavern. Lynn understood that this was merely a temporary situation. Ultimately, the wine would account for the majority of the output. That's reassuring, he replied. As they chatted, they soon arrived home. Before them stood a charming two-story house, behind which lay a yard enclosed by a fence. This was Lynn's abode. Since Lynn's departure, the village head had consistently hired someone to tend to the weeds, so the place appeared quite well kept. Here, take your keys. I instructed them not to enter your room while cleaning, so there may be a bit of dust. I shall assist you in tidying up shortly. No need to trouble yourself. I can manage, Lynn said as he accepted the keys from the village head and turned towards his home. By the way, this evening we will hold a welcome banquet in your honor. Make sure to rest well. I shall come to fetch you before the feast begins. The village head said with a smile. Originally, this had been a humble village, but Lynn's arrival had brought about a remarkable transformation. To the simple villagers, Lynn was akin to a hero, greatly admired and beloved. All right, he said in farewell to the village head before entering his home, which, thanks to regular cleaning, appeared spotless. Upon opening the door to his room, Lynn disregarded the slight dust on the bed and collapsed onto it, knowing full well that he would not sleep so soundly while away. Time swiftly passed, and as dusk approached, the village buzzed with life, aglow with variously shaped lanterns. One might have mistaken it for a festive celebration. The villagers employed at the perfume factory had also finished their shifts, typically working up to 6 hours a day. Currently, the perfume factory was staffed entirely by local personnel. In contrast, the white liquor factory had recruited individuals from other villages, providing them with employment opportunities. Moreover, the island's inhabitants enjoyed a profit-sharing arrangement that offered them a better rate than those from outside, allowing them to procure goods at relatively lower prices for resale. This fostered economic growth on the island, and those venturing out to sea amassed considerable wealth. Furthermore, both the white liquor and cosmetics had unwittingly established a stellar reputation. Upon hearing of products from Fortune Village, one could be assured of their quality. There was no concern over sales, with the most pressing issue being that production was subtly struggling to keep pace. For the revered fortune of Fortune Village, no one dared to cause trouble. Should any fool attempt to stir conflict, it was likely that the collective ire of the island's residents would swiftly descend upon them, resulting in a rather unpleasant outcome. With Lynn's assistance, Fortune Village prospered immensely, and as the sales headquarters was situated in the town, an increasing number of outsiders were drawn to it, subtly hinting at a burgeoning small city. The lively banquet commenced in the central square of the village, officially beginning with Lynn's arrival. The banquet has started, someone shouted, and the music began to play. Suddenly, the dining table was enveloped in an atmosphere of merriment, with some individuals even inserting chopsticks into their noses and mouths. Striking a comical pose, the banquet had now transformed into a joyous ocean. Witnessing this delightful scene, the village chief's eyes shimmered with emotion. Lynn, it is all thanks to you that our village has flourished so beautifully. Please, chief, spare me your gratitude. I am quite weary of hearing it. You should focus on your own plate, Lynn replied, her mouth savoring a piece of wild beast thigh, the delectable aroma blooming within her. Upon hearing this, the chief glanced down, only to find that the last piece of cake on his plate had mysteriously vanished. Meanwhile, the mischievous trio hiding beneath the table, Papachi, Millie, and Kate, stifled their giggles, having successfully shared the chief's cake. How infuriating. That scoundrel has taken the cake I intended to enjoy last. Truly ungrateful. The village chief's serious exclamation sent the trio into uncontrollable laughter. Ah, so it is you rascals, the chief exclaimed, lifting the tablecloth to reveal the three little troublemakers. I shall make you truly understand the meaning of a loving fist and the importance of respecting your elders. Thud, thud, thud. Ouch, that hurts. Ha ha, Chief Jack. You are truly stingy. Two villagers, with arms draped over each other, flushed with mirth, held up their wine glasses and laughed heartily. Instantly, the joyous atmosphere reached its zenith. Clink. Lynn delivered a powerful blow, causing the hard boulder before him to fracture in a spiderweb pattern radiating from the imprint of his fist. In his current state, his physical strength proved inadequate. It appears he must delve into the mastery of observation hockey and the iron body technique from the Six Powers. These two skills have become his primary aspirations, as his physical prowess is merely average in a world teeming with monstrous foes. The purpose of acquiring these abilities is fundamentally self-preservation. Naturally, he also intends to learn armament hockey. Otherwise, confronting those of the Logia type would prove quite challenging. After all, He certainly does not wish to be eliminated before he can unleash his blood flames. The mere thought of such a humiliating fate prompts Lynn to inwardly exclaim, I must avoid that at all costs. If I can unleash my ultimate move, I shall vanquish you. Currently, Lynn has a grasp of 3 forms of power. First, the blood flames that accompany his journey. Second, the life return technique, which he has already utilized in the Tavern of the Navy's 18th branch. And third, paper drawing, an unexpected gain that came with mastering life return. Fourthly, Lynn has a vague sense of an additional hidden power within him, a force akin to mastery. However, after attempting to harness it for some time, he remains unable to direct it, leaving him unaware of its true nature. He could seek out Rayleigh for hockey training, as he is known to be a relatively approachable strength in the open. Yet, considering that Rayleigh spent 2 years teaching the Straw Hat Boy merely the basics of armament hockey, Lynn pondered whether it would be wise to pursue this path. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to proceed cautiously, taking one step at a time. If he cannot find a more efficient instructor, he may have no choice but to approach Rayleigh. Should Rayleigh become aware of Lynn's thoughts, he might bemusedly retort, Wait, are you really being selective? You're turning your nose up at the deputy of the Pirate King? Am I merely cabbage to you? Having concluded his physical training, Lynn retrieved a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow and exchanged some points in the system for a large cup of chilled milk. On such a sweltering day, the refreshing gulp was nothing short of divine. The system serves as a portable supply shop, a true convenience. However, it only offers material exchanges. It would be even better if it could provide training methods for hockey. After his training, Lynn returned home for a shower and changed into a casual outfit of a white short-sleeve shirt and long pants. At this moment, with his trench coat hood removed, Lynn's complexion appeared exceptionally fair, and his countenance was strikingly handsome, resembling a beautiful youth. Especially notable were his eyes, which glimmered with a hint of innate bloodlust, imparting an air of allure and danger. With such wickedly captivating eyes, it would be a travesty not to pursue a life of piracy. Ah, Lynn, good morning. Early in the morning, Lynn completed her morning exercise and took a shower, stepping out of the house just as the clock struck 9. Lynn, are you heading to the town? Would you like to borrow my bicycle? Every villager who encountered Lynn greeted her warmly, entirely unaffected by the slightest hint of malevolence that lingered about her. In response to each villager, Lynn smiled back, exuding no air of superiority. Buzz buzz. Hello, Moshi Moshi. Colonel Buzz activated the desktop telephone bug. Buzz, did a bounty hunter known as Flame Lynn come by to redeem a bounty a couple of days ago? A voice resounding with authority emanated from the telephone bug. It was none other than Admiral Sengoku from the Navy headquarters. At this moment, Sengoku was handling Navy affairs in the absence of Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, who had left to attend to matters in Mariewa. Though Sengoku retained the title of Admiral, his power was akin to that of a Fleet Admiral. Admiral Sengoku. The once relaxed Buzz instantly straightened his posture upon hearing the voice, his tone now filled with reverence. No need to be so tense. Yes, Buzz recounted the details of Lynn's bounty redemption, explaining how her assistance had helped eliminate the black-striped tiger pirates who were planning actions on the island. He also took the opportunity to report on the scoundrel Haru and mentioned the unauthorized increase in the bounty, aware that this matter could not be concealed. As officers from the Navy headquarters periodically visited the East Blue Branch to investigate any misuse of bounty allocations, Buzz proceeded cautiously. Well done, Buzz. As for your report about Haru's complacency, I will address it seriously. Sengoku chuckled heartily, indicating that he had no intention of reprimanding Buzz. If that bounty hunter were to become disillusioned with the Navy due to this situation, it would significantly hinder recruitment efforts, especially considering that she possessed a fire element devil fruit ability. One could only wonder if she wielded the formidable Magu Magu no Mi, a powerful natural-type devil fruit. Should that be the case, the Navy would gain another figure of admiral-level potential in the future. Relieved that Sengoku bore no ill intent, Buzz exhaled deeply. This matter had finally been resolved. Upon learning that Lynn had departed from the 18th branch, Sengoku felt a tinge of regret. Nevertheless, he prepared to issue orders to the East Blue, instructing that should this bounty hunter appear to redeem her bounty, they must contact him immediately. After all, a potential natural-type fire user was an exceedingly rare find, particularly given that Lynn had eradicated countless pirates during her year-long stay in the East Blue. She had undeniably alleviated their burden, her prowess beyond question. The call came to an end. Buzz wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, releasing a sigh of relief. The oppressive presence of Admiral Sengoku was indeed overwhelming. In any case, there was no need to worry about losing his position as colonel anytime soon. At the Navy headquarters, in Sengoku's office, the old rascal Karp had finally made some contributions to the Navy during this period. With a long beard adorning his chin and wearing the seagull hat emblematic of the Navy, Sengoku remarked, "If this individual harbors a sense of justice and possesses commendable abilities, we should focus on nurturing him." Crane chimed in from the side. One could only wonder if Sengoku would someday regret the decision made on this day. Years into the future, riding his bicycle around Barbary Island, Lynn embraced this rare, leisurely moment, savoring every bit of it. The island was teeming with various plants and flowers, the air infused with a refreshing aroma. Upon reaching the port, the throngs of people began to increase. Observing the harbor bustling with merchant ships, Lynn couldn't help but smile. It seemed that recent developments were quite promising. After wandering around, it was nearing noon. Arriving in town, he decided to have a meal first. He parked his bicycle in front of the Zhonghua restaurant, and even before stepping inside, the delectable scents wafting from within were enough to whet his appetite. In gratitude to the chef named Zhonghua, the villagers, in consultation with Lin, had named the establishment after him. After several expansions, it had reached a towering 4 stories. Nevertheless, it was perpetually crowded, with many visitors from distant islands coming to pay homage. Lin entered, and a server promptly approached him. "Sir, please follow me upstairs. There are no tables available below." The slightly timid young girl, her head bowed, spoke in a melodious voice that was a delight to the ears. "Please arrange a window seat for me." Lin smiled at the girl. Suddenly, that voice struck a chord within him. Mr. Lin, hearing this familiar voice, which he had not encountered in ages, stirred his memories. The girl lifted her gaze, her eyes shimmering with excitement upon recognizing Lin. "Lilith, I have told you countless times to be more confident, to hold your head high," he encouraged. "Ah, yes, Mr. Lin," Lilith complied eagerly, straightening her posture and revealing a beauty worthy of the village flower. She was originally a villager from Xinghua village on this island, her father having gone to sea as a pirate, leaving her to rely solely on her mother. One fateful day, she fell gravely ill, and despite seeking every doctor in town, no remedy was found, leaving her in debt. By chance, she collided with Lin, who, upon seeing the feverish mother of the girl on the cart behind her, utilized a disease scanner obtained through his system to administer the appropriate treatment, restoring her health in no time. Now, she worked as a server at the Flower Plant Tavern, though her shyness persisted. Lin had attempted to bolster her confidence, but after just 2 days, she would revert to her old ways. "Boss, do not be too harsh on Sister Lilith. She is the mascot of our establishment and is beloved by our patrons." A robust figure appeared before Lin, grinning widely. Lin had grown accustomed to the distinctive laughter of the Pirate King. "Paparo, you are as spirited as ever." They embraced warmly upon meeting. "Boss, you have been away for 5 months. Everyone has missed you," Paparo exclaimed. "I only learned of your return this morning. I heard you held a banquet last night, and those rascals didn't even inform me. I was eager to showcase my culinary skills to you. Well, it's not too late now. Do not disappoint me." "I will surely astonish you." "Oh, it's Boss Lin. That man has returned." The tavern staff gasped in excitement, while townsfolk greeted him warmly. Everyone in town recognized Lin as the mastermind behind the Chinese tavern and the perfume factory. His reputation as a bounty hunter at sea had made the townsfolk proud. Furthermore, Lin had advocated for road construction on the island, making significant contributions to its development. The Flower Plant Tavern was impressively spacious, resembling a circle with 4 levels. Lin settled into a solitary room on the 3rd floor, while Papaki ventured into the kitchen to showcase his culinary prowess. In the kitchen on the 3rd floor, excitement bubbled as the chefs exclaimed, "What? Our esteemed Lin has returned. This time, I shall truly shine and conquer his appetite. Hey, you lot. I am the head chef here. You should focus on preparing meals for the other patrons. Today, Lin's culinary rival is none other than myself." "Cut it out, head chef. You're just taking advantage of your position." "Silence. I am indeed the head chef." Gazing out at the distant mountains adorned with lush greenery, a gentle breeze caressing him, Lin reclined back on the sofa with an expression of utter contentment. In the beginning, he had guided this group, expanding the reach of their tavern and perfume market. Once he felt assured in their capabilities, he entrusted them with the establishment, allowing him to pursue his endeavors as a bounty hunter while honing his own skills. However, the pirates of the East Sea could no longer satisfy his aspirations. To strengthen further, he realized he must venture into the Grand Line. Warring States would never have anticipated that, believing he could comfortably lie in wait for Lynn in the East Sea. Lynn was now focused on the path leading to the Grand Line. The flavors of his homeland began to awaken on his palate. Particularly, Paparolo's exquisite knife skills had transcended into an art form, embodying the essence of a bygone era. With each dish resembling a masterpiece, evidence of the dedication Paparolo had poured into his culinary craft. Paparolo, splendid. Your culinary skills have indeed progressed, Lynn praised, devouring the food voraciously. Of course, after you left, I did not slack off, Paparolo chuckled with pride, clearly overjoyed to receive such recognition from Lynn. After savoring the last succulent pig's trotter, Lynn leaned back on the sofa in satisfaction, while Lilith thoughtfully presented him with a handkerchief. Thank you, Lilith. You have done wonderfully as well, Lynn replied, accepting the handkerchief. Receiving praise from Lynn filled Lilith with delight, her lips curling into a smile that she could not contain. By the way, Lilith, do you have any interest in becoming a chef? Oh, I can't. I wouldn't do it well. Nonsense. How can you know if you've never tried? Answer me honestly. Do you wish to become a chef? With the gentle urging of the esteemed Lynn, Lilith felt a surge of pressure, her timidity momentarily forgotten. She exclaimed loudly, I do. I want to be an outstanding chef like Paparolo, creating dishes that bring happiness to others. Ha! Lynn immediately burst into laughter. Paparo, unable to contain his joy for Lilith, had long perceived her profound interest in culinary arts and her aspiration to become a chef. Yet, this young girl underestimated herself to a great extent. Whenever he contemplated inviting her into the kitchen to learn the craft, she would invariably decline due to her insecurities, leaving him somewhat exasperated. However, encouraged by the esteemed Lynn, the girl finally confronted her true feelings and vocalized her innermost thoughts. Indeed, it seems one can always rely on the boss. Lilith, if you wish to become an exceptional chef, your journey must commence with mastering the art of chopping vegetables. Are you prepared to endure the hardships that lie ahead? Paparo flexed his biceps with confidence. He was brimming with self-assurance regarding his ability to teach culinary skills, convinced that in due time, the flower and wine restaurant would nurture yet another remarkable chef. Yes, Chef Paparo, I will strive with all my might. Lilith, why are you crying? Shouldn't you be elated to pursue what you desire? Woohoo! I'm so sorry, Mr. Lynn. I am simply overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of becoming a chef. Do not apologize, you fool. Yes, I'm sorry, Mr. Lynn. I shall amend my ways immediately. After finishing his meal, Lynn briefly met with his former subordinates and reviewed the recent operational status. Finding no issues, he departed from the flower-themed restaurant, pedaling his bicycle towards the sales headquarters of the perfume factory in town. Upon arriving at a building adorned with innovative decorations, Lynn observed a considerable number of people inside, either there to purchase perfume or to inquire about franchise opportunities. It seemed that this perfume was equally in demand. As Lynn stepped inside, a woman clad in professional attire approached him, exclaiming, Boss Lynn. Upon recognizing him, the beautiful woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, and in her exuberance, she rushed towards Lynn. It has been so long, AI Wei. We have all missed you. AI Wei exclaimed joyfully, releasing her embrace around Lynn. Lynn, is Aunt Emile here? Please take me to see her. All right, Boss Lynn, follow me. The company's structure has changed a bit, and Emile's office has relocated. Upon reaching the office hall on the second floor, Wei knocked on the door of a particular office. Emile, Boss Lynn has returned. At the sound of those words, hurried footsteps could be heard from within. With a swift motion, Emile flung open the door, and there stood Lynn. You rascal. You've been completely out of touch during this time. I thought you had fallen victim to pirates. Emile had once sailed the seas as a journalist in the Grand Line. But after the news agency was monopolized by a single powerful faction, he found himself utterly unemployed. Coupled with the chaos of the Great Pirate Era, Emile returned to his hometown, Good Luck Village, for the sake of his safety. Sensing Emile's volatile energy, Wei offered an awkward smile and said, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Lynn, however, paid no heed, as if entering her own abode, and promptly seated herself upon the office sofa. Am I not back alive? She remarked. You should heed my advice and refrain from pursuing that nonsensical bounty hunting. Isn't it far more agreeable to count your earnings here each day until your hands cramp? My apologies, Ammer, but I have obligations that must be fulfilled. In a peaceful world, Lynn would indeed relish such a leisurely existence. However, this is the world of the Pirate King. The seas are rife with marauding pirates, and the Grand Line teems with formidable brigands, while the Navy is not devoid of those who oppress the common folk. Most notably, this world is under the dominion of the celestial dragons, those lofty beings who consider themselves divine, wielding the power to wreak untold destruction. Did you not witness I'm.'s commanding gesture, summoning the holy flame that obliterated the very site of the Lelutia kingdom, leaving behind naught but a charred abyss? With such terrifying entities looming overhead, the aspiration for a blissful existence becomes a distant dream. The Straw Hat lad has returned from his training to find himself amidst an era of chaos, and none can foretell the unimaginable calamities that may befall this world. Thus, Lynn believes it is imperative to compel herself to grow stronger in this perilous reality. Very well, do as you wish. I cannot sway you, Amma sighed resignedly, crossing her long legs adorned with sheer stockings as she settled into her chair. Her lustrous purple locks, paired with a professional attire, exuded an air of sophistication. Fear not, Amma. I am now the renowned Blood Flame Lynn, and I shall not falter. Humph. During my days as a journalist, I encountered many formidable figures of the Grand Line, and those who dared to speak invincibility often met with disastrous ends. And you, Lynn, refrain from calling me Auntie. I am merely 30. Sister would be more appropriate. A large furrow formed on Ammer's forehead as she corrected him. All right, Sister Ammer. It is time to report on the operations concerning the liquor and perfume. Is it not? Now that sounds more like it. In any case, we can expand production and allocate more personnel. Continuing with the previous arrangement where each individual oversees different processes, Lynn stated as she rose. I know what must be done. Yet, I feel an unsettling anxiety. I cannot shake the feeling that expanding production may invite misfortune, hence the plan has been shelved. Our products have already made their way, albeit in small quantities, into the Grand Line, garnering positive responses. Yet, this success brings with it a certain oppressive discomfort. My instincts warn me that increasing output could spell danger for this island. In truth, the East Blue appears relatively tranquil, as Karp's frequent absences have allowed him to clear away the pirates encountered, giving the impression of calm waters. Online assessments of Karp and Sengoku are largely negative, having been influenced by various narratives. For instance, the tale of the Warring States period allegedly targeting pregnant women on Bartolomeo Island is nothing more than a fabrication propagated by marketing entities seeking to amplify their traffic. In truth, the only life lost in that incident was that of Ace's mother, Rouge. A careful examination of the anime reveals this truth to those who do not skip episodes. The operation was conducted to identify suspicious pregnant women, as Rouge had concealed her pregnancy for 20 months. The Navy conducted investigations on the women taken for examination, knowing that the world government possesses formidable technology capable of discerning whether any of them bore Roger's child. In the anime, there exists a scene illustrating that after thorough investigation, the Navy and the world government found no suspicious pregnant women. Upon confirming that Roger had no offspring, the Navy returned the pregnant women to their families on the island. Image. Tragically, Rouge succumbed to exhaustion after giving birth to Ace. This particular scene from the One Piece anime can be found in the flashbacks of the Marineford War. Due to the presence of Karp, the East Blue has not suffered as severely from pirate incursions as other regions. Moreover, Lynn has equipped his own men with some modern weaponry, which is sufficient to face the pirates in the weakest sea. Thus, Lynn feels comparatively secure. However, should the adversaries truly be as formidable as Eimer suggests, hailing from the Grand Line, perhaps becoming a Navy officer and establishing a branch here would be a prudent strategy. Lynn lowered his head in contemplation. Let us follow your suggestion. Indeed, we must regulate the output until we possess the strength to safeguard this wealth, he remarked. That is for the best, Ammer replied, her brow easing as a smile graced her lips. Observing Lynn's figure as he rode away on his bicycle, a sense of emptiness washed over her. Suddenly, Ammer clapped her hands against her face, leaving two faint, stinging imprints. Fool, what are you thinking? Though Lynn appeared tall and mature, he was merely around 15. Once her composure was restored, Ammer returned to her tasks. Meanwhile, in Windmill Village, Karp was flustered, cradling a wailing infant in his arms. That rascal Dragon has bestowed upon me a grandson. Ahaha. Karp's ire towards Dragon for abandoning the Navy began to dissipate. Luffy, I shall surely mold you into an exceptional Navy officer. Just like your father. Ugh, what am I saying? That foolish son of mine. Luffy. Remember this. You must grow up to be a good Navy officer. Upon hearing this, the infant's cries intensified. Yet Karp mistook the wails as a response to his words. And his smile widened. Ha ha ha. Truly, my grandson, with such a strong conviction to become a Navy officer. Time passed in a blend of leisure and training. Occasionally, Kate, Millie, and Papachi would join him in his workouts. During physical training, Lynn noted that Kate showed the most significant improvement among the trio. This lad was exceptional. His determination to grow stronger and his physical capabilities suggested immense potential for the future. Papachi also displayed remarkable skill, adeptly using a slingshot with precision, showcasing potential as a sharpshooter. As for Millie, her strength in physical training lagged behind the other two. While it was true, Lynn couldn't help but admire the earnestness of the little girl striving to keep pace with her companions. He endeavored to find a suitable path for her. Ultimately, Lynn exchanged a wooden sword for her, though his combat style did not revolve around swordsmanship. After a year of battling pirates, most of whom wielded swords, he had acquired a rudimentary understanding of swordplay. The inherent strength of the Pirate King's crew meant that with proper nutrition and diligent training, one could undoubtedly grow stronger. In addition to his training, Lynn embarked on a voyage to the East China Sea, where he sought out a renowned craftsman. Upon hearing Lynn's intentions, the craftsman was momentarily taken aback. "Young man, what purpose do you have in constructing such an unusual vessel?" However, when Lynn unleashed his flames, the seasoned craftsman was initially startled. Yet, after Lynn's elucidation, he swiftly grasped the significance behind the creation of the ship. "Ah, a devil fruit, you say? How intriguing. I shall take on this task." Lynn departed from the forge for a brief moment, and upon his return, he brought back red pine and tungsten steel obtained from the system. The old craftsman's eyes sparkled upon gazing at the dark metallic materials. Could this be tungsten steel? After receiving Lynn's affirmative response, the old craftsman burst into hearty laughter. "Ha ha ha. Rest assured, young man, I pledge my honor that I will create a vessel that will meet your utmost satisfaction. By the way, with your flame's temperature so high, could you assist me in refining this?" Thus, through their combined efforts over the following days, the ship Lynn desired came into existence. This was largely thanks to your flame. Otherwise, it would not have been completed so swiftly. "Young man, I shall not accept payment. Might you consider gifting me these surplus materials?" "Of course, but you must accept some payment in return." Lynn expressed his utmost respect for these skilled artisans. "Ha ha ha. Very well. You are quite the decent fellow. I apologize for my earlier assumption of you as a pirate." "Goodness, do I truly resemble a pirate?" Lynn couldn't help but retort, for he presented himself as a paragon of virtue. After all, the faint aura of malevolence that emanated from Lynn indeed bore a striking resemblance to that of a true pirate, making it quite difficult to escape such a characterization. After Lynn made the payment, he activated the Blood Flame, empowering himself as he effortlessly lifted the newly constructed vessel and set off. He hoped that this ship would endure for a considerable time. "Alas, are the youth of today always in such a hurry?" the old craftsman muttered, before bursting into laughter at the sight of the tungsten steel scattered on the ground. An intriguing thought crossed his mind. Given tungsten's high hardness and low toughness, it was impossible to forge a sword directly from it. However, what if he were to blend it with other materials? Perhaps he could create a fascinating weapon. Alas, this lad has departed too swiftly. Without his flames, I find it exceedingly difficult to work. Meanwhile, Lynn had already mounted his new vessel, the rear jet port spewing flames as it propelled the ship through the waves. It must be said, the old craftsman possessed remarkable skill, having coated the ship's interior with a material that allowed Lynn to channel the flames. This metallic-like substance enabled the flames to be expelled through the jet port, thereby alleviating the burden on the hull. The ship for Lynn's voyage is fully prepared, and the next destination is the Great Sea Route. 10 days have passed. Upon learning of Lynn's departure, a farewell banquet was held at the Flower Wine Tavern on the eve of his journey. "Lynn, please take care," Aunt Amber implored. "I know. Aunt Amber, you've repeated that numerous times. You're even more verbose than my mother." "You scoundrel, Lynn," Amber exclaimed in a flurry of embarrassment, leaping towards him. And soon they were playfully chasing each other. "Ha ha, what a splendid day for a banquet. Cheers." The atmosphere of the gathering was harmonious and filled with joy. The following day, at the coastline, those who could attend came to bid farewell to Lynn, knowing he would be gone for an extended period. "Brother Lynn, I will definitely train hard," Papaki declared. Recently empowered, Kate clasped her hands over her chest and proclaimed, "Brother Lynn, I shall become a hero capable of protecting the village." Millie, clutching a wooden sword, excitedly added, "Me too." Lilith, though somewhat timid in the face of so many, mustered her courage to shout, "Mr. Lynn, I will also strive to become a competent chef before your return. Although Amber had a multitude of words to express, she ultimately spoke gently. Lynn, please take care of yourself. Hey, I'm just going on a journey to the Great Sea route. Why does it feel like a farewell of life and death? Lynn chuckled. And while I'm away, be cautious of pirates. I would rather not return to find your graves. Humph, don't underestimate us, Lynn. The muscular chef brigade, led by Paparot, began to flex their robust muscles in a rather embarrassing display, causing Lynn to feel a slight sting in his eyes. Farewell, everyone. Lynn ignited flames beneath her feet, and the jet at the stern of the ship erupted in a blaze, propelling the vessel to vanish instantaneously from the onlooker's sight. 2 days later, in the town of Rogue in the East Sea. Boss, pack all your buns for me. Lynn sampled a few and found them delightful. Thus he decided to purchase them all for his journey. At that moment, the proprietor wore an expression of disbelief. Dear sir, do you truly believe you can consume all of this alone? It would be quite wasteful, especially in this era of piracy when many struggle to get by. However, thanks to the protection of the naval branch in Logue Town, the conditions here were somewhat better than elsewhere. Rest assured, my appetite is insatiable, Lynn assured him. He then produced a substantial stack of belly, leaving the proprietor without further argument. Eagerly, he hastened to package the buns for Lynn, fearful of any change of heart. Thank you for your patronage. We look forward to your return. Lynn, this boss is rather intriguing. After paying, Lynn took the steamed buns and departed from the scene. The owner stood there, incredulous. Had he truly achieved the remarkable feat of closing up shop just moments after opening? Oh no. Ha ha ha. Shout all you want. No one will come, beautiful lady. Rather than follow such a weak and inept boyfriend, it would be far better to accompany me. The burly pirate chuckled wickedly as he reached out. Meanwhile, on the ground, a disheveled man struggled against 2 pirates pinning him down, desperate to break free. Lynn, run. No. As that rough hand, calloused and coarse, drew near, the girl bit fiercely at the pirate who had been harassing her. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The imposing figure, presumably the leader of the pirates, quickly withdrew his hand. Damn it. How dare you resist me, you second-hand trash. He then raised his hand to deliver a sharp slap. All right, since you two are so in love, let me just, ha ha ha. Hey, you two, keep an eye on this man, don't let him blink. Yes, Captain. The girl was seized from behind by a pirate, rendered powerless to resist. The man on the ground, filled with despair, cried out, No, please. I'll give you money. Just let Lynn go. His anguished pleas did nothing to deter the burly man. Instead, they seemed to ignite a twisted excitement within him. Help! Is there anyone who can save us? The man shouted to the heavens, met only with boundless hopelessness. The 2 pirates holding him down chuckled mockingly. This is the fate of the powerless. Without strength, one can only become a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just as events veered into an unsettling direction, an unforeseen change occurred. The street was suddenly engulfed in flames. Hey, Captain, what is that behind you? The 3 lackeys gazed in terror at the fiery, blood-red flames that had unexpectedly appeared, their smiles fading, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Upon hearing his subordinate's words and feeling the heat emanating from behind, the burly man turned to look. The flames embraced him in a fiery hug, completely igniting his form. Ah, water, water. The same 3 voices echoed in panic. Within moments, silence enveloped the scene. At that moment, a deep, resonant footfall echoed through the alley, and Lynn appeared, clad in a gray-brown trench coat and a cowboy hat, standing tall at 6 feet. Oddly, the direction indicated by the execution platform pointed this way, yet it led to a dead end. Lynn examined the Rogertown map she had just purchased from the store. Is it true that you acquired this map from a shop named Gwen's General Store? Upon noticing Lynn, the man, freshly escaped from a perilous encounter with pirates, appeared visibly shaken. After the demise of 4 marauders, he hurriedly assisted a frightened girl to her feet, her face etched with terror, uncertain whether it stemmed from the pirates themselves or their lifeless bodies. Indeed, Lynn replied, you must proceed in the opposite direction. That store has a batch of defective items, and it is likely you have acquired one. How do you know this so well? He inquired. Well, I happen to be the son of the store's proprietor. Lynn, shall I conjure a ball of ghostly flames for this fellow as well? We are immensely grateful for your assistance. Please allow us to express our appreciation properly. At the very least, let us treat you to a meal. The man clasped his girlfriend's hand and knelt in gratitude. It was only then that the girl emerged from her state of terror, relaxing and suddenly feeling drained. Tears streamed down her face as she bowed her head in thanks, exclaiming, "Thank you. Thank you for saving us. No need for such formality, came the reply. Lynn spoke with an icy demeanor before turning to depart. His current objective was to locate Roger's execution platform. This was the very place where the opening animation unfolded, the inception of his dreams. Having made the rare journey to Rogue Town, it would indeed be a pity not to explore. Tap, tap, tap. Not long after Lynn departed, a contingent of naval officers clad in white uniforms made their appearance. Are you all right? They inquired. We were patrolling nearby when we heard the cries of anguish. Soon, the naval officers discovered several charred corpses of pirates lying on the ground. The faces of these pirates remained contorted in agony, a sight that sent shivers down the spines of the officers. As Lynn traversed in the opposite direction indicated on the map, the landscape before him began to widen. He gazed upon the towering platform ahead, the very site where the infamous pirate king Gold. Roger met his demise. Rogue Town earned its reputation as the town of beginnings and endings, for it was here that Roger was born, and here that his life ultimately concluded. Ahead, a throng of people surged in a bustling wave. Lynn couldn't help but exclaim that this town has become an obligatory stop for every pirate venturing into the Grand Line. Even ordinary vessels passing by would make a point to enter and witness the sight of the Pirate King's demise. It was here that the legendary opening dialogue of the Pirate King was first unveiled. Lynn regrettably realized that he had only regained his memory the year the Pirate King was executed. Otherwise, he would have certainly come to witness the event. After a leisurely stroll, Lynn departed from the execution grounds. It must be said that Rogue Town is indeed vast and a splendid destination for travel. Here, Lynn beheld Usopp in a duel with the former Navy colonel, Daddy, showcasing his remarkable marksmanship with the precision of a bird in flight. He also traversed the street where Smoker had been inadvertently struck by an ice cream cone thrown by a little girl. At times, embarking on such a journey within the world of One Piece seems quite delightful. Hey, are you seeing this correctly? Are you certain that individual is the Blood Flame Lynn? Several shadowy figures stealthily trailed Lynn from a distance. The pirate who spoke bore a menacing scar across his face and was brimming with explosive muscle, particularly emphasized by the formidable cutlass he wielded, glinting with lethal intent. Boss, it can't be mistaken. I witnessed him slay my former captain with my very own eyes, replied a young man with short black hair. Ha! I was just contemplating how to make a name for myself on the seas. And here comes someone to serve me a pillow just as I was about to doze off. Come, lads. Let us vanquish this bounty hunter and make our name resound across the ocean. The pirates licked their blades with bloodthirsty fervor, their faces twisted with malice. Brothers, kill. Meanwhile, the young pirate who had encountered Lynn before quietly retreated behind the others as they charged forward. These fools can't comprehend human speech. I distinctly warned them that this bounty hunter is perilous, yet they insist on dragging me along. I have no desire to meet my demise. It seems I shall need to find a new captain. Next time, I must join a pirate crew led by a captain of higher intellect. He turned to face the menacing pirate crew advancing towards him. Lynn spoke, hold on a moment. Upon hearing this, the band of pirates truly came to a halt. Are you pirates? What is your bounty? Ha! Listen well, for I am a notorious pirate with a bounty of 3,800,000 berries. Upon realizing he was addressing a mere group of riffraff, Lynn's fiery aura flickered momentarily before he turned to leave. Hey, kid, don't look down on us. Captain, you're on fire. Ah, help? I'm on fire too. It turned out that Lynn, unbeknownst to him, had unleashed his powers, causing flames to spread and ignite the pirates instantly. With a bounty of only 3 million berries, he deemed it unworthy of his personal attention, especially when the naval base was still some distance away. As Lynn's composed figure departed, the pirates were engulfed in a sea of flames, their anguished cries echoing in the air. Meanwhile, a young pirate who had fled some distance away glanced back, his expression shifting dramatically. Perhaps I should just go home. The sea is far too perilous. No, I cannot return like this. The villagers will label me a coward. On that day, the inhabitants of Rogue Town were plunged into a state of panic, unable to sleep through the night. A rumor swiftly spread across the town. The three-headed hound from hell had appeared in Rogue Town, and anyone who locked eyes with it would endure excruciating torment before death. Some claimed to have witnessed the charred remains of those who had perished, their bodies blackened, particularly their faces, which bore the contorted expressions of their final agony. Why is Rogue Town in such disarray? There are pirates everywhere. I recall that in the original story, there weren't nearly this many. Even if there were pirates, they wouldn't dare cause trouble in a town guarded by the Navy, Lynn pondered. Today, he had encountered numerous nefarious pirates, all of whom he had dealt with decisively. Soon, Lynn understood that Rogue Town was not currently under the watchful eye of Smoker, the formidable gatekeeper. Smoker, having consumed the smoke for it, was virtually invincible in the East Blue, a region devoid of hockey, and was greatly feared by pirates. He was also regarded as a diligent Navy officer, tirelessly capturing pirates, earning him the moniker of the White Hunter. It was said that, despite having an unlimited future within the Navy headquarters, his bluntness and lack of social grace had offended his superiors, or perhaps he had committed some transgression, resulting in his demotion to the base in Rogue Town. However, the exact reasons remained shrouded in mystery. No one knew why someone with a natural devil fruit, destined for greatness at headquarters, would be assigned to this weakest of seas. Is everyone in Rogue Town so early to bed? Lynn mused, wandering the suddenly desolate streets after returning from a stroll by the sea, looking utterly perplexed. Oh well. I browsed enough. It's time to head back to the inn. Sir, are you all right? Come inside quickly. Don't wander about. Get to bed early. Upon entering the inn, the proprietor cast a quick glance outside before hastily shutting the door. The girl beside him wore an expression of thrill, exclaiming, "Hee, big brother. I've heard that a terrifying hellhound has appeared outside. Anyone who meets its gaze will be reduced to ashes, their faces forever etched with anguish. I truly wish to see what that hellhound looks like." Sensing something amiss in the innkeeper's tone, Lynn fell silent upon hearing the girl's words. He then removed his hat, revealing his handsome visage, and smiled at the girl, saying, "Perhaps it looks something like me." "That can't be. Big brother, you are far too handsome to be a hellhound." The girl pouted, shaking her head. "Ha ha ha, young lad. You truly have a knack for humor. If the hellhound resembled you, the girls in town would be clamoring for it." The innkeeper jested. As dawn broke, Lynn stood at the harbor, the sea breeze caressing his face like a cool, ethereal goddess, imparting a refreshing sensation. "Set sail. Hoist the sails." Lynn inexplicably produced a small boat, placing it upon the surface of the sea. Nearby, a fisherman, engaged in inspecting his equipment and preparing to set sail for a fishing expedition, was momentarily taken aback by Lynn's seemingly magical act. Surely I must still be dreaming. How could one conjure a vessel from thin air? As the fisherman rubbed his eyes and opened them again, a brilliant flash of crimson erupted beside him. He stood there, dumbfounded, watching Lynn's flaming boat disappear into the horizon, until the cold sea spray that splashed onto his face jolted him back to reality. Ha, he chuckled nervously. Perhaps it would be wise to take a day off and consult a doctor. Not only was his vision impaired, but even his sense of touch seemed awry. Keep searching. Everyone. This individual must be the bounty hunter Lynn, whom the Warring States General seeks to recruit. Should I manage to locate him, a promotion and a raise might be within my grasp. The current base commander of Rogue Town exclaimed excitedly. The charred remains of the pirates from yesterday served as undeniable evidence of Flame Lynn's arrival in this town. Little did he know, Lynn had once again slipped past the naval recruitment orders of the Warring States Marshal. After departing Rogue Town, Lynn piloted his fiery vessel to Reverse Mountain, navigating through the tumultuous currents of the sea. The currents of the four seas converge at Reverse Mountain, ultimately flowing into the Grand Line. The Grand Line and Reverse Mountain intertwined like two overlapping rings. Upon entering the Grand Line, returning to the four seas would require either scaling the mountain or traversing the world government's passage. Of course, if one possessed the audacity of the clique pirates. Venturing through the doldrums could also be an option, though it relied heavily on fortune. A misfortune of encountering sea kings could lead to a swift demise. In the initial stretch, upon entering the Grand Line from Reverse Mountain, 7 routes are available to choose from. Once a route is selected, it cannot be altered, regardless of the chosen path. All points lead towards Fishman Island, from where one must reach Sabati Archipelago to coat the ship with the resin of the Yarlquaman tree. Beyond Fishman Island lies the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. The New World, a grand stage rife with competing powers. Big Mom, Kaido, the future red-haired Shanks, and Whitebeard. With his current abilities, navigating the Grand Line alone should pose no significant challenge, despite his lack of experience as a navigator. Having watched One Piece, Lynn was well aware of the nature of the Grand Line, where the weather is notoriously unpredictable. One moment, the sun may shine brightly, only for hail or torrential rain to follow in the next instant, showcasing the capriciousness of its climate. Lynn retrieved the record pointer from his pocket, a trinket acquired in Rogue Town. It resembled a small disc, encased in a transparent, pale green glass dome. Though he had no aspirations of becoming the Pirate King, the record pointer assured him he would not fear losing his way upon the vast ocean. As his thoughts meandered, the flame vessel soared upward, carried by an ascending current. Propelled towards the summit of the Red Earth continent by the strange undercurrents below. 2 hours later, Lynn finally traversed the peculiar currents and entered the Grand Line. In the realm of anime, the Straw Hat crew arrived instantaneously. In reality, this journey would consume a considerable amount of time. Were it not for Lynn's use of the flame boat to hasten their voyage, the duration of their navigation would have likely been even longer. The expanse of Red Line is quite vast, and what perplexed Lynn was the absence of habitation on such a substantial landmass, save for the celestial dragon people. It seemed rather wasteful to leave such a large territory unoccupied. As he flowed into the Grand Line, the Twin Cape emerged before him. Speaking of this lighthouse, its keeper is a devoted gentleman named Coloccus. He has faithfully watched over the whale lagoon for the sake of a promise made with the Rumbar Pirates, a musical traveling troupe. In his quest to find the long-lost Rumbar Pirates, Coloccus accepted Roger's invitation to become his ship's doctor, thereby alleviating Roger's terminal illness. Upon sighting the lighthouse, Lynn's eyes sparkled with excitement. He steered the flame boat towards it and soon beheld Coloccus, whose hair resembled blooming petals, sporting a black beard, and reading a newspaper through his glasses at the front of the lighthouse. When Coloccus observed Lynn leaping from the flame boat, he noticed that the vessel had vanished into thin air. Initially unfazed, he turned back to his newspaper with nonchalance. However, realization struck him as he widened his eyes in astonishment. The ship had indeed disappeared. Although he had weathered numerous tempests in the New World, he had never encountered an individual wielding two distinct powers. After all, even the users of devil fruits could typically consume only one fruit. As Lynn navigated the vessel, flames enveloped him, and coupled with the ship's inexplicable ability to vanish, one could certainly consider this a manifestation of two extraordinary powers. "My dear young man, you are quite remarkable," remarked Coloccus as Lynn approached. "Sir, may I inquire if you have ever encountered a crew known as the Twin Dragon Pirates?" While speaking, Lynn produced a beautifully packaged bottle of white liquor and extended it towards him. Coloccus's eyes sparkled at the sight of the unfamiliar drink. He accepted it, uncapped the bottle, and inhaled its aroma before indulging in a sip without hesitation. "My young friend, this liquor is truly exceptional. It must come with a hefty price tag," he exclaimed. "This is called white liquor, produced in a village named Good Fortune in the East Sea. I spent a considerable sum to acquire just a few bottles." "Haha, what an intriguing drink. It surpasses any liquor I have previously tasted in potency." Lynn remained unhurried, gracefully gesturing with his left hand, causing a table laden with steaming delicacies to materialize in the open space. "Young man, you are quite courteous. If I were to remain silent, it would indeed reflect poorly on me as an elder, suggesting a lack of respect for my guest." Coloccus, without hesitation, took a portion of chicken leg rice from the spread and began to indulge in it. "The flavor," he exclaimed, "is exquisite." Lynn retrieved a chair from her spatial ring and settled herself, gazing at the distant sea vista as she awaited the older gentleman to finish his meal. After indulging to his heart's content, Coloccus let out a satisfied belch. It was the most delectable fare he had savored in years. Ever since the dissolution of the Roger Pirates and their subsequent paths diverging, he had not enjoyed a meal so liberally. As for the Double Dragon Pirates, Coloccus shook his head. "I have not encountered them." Lynn felt a tinge of disappointment, yet he gleaned some information. It seemed that this band of pirates had neither been annihilated by rival crews nor apprehended by the Navy. Perhaps they still lingered in the West Sea. Regardless of the possibility, Lynn understood that joining the Navy was the most effective means to acquire intelligence on the Dragon Pirates. "Ah, my apologies, young man. Despite your kindness in treating this old fellow to an unforgettable meal, I find myself unable to assist you." He chuckled. "There, you are still quite youthful. At least not to the extent of being gray-haired as depicted in the original tale." "Haha, you certainly know how to flatter," the young man replied. "By the way, do you have a specific reason for seeking out the Dragon Pirates?" "My family fell victim to this pirate crew." Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere thickened, enveloped in an uneasy silence. "Forgive me, young man, for bringing up your sorrowful past. Nonetheless, I shall keep an eye out for any news regarding that pirate crew. Here is my snail phone number. Feel free to reach out to me periodically." Coloccus scribbled down his number, which Lynn accepted with gratitude. "Thank you, sir. No need for thanks. After all, I have been unable to aid you and have wasted your meal." He smiled. "You may call me Coloccus. By the way, do you possess the ability of hockey?" "Hockey? What is that?" Lynn was naturally aware of the concept of hockey. Yet it struck him as peculiar that someone who had never ventured beyond the East Sea could possess knowledge of such a phenomenon, which had only recently surfaced in the New World. Indeed, it appeared that the young man had just emerged from the Four Seas. Kuroka's wore a contemplative expression. Perhaps your current strength is formidable, allowing you to navigate the initial phases with ease, but in the latter part of the New World, the absence of haki can make survival exceedingly challenging. Kuroka's himself was a powerful individual, having once fought alongside the Roger pirates against the Whitebeard pirates for 3 consecutive days and nights without a clear victor, and he had even employed a spear to vanquish a colossal giant squid. His immense prowess enabled him to sense the aura of strength emanating from Lynn. Very well. Young man, please wait a moment. Just as Kuroka's prepared to share his insights on haki cultivation and his own experiences with it, he paused. Lynn likely never anticipated that her simple act of caring for this solitary elder would bestow upon her the method for cultivating the observation haki. However, within the ranks of the Roger pirates, such occurrences are quite commonplace. They are a band of individuals unshackled by convention, living freely and whimsically. Suddenly, the surface of the sea began to tremble, and an immense shadow surged forth from the depths, eclipsing the sun. It was, unmistakably, a colossal whale, its head marred by countless scars, resembling a great mountain. As the whale thrust its head above the water, it accelerated towards the nearby red land. Hey, Laboon, you're not about to start harming yourself again, are you? A thunderous sound erupted as the mountain of the red land was struck. Witnessing this chaos, Kuroka's rushed towards Laboon, his expression one of sheer desperation. In the distance, a dark cove seemed to linger upon the whale's form. I apologize, my friend, but I must intervene to prevent this foolish creature from inflicting harm upon itself. If it is merely to stop his self-destruction, I am more than willing to assist you. Lynn was acutely aware that Kuroka's intended to pass through that door to administer a tranquilizer to Labu. I entrust this to you, he said, his tone devoid of any turbulence. Coupled with the formidable aura emanating from him, it instilled a sense of reassurance in those present. Reflecting on the myriad wonders associated with this man, Kuroka's paused and earnestly requested, "Leave it to me." With flames erupting from his form, Lynn vanished in an instant, leaving only a wisp of dispersing smoke in his wake. Labu was relentlessly colliding with the Red Earth continent, yearning to return to the West Sea in search of the Lumba pirate crew. The impetus for this was Kuroka's acquisition of reliable intelligence indicating that someone had witnessed the crew departing from the Grand Line and entering the doldrums. Kuroka's had also conveyed this information to Labu, the whale capable of comprehending human speech. The outcome was that Labu refused to believe the Lumba pirate crew had abandoned him. He was determined that if he could breach this wall, he would undoubtedly reunite with them. Fueled by this conviction, Labu continued his assault on the Red Earth continent. Undeterred by the injuries he sustained in the process, Lynn approached Lab, momentarily suspended in the air, before retracting the flames in his hands. Empowered by the blood flames that enhanced his physical form, he unleashed a devastating punch directed squarely at Lab. However, just as Lynn was about to make contact, that fist, brimming with formidable energy, came to an abrupt halt. What followed was utterly astonishing. Lynn ceased his assault, yet the residual force of the attack rippled through the air. An invisible wave expanded above Lab's head, causing the atmosphere to shimmer slightly. Before long, the colossal figure of Lab succumbed to slumber, akin to a baby lulled by a soothing lullaby, leaving only the tumultuous waves on the surface of the sea to ripple outward. Kuroka's, witnessing this scene, exclaimed, "Is this what you call having a plan?" Observing the anxious expression on Kuroka's face, Lynn flickered back, extinguishing the flames enveloping him. He was unscathed. "I merely induced a momentary disorientation with my power, and he shall awaken shortly. You may seize this opportunity to administer the sedative." Kuroka's naturally sensed the formidable force coalescing within Lynn's recent strike, potent enough to vanquish Labu. Yet, he merely tempered his strength, utilizing the shockwave to disorient Labu, who remained in a hazy state of semi-consciousness, bound to collide once more with the Red Earth in due course. Simultaneously, Kuroka's couldn't help but feel a burgeoning curiosity towards this young man. How was he able to wield his power with such adeptness? Regardless, thank you, my friend. With Lynn's assistance, he could more effectively apply the sedative. Upon finishing his words, Kuroka's hurried towards the door at Labu's side. As he opened the door and stepped inside, he discovered that Lynn had followed him. Uncle Kuroka's, will making such a large incision in this whale not lead to its demise? Do not underestimate me. After all, I am a physician of considerable skill. Could you enlighten me about this whale? It seems to harbor something valuable on the other side of the red earth, Lynn inquired, adhering to the procedure. At this, Karokas began to reminisce. Lynn patiently listened as the Rumbar pirates encountered a solitary young whale named Labu amidst a pod of whales. They discovered that this little whale had an immense fondness for music, and the crew found themselves equally enamored with it. Labu, an exceptionally intelligent creature, became a companion to the Rumbar pirates. Concerned for Labu's safety in the unpredictable waters of the Grand Line, the captain of the Rumbar pirates decided to leave Labu at Twin Cape, requesting Kurakasu to care for it for 3 years. However, as the years passed without any word from the Rumbar pirates, Kurakasu eventually learned that they had departed from the Grand Line. Having watched One Piece, Lynn was well aware that the so-called departure of the Rumbar pirates from the Grand Line was merely a result of Captain Stampede Yorkie and several crew members succumbing to a plague, leaving their mission in the hands of Brook and the remaining crew as they sailed away through the calm belt. In a sense, Kurakasu's information was not incorrect. The Rumbar pirates had indeed left the Grand Line. Yet, the remaining crew members, who continued their voyage, never forgot their promise to Labu. Ultimately, led by Brook, the remaining members of the Rumbar pirates faced an ambush, resulting in their tragic demise from poisoning, with only Brook, who had consumed the Yomi Yomi no Mi, surviving. As they spoke, the two walked through a brightly lit corridor, turning several corners before arriving at the injection room. Here, a substantial piece of whale meat was visible, and Kurakasu utilized a massive syringe to draw the sedative from a barrel. At that moment, the ground began to tremble violently. Just as Lynn had predicted, Labu was on the verge of awakening. Labu was about to wake up. I must act quickly. Kurakasu plunged the enormous syringe, anchored to the ground, into the exposed flesh of the whale. Soon, the violent shaking subsided, allowing Kurakasu to breathe a sigh of relief. Uncle Kurakasu, continuously administering sedatives is not a viable solution. I am aware, but there are no other alternatives, he replied, momentarily taken aback before turning to Lynn with a glimmer of hope. Do you perhaps have a solution? Through their brief interaction, Kurakasu had come to understand some of Lynn's composed nature. If he were not confident, he would not have voiced his thoughts. Initially, Kurakasu had agreed to look after Labu merely out of obligation, but as time passed and he watched Labu grow, he developed a bond akin to that of a father and son. Lynn nodded, of course. Upon hearing this, Kalokas was filled with joy. If it truly could prevent Lab from inflicting harm upon itself, I would be sure to express my heartfelt gratitude. The effects of the tranquilizer had not yet waned when Lab began to thrash once more, attempting to break through the barrier that separated it from its companions on the Crimson Continent. At that moment, Lynn appeared before it. Hello, foolish whale, do you remember me? Lynn appeared, her tone laced with mockery, exuding an air of arrogance. Upon recognizing her as the human who had previously struck him, Labu scolded himself for his foolishness with a look that invited further disdain, and in a fit of rage, he charged towards Lynn. Lynn tempered his strength and immediately engaged in a back-and-forth battle with Labu. As the sun set in the west, the sky was adorned with a splendid twilight. Both Labu and Lynn ceased their combat. Lynn lay on the ground, feigning exhaustion, while Lab, equally drained, stared vacantly at the human with whom it had been engaged in a spirited exchange. Lynn chose to follow the original storyline to engage with Labu. You are called Labu, aren't you? The colossal whale responded with a sound, signifying its acknowledgement. I accept you. You are not a foolish whale, but a formidable being, much like myself. Am I not powerful? Upon my return, let us engage in a match once more. Shall we determine our victor then? The whale Labu, brimming with excitement, vocalized its agreement, indicating that it had no fear of the challenge. I accept your challenge, provided you do not continue to harm yourself. What say you? If you can abide by this, I may assist you in locating the Rumbar pirates as well. Lynn unleashed a bomb, initially aiming at the lab of the Rumbar pirates, with Lynn's promise in hand. There was no reason for Lab to object, and he hurriedly called out several times, declaring that he would no longer crash into the Red Soul continent. Upon witnessing the resolution of the matter, Kurakasu approached with a smile, giving Lynn a thumbs up. Lynn, my friend, I owe you a significant favor. Through their conversation, Kurakasu learned Lynn's name. Not at all, dear Uncle Kurakasu. You have bestowed upon me the invaluable method for cultivating observation hockey. I have merely done something trivial in return. Earlier, while attending to Lab, after administering a sedative, Kurakasu had shared the cultivation method for observation hockey with Lynn, particularly through the invaluable diary of insights he had penned during his own training. This treasure is irreplaceable and meticulously detailed, far surpassing the teachings of that mediocre minter who persistently nagged behind you. In the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh unconsciously sneezed, commenting, "It seems I am getting old." A mere breeze brings on a sneeze. He chuckled, "My observation hockey is merely at a mediocre level. It is a pity I lack armament hockey, otherwise I would gladly share that with you as well. Alas, I am aging, and these relics will only accompany me to my grave. However, I can recommend someone. That old fellow was my former first mate. I have heard he is currently in Sabaody, and he is quite the wine enthusiast. Simply present him with a fine bottle of today's best wine, and you shall learn the ways of armament hockey, to ensure everything is in order. I will write you a recommendation letter along with his portrait before you depart. Thank you, Uncle Kurakasu." Lynn expressed his heartfelt gratitude, surprised to have obtained a method for learning observation hockey right at the outset of his journey. Although he was not particularly inclined to seek out that individual at the moment, it was a gesture of goodwill, and Lynn graciously acknowledged it. Perhaps, should he struggle to find a worthy teacher in the future, this letter of introduction would serve him well in reaching Rayleigh. Let us set aside that topic for now. You have truly worked hard today. It is important to note that Lynn's strength is unfathomable, and it was indeed a challenge for him to restrain his power while battling Lab. Let us feast. It has been ages since I felt such joy. Kurakasu draped an arm around Lynn's shoulder and led him to the campfire, where a colossal sea beast was being roasted. It turned out that while Lynn was engaged in combat with Lab, Kurakasu had gone fishing. Lynn extracted a variety of spices from his spatial ring and sprinkled them generously over the dish. Instantly, a richer aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing Kalokas to the point of salivation. Observing the seasonings in Lynn's hands, Kalokas hesitated, almost voicing his desire, but ultimately refrained from speaking. How he yearned for those flavors. Although the banquet consisted solely of the two of them, a man and a whale, the atmosphere was remarkably harmonious. Burp. After savoring a bite of sea beast meat and taking a swig of white wine, Kalokas wore a look of utter satisfaction. "By the way, Lynn, I noticed you entered the Grand Line alone. Where are your crew? And why have I not seen your pirate flag? Has it been stowed away?" The amiable ambience dissipated entirely with the sudden utterance of Kalokas's question. The cola that Lynn was drinking caught in his throat, prompting him to cough it out hurriedly. Noticing Lynn's unusual reaction to his words, Kalokas was momentarily taken aback. "Lynn, aren't you a pirate?" he inquired. "Absolutely not," Lynn clarified. And it was only after his explanation that Kalokas realized he had made a significant misunderstanding. "Pray tell, Kalokas, did you think I was a pirate all along?" Lynn took another sip of his cola. Cough, cough. "I cannot be blamed for that. Your malevolent aura is simply too overwhelming. It's evident you are no good person," Kalokas replied, sheepishly averting his gaze. "I have often said, how could there be a pirate in this day and age who is so courteous and kind-hearted? The pirates I have encountered recently, upon entering the Grand Line, have taken to bullying an elderly man like myself without a shred of decorum, either firing cannons or brandishing guns." It dawned on Kalokas that he had mistakenly believed he had encountered pirates akin to the Roger pirates, who sailed purely for adventure, only to realize he had misjudged Lynn entirely. He was, in fact, not a pirate at all. "Ha ha ha. I truly apologize," Kalokas said, chuckling. This misunderstanding was not entirely Kalokas's fault. Lynn's aura was indeed reminiscent of a pirate's. "Hey, Lynn, given the atmosphere, why not consider becoming the Pirate King?" Kalokas suggested. "Whether intentionally or not." "Haha, I was merely jesting. Please do not take it to heart." Lynn, unfazed, exchanged his cup for a new one and remarked, "I have no interest in becoming a pirate." "Is that so? How unfortunate. If you were to embrace the life of a pirate, you might very well attract a multitude of followers." Kalokas's words were not mere frivolity. He genuinely sensed an allure within Lynn reminiscent of Roger, a charisma that beckoned others to follow. Lynn did not intend to squander this opportunity for gathering intelligence. He gleaned a wealth of information about the notorious pirates of the Grand Line from Kalokas, as well as some amusing anecdotes from their voyages. "Laboon, do you enjoy music?" Noticing Laboon's keen interest in the conversation between him and Kalokas, Lynn wished to give this silent giant a sense of involvement. Its sheer size was quite imposing. Otherwise, they could share a meal together. Perhaps, in the future, he could procure a Zoan-type devil fruit for it. However, consuming a devil fruit would curse one with the inability to swim, rendering the body as heavy as lead upon entering the sea. A whale that had eaten a devil fruit and could not swim sounded rather peculiar. "Ah," Laboon responded, indicating its fondness for music. Subsequently, Lynn retrieved a violin from his spatial ring and began to play beneath the moonlight of the Grand Line. Having possessed a modicum of musical knowledge in his previous life, he let forth a lively and melodious tune that resonated throughout Twin Cape. Laboon's eyes glistened with moisture, evoking memories of its time with the Rumbar pirates. It had been far too long since it had heard such enchanting sounds. Laboon emitted cheerful cries and accompaniment and swam gracefully toward the distant sea, dancing beneath the crescent moon. As the music reached its crescendo, the massive tail splashed through the water, propelling its great form into the air, creating a breathtaking tableau against the moonlit sky. Thank you, Laboon. It has been ages since I have felt such joy. Observing his long-nurtured son regain its former vivacity brought tears to Coloca's eyes, unbidden. The music continued to play until the depths of night before finally ceasing. The following day, Lynn was set to embark on his journey anew. His next endeavor was to carve his name into the annals of the Grand Line and earn the trust of the Navy, which would grant him greater authority. After a night of contemplation, Lynn resolved to join the Navy, whether for intelligence on the Dragon Pirates or to protect Barbary Island. This affiliation with the Navy would prove to be the most advantageous. Lynn left an abundance of provisions, including grains, oils, seasonings, and rice, along with daily necessities. For the elderly man, Coloca's exclaimed that the generosity was excessive and quite astonishing. Lynn comprehended that this trivial matter held little significance. In comparison to the rewards gleaned from Coloca's, such as the insights into the observation hockey and its cultivation, this was vastly inferior. Rab, having been enchanted by the melodious performances of this talented musician at last night's concert, felt an immense reluctance at Lynn's departure, persistently vocalizing its discontent. Lynn had no choice but to perform another piece, which finally brought him a sense of tranquility. All right, Lab, it's time for young Lynn to set sail. We must not burden him. Let us bid him farewell together. After handing the letter of introduction and the portrait to Lynn, Coloca's turned to Lab and spoke. As Lynn accepted the items and glanced at the portrait, he couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. Uncle Coloca's, are you certain this isn't a torn piece from a bounty notice featuring Rayleigh's likeness? After bidding farewell to a person and a whale, Lynn set sail on the flame boat, soon vanishing from the surface of the sea. Observing Lynn's disappearing figure, Coloca's crossed his arms over his waist and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "What an amusing fellow! It has been a long time since I felt such joy." Especially due to Labu's antics. Labu also chirped in agreement. "Labu, you must live well from now on, finally. I won't have to spend my funds on materials for creating the calming agent. My pension has been entirely depleted on you." Labu lowered his head, a look of innocence on his face, signifying his remorse. "Haha, I'm just joking. I harbor no blame towards you. Do not feel guilty." 3 months later, on Grass Valley Island, which had devolved into a haven for pirates. This island once housed a naval branch, now reduced to ruins. Various illicit trades, including slavery and arms, flourished here, for formidable pirate crews united to eliminate the naval presence and seize control of the island. Attempts by the Navy to dispatch warships for a crackdown resulted in either a humiliating retreat or total annihilation, showcasing the strength of these 4 pirate factions. Even Sengoku found himself in a quandary, as the Navy's resources were alarmingly scarce. In an era where pirates were rampant, chaos reigned in every corner. Especially in the New World, where vigilance against the Bigmum pirates and Whitebeard was paramount, leaving no room to address the pirates of Grass Valley Town. Admiral Sengoku. The pirates from Grass Valley Town destroyed yet another settlement yesterday, plundering its wealth while the station Navy suffered numerous casualties. According to eyewitness reports, they also abducted women and children from the island. Yet, the situation worsened as the transponder snail delivered more grim news. Report to Admiral Sengoku, the G5 branch stationed in the New World has been attacked by the Iron Blood Pirates. The base commander is severely injured and requests assistance. The branches of the Grand Line are all prefixed with G. Borsellino happens to be nearby. I will dispatch him immediately for support. Damn those rascally pirates, wreaking havoc everywhere. Our Navy is dreadfully understaffed. We must urgently recruit fresh blood. Sengoku's brow furrowed, clearly burdened as a substitute admiral. Meanwhile, 2 vice admirals with powerful Logia-type devil fruits, Akiji and Akainu, were dispatched to the seas, tirelessly pursuing pirates. Even if we were to recruit new personnel now, extensive training would be required, as noted by the aide. Suru. Sengoku felt a sense of helplessness. The Navy faced immense challenges against the rampant pirates, struggling to allocate sufficient manpower. Report, Admiral Sengoku. A naval officer rushed in. The bounty hunter you asked me to keep an eye on has surfaced. A marine has spotted a man engulfed in blood-red flames, sailing on a peculiar ship across the sea, and his current course appears to be directed towards Grass Valley Island. The bounty hunter has unexpectedly arrived at the Grand Line, which explains his absence from the East Blue. Although he possesses a certain level of strength now, facing 4 pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, is undoubtedly a formidable challenge. Sengoku promptly contacted the nearby naval forces at Grass Valley Island, urging them to launch an offensive to support the bounty hunter. Report, Admiral Sengoku. Vice Admiral Karp's ship has entered the Grand Line. Karp, you old rascal, returning now, Sengoku exclaimed as he hastily made a call to Karp, showering him with affectionate reprimands. Meanwhile, Karp, munching on rice crackers, was no stranger to such scoldings. He chuckled heartily, pondering that his old comrade was once again acting irrationally. Ever since Dragon inexplicably brought back a grandson, Karp found himself frequently returning to visit the child. At times, he mused about his seemingly dull son, who, unbeknownst to him, was leading a rather extravagant life outside, having yet to meet his own daughter-in-law. However, Dragon had finally accomplished something noteworthy, granting the old man the joy of a grandchild in his twilight years. After a fit of roaring, Sengoku inquired about Karp's location and urged him to coordinate with the nearby navy to obtain a permanent log post pointing to Grass Valley Island. Has that fellow made it to the Grand Line? Very well, I'll head over, Karp replied, his expression growing serious upon hearing that Lynn intended to confront the so-called pirates' nest at Grass Valley Island solo. If he could be persuaded to join the navy and trained well, he might emerge as another admiral. Naturally, Karp did not wish to see him perish there. The young man was excessively arrogant, daring to venture alone to a place known as the pirates' nest. Of course, Karp was hardly in a position to criticize. If anyone were reckless, it would be him, the Navy's most notorious hothead. As he spoke, he ordered the ship to change course, heading directly towards Grass Valley Island. Karp's choice to return via the route near Grass Valley was no mere coincidence. It seemed he had long been intent on resolving the pirate threat in that area while returning to the Navy headquarters. Otherwise, how could one explain the presence of a permanent log post to Grass Valley Town aboard his ship? Grass Valley Island, particularly Grass Valley Town, served as the stronghold for 4 notorious pirates, each with bounties exceeding 100 million, dominating the expansive harbor. Lynn's vessel came to a halt, swiftly capturing the attention of the pirates. Boy, do you know whose territory this is? The band of pirates, initially mired in boredom while guarding the port, was taken by surprise at the sudden intrusion, a welcome distraction from their monotony. Ignoring the ruffians, Lynn disembarked, and the fiery boat behind him vanished into thin air. Had those from the East Sea witnessed such an enigmatic flame, coupled with its inexplicable disappearance, they would have been utterly terrified. However, the pirates of the Grand Line reacted differently. A fleeting look of astonishment crossed their faces before they resumed their bravado. Seeing this stranger disregard them incited immediate fury among the pirates, who raised their pistols, ready to pull the triggers. Lynn, however, exhibited no signs of slowing down. His pace steady and unhurried. Die! The pirates squeezed the triggers, and bullets surged toward Lynn. Just as the projectiles seemed destined to strike, an extraordinary event unfolded. Lynn's figure swayed naturally, and the bullets whizzed past him harmlessly. This audacious individual had evaded their fire, likely a user of a devil fruit ability, prompting the pirates to brandish their blades. What gave them such misplaced confidence that mere knives could harm Lynn? Before they could launch their assault, flames erupted beneath Lynn's feet, spreading across the ground like a fierce tempest. They transformed into lethal spikes that pierced through the bodies of the pirates, eliciting a cacophony of anguished cries. The commotion drew the attention of numerous other pirates. As they arrived to witness their comrades' charred and flame-pierced forms, dread washed over them. Had a dozen pirates perished in an instant? Intruder! Fire! Faced with a barrage of bullets, Lynn displayed not a shred of trepidation. In a breathtaking display, flames engulfed his entire being, coalescing into a resplendent suit of fiery armor. The blood-red flames swirled around him. Blood flame armor. The hail of bullets struck the armor without inflicting even a scratch. Instead, they melted under the intense heat, dripping like evaporating molten metal onto the ground. A monster. Fools. He is also a devil fruit user. Summon the captains. Let me, the indomitable Shedder, hold him off. As he spoke, the yellow-haired pirate at the forefront stepped forward, his form abruptly transforming into a towering, bull-headed humanoid creature. the bright tuft of yellow hair atop his massive head vividly striking. Truly, he was Shetter's right-hand man. Such explosive power radiated from his muscular frame. What a reliable ally. Go forth, Shetter. Eliminate this intruder. The pirates rallied with fervent cheers, embodying the spirited camaraderie of their kind. The treatment I received as an outsider was excessively warm. Accept my token of gratitude, Lynn stated coldly. As she spoke, two short guns formed from flames coalesced in her hands. It was mere bluster. Perish, fool. The brute, Shatter, wielded a massive iron hammer, swinging it with ferocity toward Lynn. In this era, who still engages in close combat. Netherflame bullet. Raising her guns, she unleashed projectiles of deep crimson, dark as the netherworld itself, upon the pirates. At that moment, Lynn seemed to transcend into a being even more formidable than Marco Arrow. The pirate Shatter was the first to be struck by the Netherflame bullet. His body, consumed by the intense heat, was reduced to ashes before he could even utter a scream. The bullet that turned Shatter to cinders did not cease its assault upon hitting its target, but rather continued its relentless trajectory towards the pirates behind. This demonstrated its penetrating nature. With Lynn's overpowering handguns, the Netherflame bullets erupted in succession, leaving the pirates with no avenue of escape. As they too were transformed into heaps of ash, scattered upon the ground. Perhaps, after nourishing this land, it shall yield even greater bounty next year. Not far from Grass Valley Town, a naval warship lay anchored, its crew gazing in astonishment at the bounty hunter Lynn, who single-handedly decimated all the pirates. The blood-red flames were indeed those of the bounty hunter Lynn, summoned by the fleet admiral for assistance. Major Water, shall we intervene? Let us first assess the situation. If that fellow falters, we shall assist. Should we enter the fray now, we might find ourselves obliterated as well. Witnessing the terrifying bounty hunter unleash her wrath, the spreading Netherflame bullets sent shivers down Major Water and his men. Such a fearsome ability. In the largest tavern of Grass Valley Town, at a grand square table, 4 uniquely styled pirate captains sat, each claiming a side, engaged in discussions to divide the spoils from the previous day's endeavors. They were Black Mantis, Rock, with a bounty of 340 million berries, Deathshot, Nelson, who had once assassinated high-ranking naval officers, with a bounty of 300 million berries, Fighting Fish, Warlick, with a bounty of 260 million berries, and Whaler, Jamil, with a bounty of 150 million berries. Both Black Mantis and Fighting Fish possessed the powers of animal-type devil fruits, while Whaler Jamil was endowed with innate brute strength. Deathshot was known for his precise shooting and assassination skills. Each of the 4 pirate leaders harbored their own ambitions, vying for the greatest share of the profit. Do not forget, I was the one who dispatched the strongest colonel in town yesterday. Surely, claiming 4/10 is not unreasonable, stated Black Mantis, his expression hidden behind a black mask. And let us not forget, it was I who tampered with the naval reinforcements aboard their ship. Deadshot spoke calmly. The fisherman Wallach let out a boisterous laugh. It matters not how much we divide. I only desire to unleash chaos. The whaler interjected, enough of this. If I do not receive a satisfactory share this time, do not blame me for overturning the table. He had always received the least wealth, and his disdain for these ruffians had grown. Perhaps it was time to part ways. What could you possibly say, you with the lowest bounty? The Black Mantis rose, slamming his palms on the table, his expression darkened, accentuated by the peculiar black mask he wore. The whaler showed no signs of fear, rising abruptly as well, his towering frame surpassing that of the Black Mantis by 2 heads. Though I have not consumed a devil fruit, underestimate me, and you shall meet a grim fate. Oh, let the battle commence. The victor shall decide, Wallach shouted excitedly. Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension, and the underlings were poised for action, the tavern doors burst open. Leaders. Trouble brews. A bounty hunter has stormed in. Ha ha ha, how intriguing. Leave it to me, unleash chaos. Wallach, fearing someone might outpace him, dashed out with his fists raised. A bounty hunter? Deadshot mused, puzzled. Logically, as a formidable pirate crew, they would not attract the ire of those who profited from pirate heads unless the individual was foolish or possessed the confidence to eliminate them all. Indeed, the deputy Shed has been slain. The bounty hunter bears the mark of crimson flames and dons a gray-brown trench coat and a cowboy hat. The room fell silent at this revelation. However, the stillness was short-lived. The Black Mantis's expression darkened. Shet was his subordinate, and he had been so brazenly dispatched. How dare they kill my subordinate, who consumed a devil fruit? Very well. Black Mantis Locke stormed out in fury. Ha! This is going to be entertaining. The whaler, Jamie, followed suit, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Hey, there's a foolhardy soul. We might just see the captains in action. The underlings surged from the tavern, leaving the hall eerily spacious. Only Deadshot and his band of pirates remained. Captain, shall we not follow? An underling inquired. Of course we must. If we remain behind while they venture forth, it may jeopardize our standing. Deadshot sensed something amiss, yet he opted to follow. Just as his group prepared to depart, one underling spoke up. Captain, I need to use the restroom. Deadshot turned to see who had spoken. If he remained silent, Nelson would hardly recall that such a person existed within his pirate crew. It dawned on Nelson that this fellow had joined merely a few months prior, remarkably timid, unable to bring himself to slay the tied-up civilians, and even felt pity for them, secretly releasing them. What a coward you are! What purpose do you serve at sea? Truly a fool. Were it not for this man's diligence in keeping the ship spotless, akin to a mirror, he would have long since dispatched this weakling. Nelson's gaze bore into Alan, causing the latter's scalp to prickle with unease. Fortunately, Nelson had no intention of striking him and merely departed with a dismissive, "Do as you wish." Once they had all left, Alan sighed in relief and hurriedly made his escape. I am Alan, a man who chose to venture into the sea to escape the taunts of the villagers and to shed my cowardice. The previous two captains, reckless in their pursuits, had fallen one after the other to the bounty hunter, Lynn. In Logue Town, I mingled aboard a merchant vessel, yearning to align myself with a captain of high intelligence. I had my sights set on the cunning Nelson, who initially demonstrated remarkable acumen, outsmarting the Navy at every turn. Yet, this man had the audacity to command me to kill? For heaven's sake, I had never even harmed a chicken. Subsequently, I surreptitiously released those captives, only to be discovered and mercilessly beaten. Thankfully, I survived. Upon hearing the term Blood Flame, I immediately recognized that the notorious bounty hunter Lynn had arrived on this island, sending a shiver down my spine as I recalled the sadistic fiend who relished in watching pirates burn to death in his flames. I resolved to concoct an excuse to flee. Yet, as a man, I have not relinquished my dream of traversing the vast ocean. I have learned of a pirate crew known for their familial bonds, where every member is treated as kin, living in harmony. This pirate crew is called the Whitebeard Pirates. I know that such a crew is the true fit for me. Whitebeard, here I come. Life gradually ebbed away, my body growing colder, the only warmth emanating from the fiery chest that burned with fervor. Lying on the ground, losing my life force, was none other than the first to flee. The fighter Wallach. He had now succumbed at Lynn's feet. Wallach's eyes grew moist, ultimately giving way to tears as memories played back in his mind like a film reel. He once resided in a poverty-stricken village, where the inability to pay the ever-increasing taxes imposed by the kingdom led the villagers to be thrown into the arena by the nobles. The nobles sat elegantly in their gilded seats, sipping their wine, patiently awaiting the spectacle to commence. In their eyes, the lives of the villagers were mere entertainment, akin to a game with dogs. From this moment forth, I shall slay one person every 10 seconds. But unless you can turn upon one another, until only one remains in this arena. The noble presiding over this entertainment event bore a cruel smile as he instructed his subordinates to cast weapons such as swords and daggers into the arena. Initially, none were willing to engage in combat until the sound of gunfire shattered the air, causing the first, second, and third individuals to fall. The villagers gradually succumbed to a frenzy. The watching nobles, consumed by excitement, cheered with distorted faces. In this ruthless game of survival and mutual slaughter, Valak and his brother fought relentlessly, striving for survival until the bitter end. In a moment of feigned vulnerability, Valak's brother exposed a flaw while aiming his sword at Valak, ultimately succumbing to Valak's unstoppable blade. As he fell, he managed to utter a final word, survive. Valak lived on, having slain his own kin. The surviving Valak garnered favor from the nobles and persevered through the ensuing brutal contests, earning the title of the undefeated Valak. However, his temperament underwent a dramatic transformation, as the nobles molded him into a relentless machine of battle and slaughter. Simultaneously, Valak exhibited a facade of obedience, gradually allowing the nobles to lower their guard, believing him to have been successfully trained. To further enhance his prowess in the arena, they even fed him a fruit from a beast-type fish. Little did the nobles foresee that this seemingly docile creature would one night erupt in fury, mercilessly annihilating the entire noble estate. With vengeance exacted, had the tale concluded here, Valak could have been hailed as a hero of retribution. Yet, after fleeing the kingdom, Valak took to piracy upon the high seas. His twisted psyche, forged in the arena, drove him to massacre villages indiscriminately, causing countless villagers to fall. Only in battle could he find solace, numbing the haunting memories of the past. The gentle visage of his brother before death, and the grim reality that it was he who took his brother's life. On the ground, Valak appeared lifeless. Yet tears of release streamed down his face. For Lynn, this pirate might harbor a story worth uncovering. Regarding the sins of one whose hands are stained with the blood of innocence, Lynn has never shown mercy. After all, your head is simply too enticing, a bounty of over 200 million berries. Moreover, it had been quite some time since he last embarked on a venture during his training to enhance his observation skills. Thus, my apologies, dear brother. I must borrow your head for a moment. Had Valak still been alive, he might have expressed gratitude, saying, "Thank you. You are truly a kind soul." Lynn, with an expressionless visage, was poised to sever the head of his foe when a throng surged forth. 3 formidable pirates strode ahead, flanked by a multitude of lesser scoundrels. Upon witnessing the lifeless body at Lynn's feet, the 3 renowned pirate captains of Grass Valley Island, once at ease, suddenly manifested expressions of disbelief. Valak the Fighting Fish has perished, slain by the hand of this seemingly youthful bounty hunter? Although Lynn donned a cowboy hat that obscured half of his face, it was evident that he was indeed a young man. Surely not. Captain Valak has fallen. Does this not imply that this bounty hunter's prowess surpasses even that of Captain Valak? Gasped the pirates. They had witnessed Valak in combat. Fully aware of his savage and frenzied nature, a being seemingly born for battle. Now, the undefeated Valak lay vanquished at the feet of this seemingly ordinary bounty hunter. The pirates behind him began to stir restlessly. What are you all so flustered about? We still have these 3 mighty captains. One among them exclaimed. Though this bounty hunter may be more formidable than Captain Valak, does he truly believe he can take on 3 of us? Another chimed in. Indeed. No matter how skilled he is, he cannot possibly defeat 3 notorious pirate captains who instill fear even in the Navy. Ignoring the mutterings of his comrades, Black Mantis Locke stepped forward with determination. Bounty hunter, if you covet my head, you must possess the skill to claim it. Locke did not underestimate his opponent. He immediately unleashed the powers of his Zoan-type mantis fruit. His arms elongated and curved, glinting with a deadly sheen as they transformed into razor-sharp blades. Locke had morphed into a humanoid black mantis, complete with wings sprouting from his back, a striking fusion of man and insect. This was the beast-human form that a Zoan-type devil fruit user could achieve. Captain Locke is serious now, remarked the pirates with envy. This is the treasure of the sea, devil fruits. With one can become a formidable force. The pirates were all consumed by such thoughts. At this moment, Lynn had already reverted from his sharpshooter form, now clad in a trench coat. Should he unleash his infernal flame upon the pirate captain, he feared the head would be reduced to mere ashes. Flames surged around him as he concentrated 2 spheres of intense fire in his hands. Before Black Mantis Locke could even react, Lynn's figure vanished from sight in an instant. What? The bounty hunter has disappeared. As the pirates were gripped by astonishment and hastily searched for Lynn, a sudden sound pierced the air. Puff! A searing torrent of blood, ablaze with flames, erupted from the mouth of the Black Mantis, only to be followed by a pallor of despair. The animalistic form bestowed by the devil fruit was forcibly relinquished. A gaping wound marred Locke's chest, where Lynn's fiery hand had plunged deep, extracting his very essence. Like a lifeless creature, Locke was cast aside like refuse as Lynn withdrew his hand. In his final moments, disbelief clouded his eyes. He had yet to reveal his true potential before meeting his demise, his expression rife with bitterness. Oh no, it appeared we had drawn the attention of a formidable adversary. The whaler, Jameer, hastily distanced himself from this menacing figure, terror etched across his visage. Hey, Nielsen, let us join forces. We stand no chance against this foe alone. Hey, Nielsen, do speak up. Noticing Nielsen's silence, Jameer turned to look. To his dismay, the bounty hunter had materialized before the lifeless form of the death shot, delivering a fiery blow that severed his head. The expression on Nielsen's face remained one of utter bewilderment. Lynn's elusive presence sent the pirates recoiling in fear, their expressions betraying their terror. Damn it, brothers, charge. The whaler commanded his crew, thrusting his harpoon towards Lynn. Discarding the severed head of the deceased sniper, Lynn advanced towards Jamiel. Do not underestimate me, perish, Jamiel shouted, his face hardening with resolve. Yet, as the harpoon lunged towards him, Lynn's body swayed in an uncanny manner, effortlessly evading the strike. Jamiel unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks with his harpoon, yet no matter how he struck, Lynn's movements remained fluid and graceful, evading each assault with an almost ethereal lightness. At that moment, members of the whaler pirate crew, regaining their senses, drew their blades towards Lynn's back. Suddenly, flames erupted from behind, coalescing into sharp spikes that relentlessly pierced the bodies of the pirates. The corpses of the whaler crew were impaled, suspended in the air, as anguished cries filled the atmosphere, consumed by searing flames. A cascade of black ash fell to the ground. At this juncture, Jamiel stood in utter despair, abandoning his offensive, murmuring repeatedly, "This is impossible. This is impossible. How can there be such a formidable bounty hunter that instills such hopelessness?" Amidst Jamiel's cries of despair, Lynn's fiery hand descended with lethal intent. In an instant, a colossal head soared into the sky, which Lynn subsequently caught, joining it with the others laid upon the ground. The corpses of 4 pirate captains lay there, with the exception of the fighter Valric, whose eyes remained wide open in death, exchanging glances of disbelief with the others. "Now, it is your turn," Lynn stated coldly. Lynn turned to face the group of remaining pirates. No, I do not wish to perish. Flee at once. For this man is a demon. He is overwhelmingly powerful, and we stand no chance." A cacophony erupted among the pirates, each jostling for an escape, desperate to leave this place. Yet, how could Lynn allow them the opportunity to flee? They had gathered willingly. To refrain from unleashing my full power would be to disrespect the will of the deceased. Blood flame, spreading fire. A dense, crimson inferno erupted from Lynn's fist, surging towards the panicked pirates, who were scrambling to escape. As the flames collided with the throng, the fire spread like a contagion. The entire street transformed into a sea of blood fire, filled with anguished wails. On this battlefield of one-sided slaughter, a few white newsbirds perched atop a tall building. These winged creatures, seemingly ordinary birds, possessed the remarkable ability to activate the camera buttons hanging around their necks, much like humans. Click, click. The newsbirds captured the harrowing scenes of Lynn annihilating the pirates of Grass Valley Island. Offshore from Grass Valley Town, a voice cried out, "That's Admiral Karp's ship." A marine exclaimed urgently. A warship adorned with a doghead figurehead and sails painted with seagulls approached them. Admiral Karp, Waters and other Navy personnel saluted with profound respect. The name of this naval hero held significant weight in the hearts of the Navy. Ha, no need for such formality. What is the situation? Where is that fellow? Karp inquired, noticing the absence of pirates in the distance at Grass Valley Town. The pirates at the port have been eliminated by that bounty hunter. We are preparing to sail the warship over, came the response. Oh, this individual is quite formidable, Karp remarked. As 2 warships made their way to Grass Valley Town, they discovered only patches of black ash on the ground. Truly a wielder of flame. These damned pirates have been reduced to cinders, Bogart said, his hat obscuring his expression. It seems my visit was indeed worthwhile. Wahaha, Karp laughed heartily. The ability to incinerate foes to ashes in battle spoke volumes of the ferocity of this bounty hunter's flames. The anguished cries of pirates perishing in the flames echoed from the town's center. Bogart's face darkened. I sincerely hope he is not like Major Ghost Spider. That extreme sort of individual. Otherwise, we would have a problem on our hands. In Bogart's perspective, the brutal individual known as Ghost Spider, who has a penchant for executing his subordinates, is unworthy of being regarded as a valiant and benevolent member of the Navy. This is evident from the Judicial Island arc in the anime, where it becomes clear that not only is he cruel, but he is also exceedingly foolish, arbitrarily executing allies who report intelligence. Despite being aware that cannon fire is ineffective against the Straw Hat's abilities, he recklessly opens fire, resulting in the deaths of 1,000 Navy personnel aboard the ship. These sailors, who dedicated themselves to training for the sole purpose of combating pirates, did not perish at the hands of their adversaries, but rather fell victim to their own incompetent comrade. The enemy remains unscathed, having gained nothing, while the Navy suffers a self-inflicted loss of 1,001 lives, which is quite a talent in its own right. If Akainu represents a figure of cunning and overarching justice, then Ghost Spider can only be likened to a dim-witted swine. At the very least, Akainu allows his subordinates to finish their reports without resorting to gunfire. The once offended Kobe, who had crossed paths with Akainu, is now thriving, having risen through the ranks due to his accumulated military achievements, illustrating that Akainu is not one to act impulsively. Should Ghost Spider be elevated to the rank of Admiral, It is likely that he would not require the intervention of pirates to decimate the Navy himself. One cannot help but speculate whether he is, in fact, an operative from a pirate crew or a clandestine agent dispatched by the world government to balance the power within the Navy. Although the Navy appears unified, it is, in reality, fragmented into various factions. The traditionalists like Sengoku and Tsuru, the hawkish elements represented by Ghost Spider, the disillusioned, such as Akiji, who grapple with their sense of justice following the O'Hara incident, those like Zephyr, who aspire to establish a new Navy after witnessing its darker side, and the most righteous Navy officer, Penn, who, upon seeing his subordinates injured, selflessly tears his own clothing to tend to their wounds, embodying a considerate and compassionate leader. After being targeted by pirates, it remains unclear what he witnessed in that kingdom or whether he was sent to collect heavenly treasures, gaining insight into the darkness. He even willingly offers his life to the civilians, allowing them to utilize the bounty to sustain themselves, reminiscent of the valorous warriors of a bygone era. The beliefs within the Navy are a tangled web of diverse thoughts and motivations. Karp, without uttering a word, gazes toward the source of the sound and cheerfully states, "Let us go take a look." "Ah, please spare me. I no longer wish to be a pirate." Lynn unleashed a fierce flame from his fingertips, piercing through the body of a pirate. He then proceeded to purge the hidden rogues from the quaint town. The observation hockey possesses myriad applications. Once employed, it heightens one's senses to an extraordinary degree, allowing one to anticipate an opponent's next move and evade their attacks. It enables the detection of the presence, strength, and emotions of nearby beings. When mastered to perfection, it even grants glimpses into the future. At this very moment, Lynn could sense an aura of fear and malevolence emanating from a chest ahead of him. Lynn unleashed a burst of flames from her fingertips, a fiery ray that engulfed both the man and his box in a fierce blaze. Before long, the pirate met his demise. Lynn did not wander aimlessly, rather, he was deliberately making his way toward the dungeon perceived through his observation hockey. Along the journey, he deftly dealt with a few pirates harboring malicious intent towards him. The overwhelming wave of despair and anguish that flooded his mind was almost debilitating. Upon pinpointing the exact location of the dungeon, he hastily withdrew his perceptive abilities. After all, the negative emotions had left a sharp pain in his head. It seems that he must devote more time to honing his observation hockey, learning to master this power and utilize it with precision. His current application of perception is still rather scattered and falls short of Enel's remarkable proficiency. Tap, tap, tap. Lynn's silhouette traversed the corridor, and as he descended the staircase, the shadows illuminated by the lights stretched out long and eerie. Beast, how did he discern our hiding place here? Flee swiftly. Lynn gazed at the pirates who had suddenly emerged from the supply crates, and with a flick of his perception, remarked, "Had you not jumped out unbidden, I might have never noticed your presence." At the bottom of the passageway, within the dungeon, a group of pirates, blissfully unaware of their own crew's annihilation, were indulging in drink, guarding the confines of their prison. Sounds from above had been echoing for some time. Could it be that another feast was underway? TCH, we are merely stuck here, watching over this cargo while drowning our sorrows, one disgruntled pirate muttered. At that moment, two figures tumbled down the staircase in a frenzy. The inebriated pirates erupted in laughter at the sight of their disheveled state. "Ha ha ha, look at these fools," they jeered, before cautioning, "Hey, you two, this is a storage area for goods. No one is allowed in without the captain's orders." Yet, the two pirates paid no heed, frantically rushing towards them, their voices laced with terror as they shouted, "Run! The demon has found us." Suddenly, two elongated flames erupted from behind Lynn, piercing through the bodies of the pirates like harpoons. In an instant, the movements of the two pirates ceased, engulfed in flames, reduced to mere ashes in moments. As the scent of charred flesh permeated the dungeon, who is it? The unexpected, bizarre demise of their comrades sent a shiver through the drinking pirates, who hastily drew their swords and raised their guns. What on earth is happening up there? Who is this man? Before they could receive answers, the solidified flames behind Lynn extended like tendrils, shooting straight towards the pirates. As the scorching assault approached, the pirates nervously raised their blades to defend themselves. However, under the intense heat manipulated by Lynn, they, along with their weapons, were pierced through, ultimately engulfed in a dense inferno, their screams echoing as they turned to ash. The anguished cries of the pirates sent chills down the spines of the women and children imprisoned in the dungeon. With an aura of malevolence, Lynn ambled towards the cells. "I don't want to die." The women exclaimed, fear evident in their eyes. Mama, are we going to be killed? The children trembled in their mother's embrace. Curse those pirates. As long as I can survive, no matter where you flee, I will hunt you down and slay you. At that moment, a young boy clenched his fists and stepped forward from behind the group of women and children, his face betraying a fearless defiance towards death, his eyes ablaze with rage. Though his body bore the marks of numerous wounds, he summoned his courage to stand in front of the women, confronting the sinister figure of Lynn, whose back was adorned with fiery, spear-like appendages, radiating an unmistakable aura of evil. The inhabitants of the dungeon were led to believe that the pirates had turned on one another. Not bad, kid. Lynn offered no explanation, but instead emitted a sinister, maniacal laugh. Given the tense atmosphere, how could I possibly forego the opportunity to play the role of a pirate and disappoint your expectations? The young girl, along with the women and children behind her, sensed a chilling wave of dread. Damn it. The boy clenched his fists, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. The figure before them, clad in black and lurking beneath the dungeon, was indeed an embodiment of malevolence. Since you have chosen to be my adversary, may you join these wretches in their demise. Lynn deftly manipulated the fiery spikes, akin to an extension of his own limbs, launching an assault towards the group of youths. The women and children instinctively shut their eyes. The iron bars of the prison door were severed by Lynn's concentrated flames, melting under the intense heat. To everyone's astonishment, after dismantling the door, Lynn retracted his powers and turned to depart, gazing at his vanishing silhouette. A realization dawned. We are still alive. Tears of joy filled the eyes of those in the dungeon, grateful for their survival. The youth standing before the women and children momentarily froze in disbelief. He spared our lives? Before long. The corridor of the dungeon echoed with the sound of approaching footsteps once again. The jubilant crowd, relieved to have survived, felt a wave of anxiety wash over them. Could it be the pirates returning? However, when a squad of Navy officers clad in white uniforms appeared, a collective sigh of relief swept through the group. Thank goodness, it is the Navy. We are saved. It must have been that seemingly villainous pirate who sensed the Navy's arrival and hastily departed without finishing us off. The youth, Atlas, remarked. Ha ha ha, lad. Have you ever considered joining the Navy? As the Navy, led by Captain Karp, approached, Lynn also halted in his tracks. Captain Karp, perhaps it's best to reconsider. There is an ominous aura surrounding this individual, Bogart whispered discreetly. Oblivious to Bogart's caution, the boisterous Karp awaited Lynn's response with eager anticipation. I appreciate the offer, old man, but I have no interest in joining the Navy, Lynn replied, attempting to walk away. Yet, Lynn underestimated Karp's persistence, who quickly closed the distance, extolling the virtues and numerous benefits of enlisting in the Navy as he followed Lynn closely. Watts, beads of sweat forming on his brow, mused. Is this truly the renowned hero of the Navy, Captain Karp? He seems remarkably affable. Bogart, lowering the brim of his hat to obscure his expression, maintained a respectful distance from Karp before trailing behind him. Facing Karp's incessant chatter, Lynn finally interjected, joining the Navy isn't out of the question, provided I can stipulate a condition. Above the azure sea, seagulls soared freely in the sky. A warship adorned with a dog-ass head was sailing towards the gates of justice. At that moment, a news bird flapped its wings and perched on the ship's railing. Bogart approached, retrieving 50 berries from his pocket, which the news bird accepted with one of its wings. After securing the payment, it produced a newspaper from its cylindrical carrier and handed it to Bogart. Subsequently, the magnificent bird soared into the heights of the sky. In the world of One Piece, it is uncommon for individuals to act against newsbirds. The only group audacious enough to confront a newsbird, the Blackbeard Pirates, has yet to receive any reports, leaving the unfortunate unable to read the news but to snatch others' copies instead. Captain Karp. Bogart delivered the purchased newspaper into the hands of Karp, who was enjoying a rice cracker. After perusing the publication, Karp laughed heartily at Lynn, who was basking in the sun on a nearby lounge chair. Lynn, my boy, this newspaper is about you, he declared, casually tossing it in Lynn's direction. At that moment, Lynn had his hat pulled over his face, soaking in the warmth of the sun. Without even glancing, he effortlessly caught the newspaper that Karp had thrown. Once he removed his hat, he began to read. Aside from several local news articles, there were prominent images featured in the center. They depicted Lynn's exploits in Grass Valley, where he had vanquished pirates. The main image showcased him clad in fiery armor, standing valiantly before a horde of pirates, while the other two illustrated the defeat of the pirate cruise captains. The headline was striking. The man returned from hell, granted the powers of a demon. The legendary bounty hunter Flame Lynn makes his mark in the Grand Line. Alone, he annihilated a coalition of 20,000 pirates in Grass Valley, decapitating 4 pirate leaders with his thunderous might. The article concluded with an eager anticipation of further sensational news from this merciless demon returned from the abyss. Upon finishing the article, a shadow crossed Lynn's face. In summary, the piece portrayed him as a monster, a demon clad in human skin, ruthlessly slaughtering pirates. For merely dispatching a few pirates, have I become less than human? Morgans. Is it? The next time we meet, I shall pluck your feathers. Ha ha ha. Lynn, my boy, you are destined for fame in the Grand Line. Karp chuckled, taking a bite of his rice cracker. I first took notice of you back in the East Blue, and even then, I envisioned you as a member of the Navy. Is that so? I am grateful for your faith in me, Uncle Karp. Lynn replied. Lynn has yet to officially join, so it is perfectly acceptable to refer to him as Uncle Karp. Show me your abilities, young man, he urged, intrigued to discover the nature of Lynn's blood flame. Upon arriving on deck, the sailors gathered around the two, eager to witness the spectacle. Having visited Grass Valley town, they were well aware of the formidable strength possessed by the young man before them, who single-handedly cleared out the notorious den of thieves. That individual is not a pirate. He is no villain. Rather, he eradicated the pirates here and saved us. Regret washed over Atlas as he reflected on his earlier words, which he now found shameful. Why did I speak such disgraceful things to my savior? He imagined the hurt his remarks must have caused, knowing that he had been terrified of the one who had rescued them. Clutching the newspaper tightly, Atlas's face flushed crimson, filled with remorse. However, one could hardly blame him. The ominous aura surrounding Lynn was easily misinterpreted. Excuse me, Navy uncle, where has that person gone? I wish to thank him in person. Observing the earnestness in the young boy's eyes, Walter chuckled softly. He is likely on his way to Navy headquarters now. He will soon become a member of the Navy, making it difficult for you to see him again. Indeed, I too wish to join the Navy, to apprehend those wicked pirates and protect the innocent. The boy's eyes gleamed with determination as he spoke. Walter, taken aback by the boy's unwavering resolve to eradicate evil, laughed heartily. You wish to join the Navy? First, you must recover from your injuries. Besides, you are still quite young. Oh, the boy replied, somewhat disheartened. By the way, young lad, where are your family? Walter inquired. They were killed while resisting the pirates. The boy's eyes betrayed his anguish, recalling how his parents had perished at the hands of the pirates while trying to protect him. I see. What is your name? I am Atlas, 10 years old. I can allow you to join the Navy, but you will need to start as a deckhand. Is that acceptable? After all, you are still too young to fight pirates, Walter said. Ah, that is wonderful. Thank you, Navy uncle, Atlas exclaimed, his face alight with excitement at the prospect of joining the Navy. Foolish child, you must now address me as Colonel Walter. Yes, Colonel Walter, Atlas replied, attempting a salute reminiscent of the Navy he had observed, albeit somewhat unrefined. This elicited warm laughter from the surrounding sailors. Atlas, we shall be comrades in this branch from now on, fighting together. Yes, I look forward to it, Senior. Wrapped in bandages, Atlas spoke earnestly, his heart ablaze with an unquenchable fire named progress. Little did Walter anticipate that his burgeoning compassion for Atlas's plight would inadvertently cultivate a formidable ally for the Navy. In the East Sea, on Barbary Island, a zealous villager burst into the village chief's office once more, exclaiming, Chief, we have news about Lynn. Goodness, how many times must you rush in like this? Can't you handle things with a bit more composure? Chief Jack sighed, rising to accept the newspaper thrust into his hands. It appeared that Lynn had safely traversed the treacherous currents of the Grand Line. Only upon confirming Lynn's safety did the chief's worries abate. However, the news article contained utter nonsense. How could they possibly claim that Lynn was not human? Even the usually composed Chief Jack found himself cursing the newspaper for its slander against Lynn. The villagers, witnessing the chief's indignation, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. It seemed prudent to avoid provoking the chief in the future. On a vast expanse of grassy land, Kate was diligently training her body. Meanwhile, Millie, who had enrolled in the Swordsmanship Academy, continued her practice during the break, relentlessly swinging her wooden sword as sweat trickled down her bangs. Just as the two were honing their skills in their own unique ways, a slightly plump figure sprinted towards them from the distance, shouting, Kate, Millie, we have news about Brother Lynn. It's in this afternoon's newspaper. Truly, One could only commend the efficiency of the finest news agency on the seas. The report was printed and distributed by afternoon, mere hours after the morning's events. As they unfolded the newspaper and settled onto the ground, they marveled at the headline. Brother Lynn single-handedly vanquished 20,000 pirates. Kate exclaimed excitedly. And he even eliminated 4 pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Papachi added with admiration. However, what does the rest of this say? I can't quite comprehend it, Kate remarked. Papachi replied, I recognize each word, yet they elude my understanding when strung together. Millie, possessing a stronger grasp of comprehension, concluded. The gist seems to be that Brother Lynn is indeed extraordinary. Oh, I see now. Meanwhile, in the Grand Line, aboard a sailing dog-headed warship, Lynn unleashed his blood flames, which instantly ignited with a fierce blaze. Intriguingly, the temperature felt even higher than that of Sakaski's magma, though it remains uncertain whether this holds true in actual combat. A surge of battle intent surged within Cap. Lynn, my boy, come forth and engage me in a duel. Use all your strength. That suits me perfectly. To be honest, after sailing the East Sea for so long and having taken countless pirate lives, he had never encountered anyone worthy of his full power. As an esteemed warrior from the era of Roger, Cap was the perfect opponent for Lynn to gauge the true extent of his current strength. Lynn's intention to follow Karp into the Navy stems from his desire to acquire the esteemed identity of a naval hero. Becoming Karp's disciple would be even more advantageous. The title of Karp's disciple would facilitate his ascension within the Navy. Joining other naval branches may not guarantee such a swift entry into the naval headquarters. Karp and the Roger pirates represent a more lenient cadre of formidable individuals who do not overly concern themselves with regulations. But please, do take care, Uncle Karp. The surging blood flames enveloped Lynn completely, then momentarily contracted, rendering him a fiery figure with glowing red eyes. You are the first to behold me in this form. The flame human manifestation. The flames, particularly around his fists, resembled 2 blazing gauntlets. While this form may lack the resilience of the archer's fiery armor, it epitomizes Lynn's most unadulterated mastery over fire, with an explosive enhancement in both power and speed. Achieving the pinnacle of output. Ha ha ha, it seems I have been underestimated. Come now, take my punch. A strike imbued with terrifying force, yet devoid of any embellishment. Rocketed towards Lynn. Just as the punch was about to make contact, Lynn instinctively evaded, causing the formidable blow to crash against the deck instead. Bogart, having followed Karp for so long, felt an ominous premonition. Could it be that the warship was to be renewed yet again? Observation hockey, you rascal. Just as Karp was momentarily taken aback, Lynn bent low, clasping his fists together, aimed at Karp suspended in the air. To prevent Karp from wreaking havoc on the warship, Lynn resolved to employ his most formidable attack to halt him. Flame Flash, Sun Piercer. A terrifying beam of searing fire erupted from Lynn's clenched fists, akin to a fiery gauntlet, launching forth in an instant. Nanny! Karp exclaimed in astonishment, yet before he could react, a fire beam as thick as a barrel had already sent him, along with the surrounding railing, hurtling away. Despite Lynn deliberately moderating his skill, the warship sustained damage. With nearly half of it scorched and melted, nevertheless, it managed to continue its voyage, albeit precariously. The intensity of that flame was alarming. Would Vice Admiral Karp survive? The Navy personnel were in a state of panic. Even Bogart, whose face had previously betrayed no emotion, was now visibly shaken. Quick. Search for Vice Admiral Karp in the direction of that flame. The Navy hurriedly navigated the wobbling warship towards the trajectory of the beam. Scalding. Karp, now resembling a molten iron figure, writhed in the sea, which soon turned a boiling crimson. At this moment, Karp had enveloped himself in armament hockey, shielding his body. Otherwise, had he been struck by Lynn's fiery ray, he would have perished. This illustrates the extreme heat of the blood flame. Karp propelled himself from the heated seawater, launching forth like a red-hot ingot, and with a decisive splash, he plunged into a cooler expanse of ocean, attempting to dissipate the searing heat. Found him. That's Vice Admiral Karp. The Navy rejoiced upon spotting Karp, his body still glowing red in the water, and quickly steered their vessel towards him. Bogart wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thank goodness, Vice Admiral Karp is alive. After swimming through several frigid patches of water to cool down, Karp's fiery sensation finally subsided. Hey kid, do you wish to see me dead? Karp exclaimed as he released the armament hockey and leapt high onto the deck of the warship. The Navy quickly provided him with clothing. As his garments had been incinerated by the intense flame, Fortunately, his observation haki had alerted him in time to activate his armament haki. Seeing that the old warrior was unharmed, Lynn turned and strolled toward the deck chair, remarking, "Your weakness is glaringly evident. Once the bane of the Pirate King, is this truly all the strength you possess? It seems the rumors were indeed unfounded. Perhaps Roger was merely indulging you." He continued, "I have heard of a remarkable naval instructor within the Marines named Zephyr, a former Marine admiral. His pupils are all immensely powerful. If I were to join the Navy, I would prefer to become his disciple." Lynn spoke with a nonchalant tone before reclining, closing his eyes, and lazily basking in the sun. Indeed, Lynn's words incensed Karp. Fully aware that the boy was being deliberately provocative, Karp could not restrain himself and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Who said that Roger allowed me to take it easy? If anything, it is I who showed him leniency out of compassion for his frail condition, refusing to bully a sick man." Hearing Lynn claim to be inferior to his old rival ignited Karp's fury. How could he possibly be less than Roger? And as for that old fellow Zephyr, what was so admirable about him? If it came down to a real fight, he would surely bow to me. Meanwhile, Zephyr, training the Navy at the headquarters, sneezed. "Moreover, I had not even exerted my full strength during our earlier encounter. The reason you landed a hit was that your technique was instantaneous. Once I have witnessed it, your move will hold no power over me." Karp, incessantly approaching Lynn, vowed, "Lynn, think it over. Only by becoming my disciple can you truly become a formidable warrior. I am undoubtedly more reliable than that old man Zephyr." Upon hearing that Lynn had considered becoming his disciple, Karp was elated. He had glimpsed the potential for greatness within Lynn during their recent skirmish. "Lynn, become my disciple." Although he understood that Lynn's words were intentionally provocative and served a particular purpose, Karp could not contain his excitement. The thought of having such an exceptional disciple filled him with joy even in his dreams. "Very well, however, I expect to see results in a short time." Lynn spoke earnestly this time. Karp was indeed adept in physical training. "Haha, rest assured, with me you will not go astray. I am undoubtedly more reliable than that fellow Zephyr," Karp exclaimed with great joviality. However, Lynn harbored ambitions beyond merely becoming Karp's disciple. Ideally, he wished to also be a pupil of Zephyr. Although the anime did not showcase Sengoku's teaching prowess, he pondered the possibility of acknowledging him as a foster father, akin to Elbu. With the backing of these three venerable figures, who held immense prestige within the Navy, his ascent in rank would be remarkably smooth, devoid of obstacles. Of course, Lynn did not wish to impose. Now that he had joined the Navy, his primary focus was to master the haki and the 6 forms of the Navy. After a lengthy voyage, the damages aboard the Doghead warship had been mended by the shipwrights. While it still bore the scars of its past, it no longer swayed precariously. They had arrived. Before them loomed the gate of justice. Once they entered, they could ride the unique currents of the world government to reach Marine headquarters at Marineford. Bogart resumed his impassive demeanor, patiently explaining to Lynn, who stood at the bow, about the enormous white door adorned with a cross-like emblem. Lynn was well aware of the significance of the Gate of Justice, for passing through it would grant access to the exclusive currents leading to Marineford, and to the infamous underwater prison, Impel Down, which housed countless criminals. A momentous conflict, the Paramount War, was destined to unfold in Marineford, primarily pitting the Navy against the Whitebeard pirates and their vast fleet. Additional forces that would intervene included the Straw Hat Pirates and Buggy, both having escaped from Impel Down, as well as the Blackbeard Pirates, who sought to seize Whitebeard's Tremor fruit abilities. The red-haired Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, was rumored to have his first mate, Beckman, possessing strength of the highest caliber. The members aboard Shanks's ship were notably elite, which explained why the Navy had ceased hostilities upon his intervention in the Paramount War. Nevertheless, Sengoku was a cunning strategist. Upon Shanks' arrival, rather than immediately calling for a ceasefire, he awaited the moment when Kobe would speak those words of truce before announcing the cessation of hostilities. One must consider, if the Navy halted their actions merely due to the presence of the red-haired pirates, it would certainly earn them a reputation of fear toward Shanks's crew. However, ceasing hostilities to minimize casualties would illustrate the Navy's benevolence. This was the reason Sengoku, as the fleet admiral, did not prevent Kobe from addressing the situation, as their thoughts aligned. Otherwise, allowing a mere sailor to disrupt the course of battle would render the situation trivial. If that were the case in future conflicts, any low-ranking soldier could emerge to call for a ceasefire, leading to an absurd notion of global peace. By the way, lad, was your observation haki attained through personal insight? No, when I entered the Grand Line, I requested Uncle Kuroka's to share a drink, after which he imparted to me the method to cultivate my observation haki. Lynn, if faced with others, would naturally refrain from revealing that he was taught by Kuroka's. Although Karp presents the robust exterior of a muscular man, he possesses considerable shrewdness. Fully aware of what should remain unspoken. I see he was Roger's ship's doctor. I heard he disembarked at Twin Cape. Is he faring well? Karp inquired with a hint of nostalgia. He's doing quite well, just as spirited as you, Lynn replied. Is that so? Ha. But tell me, what kind of wine did you offer him that he imparted the methods of observation haki to you? Karp pondered curiously. Here. Lynn produced a finely packaged bottle of wine and tossed it over. Caught off guard by the sudden throw, Karp fumbled but managed to grasp it just in time. That was close. It nearly slipped from my grasp. Can't you be a bit gentler, kid? Karp grumbled. If you can't even catch a bottle of wine, you might as well resign from the Navy and return home to farm. Lynn's aggressive banter remained as ever, eliciting laughter from Karp. True enough, he chuckled heartily, then casually twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. Instantly, his previously nonchalant expression transformed dramatically. Hey kid, do you have more of this wine? The grand gate of justice slowly creaked open, allowing the Doghead warship to enter. Subsequently, Lynn and Karp, along with their companions, followed the unique current and arrived at the solemn Marine headquarters, Marineford. That is the ship of Vice Admiral Karp. The Marines gazed in admiration. Karp's reputation as a naval hero was well established. Has Vice Admiral Karp encountered pirates? Why does the warship appear so battered? The Doghead warship, with a melted dog ear and patched hull, docked at the harbor of Marineford. The imposing structure, emblazoned with the word Navy, was undoubtedly the office of Sengoku. Lynn gazed at the imposing naval headquarters, his thoughts wandering. The residential area was constructed behind the headquarters, a haven for families. Ha, my boy, rest assured. With my presence and the merits you've established in Grass Valley, Sengoku will undoubtedly grant you a commendable rank. Karp tenderly placed the half-empty bottle of white liquor he had been sipping on the road into his pocket. Let us proceed. After parting ways with Bogart and the other Navy personnel, Karp led Lynn towards the building where Sengoku was located. Vice Admiral Karp. Along the way, the Navy officers greeted him warmly. Suddenly, one of the sailors remarked, "Why isn't that pirate, who follows Karp, in handcuffs? Could it be that Vice Admiral Karp's ship was left in that state because of him? I sense a dangerous aura emanating from him." A naval swordsman tightened his grip on his sword. Fear not, with Vice Admiral Karp here. Did you not notice that the pirate is following Karp without even wearing handcuffs? The Navy personnel began to discuss Lynn. Ha. My boy, pay no mind to these fellows, Karp chuckled heartily. Lynn remained silent, accustomed to the situation and disinclined to exert effort in providing explanations. He ascended towards the top of the loft, eventually arriving at Sengoku's office. Without any intention of knocking, Karp boldly pushed the door open and strode inside. Karp. Sengoku was on the verge of scolding this indolent fellow, preparing for their usual banter of camaraderie. When he noticed Lynn entering behind Karp, the expression of anger that had begun to form on Sengoku's face swiftly transformed. He cleared his throat and adjusted his demeanor. Ha. Sengoku, allow me to introduce my newly acquired disciple, Lynn. It should be noted that aside from Kazan, Karp had not taken on a disciple in quite some time. You're quite swift in your endeavors, Karp. Sengoku had already learned from the Navy in Grass Valley Town that Lynn had been taken under Karp's wing. Aware of Lynn's prowess, Sengoku recalled the reports from Grass Valley Town, particularly a newspaper in his drawer that attested to the extraordinary abilities Lynn possessed. If he truly belonged to the Logia type, then the Navy would gain yet another formidable nature user alongside Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino. Please, have a seat. Sengoku endeavored to appear amiable, recognizing the value of an additional strong asset to the Navy. Lynn, what type of devil fruit do you possess? Sengoku inquired with anticipation. Paramecia, Lynn replied, though it was not entirely accurate. After all, he had not consumed a fruit, thus he did not suffer the typical vulnerability to seawater. This power had emerged from the restoration of his past memories, leading Lynn to suspect it was a force bestowed upon him by a system. Paramecia, however, to have developed such formidable strength is quite impressive, rivaling even the Logia types, and there may be significant room for further enhancement in the future, Sengoku pondered without disappointment. He had heard from his subordinates just how terrifying Lynn's abilities had proven in Grass Valley Town. Although not a Logia user, the intensity of his power was exceedingly high. The ensuing discussion revolved around the military rank Lin might attain upon joining the Navy, a matter deliberated by Sengoku and Tsuru, with Karp ardently advocating for his position. Lin ultimately attained the rank of major. Sengoku smiled and said, "I am confident that with your capabilities, you will soon ascend to the rank of lieutenant general. Your current position is merely a temporary phase. Welcome aboard, Lin. Let us proclaim the justice of the Navy across the seas." Sengoku rose and extended his hand to Lin. Lin naturally exchanged a brief handshake. The next order of business was arranging accommodations. Karp suggested that Lin reside with him, considering Lin was now his disciple. Contemplating Karp's boisterous demeanor and the animated portrayals of his snoring while asleep, Lin felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation. Lin felt it was necessary to decline the notion of sharing a roof with others. Even the thickest walls could not muffle the snores of a naval hero, which were undoubtedly more thunderous than those of an ordinary man. He had no desire to face the world each day with dark circles under his eyes. "Thank you, Captain Karp, but I prefer a quieter environment. Admiral Sengoku, you may casually assign me a standalone residence," he added nonchalantly. The corners of Sengoku's mouth twitched slightly, internally lamenting the impracticality of such a request. In the valuable real estate of the Navy headquarters, standalone houses were a rarity. They were typically reserved for those residing in the family quarters or for officers of the rank of brigadier general and above. "I regret to inform you, Lin, that we only have communal dormitories and single rooms for officers in the Navy. Standalone houses at headquarters are exclusively for those like Karp, who have served commendably, and only for those of brigadier rank or higher. However, the family quarters are unrestricted. But rest assured, the officers' quarters are quite decent. The likes of Akainu now reside in standalone houses." "Very well, I shall take up residence in the officers' quarters." The day had grown late, and he must be weary from the voyage of the past few days. "As for your uniform, someone will come to take your measurements tomorrow. You may make requests within reason," Sengoku smiled. As Sengoku continued to discuss naval protocols with Lin and instructed him to fill out his background form, he detected a faint scent of alcohol in the air. Turning his gaze, he discovered his good friend Karp, sipping from his teacup filled with liquor. Sengoku narrowed his eyes. This was no ordinary beverage. "Karp, what kind of liquor is that? Pour me a glass. It looks quite appealing." "Haha. This is a special gift from my esteemed disciple. A limited supply, mind you. Once it's gone, Karp said, cautiously pouring a small amount into his teacup before offering the bottle to Sengoku. "Just have a little." Upon tasting it, Sengoku's expression transformed dramatically. "What a rich and potent drink. Hey, Lin, do you truly have no more of this liquor on you?" "You are holding the last bottle," Lin replied. "Are you jesting? Wouldn't it be strange for my clothing to conceal such an abundance of liquor?" Lin countered. Kuroka's was an exception. He posed no threat and was a loyal man. Besides, who would believe the words of a pirate? With others, he had to guard his possessions carefully unless the individual was deemed trustworthy. The Navy headquarters was teeming with numerous eyes and ears. "Is that so?" Sengoku expressed a hint of disappointment. Reluctantly, he handed the bottle back to Karp but was loath to part with it. Thus, he feigned anger, slamming his hand on the table. "Karp, how can you drink during work hours? I must confiscate it." With that, he secured Karp's liquor in the safe beneath the table. Karp was taken aback, exclaiming. After attending to matters, Lin and Karp departed from Sengoku's office. What a scoundrel! I considered Sengoku as a dear brother, sharing fine wine with him, only to have him seize my drink. Karp fumed as he stormed out of Sengoku's office, his anger palpable. The naval guards, sweating profusely, pretended to gaze at the sky, feigning ignorance of the tirade. Yet, they silently mused that only Vice Admiral Karp would dare to speak so boldly against Admiral Sengoku, the future fleet admiral. "This wine hails from my homeland," Lin remarked. Upon hearing this, Karp halted his tirade and eagerly inquired about Lin's hometown, expressing his desire to indulge in it the next time he returned to the East Blue. Lin informed him of the location of Barber Island in the East China Sea. Lin, an island frequented by naval heroes, should deter those pirates from causing disturbances. Sending Karp to Barbary Island was already part of Lin's strategy. Upon discovering the abundance of fine wines and delectable cuisines there, Karp's spirits soared. "Sengoku, I am eager to see how you will plead with me once I return with the exquisite wines. Ha ha ha. At that moment, I shall certainly revel in the opportunity to boast and tantalize you. You scoundrel." Exiting Sengoku's office, Karp, along with Lin, made their way towards the officers' quarters. "Thank you. Thanks to you, I have been promoted from lieutenant to major. After all, Promotions in the Navy are based on merit. Though Lynn did not particularly care for such accolades, he still appreciated Karp's protective nature. For now, mastering the Busashoku Haki and the 6 styles would take precedence, and the merits could be addressed later. Ha ha ha. With your capabilities, you could easily serve as a vice admiral. Sengoku is merely being overly cautious. Karp laughed heartily, dismissing the matter lightly. As they passed through the training grounds, Lynn spotted the formidable chief instructor Zephyr, commanding the Navy's recruits below. His robust physique and distinctive purple short hair made him easily recognizable. Currently, Zephyr had resigned from his position as admiral following the tragic loss of his family to pirates, and now served as an instructor at the headquarters. The future admirals, Akiji, Kizaru, and Akainu, were all his former students. At this point, Zephyr had yet to suffer the loss of his arm at the hands of Whitebeard II, who had not been invited to join the Shichibukai and still held some hope for the Navy. The internal affairs of the Navy were indeed perplexing. Zephyr had lost an entire ship of students to the very pirate who later received an invitation to become a Shichibukai. Subsequently, disillusioned with the world government's navy, he established a new navy. Such political matters are truly a headache. There was Smoker, Tina, and Crocodile Rosinante. Lynn unexpectedly encountered these familiar figures. However, upon reflection, it is understandable. Smoker is only around 17 years old at this time, training under Zephyr alongside Tina. As for Clarendon, he is the adopted son taken in by Sengoku. And now it is the year 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, with 1504 marking the time when Clarendon was covertly positioned beside Don Quixote da Flamingo. Nevertheless, he seems to have overlooked Zephyr's trusted aide, Ein, the stunning beauty with azure waves for hair. Even though she is dressed conservatively and does not exhibit the openness of Nami, she possesses an alluring purity that captivates the senses. Lynn contemplated the fact that Ein became Zephy's disciple only after the incident involving the ability users, recalling Ein's remarkable fruit that could restore youth. Lynn felt a pang of envy, pondering the possibility of her joining his crew in the future. What purpose does this incessant and feeble training serve? I would rather enhance my skills through my own rigorous training. Karp, observing Zephyr instructing the Navy recruits, could not help but voice his criticism. Karp's training regime resembled that of the Spartans, were it not for the extraordinary resilience and physique prevalent in the pirate world. Such a method in reality would leave one utterly incapacitated. At that moment, Zephyr, whose gaze had been fixed on the training Navy, turned his head towards Karp, his brow furrowing. That irreverent old man, speaking ill of him behind his back. If it were not for their shared history, Zephyr would have relished the opportunity to deliver a couple of well-deserved punches to Karp. This old fellow's observation skills remained as sharp as ever. Upon noticing Zephyr's attention, Karp flashed a toothy grin, waved, and departed with Lynn. How he longed to reprimand that old rascal. Watching Karp's infuriating demeanor, Zephyr clenched his teeth in annoyance. Suddenly, upon noticing Lynn beside Karp, Zephyr's expression deepened into a frown. What was someone exuding such an ominous aura doing among the Navy? He appeared as malevolent as a pirate. Nonetheless, it seemed he was affiliated with Karp. Zephyr felt a flicker of curiosity towards the newly arrived Lynn. Captain Karp, Major Lynn, you have arrived. Navigating through various Navy facilities and areas, Lynn followed the Navy personnel from the administration department to the officer's residential zone. Here is the key to room 606. Please keep it safe. Lynn received the key handed to him by the naval officer from the administrative department and unlocked the door to his assigned residence. As the key turned in the lock, a satisfying click echoed, and the door swung open. Before Lynn lay a studio apartment, complete with a balcony, elegantly furnished and impeccably clean. The space was far more expansive than he had anticipated. The living area was remarkably spacious, truly befitting a residence within the officer's quarters. He had expected something akin to a cramped pigeonhole from his previous life. Upon entering the officer's building, Lynn also noticed that the distance between the structures exceeded 30 meters. Adorned with lush trees and blooming flowers, creating an atmosphere that felt neither crowded nor stifling, a testament to thoughtful design. Lynn expressed his satisfaction. After a while, a naval officer from the affairs department returned with some daily necessities and thoughtfully introduced Lynn to the location of the mess hall. He mentioned that it was just the right time for dinner and offered to show Lynn the way. Thus, they proceeded towards the mess hall, which was not far from the accommodation area. Typically, breakfast, lunch, and dinner were served there. He also informed Lynn that if he wished to cook for himself, he could purchase ingredients from the nearby family area, where a substantial market was located. It was evident that the diligent naval officer was committed to ensuring Lynn's acclimatization to Marineford, providing him with insights along the way. Although aware that this was merely part of the officer's duties, Lynn still expressed his gratitude politely. Upon entering the mess hall and receiving their meals, Lynn and Karp began to devour their food ravenously. Their enthusiasm quickly drew the attention of the other sailors. "That's Vice Admiral Karp," one exclaimed, astonished that Karp had chosen to dine in their mess hall that day. "And who is that next to him? He seems to have quite the appetite. Is he a new recruit?" The sailors also noticed Lynn, but their curiosity was innocent, devoid of any malice. "You, young man," Karp remarked, "oh, what else is there that I do not know about you? I never expected you to have mastered the art of life return." Observing Lynn's seemingly bottomless stomach, Karp marveled. "Aside from your ability to transform into paper, you are remarkable." "These insights are merely revelations I stumbled upon," Lynn replied between bites. "Ha ha ha, paper drawing. Excellent. You possess great potential. I foresee you becoming my most distinguished disciple." "What? Vice Admiral Karp is taking on a disciple after so many years?" The sailors, who had been focused on the conversation, felt a mix of shock and intrigue towards Lynn. The murmurs of the sailors did not disrupt Lynn's joyful dining experience. Truly, the chefs at the headquarters prepared exquisite food. After satisfying their appetites, Lynn and Karp parted ways, and the affairs officer also excused himself after finishing his meal. "Ha ha. Young man, make sure you rest well tonight. Tomorrow will not be as easy. I shall send someone to find you, so prepare yourself to endure some pain." Bidding farewell to Lynn, Karp departed with a hearty laugh. He chose Karp primarily to hone his physique, seeking to elevate his strength. Karp's training regimen was indeed rigorous, yet the rewards were equally substantial. One need only look at his grandson, the straw hat-wearing Luffy, who has been molded into an extraordinarily resilient fighter through Karp's iron-fisted training, which included countless sit-ups. Even more astonishing is KB, Karp's later disciple, who, after just 2 years of training, is on the verge of possessing strength akin to that of a vice admiral. Though these remarks may have originated from jesting netizens, they nonetheless reflect a certain acknowledgement of Karp's effective training methods. Upon returning home, Lynn shed his attire, contemplating that he would likely never wear those clothes again. After all, he was no longer a bounty hunter, but rather a major in the Navy headquarters. He indulged in a hot shower and then immersed himself in the bathtub. The sheer comfort and satisfaction almost lulled him into a tranquil slumber with his eyes closed. The following day, a naval officer from Karp's ship knocked on Lynn's door, announcing, "Major Lynn, Vice Admiral Karp has summoned you." Moments later, a youth clad in casual attire pushed open the door. Lynn, having discarded the garments that concealed his physique, now appeared radiant, provided one could overlook the peculiar glint in his eyes. "Let us go," he stated. Lynn followed the guiding naval officer towards Karp's location. It was said that Lynn intended to undergo training, prompting the naval personnel from the logistics department, responsible for tailoring military uniforms, to arrive early. Regarding the specifications for the uniform, Lynn expressed a desire for simplicity, requesting a pure white design, devoid of any flamboyant embellishments. Just as the logistics officer completed their task and departed, Karp's team arrived. Lynn, however, did not have the time to savor breakfast. At this moment, she was clutching a pile of food in her hands, munching as she walked. Upon catching a whiff of Lynn's delectable breakfast, the Marine Kapu swallowed hard. Lynn handed over a fried dough stick and a cup of soybean milk. "Ah, Major Lynn, thank you." The Marine initially intended to decline, but could not resist the enticing aroma and hurriedly accepted it, feeling grateful. He thought to himself that Major Lynn was truly a commendable person. Indeed, one should not judge others solely based on appearances. "Did you not have breakfast?" "No, Major Lynn. I had to go for a morning run, and eating breakfast would upset my stomach and lead to nausea." Throughout their conversation, Lynn gleaned from the Marine the details of their training regimen for the day, which included running, push-ups, weight training, as well as shooting and knife combat exercises. Following the Marine, Lynn arrived at Captain Karp's courtyard, admiring the house adorned with a garden, complete with a rockery and flowing water. Lynn, truly extravagant. Lynn mused silently. Although the room he resided in was quite satisfactory, it paled in comparison to Karp's chamber. It appeared that he would need to take matters more seriously moving forward. Having recently attained the rank of Brigadier General, he recalled the anime where Kiki and Balloomber trained alongside Karp in this very place. "Ha ha ha. Lynn, isn't it splendid here? How about moving in to live with me?" A hearty laughter echoed as the vigorous, muscular Karp approached. even clad in a naval uniform. One could feel the explosive strength emanating from his physique. Never mind, I prefer my solitude, Lynn thought to himself, as he found a place to sit casually and devoured the youtiao in his hand. He had prepared quite a bit to satisfy his hunger, yet he had consumed a fair amount on the way. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, Karp, intrigued, plucked a piece from the bag of youtiao, first inhaling its fragrance before taking a substantial bite and chewing thoughtfully. Lynn, what do you call this delightful fare? Quite intriguing. It's youtiao, accompanied by soy milk, Lynn replied, offering a cup of soy milk without a hint of concern for the hierarchy, for Karp was not the type to adhere rigidly to such formalities. This relaxed interaction fostered a more harmonious atmosphere. Karp accepted the soy milk and took a sip alongside the youtiao, his eyes instantly brightening. Interesting, he exclaimed. Young man, make sure to prepare more of this in the future. I shall join you for breakfast. With a piece of youtiao in one hand and a cup of soy milk in the other, Karp wore a look of utter satisfaction. You sly fox, Karp. Are you attempting to mooch off my breakfast? Lynn merely expressed a complaint, yet did not refuse. Very well. Faced with a mentor willing to impart knowledge to enhance his strength, Lynn found the modest request quite acceptable. As he reached into the paper bag, he discovered it was devoid of the fried dough sticks, prompting Karp to retract his hand. You, my friend, have only contributed a meager amount. Hardly enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. I've nearly consumed all that was available on the way. Karp, he underestimated Lynn's appetite. After a brief respite, the training commenced for the day. By the seaside, a gentle sea breeze caressed their faces, providing a refreshing chill. Two figures stood in opposition. Boy, are you prepared for what lies ahead? Ha ha. Karp's fists, as large as sandbags, collided with one another. Even from a distance, Lynn could sense the latent power contained within. I am ready. Is that so? Then brace yourself for my punch. Evasion and the use of observation hockey are off the table. Karp discerned that Lynn had become overly reliant on the power of flames, resulting in his physical prowess not being sufficiently honed through rigorous training. Without the aid of his abilities, Lynn's physical attributes were merely 8 times that of an ordinary individual in the pirate world. This was undeniably insufficient. Thus, Karp's objective was to enhance Lynn's physical capabilities through the application of hockey in his training, so that subsequent practice with armament hockey would yield exponentially greater results. With a resounding bang, Karp's hockey-infused fist descended upon Lynn with tremendous force. Lynn was suddenly sent flying by that iron fist. Come again, he said, wiping a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for Lynn's understanding of the efficacy of this training method, he would never have chosen to willingly endure such blows, especially the punches from Karp, infused with the power of hockey, which truly stung. Not bad, kid, Karp said, tightening his iron fist as he approached Lynn with a smile. Gazing into Lynn's resolute eyes, akin to iron itself, Karp had a premonition that he would one day become an extraordinarily powerful individual. The relentless sounds of pounding echoed across the beach as Lynn continued to fall. Rise, fall, rise, fall, rise. Unyielding in the face of fists that could inflict excruciating pain, Lynn pressed on. He had begun to realize that, although Karp appeared to strike with fierce brutality, he consistently aimed to avoid vital organs, wielding his force in a manner that spared internal damage. In essence, what Lynn endured was merely superficial injury. Had Karp truly unleashed his wrath indiscriminately, he would likely be confined to bed for several days. The training persisted from morning until dusk, leaving even Karp momentarily stunned. Though I controlled my strength, how on earth did you endure nearly a whole day? It's quite absurd. Normally, a typical Navy sailor would be writhing on the ground after a few punches, yet you managed to hold on until twilight? Originally, Karp sought to ascertain Lynn's limits. But now, bang, Lynn was struck and sent flying. Subsequently, there was no further movement. It appeared he had reached his limit. Observing this, Karp let out a hearty laugh, remarking, not bad, kid, you've held on for quite some time. Lynn's remarkable performance took him by surprise. Thankfully, the young man finally succumbed. He certainly did not wish to concede defeat before Lynn, as his sharp tongue might have unleashed a barrage of taunts, questioning whether this was what constituted a naval hero, insinuating that he had grown old and could no longer throw a punch. Medic. With Karp's call, the medical personnel rushed over, lifting Lynn onto a stretcher. Major Lynn was truly impressive. He had only lost consciousness after enduring a day's relentless pounding from Vice Admiral Karp. Karp's subordinates were equally astonished. It was said that the last individual to undergo such rigorous training, Vice Admiral Kazan, had only managed to last until midday before collapsing. Clearly, Major Lynn had demonstrated far greater resilience, potentially even surpassing Vice Admiral Kazan in the future. Fool, don't speak carelessly. Ouch, that hurts. A nearby sailor delivered a punch to the one who had spoken. This reckless fellow had no regard for his life. If Vice Admiral Kazan heard him, he might just freeze him solid. Oh dear, I just stepped out for a moment, and already I'm the subject of such discussion? Newcomers are truly terrifying. A languid voice echoed, and soon a tall man with black curly hair, wearing an eye patch and draped in a naval coat, made his entrance. Vice Admiral Kazan. It was over. They would be frozen solid. The sailors who had spoken scrambled in a panic. Observing their flustered state, Kazan felt a wave of exasperation. Am I truly that intimidating? I am not the one who indiscriminately bombarded the world government's refuge meant for civilians. The O'Hara incident had evidently caused a rift between Kazan and Sakazuki, despite their shared origins. Kazan, long time no see. Karp greeted him with a hearty laugh. Mr. Karp, it has indeed been a while. Seeing you in such high spirits puts my mind at ease, Kazan responded, displaying utmost respect towards Karp. Due to rampant piracy at sea, the Vice Admiral was frequently dispatched on missions by Sengoku. However, this time he could afford to stay for a while. Casting a glance at the injured and unconscious Lynn on the stretcher, Kazan inquired with curiosity, Mr. Karp, is this your new apprentice? Kazan had spent some time aboard Karp's ship and regarded him as a mentor, although his true teacher remained Zephyr. Haha, indeed. What do you think? This lad is quite impressive, managing to endure a whole day under my iron fists, half a day longer than you did back then. Kazan replied in a relaxed tone. He is truly an exceptional individual. He acknowledged the pain that Karp's iron fists could inflict. Kazan, let us grab a meal together, Karp suggested. Thank you, Mr. Karp. But I must first pay a visit to Teacher Zephyr. Farewell for now. Upon concluding his words, Kazan departed. When Lynn regained consciousness, he found himself surrounded by a sea of white and an array of medical apparatus, suggesting that he had collapsed and been transported to the Naval Headquarters Hospital. He cast aside the covers and rose to his feet, only to be met with a gentle admonition. Ah, Major Lynn, you must not get up just yet. You need to rest more. Lynn was gently pressed back by the nurse. I am perfectly fine now, Lynn stated. How could such a rapid recovery be possible? The nurse inquired, examining the injuries Lynn had sustained during training. To her astonishment, as Lynn had claimed, the wounds had indeed healed significantly, meeting the discharge criteria. Your recovery is truly remarkable, the nurse remarked in awe. With no further concerns, Lynn was, of course, free to leave. Though Cap was typically brash and carefree, he possessed a keen sense of detail. After all, it was his worry over potential internal injuries stemming from Lynn's ordeal that had prompted a hospital visit. After a rejuvenating nap, Lynn realized it was already noon. Upon exiting the hospital, he tilted his head towards the sky. The midday sun was scorching. Yet for Lynn, it merely radiated a pleasantly warm sensation. He set off towards his residence in the officer's district. Upon returning home, Lynn took a refreshing shower and changed into clean attire. He exchanged points from the system for a sumptuous feast, then indulged in a hearty meal, grasping meat in one hand and steamed buns in the other, devouring it with gusto. Due to the excessive exertion from the previous day, Lynn found himself with an insatiable appetite, leaving the table piled high with empty plates. Once satiated, he waved his hand, and the dishes transformed into particles of light, vanishing without the need for washing. The convenience of the system was truly remarkable. By afternoon, Lynn set out for Cap's courtyard and entered. Lynn, your resilience surpasses my expectations. Cap exclaimed with satisfaction. I initially thought you would need to rest for at least a day. I am ready to continue, Master Cap, Lynn replied. Then let us proceed, young man. Prepare to endure the forging of my iron fist. In the ensuing days, Lynn pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion, relentlessly training. This vigorous dedication visibly transformed his physique, rendering him increasingly robust. Lynn had not anticipated that within just a few days of his relentless and audacious training, he would experience such remarkable growth. Simultaneously, each time his body approached its limits and he fainted, an enigmatic force within him began to forge an increasingly profound connection with his being. He had previously sensed the presence of this power, but he was astonished to discover that every time he pushed his physical boundaries, the bond with that force deepened significantly. Lynn developed a profound fascination with the latent power gradually awakening within him, igniting his curiosity about the nature of this hidden strength. This relentless pursuit of physical limits continued unabated for an entire week. Lynn, today you should take a break. Training must be complemented with adequate rest for optimal recovery. Karp advised. Oh dear, it seems there will be no exciting spectacle today, remarked Akiji, who had already prepared a sun lounger on the beach for some leisurely relaxation. Since Lynn became Karp's disciple, he had noticed that Akiji would often visit Karp whenever he had completed the missions assigned by Sengoku and found himself with free time. This dynamic mirrored the original narrative, suggesting a close bond between the two. Once, Akiji was a passionate and ambitious youth. However, after the conclusion of the O'Hara incident, he had neglected his previously disciplined training regimen. Had it not been for this lapse, he might not have faced defeat against Akaina during their clash 2 years after the Straw Hats' departure from the sea at Punk Hazard Island. The O'Hara Buster Call and Akainu's indiscriminate bombardment of the civilian evacuation ships orchestrated by the world government painted a grim picture, leaving Akiji increasingly disillusioned with the concept of justice, leading to a gradual decline in his resolve. Why don't you have a spar with this kid? Karp suggested. I have no objections, Lynn replied with a shrug, eagerly anticipating a match with the future Akiji. His previous encounter with Karp had ended swiftly with just a single fiery strike, and he yearned to test the limits of his own capabilities. Perhaps we should forego the battle, Akiji, in his usual languid manner, expressed disinterest, preferring to bask in the sun during his holiday. Seeing the lackadaisical demeanor of Akiji, Karp felt a surge of irritation. Lynn, utilize that ability of yours to give this slacker a proper workout, he instructed with ulterior motives. If he ends up injured, I want he take responsibility. Lynn attempted to absolve himself of any liability. Fear not. This fellow is a natural type user of the ice fruit, possessing elemental powers. Without mastering hockey, you cannot defeat him, Karp reassured. Is everyone nowadays so prone to violence, ready to bring others to the brink of death at the slightest provocation? Akiji remarked, feeling somewhat embarrassed by the exchange between the older and younger individuals. All he desired was to enjoy a peaceful day in the sun without facing such cruelty. Lynn, take action. Let Akiji experience some pressure. It will do him good, Karp insisted. Apologies, Admiral Akiji, but it is the old man who has urged me to engage. Lynn replied, brimming with eagerness. Witnessing Lynn's eagerness to engage, which surpassed even Karp's, Akiji could only sigh in resignation, knowing that this confrontation was inevitable. Oh dear, I cannot allow the newcomer to underestimate me, Akiji mused. As he spoke, Kazan rose from his recliner and placed the eye mask upon his forehead. Simultaneously, an intense chill emanated from his being. Instantly, the once sweltering beach transformed into a frigid expanse. Observing Kazan, whose body was adorned with frost, one could witness the manifestation of his ice fruit powers. Lynn began to unleash his latent powers as crimson flames erupted from his body, roaring with intensity. This was reminiscent of a devil fruit ability, akin to that of the fire-wielding Sakazuki. Kazan, observing Lynn's fiery display, was taken aback. He never expected this tenacious youth, who could withstand the might of Captain Karp longer than he could, to also possess a devil fruit ability, particularly one of the same fiery nature as Sakazuki's. Gazing at the flames enveloping Lynn, Kazan recalled the scene aboard the O'Hara refuge ship. He had once believed the Navy existed to uphold justice and protect innocent lives at sea. That belief was shattered the day Sakazuki, also a disciple of Zephyr, taught him a harsh lesson by ordering a bombardment of the refuge vessel. The memories of that day, coupled with Lynn's similar attributes, ignited an uncharacteristic fury within Kazan, causing the icy tendrils of his power to spread along the beach. Indeed, Kazan felt the surge of energy. Do not underestimate young Lynn. From a distance, Karp bellowed with his booming voice, having moved away to watch the unfolding spectacle with great interest. Since you possess a devil fruit power as formidable as Sakazuki's, I need not worry about accidentally causing your demise. Violent I speak. Kazan concentrated the freezing energy into his right arm, and in an instant, a powerful ice bird surged forth towards Lynn, leaving a path of frost in its wake. Single-handed flame flash. Lynn instantly transformed into a fiery humanoid form, engulfed in flames. With fire flickering atop his head, his eyes glowed with a crimson radiance, and flames enveloped his fists like formidable gauntlets. Raising one hand, a torrent of flame akin to a massive fireball was unleashed in an instant, colliding with the ice bird conjured by Kazan. To Kazan's astonishment, the blazing ray, seemingly appearing out of nowhere without any charge, swiftly traversed the path of the ice bird, obliterating both bird and man in one fell swoop. with no means of evasion. Kazan was utterly consumed, vaporized under the searing heat of the flames. Hey, kid, don't get too cocky. Kazan isn't so easily defeated. Karp's voice echoed as the seemingly vanquished Kazan reformed from the frozen sands of the beach. You've got some skill, but this time luck won't favor you, Kazan declared, a rare seriousness marking his demeanor. As Lynn and Kazan continued their fierce battle, a figure with purple hair materialized beside Karp, quite astonishingly suppressing Kazan's powers. It was none other than Navy instructor Zephyr, who had brought his students to the beach for training, drawn in by the unfolding skirmish. Zephyr, what brings you here? Old man? Karp quipped. This beach isn't your private domain. Karp, if you can come, why can't I? Zephyr retorted without mercy. Karp chuckled. Fair point. Despite their constant bickering, the camaraderie forged as fellow Navy officers was undeniable. Is this young man one of your new students? I heard you recently took on an apprentice, Zephyr inquired, likely referring to the young man with an aura of malevolence who had once shadowed Karp. Indeed, Lynn is the most exceptional student I have ever had. Karp boasted with pride. Oh, I shall see just how exceptional he truly is, Zephyr replied, falling silent as he and Karp observed the battle. Meanwhile, Kazan, having reformed, launched another offensive. Realizing this adversary was proving more formidable than anticipated, he activated his ultimate technique. Only in the realm of ice could he dominate. Mini Ice Age, Kazan declared, placing his hand upon the ground, unleashing a chilling wave that instantly froze the beach and the surrounding waves. Yet, Lynn remained unfazed. Rather, the frigid air around him began to melt away, transforming into vapor. You, my friend, are far more troublesome than I had envisioned. You've already resorted to a significant move. Yet you remain unscathed. The reason he only launched a minor attack was to avoid implicating the entire naval headquarters. He certainly wished to evade a lengthy reprimand from Admiral Sengoku. Observing that the Ice Age had no effect on Lynn, Kazan resorted to using the frozen time capsule. A frigid shockwave surged along the ground, hurtling towards Lynn. Meanwhile, Kazan's frozen form began to disintegrate, merging into the ice and vanishing from sight. As the chilling shockwave approached, Lynn raised his foot, unleashing a fiery blade that instantly countered the icy assault, dissipating it after traveling a considerable distance. At that moment, Kazan's frosty silhouette quietly reformed behind Lynn, wielding an ice blade that had materialized in his hand, aimed at Lynn. Just as Akiji believed his attack was about to succeed, Lynn effortlessly evaded it. Akiji's strike met with empty air, and his pupils contracted in astonishment. He never anticipated that Lynn had mastered the observation haki. Lynn turned and swung his fist, a blow imbued with terrifying heat, striking Kazan, who was instantly shattered and melted into a puddle of evaporating water. It was evident he possessed the observation haki. From a distance, Zephyr gasped in astonishment and hastily grasped Karp, inquiring, Karp, did you teach him this observation haki? If that were the case, his talent would indeed be staggering, considering he had only joined the Navy 10 days ago. Observing Zephyr's excitement, Karp casually scratched his nose and replied, No, this kid learned it on his own shortly after entering the Grand Line. It seems he spent 3 months mastering it. True to his nature, Karp omitted any mention of Kurokas, the ship's doctor of the Roger pirates. However, this omission only heightened Zephyr's astonishment at Lynn's extraordinary capabilities. What? Following his shock, Zephyr's thoughts regarding Lynn took a different turn. The battle between Lynn and Kazan, a clash of fire and ice, continued unabated. Realizing that his freezing abilities were ineffective against Lynn, Kazan reverted to his icy form and donned ice gloves. He elementalized his hands and employed the iron fist technique, a legacy passed down from Karp, to envelop his strikes with haki. Subsequently, the two combatants engaged in an intense close-quarters battle. Lynn had to admit that without the defense of armament haki, he was incapable of inflicting any harm upon Kazan, the wielder of the ice fruit. Each time he shattered him into icy fragments. The next moment he reassembled once more. Lynn comprehended the phenomenon through the lens of the real world, believing that fire could melt ice, akin to how water could counter sand in the original narrative. However, after engaging in battle, this notion proved untenable. It is worth noting that the original story never introduced a natural element where fire could directly strike the essence of ice. Ace's demise at the hands of Akainu stemmed from his decision to protect Luffy by sacrificing his elemental transformation, opting instead to withstand the assault with his physical form. As the battle raged on, Kazan, despite employing haki to envelop his fists, found himself unable to gain the upper hand. After all, The blood flame bestowed Lynn with an extraordinary enhancement. Both combatants exchanged blows as the sun dipped closer to the horizon. The confrontation evolved into a contest of endurance, with each fighter striving to outlast the other. The fervent clash drew the attention of numerous naval observers. Akainu, observing the evenly matched combat between Lynn and his former ally, maintained a stoic demeanor, silently contemplating the identity of this fire-wielding individual. Was he a recent addition to the Navy? Simultaneously, he sensed a kindred spirit emanating from Lynn. He is remarkable, managing to hold his own against Vice Admiral Kazan for such an extended period, marveled the silver-haired youth, Smoker, witnessing the rapid exchanges. Movements too swift for the naked eye to perceive, Smoker stood in astonishment. Not only he, but even the students from Zephyr's elite naval training camp were left speechless. Such a caliber of combat was unprecedented in their experience. As long as you all train diligently, one day you will become such formidable warriors. Zephyr interjected at an opportune moment. This was precisely the purpose behind Zephyr's decision to have his students observe this battle, undoubtedly. They would be inspired to train with renewed vigor after witnessing the confrontation. Yes, Teacher Zephyr, I will strive to improve. The inspired students exclaimed with fervor. Haha, that spirit is commendable. Truly a spirited bunch, roared Karp with laughter. At long last, the battle approached its conclusion, both fighters having nearly exhausted their stamina. Ultimately, Kazan collapsed onto the icy ground. I concede, these young warriors are indeed formidable. Lynn discerned that Kazan was merely weary of this futile battle against an adversary he could not best. He simply wished to refrain from fighting. Thus, he willingly conceded and collapsed. If the battle had persisted, the outcome regarding whose stamina would ultimately wane remained uncertain. At present, Kazan existed in a state of confusion. Should he truly commit himself, he could likely astonish everyone. You have not lost. Lynn relinquished his fiery form and extended his hand towards the fallen Akiji. You, despite exuding a somewhat ominous aura, surprisingly proved to be an amiable companion. The temperament of those endowed with abilities is often swayed by the nature of their powers. Fire-based devil fruit users tend to exhibit volatile emotions and impulsive behavior. A prime example is Ace, the wielder of the Mera no Mi, who, during the Marineford War, was provoked incessantly by Sakazuki, ultimately relinquishing his chance to escape in favor of engaging in battle. Furthermore, the burden of the Straw Hat youth constrained Ace's capabilities. In the end, he sacrificed his elemental form to shield the Straw Hat from Sakazuki's molten fist, resulting in his body being pierced. Akiji extended his hand, and Lynn helped him to his feet. Thank you. It has been quite some time since I experienced such exhilarating combat. Lynn smiled gently. Observing the earnest smile of the individual before him, Kazan's expression shifted slightly before settling back into tranquility. You will undoubtedly make a commendable member of the Navy, Kazan remarked. I hope you do not end up like me. As the battle concluded, the two shook hands under the setting sun, and Zephyr reflected. This young man possesses an admirable character. He reminisced about a similar relationship he once shared with Karp. The scene before him stirred nostalgic memories within Zephyr. Ha ha ha, Zephyr. You were once defeated by me in such a manner, Karp boasted with great pride. However, Zephyr, who had initially been lost in fond memories, felt a cloud of bitterness wash over him upon hearing Karp's words. Why should he recall past encounters with this shameless individual? It was clear they had been evenly matched. Yet, in Karp's narrative, it had transformed into his defeat. Hey, Karp, if you entrust Lynn to my tutelage, I am confident I can mold him into an exceptional Navy officer, Zephyr suddenly interjected. Karp replied, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that under my guidance, Lynn cannot become an outstanding Navy officer? Who do you look down upon? Zephyr, cease your grandstanding. I am his true mentor. After stating this, Karp dismissed Zephyr, laughing heartily as he approached Lynn and Kazan. You will come to regret this. Zephyr clearly had no intention of conceding. After disbanding his students, he strolled towards the office of Sengoku. Lynn returned to the residence, where a banquet was underway. However, to his bewilderment, he had originally come as a guest. How did he find himself taking on the role of the chef, merely because he had complained about the cook's slow pace and casually prepared a couple of dishes? Lynn, hurry up. I've already finished. Karp's chopsticks clattered against the plate, reminiscent of Luffy's antics. Lynn, I never imagined you possessed such culinary skills, Kazan exclaimed. His appetite ignited as he savored the thigh meat in his hand. In the face of exquisite cuisine, his usual lethargy vanished, replaced only by an intense desire for gastronomic triumph. Lynn's lips curled slightly in amusement. Since you all relish it so much, may you indulge yourselves to excess. Meanwhile, the chef beside him wore a serious expression, astonished by Lynn's unprecedented culinary techniques. Who knew that dishes could be crafted in such a manner? It was truly a feast for the senses. The chef was utterly captivated, appearing as though he was shamelessly stealing knowledge in broad daylight. Lynn did not engage them, allowing the chefs to prepare their ingredients. Meanwhile, in the war room not long ago, Zephyr knocked on the door. Sengoku responded, "Come in." He had heard reports from his subordinates regarding the battle between Lynn and Kazan. If it weren't for the multitude of affairs demanding his attention, he would have been eager to witness the confrontation. It is noteworthy that since Kazan had adopted a more languid demeanor, he had not sparred at the Marine headquarters for quite some time. "It is Zephyr," Sengoku remarked, a hint of surprise gracing his features as he regarded his former comrade. Typically, aside from training the Marines, Zephyr remained oblivious to outside matters, dedicating all his efforts to cultivating competent Marines for the headquarters. Sengoku welcomed his old friend's arrival, simultaneously curious about the purpose of Zephyr's visit. As Zephyr took a seat and articulated his intent, Sengoku fell into a contemplative silence. He was well aware of the outcome of the battle between Lynn and Kazan. To his astonishment, Lynn had managed to hold his own against Kazan, the wielder of the ice fruit, ultimately resulting in a stalemate. This indicated that Lynn possessed the potential to ascend to the rank of admiral. Moreover, it was noteworthy that Lynn had not yet mastered hockey, yet he was still able to contend with Kazan on equal footing. This, undoubtedly, was a cause for celebration within the Navy, considering Kazan was one of the candidates for future admirals. The latent potential within Lynn has captured the attention of Sengoku, heralding the emergence of another formidable admiral-level force within the Navy. Despite his busy schedule, Sengoku refrained from dispatching Lynn to capture pirates, intending to allow him to focus on his training. To his astonishment, today brought forth an unexpected surprise, further intensifying Sengoku's regard for Lynn. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku finally responded candidly. "Zephyr, it's not that I refuse your request, but Lynn was brought back to the Navy headquarters by Karp. Moreover, he has become Karp's disciple. You are well aware that this fellow has long abandoned the notion of taking on disciples. Even when I offered him promising recruits for training, he declined. If you suddenly request to have Lynn transferred under your command as your student, Karp will undoubtedly storm into my office, creating a difficult predicament for me." Zephyr, seemingly anticipating Sengoku's reasoning, took a sip of tea before calmly replying, "Sengoku, you wouldn't want a repeat of the incident involving Dragon, would you? Originally a promising admiral candidate, Dragon was forcibly lost to us and may even become an adversary of the Navy in the future. I've heard that after defecting, he established some sort of self-proclaimed army to oppose the world government." Zephyr's mention of this matter caused Sengoku's expression to darken ominously, inciting his anger. "Karp, how on earth did you raise your son? Not only did you allow the Navy to lose a potential admiral, but he also sided with our enemies." The mere recollection of this affair kept Sengoku awake at night, filled with frustration. Furthermore, as you know, Kazan was once a vibrant young man brimming with passion. Since serving aboard Karp's ship, he has transformed into this lethargic figure. At this point, Sengoku's countenance grew even darker. Zephyr, noticing this, added fuel to the fire. "Currently, Lynn has only been with Karp for a short time, and no issues have arisen yet, but one cannot be certain." "Enough," Sengoku bellowed, his face ashen. Zephyr recognized that the matter had reached a conclusion, a subtle smile gracing his otherwise placid features. "Very well, Lynn shall be entrusted to your training, Zephyr. Tomorrow, I will send someone to inform Lynn of this decision. Such a promising talent must not be further molded into another problematic officer under that old coot Karp." With his objective accomplished, Zephyr found there was little more to discuss and took his leave from Sengoku's office. The following day, Karp waited in his residence for a considerable time, only to find that Lynn had yet to arrive. Puzzled, he wondered, Lynn usually arrives early. Why has he not come today? Is he unwell? Just as Karp was about to rise and check on Lynn, a messenger from Sengoku hurried in. "Vice Admiral Karp, Admiral Sengoku has instructed me to inform you that from today onwards, all of Major Lynn's training will be entrusted to Instructor Zephyr." Upon hearing the words of the Marine, Karp felt an unprecedented surge of anger within him, realizing the reason for Lynn's prolonged absence. The formidable aura of the legendary hero of the Roger era, Karp, began to emanate from him. "How audacious of Zephyr and Sengoku to transfer my disciple without my consent. If I do not receive a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not rest easy." As he spoke, Karp, with an intimidating presence, clenched his iron fist, and strode towards Sengoku's office. The messenger, overwhelmed by this oppressive aura, was drenched in cold sweat and rendered immobile until Karp departed, allowing him to regain his composure. The intensity of Karp's aura was so formidable that it left me gasping for breath, the messenger remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, Kazan, who had stayed at Karp's residence the previous night, emerged, acknowledging Karp's formidable presence. Ah, it seems there is quite a spectacle to witness. With that, Kazan donned his hat and made his way to Sengoku's office as well. Inside Sengoku's office, Sengoku sat in a commanding position, flanked by his aide, Tsu, and a strikingly beautiful female marine with long black hair, Gion, who shared a close bond with Tsuru. On the sofa sat a robust figure, Admiral Sakazuki, recently returned to headquarters. He was curious as to why Karp was so enraged, sensing an air of danger. For the safety of Admiral Sengoku, he had followed to ascertain the situation. Should Karp dare to act against justice, the magma in his hands would show no mercy. Ah, how lively it is. Kazan, having found a suitable spot, settled in. You lot. Sengoku was speechless, wondering why they had chosen to watch this spectacle instead of training. To quell Karp's fury, he had even summoned Tsuru. Karp, please calm down. Sengoku admonished Karp. How can I remain calm when my only disciple has been taken by you cunning individuals? Karp's fury remained unabated. If I cannot protect my only disciple, I would be unworthy of the title of Marine Hero. Typically, Karp did not boast of his status as a Marine Hero. But this time he explicitly invoked the title, underscoring the significance he placed on Lynn. Karp, have you forgotten about Dragon? Sengoku exclaimed. Dragon? Suddenly, Sengoku mentioned his son, leaving everyone momentarily bewildered. Damn Sengoku, spare us the irrelevant talk. We are discussing Lynn's situation, not that fellow. With a huff of indignation, Sengoku laughed bitterly. It is precisely because of your misguided tutelage and your indulgence of that rascal, Dragon, that the Navy has suffered the loss of a future admiral. Moreover, that individual has been a source of constant trouble for the Navy, creating a self-proclaimed army that has caused nothing but headaches. Karp, tell me, isn't this a reflection of your inadequate teaching abilities? You clearly cannot produce a competent disciple. Just look at Kazan. He was once a paragon of justice within the Navy. Since aligning himself with you, what has he become? Meanwhile, Kazan, who had been watching the unfolding drama, appeared equally perplexed. Hey, how did this suddenly become about me? You can discuss amongst yourselves, but please refrain from dragging me into this. I merely wish to be a quiet bystander. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Karp felt his own imposing aura diminish. It was indeed his oversight regarding Dragon, a point he did not deny. While it was true that Dragon's shortcomings were his fault, he would not accept the blame for Kazan's failings. Just as Karp was about to voice his thoughts, Sengoku shot him a glare, prompting Karp to hold his tongue. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with silence. Ah, I just remembered that my ship might need some tidying up. I must go prod those slackers, Kazan remarked before rising from the sofa, pulling his hat lower to obscure his facial expression. As Kazan's footsteps faded away, both Sengoku and Tsuru sighed in unison. Humph. Regardless of the circumstances, Lynn is still my disciple. Karp's previously oppressive demeanor dissipated as he slumped back onto the sofa. Karp, can't you entrust Lynn to Zephyr? You are aware that ever since that incident, Zephyr has resigned from his position as admiral and devoted himself entirely to training within the Navy. Yet, we all understand that he merely seeks to escape that painful chapter of his life. It has been ages since he last visited this place. That incident undeniably left the Navy in debt to Zephyr. After all, who would have imagined that pirates would have the audacity to target Zephyr's family? We failed to protect them. As Sengoku concluded, silence enveloped the room once more. Gion felt a weight in his heart. He too had learned from Tsuru about the event that had caused Zephyr such enduring anguish. Now that Zephyr had regained his spirit and expressed interest in Lynn, I would prefer not to disappoint him, viewing this as a form of compensation from the Navy. Sengoku earnestly advised Karp. However, Karp was unwilling to accept such reasoning, his anger flaring as he retorted, "Nonsense. So, for the sake of that old man Zephyr, I must be made to suffer? My contributions to the Navy are no less significant than that of Zephyr. Moreover, it was a Herculean effort for me to bring Lynn back. Were it not for my exceptional eloquence, how could Lynn have possibly joined the Navy?" Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged glances, revealing a shared weary smile. Involving oneself in the affairs of these two old comrades is truly exhausting, yet one cannot openly take sides. It is indeed a perplexing dilemma. Since we are at an impasse, Why not allow Lynn to make his own decision? In a moment of clarity, it was Tsuru, the Navy's strategist, who proposed a solution that satisfied all parties involved. Meanwhile, Zephyr had not commenced training Lynn. Instead, he was meticulously explaining the principles of Haki and the six powers to him. Such clarity in Zephyr's exposition allowed Lynn to gain a deeper understanding of Haki and the six powers. Of course, for now, you only need to learn a few essential techniques from the six powers to practice in that direction. Once you have mastered those, you can gradually learn the entirety of the six powers until you have completely grasped them. After all, learning just a few techniques is considerably more expedient than attempting to master them all at once. To be candid, this morning, when Lynn intended to seek out Karp, he found himself bewilderedly brought before Zephyr by Sengoku's men. Naturally, as a member of the Navy, he could not refuse Sengoku's orders. Furthermore, becoming Zephyr's disciple was one of his aspirations. Whether for future promotions or to learn Haki and the six powers, this would facilitate a quicker comprehension of those skills. After all, Zephyr, as a Navy instructor, possesses profound knowledge in both theory and practical combat. In contrast, Karp is merely a step above Rayleigh, who only knows how to strike from the shadows, operating at a merely competent level. The seasoned and theoretically rich Zephyr, however, belongs to the realm of elite educators. As Zephyr continued his explanation to Lynn, a group approached. Among them, Karp was seething with fury. "Zephyr, you cunning rascal, how dare you steal my disciple? Today, I shall make you feel the weight of my iron fist." Karp's voice boomed with the resonance of thunder. Zephyr seemed to have anticipated Karp's arrival, fully aware of his old comrade's temperament. "Karp, it has been far too long since we last sparred. Let me see if this old man has grown complacent." Zephyr's aura was equally formidable, as the two warriors' desires to battle clashed fiercely. Following closely behind were Sengoku and Tsuru, who approached at a measured pace. Sengoku, with a resigned gesture, raised a hand to his forehead. "You two old fools, why do you still bicker like you did in your youth?" This scene seemed to transport him back to a bygone era. "Cease this at once." "Karp, Zephyr." The stern shouts of the Warring States era proved effective, as the intense confrontation between both sides somewhat abated. He, with a calm demeanor, spoke. "Since you all aspire to be Lynn's mentor, why not allow him to make the choice himself? To disregard the feelings of the individual involved is rather impulsive." As soon as his words fell, Karp reluctantly retracted his fierce battle intent, visibly softening. Zephyr also nodded in agreement, affirming the sentiment. Given the extent of the dispute, it was indeed best for the person concerned to make the decision. "Now, Lynn, please share your thoughts." Sengoku directed his gaze towards Lynn. Instantly, the weight of the situation bore down upon Lynn. However, he remained unfazed, responding with serene confidence. "I want them all." "Huh?" Lynn's words brought a momentary silence to the scene. It was now Karp's turn to feel exasperated. "I am fully aware that Lynn is an avaricious individual, yet I found myself hoping that he would choose only himself. If that were the case, it would contradict the very essence of this lad's character. Truly, he is insatiable." Beside Crane, Guion had initially been intrigued by Lynn, the naval officer who could incite competition between the legendary Karp and the iron-fisted Zephyr. She had come over to discern what sort of person he was, only to discover that he was an exceedingly greedy fellow. It is worth noting that both Karp and Zephyr are highly esteemed figures within the Navy. Simply gaining the tutelage of either would pave the way for a smooth ascent in one's naval career. Yet, this fellow wishes to learn from both masters at once. Does he possess the stamina to absorb the disparate teachings of these two distinct educators? One must hope he does not end up learning nothing and hindering his own progress. Guion scoffed inwardly, in response to the disparaging remarks from the female officer beside Crane. Lynn merely smiled, showing little concern. "Lynn, have you truly considered this? If you opt for different instructors, your advancement may indeed be impeded. Rest assured, teacher Zephyr, teacher Karp," he replied confidently. Lynn smiled, a surge of inexplicable confidence illuminating his face. What an audacious little rascal he was. Sakazuki, finding the scene rather uninteresting, turned on his heel and departed. He had anticipated a confrontation between the esteemed Admiral Zephyr and the legendary hero Karp, but was instead met with a rather anticlimactic conclusion, which left him feeling quite bored. With matters seemingly settled, the skirmish came to a close. Karp and Tsuru returned to their office to resume their naval duties. Subsequently, they established a teaching schedule for the two, allocating half a day to each. Thus began Lynn's journey as a master of time management, with the first half of the day dedicated to Zephyr's instruction in the armament Haki 6 forms, and the latter half spent under Karp's rigorous training, honing his physical prowess with hockey. Days of diligent and fulfilling labor unfolded in this manner. Lynn sleeps later than a pig, concluding his training with Karp at 10 o'clock in the evening. Rising at 6 in the morning, he partakes in breakfast before shortly thereafter engaging in training with Zephyr. Undoubtedly, Lynn is grateful for the indulgence of these two instructors, who have graciously permitted alterations to his working hours. In a spirit of gratitude, he contemplates the possibility of altering the outcomes of future events. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight has elapsed. Within the training grounds of Zephyr, a sharp command resounds, "Shave." Lynn's figure vanished in an instant, flickering continuously before the eyes of the onlookers. It is widely understood that such a swift movement requires a rapid succession of footfalls upon the ground, generating explosive reactive force to achieve remarkable speed. To the adversaries, it appeared as if she had simply disappeared. The six styles first manifested during the Water City incident, prominently exhibited by the CP9 members led by Lucci. Lynn was utterly captivated the first time he viewed the Water City arc, marveling at the purity of the technique devoid of any garish special effects. In stark contrast to the overindulgent visual spectacle of Wano, which seemed to rain down extravagantly, this was truly a delight to behold. Observing the rapid progress of Lynn as he skillfully executed the technique of shave in the open area, Zephyr's hands trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth twitched. "How long have you been learning this?" Excluding the training time with Karp, it has only been about 7 or 8 days, hasn't it? And you've already mastered shave? Even more astonishing was the fact that it took Lynn merely 2 hours to proficiently apply shave after he had learned it. Even elite Navy officers like Sakazuki and Kazan required a considerable amount of time to fully master it. Beyond mastering shave, Lynn's understanding of Busashoka hockey was also beginning to show promise. Although not overtly apparent, it marked a commendable beginning. The trainees in the training ground, including Smoker, gazed in awe at the figure that flickered continuously in the arena, filled with disbelief. "Damn it! Why can this guy learn shave so effortlessly while I've been training for so long with no progress at all?" Smoker grumbled, white smoke billowing from his mouth. At this point, Smoker had already consumed the Smokeford of the Logia type, otherwise adhering to the original storyline. It was only 2 years after Luffy set sail that Smoker finally acquired the talent for Busashoka hockey, making it indeed challenging to enter the elite training camp of the Navy headquarters. Lynn also noticed the distant figure shrouded in smoke. However, after a mere glance, she averted her gaze and continued to refine the shaving technique she had recently acquired, striving for greater proficiency. Time flowed like a river. And amidst the daily hustle and fulfilling training, 5 months had elapsed since Lynn arrived at the naval headquarters. She remained in the training grounds of Zephyr. Lynn stood poised before a training post, ready to unleash a punch. Suddenly, his hands transformed into a gleaming black, as solid as iron, revealing the manifestation of hockey. The 3 forms of hockey, armament hockey, conqueror's hockey, and observation hockey, represent the latent powers within humanity in the world of One Piece. At present, Lynn had mastered both observation and armament hockey. As for the more advanced and formidable conqueror's hockey, it remained a matter of chance. A gamble on whether he possessed the rare qualities of a king, a trait found in only one among a million. Notable figures of the New World, such as Don Quixote Doflamingo, Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Lin, all embody the qualities of a king. Boom. Lin, having enveloped his arm with the advanced armament hockey, unleashed a powerful punch against the wooden training post. In an instant, the wooden post, utilized by the Navy for training purposes, disintegrated into a cloud of dust under the might of Lin's iron fists. Zephyr, observing Lin's remarkable performance and rapid progress, found himself at a loss for words, his expression betraying his astonishment. In the span of 5 months, Lin not only mastered the 6 forms of the Navy, but also acquired a preliminary understanding of armament hockey. Remarkably, Lin is merely 15 years of age. This undoubtedly makes him the youngest prodigy in the annals of the Navy. Due to the profound impact of Lin's exceptional performances, Zephyr has managed to maintain an unruffled demeanor. Even if Lin were to suddenly awaken Conqueror's hockey, it would not seem implausible to him. This naval instructor, the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy, Iron Fist Zephyr, has been thoroughly impressed by the talents Lin has displayed. Lin, you have done well. It appears you have begun to grasp armament hockey. However, I urge you to remain composed and not to succumb to arrogance, for such humility will enable you to journey further. Mastering armament hockey is merely the beginning. Lin naturally understands that mastering the use of hockey is merely the beginning. There lies ahead a multitude of applications for Haki that will require extensive time and dedication to practice and perfect. The use of armament Haki enhances both the defense and offensive capabilities of the wielder and serves as the sole means, aside from Seastone, to engage and strike against those endowed with the powers of the Logia type. Lynn is currently aware of 3 methods of utilizing Haki. Firstly, the technique of wrapping destruction, which he has mastered alone. Secondly, the flow of external release. And thirdly, internal destruction, much like the observation Haki, referred to as the heart net in the Sky Island. The armament Haki is known as flowing cherry blossom in Wano country. It was within this very land that the Straw Hat youth, Luffy, advanced his mastery of armament Haki, achieving both external release and internal destruction. Lynn still has a long way to go in his training of armament Haki. However, the time has come for him to set sail. At Karp's residence, he remarked, "So, you intend to embark on your journey?" With his arms crossed over his chest, Karp gazed at Lynn thoughtfully. The intelligence regarding the Double Dragon pirates had long been entrusted to Lynn. "Indeed, thanks to your training, Master Karp, I can feel the changes in my physique. Particularly, the power within my mind has become increasingly apparent. I believe that after further training under your guidance, I will be able to unleash that hidden strength." "Ha ha ha, that's splendid. Having spent so much time training with you, I can take this opportunity while you're at sea to visit my grandson and also see that Barbary Island you mentioned." The mere thought of the fine wine there made Karp yearn to return to the East Blue immediately. Now that Lynn's training has reached a conclusion, he can set out with peace of mind. As for the dangers he might face while sailing alone, that is an impossibility. With his mastery of both armament and observation Haki, coupled with the powers of the Blood Flame fruit, Lynn is more than capable of navigating the new world, let alone the mere West Blue. In a gesture of gratitude towards Karp, Lynn personally took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous feast that was sure to tantalize the appetite. Karp, delighted, erupted into hearty laughter, praising Lynn as an exceptional disciple. For Lynn, however, this was merely a matter of convenience. The following day, upon learning that Karp was returning to the East Blue, Sengoku handed Karp a stack of bounty notices, urging him to eliminate those pirates along the way. Initially, Karp contemplated refusal, considering that it was his vacation time. Yet, under Sengoku's thunderous admonition, Karp begrudgingly acquiesced. "Karp, while you may have slacked off during Lynn's training, this time, you must ensure that these pirates listed in the bounties are dealt with." Thus, Karp's dog-headed warship departed from the naval port. Meanwhile, Lynn chose not to continue his training with Zephyr that day, instead making his way to Sengoku's office. Lynn knocked on the door. "Zhanghua, please enter, General Zhanghua." Lynn greeted respectfully. "Lynn, do not speak recklessly. I am not yet a general." Although Zhanghua said this, he could not entirely conceal the slight upward curve of his lips. "In my heart, it is you, who steadfastly upholds justice, that truly deserves the title of general." Lynn spoke with such eloquence, his expression unwavering, as if Zhanghua were indeed the most fitting for that esteemed position. "Ahem, Lynn. Let us refrain from such flattery and focus on the matter at hand." Zhanghua coughed a few times, interrupting Lynn's praise. However, Lynn noticed that the corners of the general's mouth were nearly forming a check mark, a sign that his objective had been achieved. Lynn articulated his thoughts to Sengoku, expressing the notion of constructing a vessel capable of harnessing his abilities through the use of Hailu stone. Sengoku responded, "My previous ship could not withstand my powers. It could only endure for a brief period before failing. Hence, I believe that the hardness of Hailu stone should suffice to create a suitable vessel." However, Sengoku continued, "It is not that I am unwilling to assist you, but the hardness of Hailu stone is exceedingly high, and the methods for forging it are solely possessed by the world government." Sengoku, of course, was not being stingy with Lynn, the future star of the Navy. He had been closely observing Lynn's training and was well aware of the extraordinary talent Lynn exhibited, having mastered the dual-color Haki in a remarkably short time. Thus, the mere matter of Hailu stone seemed trivial. It is worth noting that some naval ships are equipped with Hailu stone at their bottoms. When these vessels are no longer in service, they are discarded at the Navy headquarters. Moreover, Karp's formidable iron fists were honed through the relentless striking of those Hailu stone warships. Currently, there is no shortage of Hailu stone. The challenge lies in the absence of processing methods within the Navy itself. They can only rely on higher authorities. I might be able to give it a try. Lynn pondered thoughtfully. "Oh, do you happen to know how to process Hailu stone?" Sengoku's expression turned serious. If they could master the processing methods of Hailu stone, The materials from the decommissioned warships could prove invaluable in combating those with extraordinary abilities. Lynn shook his head and said, "I wish to test my flames." As he spoke, a dark flame coalesced in the palm of his hand, an exhibition of Lynn elevating the temperature to its utmost limit. Sengoku observed the small yet intensely scorching flame in Lin's hand and nodded in agreement. "Perhaps it is worth a try. I shall arrange for an exceptional shipwright from the Navy to assist you." Subsequently, Sengoku designated a member of the Navy to guide Lynn to the shipyard, the very hub of the Navy responsible for the maintenance and repair of warships. Upon arriving at the shipyard, numerous vessels in dire need of repair floated upon the surface of the sea, their hulls damaged of varying degrees due to pirate attacks or maritime mishaps. Within a structure resembling a factory shed, they encountered the esteemed shipwright lauded by Sengoku, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a cap adorned with a wrench. Lynn expressed her intentions. "Do you utilize sea prism stone in your flame manipulation? What an amusing notion. Is that so, Lynn? Let us proceed." Stopping her work, the elderly man, guided Lynn to the ship graveyard. Here lay numerous warships, rendered incapable of sailing due to extensive damage. "The hulls of these vessels contain sea prism stone. Lynn, give it a try." With a swift motion, deftly removed the wooden planks from the ship's bottom, revealing a substance resembling iron. Indeed, the nemesis of those with abilities, the sea prism stone. It was fortuitous that Karp had often trained his fists here, resulting in many sunken hulls. Among them, several warships bore deep indentations, a testament to Karp's relentless strikes. The sea prism stone is the hardest material in the world of pirates, and Karp's iron fists were forged through relentless practice against this very substance. Lynn recalls from the original work that Karp trained his formidable fists to shatter 8 mountains in order to confront the pointed head of the 8 treasure water army's green pepper. The ability to crush mountains and reshape sea stone attests to Karp's unparalleled strength. Even during the Paramount War, when Ace was slain by Akainu, Karp had to restrain Sengoku, fearing that he might lose control and kill Akainu himself. However, it is perplexing how such a powerhouse, capable of effortlessly dispatching an admiral, has recently appeared so diminished in the plot concerning the rescue of Kobe, being frozen by Akiji and imprisoned by the Blackbeard pirates. Lynn's palm was enveloped by a sphere of shadowy flames, ultimately transforming into a blade as solid as steel. Lynn endeavored to utilize a palm blade to cleave the sea tower stone, and remarkably, he succeeded. The dark, sharp edge enveloping his hand was exceedingly formidable. Although he encountered a certain resistance during the cutting process, with a little more time, he was able to sever the sea tower stone. Witnessing the successful division of the stone, the shipwright, Rake, was utterly astonished. It truly worked. The sea tower stone, which is countless times harder than diamond, has actually been cut. The shipwright accompanying Rake stood agape, unable to fathom the feat. Rake, filled with exhilaration, felt his hands tremble slightly with excitement. This means that the Navy now possesses the capability to process sea tower stone. Lynn spent time meticulously carving a substantial piece of sea tower stone. Rake instructed several shipwrights behind him to transport this piece to the forge. "Lynn, your request is to construct a vessel capable of harnessing your strength for navigation. A solitary boat propelled by your power, is that correct?" "Indeed," Lynn replied. "Haha, leave this matter to me," Rake exclaimed, his face beaming with joy. "However, the real challenge lies ahead. We shall see if your flames can melt this sea tower stone. If successful, the Navy will truly possess the capability to manipulate sea tower stone at will. You will achieve great merit." Upon entering the forge, Lynn focused intently on transforming his blood flames into a spectral dark hue. This particular flame greatly drained both his stamina and energy. Under Rake's guidance, he began to process the sea tower stone, watching as the ore, known as sea tower stone, gradually took shape under the dark flames. Rake laughed heartily. "Lynn, henceforth your standing in the Navy will be unassailable. You are the only one capable of processing sea tower stone." This news swiftly reached the warring states. "What? Lynn has succeeded. He has managed to process the incredibly hard sea tower stone. Our Navy now possesses the ability to manipulate sea tower stone. Only with weapons crafted from sea tower stone can the Navy effectively counter those with extraordinary abilities." Lynn's ability to process the sea tower stone is undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the Navy. However, for the sake of Lynn's safety, the warring states decided to keep this news under wraps. 2 days later, at Zephyr's residence, he concluded a day of training with his students and returned to his home in the family quarters as evening fell. Just as he was about to hang up his Navy cloak and wash his face, a knock resounded at the door. Curiosity piqued, Zephyr wondered who could possibly be seeking him at this hour. Ever since that incident, his home had become a solitary place, devoid of company. The once passionate Zephyr, who had harbored dreams for the Navy's bright future, had grown taciturn over the years. Few had come to visit him willingly. With a click, Zephyr turned the doorknob and opened the door. Before him stood a youth clad in a white t-shirt and long pants. His delicate features complemented by light red eyes. The very talented student, Lynn, who had recently caught Zephyr's attention. Zephyr was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected that after all these years, the visitor would be a student he had only recently taken under his wing. Lynn bore a massive package on his back, one that dwarfed his own figure. With a pure smile, he raised a bottle of wine that Zephyr had never seen before. "Teacher Zephyr, may I come in for a moment?" Lynn asked, his smile bright. Zephyr's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "What on earth are you up to with such a grand entrance?" "Come in," he beckoned, intrigued to see what Lynn had planned. Despite their interactions mostly occurring within the confines of the training camp, Zephyr had developed a certain understanding of the student. At first glance, Lynn appeared somewhat sinister and difficult to approach, but after nearly half a year's acquaintance, Zephyr recognized that these were mere superficial impressions. In truth, Lynn was an easygoing and amiable young man. When he heard the knock at the door, Zephyr had surmised it might be Lynn. He was pleasantly surprised to find it was indeed him, and that he had brought wine. After all, Lynn was the only student unafraid of him, maintaining a natural demeanor in his presence. However, Zephyr was left wondering what lay within the large package behind him. As the door was slightly smaller than the package, Lynn had to force it inside, pushing it with considerable effort until it finally made its way through. "Hey, kid, be careful not to damage my door," Zephyr said, wiping the sweat from his brow as he watched the door sway. It was only when Lynn entered and opened the bag that Zephyr realized it was filled with an array of food. "Haha, Teacher Zephyr. I assume you haven't had dinner yet? Today, I'm treating you. May I borrow your kitchen?" "Help yourself. The kitchen is over there," Zephyr replied. Zephyr initially believed it to be a matter of great significance, only to discover it was merely a simple act of preparing a meal for himself. He decided to let it be. At that moment, Lynn entered the kitchen, dragging along the food, and tossed a bottle of wine towards him. Zephyr caught it steadily and, glancing at the bottle, inquired, "Lynn, what kind of wine is this? I have never seen such a bottle before. It is a local wine from my homeland." "You might find it to your liking," Lynn replied as he busied himself in the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Zephyr unscrewed the cap and took a sip, immediately enveloped by a rich and robust flavor. His eyes widened slightly, and he laughed heartily towards the kitchen, saying, "Lynn, I truly appreciate your kindness. I find this wine quite delightful." "That's wonderful to hear," Lynn replied, as a flurry of sounds emanated from the kitchen. Zephyr, wishing to lend a hand given the abundance of food, attempted to assist, but was gently pushed back by Lynn, who urged him to sit at the dining table. "This lad," Zephyr chuckled, shaking his head. If his son were still alive, he would be of similar age to Lynn and perhaps could have grown into an exceptional naval officer under his guidance. Zephyr muttered these thoughts in a voice too soft for Lynn to hear, and his aged figure seemed to carry an added weight of melancholy. No one could have anticipated that within the heavily guarded confines of the Marine headquarters at Marineford, a pirate would stealthily infiltrate and take the lives of Zephyr's wife and child. Such a profound loss, the death of one's closest kin, is a burden that no soul can bear, especially when it occurs within the very institution to which one has devoted their life. The atmosphere of silence that followed did not linger for long. Lynn emerged from the kitchen, bearing dish after dish of exquisite cuisine. "Teacher Zephyr, please indulge yourself. I shall continue preparing," she said, retreating once more into the kitchen, her hands deftly igniting her own flames to expedite the process. As Zephyr gazed upon the exquisite array of dishes, nearly overflowing the dining table, he could not help but express his bemusement. "Lynn, with so many dishes, can the two of us truly consume them all?" "Rest assured, Teacher Zephyr, my appetite is quite substantial," Lynn replied as she seized a succulent piece of thigh meat and began to savor it. "Delicious indeed. I did not expect you possessed such remarkable culinary skills." Zephyr set aside his stern demeanor, succumbing to the delights before him with unabashed enthusiasm. "Teacher Karp has remarked similarly," Lynn added. At this, Zephyr nearly choked on his food, only to be rescued by Lynn, who graciously offered him a glass of water. "Did you prepare a meal for Karp as well?" Lynn savored the noodles on his plate, nodding in satisfaction. After training, due to the proximity of Captain Karp's residence and his evident joy, they often dined there. "You rascal," Zephyr remarked, momentarily at a loss for words. Just when he felt touched by his student's thoughtfulness in preparing a meal for him, he realized that Karp, that fortunate fellow, had relished such delectable dishes numerous times. Had he known, he would have opted for afternoon teaching hours as well. If you enjoy it, I could come by more often. Zephyr-sensei, Lynn suggested, taking a sip of cola and feeling instantly gratified. Well, that's more like it, Zephyr conceded, allowing Lynn to continue. Thus, the two resumed their hearty feast, particularly Zephyr, who relished a mouthful of vegetables accompanied by a sip of white wine, feeling an immediate sense of relaxation wash over him, as if years of accumulated gloom dissipated. In truth, Zephyr, as an exceptional instructor, earned the respect and affection of his students. However, his serious demeanor often made them reluctant to visit him without a notable achievement to share. As Lynn and Zephyr engaged in light-hearted conversation, a figure approached Zephyr's abode. "Ah, I seem to detect a familiar aroma wafting from Zephyr-sensei's home," mused Kazan, a rear admiral returning from a mission, holding a bottle of Zephyr's favorite sherry. He knocked on the door, curious if he could indeed hear that familiar voice. Moments later, Lynn opened the door, exclaiming, "Ah, Kazan. Long time no see." Kazan's lips twitched slightly. "It's really you. How come you're everywhere playing chef?" "Cooking is a form of enjoyment, after all," Lynn replied casually, returning to the table to continue his meal. "Kazan, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Join us. Lynn's cooking is quite to my liking," Zephyr invited. Kazan closed the door, placed the sherry beside Zephyr, and fetched a bowl and chopsticks to serve himself. Observing his teacher devouring chicken wings with grease smeared across his face, Kazan sensed that Zephyr was in particularly high spirits today. Could it be due to that fellow? Kazan glanced at Lynn, who was sipping cola. "Careful, Kazan. If you keep looking around, the dishes will be cleared in no time," Zephyr warned. Taking heed, Kazan sat down and dug into the food. "Kazan, don't just eat the vegetables. Come try the wine Lynn brought for me." Zephyr poured a small cup for Kazan before swiftly reclaiming it. Kazan found his teacher's stingy gesture amusing. However, after tasting the wine, his eyes lit up, and he drained the cup completely, still displaying an expression of wanting more. "Zephyr-sensei, where did you acquire this wine?" Kazan inquired. "It was a gift from Lynn," Zephyr replied with a hint of pride. "Lynn, you truly are full of surprises. You weren't so generous at Captain Karp's place." "Teacher, may I trouble you for another cup?" Kazan respectfully extended his wine glass. Zephyr, feeling resigned, noted that the bottle was nearly empty, yet he still poured a glass for Kazan. After all, Kazan was his most cherished student, often visiting him from time to time. Once the bottle was entirely drained, Kazan turned to Lynn and inquired, "Lynn, do you have any more of this wine?" He was still yearning for more. Fortunately, there remained one last bottle. Lynn bent down to retrieve a bottle of white wine from the bag that had once contained food, presenting it forward. Kazan, filled with delight, quickly reached out his hand, exclaiming, "Hurry, give it to me," gazing at the suddenly jovial demeanor of the young Kizaru. If Lynn had not watched the anime, he would have genuinely believed that Kazan was an aloof individual, especially after witnessing the scene where Kazan and Blackbeard shared jokes and camaraderie, enlivening the atmosphere of the Blackbeard pirates. "Lynn, you have another bottle? Why didn't you mention it sooner?" "I was being overly cautious, fearing I might run out," Zephyr remarked, swiftly reaching out toward Kazan. "Kazan." Zephyr pressed Kazan's head down onto the dining table and took the wine from Lynn's hands. "This is the wine prepared for me by my student. Don't push your luck." Although he said this, Zephyr ultimately poured 2 small cups for Kazan before sealing the bottle and putting it aside. He then opened the pear wine brought by Kazan and began to drink. TCH. Kazan sighed in resignation. He still wanted to drink and planned to ask Lynn later if there was more. The banquet continued until 10 o'clock, nearing its conclusion. "Lynn, while the pirates from the West Sea may not compare to those of the Grand Line, do be wary of those with peculiar devil fruit abilities. Underestimating the enemy can lead to dire consequences." Zephyr, well aware of Lynn's circumstances, understood that Lynn had recently requested some time off. Having lost family to pirates himself, he empathized with Lynn's feelings. "Yes, Teacher Zephyr, I will be cautious," Lynn replied earnestly for once. "Huh, what are you talking about? I can't understand a word." Kazan, leaning back in his chair and belching, exclaimed. "Ah, I see," Kazan said after grasping the situation. "If you need assistance, I can help. But you'll have to buy me a drink afterward." "Thanks, Kazan, but I don't require your help at the moment," Lynn replied, clenching his fist, which was soon enveloped in hockey, transforming into a brilliant black hue. "Cough, you rascal. I've only been at sea for a short while, and you've made such rapid progress. mastering hockey so quickly? Kazan exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of talent is this, learning hockey in just half a year? This guy must be a once-in-a-century genius. However, had Kazan known that the protagonist of the anime, Luffy, had spent less than a year sailing after 2 years of training, and some bloggers even speculate that Luffy's adventures at sea lasted only 6 months, he would have been truly flabbergasted. After the banquet concluded, Lynn and Kazan tidied up. Zephyr then made his way to the door, watching the two depart. Once they were gone, Zephyr let out a hearty laugh. It has been ages since this place has been so lively. Thank you, Lynn and Kazan. I had a wonderful time today. The sorrow that weighed upon Zephyr diminished considerably at that moment. However, during their journey, Kazan persistently harassed him for alcohol, to which Lynn could only respond that there was none available, and that they would have some once Karp returned. Kazan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and after bidding farewell, they each returned to their respective homes. The following day, in Sengoku's office, Lynn knocked and entered. Zhanghua. The ship you requested has been constructed and is currently docked at the harbor. Thank you, Admiral Zhanghua, Lynn replied. Our navy is indeed indebted to you. Thanks to your ability to manipulate flame, we no longer need to rely on the world government to process sea prism stone. Zhanghua was well aware of Lin's purpose for setting sail, though he knew that their current strength would allow them to navigate the seas with ease. He still reiterated the importance of caution. Moreover, he presented Lin with a personal transponder snail, along with the contact information for the West Sea Navy. He also provided Lin with a piece of a life card, as well as a permanent log pose and a map needed for traversing the currents of the Red Line. After all, Marineford lies within the first half of the Grand Line, and the areas accessible via the doldrums are limited to the East Sea and South Sea. To reach the West Sea and North Sea, one must navigate the currents of the Red Line or utilize the world government's designated passage on the Red Line. Should Lin find himself lost, he could rely on the life card to return to the Navy headquarters. These various nautical preparations were indeed a significant aid to Lin. It is said that the flame boats powered by your abilities are considerably swifter than Navy warships. Therefore, I will not assign naval escort to impede your speed. Upon your return, you should have your own warship, and I will promote you to the rank of colonel, Zhanghua said with a smile. Processing sea prism stone is a tremendous boon for the entire Navy. If not for the rapid advancement in rank and the requirement for approval from the current Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong for promotions above the rank of Brigadier General, Lin's accomplishments would undoubtedly merit the rank of Brigadier General. Thank you, Admiral Zhanghua. Ha ha ha, off you go. And remember, I am not yet an admiral. Please continue to call me General Zhanghua, he chuckled. After bidding farewell to Zhanghua, Lin exited his office, where Zhanghua had already arranged for a naval officer to guide him. Major Lin, I am here to escort you. The naval officer saluted Lin and led him towards the location of the ship. They arrived at the naval port. Lin's gaze fell upon his newly crafted vessel, unmistakable with its jet propulsion system and the figure waiting nearby. It was the shipwright, Rake. Ha ha ha, you finally arrived. I trust you will come to adore this extraordinarily durable new flame boat. The name Flame Boat was Lin's own creation. Rake stood up proudly, for this was indeed his masterpiece, akin to a son. I look forward to your exploits upon the sea, propelling this remarkably resilient vessel to fame across the world. Thank you, Rake. The two exchanged a firm handshake. With the naval officers bidding him farewell, Lin leaped onto the surface of the flame boat, activating the jet propulsions, causing the vessel to vanish instantaneously across the waves. A group of onlookers was drenched by the splashes, while Rake laughed heartily, unfazed as he watched Lin depart. Damn pirates. For the sake of justice, men, attack. Whoa, whoa, whoa. On the ocean, a pirate ship adorned with a skull flag, previously battered by naval cannon fire, rammed into a naval warship, which bore similar signs of battle. Brothers, remember to leave one alive. I need this fortunate soul to return and spread the word. Enhancing my bounty. Pirates took great pride in increasing their bounty. The larger the reward, the greater their influence upon these waters. Yes, Captain William. The pirates' eyes glinted with ferocity as they grinned wickedly, licking their blades in anticipation. As the two ships collided, the pirates swarmed aboard the naval vessel, initiating a fierce battle. Lieutenant Lonwin, the number of pirates is overwhelming. A naval officer exclaimed, having just felled a fierce attacker, his expression troubled. At that moment, 3 pirates lunged at him with their blades, and just as he seemed poised to succumb, a powerful voice rang out. Moonlit Slash. A swift arc of energy struck the 3 pirates, manifesting in a graceful crescent. Under this formidable assault, the pirates faltered and fell. Thank you, Lieutenant Lonwin, said the valiant officer, rushing to engage more pirates in combat. It appears you possess some skill, Lieutenant. You shall make a fitting opponent for me. Ha ha ha. The pirate captain descended from above, brandishing his cutlass against Lieutenant Lonwyn with overwhelming force. Clang. The blades clashed, causing Lieutenant Lonwyn's hands to tremble under William's might. Do not disappoint me. William relentlessly swung his massive sword, launching an onslaught akin to a tempest. Lonwyn skillfully parried William's ferocious strikes, finding an opening. I've got you now. Prepare to die. At that moment, 5 pirates launched a surprise attack from behind. The confounding blade. The sword pierced through the pirates with astonishing swiftness. Lieutenant Lonwyn, showcasing his exceptional swordsmanship, swiftly dispatched the 5 assailants, leaving them sprawled on the ground. Yet, just as Lan's previous strength waned, and before new vigor could arise, he found himself vulnerable during the brief interval of his turn. With a wicked grin, William unleashed his most formidable power, channeling it into his great cleaver as he swung down with ferocity. Ironbreaker slash. The sheer force capable of cleaving through iron sent a chill down Lonwyn's spine. Desperately, he employed every ounce of skill he possessed to counter the blow. But despite his efforts, Lon was sent flying by William's kick. His broken sword clattered to the ground. Cursed pirates, struggling to rise from the deck. Lon yearned to continue the fight. However, William had no intention of granting him that opportunity. Approaching Lon with menacing intent, William aimed another kick at him. Lon was hurled backwards, his body slamming against the iron railing, pain coursing through him. Although both were skilled swordsmen capable of slicing through iron, it was evident that William possessed greater strength. Ha ha ha. The victor was clear. I must admit, you Navy types do possess some skill. But it is time for you to perish. With a fierce determination, William brought down the glimmering edge of his blade. Lieutenant Lon, the Navy personnel shouted, eager to assist. Yet, the pirates obstructed their path, grinning maliciously, your adversaries are us. Despair enveloped Lon as he braced for his imminent demise. The flames of blood surged upon the deck. Suddenly, a figure enveloped in flames appeared on the battlefield, where the clash between the pirates and the Navy unfolded. A terrifying force erupted from his fingertips, leaving a gaping wound in William's skull. The notorious swordsman, with a bounty of 89 million berries, just shy of breaching the 100 million mark, met his end. His expression one of bewilderment as his massive frame collapsed onto the deck. The newcomer was Lynn, who had merely been passing by and stumbled upon the fierce battle aboard the warship. Lynn murmured softly, the blood flame is indeed more effective. Had he utilized it earlier, this scoundrel would have already been reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a chilling silence enveloped the scene following the demise of iron-cutting William. The Navy and pirates alike gazed in astonishment. As the pirates regained their composure, one of them shouted in panic, "Run! The Navy reinforcements have arrived. Captain William is dead." These words sent shockwaves through the crowd, igniting a frenzy among the pirates as they sought to flee. Meanwhile, the Navy quickly regained their focus, exclaiming, "Seize these pirates. Do not allow them to escape." Instantly, the morale of the Navy surged, undeterred by their numerical inferiority compared to the pirates. After Lynn defeated the formidable William, he continued to wield his scythe, appearing in a flash as the blood flames in his hand transformed into rays or slashes, relentlessly annihilating the pirates on the scene. Before long, the tumult of battle subsided, giving way to an eerie silence. "Thank you for your assistance. Might I inquire if you are from the headquarters of the Navy?" Lonwyn speculated, observing the 6 forms Lynn had just executed. At that moment, Lynn, adorned in a military cap and a Navy uniform emblazoned with the word justice, appeared resplendent in white, complemented by his strikingly handsome visage, exuding an aura of righteousness. Cap, upon seeing Lynn's uniform, chuckled and jested, "You, my boy, look far more dashing in that attire than any bounty hunter. If I had a daughter, I would consider arranging a match for you." Lonwyn, still clutching his chest in pain from William's kick, replied, "I am Lynn, a major from the headquarters." Lynn offered a serene smile. "Indeed, that makes sense. After all, those who master the 6 forms are invariably from the headquarters." He too hailed from the headquarters, having served as a base commander in the first half of the Grand Line. "Major Lynn, I sincerely appreciate your assistance." Despite the excruciating pain coursing through him, Colonel Lonwyn and the other sailors bowed respectfully to Lynn. The admiration in the eyes of the surrounding sailors was palpable. Though Lynn's rank was inferior to his own, Lonwyn held him in the highest regard. His prowess suggested a future that would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. After bidding farewell, Lynn leaped from the ship, departing amidst the astonished gazes of the sailors, piloting his fiery vessel into the horizon. Lynn cleared the path of pirates he encountered along the way, vanquishing countless malevolent foes. His heroic deeds, as captured by the newsbird, were sure to make headlines again soon. Moreover, Lynn, without the need to deliberately restrain the speed of his flame vessel, sailed forth towards the twin cape of the Red Line, riding the waves with ease. He encountered no pirates that posed a threat to him during the journey. The following day, Lynn returned to the Twin Cape, a place he had just entered upon his arrival in the Grand Line. Crocus was reclining in a chair, perusing a newspaper. Suddenly, Labu emitted a joyful cry, drawing Crocus's attention away from his reading. He lifted his gaze to the sea and spotted a small boat, seemingly ablaze, approaching them. Could that fiery glow belong to none other than young Lynn? Crocus, a smile gracing his face, set down the newspaper and stood up in anticipation. As the small vessel drew nearer, he burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Indeed it is you. The color of your flames is unmistakable. Ah, Uncle Crocus and Labu. It's been quite a while," Lynn called out, as Labu joyfully approached, nuzzling against Lynn's hand. After securing the boat, Lynn leaped ashore. "It seems you've been doing well. Young Lynn. No, I should say Major Lynn now. I must admit, that outfit suits you splendidly. You look quite dashing." "Haha, thank you." Lynn chuckled in return. He then set up a table laden with food and drink, and the two engaged in conversation. "Ah, so the dragon pirates you seek are still lingering in the West Sea. No wonder I couldn't find any news despite asking friends in the Grand Line," Crocus remarked, taking a sip of his drink and gazing skyward. "By the way, I have another purpose for my visit," Lynn said slowly. "It's regarding information on the Rumbar pirates." "What?" Crocus and Labu exclaimed, leaning in closer, eager to hear what Lynn had to reveal. Lynn did not disappoint them, revealing all he knew about the Rumbar pirates. Upon Lynn's conclusion, an enveloping silence descended upon the scene. Yet, it was Kurakasu who broke the stillness, calling out to Labu, "Hey, Labu, did you hear that? They have not forsaken you." At these words, Labu's immense eyes, seemingly imbued with human emotion, welled up with tears, great droplets that embodied a fusion of joy and sorrow. The joy stemmed from the realization that he had not been abandoned. The sorrow arose from the loss of those who regarded him as a comrade. I never anticipated their profound regard for Labu. Even with the captain afflicted by the plague and navigating the calm belled away from the Grand Line, the remaining crew continued their voyage in honor of Labu, truly remarkable men. Kurakasu expressed with admiration. "I apologize for my previous misunderstandings," he added, bowing his head in contrition towards the distant sky. At the time, he had learned that the Rumbar pirates had departed the Grand Line and genuinely believed they had abandoned Labu. Now, having received the information from Lynn, he had come to understand the deeper truth. "Thank you, Lynn, for the invaluable information. It means a great deal to both Labu and me. Should you ever require the assistance of this old man in the future, I shall do my utmost to aid you." Kurakasu vowed earnestly. "That would be splendid." To receive support from the former ship's doctor of the Pirate King, Lynn replied, his expression suddenly turning grave. Upon hearing this, Kurakasu broke into a cold sweat, his demeanor shifting as he hastily clarified, "Lieutenant Lynn, while I was indeed Roger's ship's doctor, it was only in pursuit of the Rumbar pirates that I consented to board and treat him. I have committed no heinous acts." "Well, fret not. As long as you haven't done anything egregious, I won't be apprehending you." Kurakasu was rendered speechless, and soon both shared a hearty laugh over the trivial jest. They then proceeded to perform several melodies for Labu. Lynn embarked on his voyage once more. Before parting, he casually left behind some supplies, a trivial act for him. The insights into the cultivation of observation hockey from Kurosaka's were indeed invaluable, allowing one to grasp this skill in a remarkably short time. He regarded these as tokens of gratitude. After bidding farewell to the two, Lynn ascended to his bed, suddenly recalling, "Ah, Uncle Kurosaka's, I nearly forgot something. In fact, there are still members of the Rumbar pirates alive." "What?" Kurosaka's exclaimed in astonishment, nearly dropping the wine glass from his hand. Lynn revealed the circumstances surrounding Brooke. It is said that the remaining crew of the Rumbar pirates, who continued their voyage through the Grand Line, fell victim to a pirate assault. Before perishing, one of the crew ingested a devil fruit known as the Yomi Yomi no Mi, and that individual now wanders the treacherous waters of the Devil's Triangle. The pirates they encountered wielded weapons laced with deadly poison, yet the remnants of the Rumbar pirates emerged victorious in battle. However, as the ship's doctor had already succumbed during the fight, they were unable to receive medical assistance. Brooke and his companions recorded a final grand chorus dedicated to Laboon. Lynn spoke forth what he knew. It was astonishing that such matters existed. However, if it pertained to that devil fruit, it would not be surprising for the deceased to be resurrected. Coloccus bowed his head in contemplation, then continued. Although I am uncertain as to the source of your information regarding the Rumbar pirates, I am nevertheless grateful. Coloccus harbored no doubts regarding the authenticity of Lynn's intelligence. He possessed an undeniable charisma that rendered him far from a mere jester seeking amusement at the expense of an old man. Speaking of the Devil's Triangle, I once accompanied Captain Roger through that region. At the time, Captain Roger solemnly remarked that a formidable entity resided within. It seemed those mists were also conjured by this great being, Coloccus reminisced. The Devil's Triangle, where the shadowy fruit wielder Moria was defeated by Kaido, left him despondent, as none of his companions survived. In despair, Moria ventured to these waters, suitable for exercising his fruit's powers, and began to create an army of undead zombies, seeking vengeance against Kaido. However, once the spirit of a pirate is crushed, their strength often wanes, as exemplified by Moria, who could not even muster his haki in the face of the Straw Hat crew. It is indeed a mysterious place. Every year, hundreds of ships vanish here, Lynn remarked. Especially that enormous shadow with crimson eyes, which appears even more colossal than the Elephant Master. The existence of this shadow remains an enigma within the world of pirates. If the shadow seen by the Straw Hat crew near Gaia Island is indeed a projection cast from the heavens, then the shadows in the Devil's Triangle, with their glowing red eyes amidst the eerie fog, are difficult not to associate with it. The likelihood of that shadow being real is substantial, particularly since Coloccus stated that Roger sensed a tremendous presence within. The disappearances of ships may indeed be linked to the monsters lurking within that mist. Farewell, Uncle Coloccus. And Laboon. Goodbye, young Lynn. Coloccus held a deep fondness for Lynn. Laboon also mournfully called out as he bid Lynn farewell. I shall set sail soon to seek out the surviving crew of the Rumbar pirates, Coloccus pondered. After their farewells, Coloccus and Laboon watched as Lynn activated his flame boat, ascending against the climbing sea current. What a convenient ability! With this vessel, one can traverse the four seas without hindrance, Coloccus chuckled, observing Lynn as he met the upward current. Laboon, let us prepare for a voyage soon. Ah, Laboon excitedly responded. Now, he was no longer the frail little whale of yore. His massive form exuded an imposing presence that instilled fear in the hearts of pirates. Lynn ascended the mountain, battling against the relentless currents, until she finally reached the summit. There, she consulted her map and identified the course leading to the West Sea. Ultimately, the flame vessel successfully entered the West Sea. Upon entering, Lynn found herself liberated from the unpredictable weather of the Grand Line, and for a fleeting moment, she felt somewhat unaccustomed to the tranquil currents of this new sea. Lynn's flame boat sailed towards the Adela Islands, a territory now claimed by the Twin Dragon pirate group. The station navy had been vanquished, leaving the islands firmly in the pirates' grasp. The Twin Dragon pirate group is led by two formidable brothers. The elder, Billy, consumed the ancient mutated red raptor fruit, endowing him with unparalleled strength and ferocity. However, he lacks the signature claws of the raptor, instead sporting a robust and sharp horn akin to that of a rhinoceros, and his physique is remarkably powerful. The younger brother, Jimmy, feasted upon the ancient mutated blue raptor fruit, which grants him extraordinary agility. Many adversaries often fail to perceive his strikes before they succumb to the longs, lethal claws he wields. Although these fruits appear to belong to the same category, they possess distinctly different attributes. According to intelligence gathered by the Navy, both fruits originated from the same vine, devoured by the famished brothers, thus bestowing upon them the powers of the ancient Zoan-type devil fruits. This information was obtained by Lynn from the naval headquarters, detailing the Twin Dragon pirate group. Lynn initially believed that this pirate crew had ventured into the Grand Line, only to discover they were still languishing in the West Sea, having even established their own territory, which continues to expand. Regarding the obliteration of this pirate crew, Lynn's strategy was straightforward: direct confrontation. After 2 days of navigation, Lynn swiftly entered the territory of the Twin Dragon's pirate crew, specifically the expanse of the Adra Islands. The residence of the two brothers was situated on Delra Island, centrally located within the Adra archipelago. Upon Lynn's arrival in this maritime region, a patrol of pirates spotted him, clad in a white naval uniform, and hastily steered their vessel towards his location. A Navy officer. Ha ha ha. One man dares to trespass into our Twin Dragon's pirate territory. Brothers, open fire and bring him down. The ruthless pirates wore expressions of amusement, Eager to witness despair etched across the face of this naval officer, they swiftly adjusted the cannons aboard their ship, aiming them at Lynn. However, at that moment, the naval officer before them exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, he unleashed a crimson flame slash that hurtled towards them. Instantly, several of the pirates' vessels were cleaved in two. The blood-red flames rapidly spread across the ships, igniting each pirate in a chorus of anguished cries, engulfing them in a blazing inferno, until they succumbed to the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, Lynn maneuvered his fiery craft towards Delra Island, incinerating any patrolling pirate fleets he encountered along the way. They had no time even to report the impending doom to their comrades, as Lynn eliminated them swiftly. The leaders and officers of the Twin Dragons pirate crew remained blissfully unaware of the imminent crisis approaching them. Lynn navigated smoothly and unobtrusively to the harbor of Delra Island. "Hey, it's the Navy. How did they manage to let the Navy through?" A pirate lashed a whip at the enslaved indigenous people toiling by the shore. Instantly, the guards among the pirates raised their weapons and unleashed a relentless volley. Oddly enough, where had the people gone? The small boat had vanished as well. As the pirates stared blankly at the spot in the ocean they had just fired upon, Lynn, along with the boat, had inexplicably disappeared. Just as the pirates widened their eyes, searching the waters for any sign of Lynn, a wave of blood-red flames began to silently spread among them. Ah! The flames soared skyward, and upon coming into contact with that ominous crimson wave, the pirates ignited spontaneously, collapsing to the ground as charred remains within mere seconds. Silence enveloped the scene. The indigenous people, too, gaped in disbelief. The returning navy was formidable. Perhaps salvation was at hand. Some harbored such hopes. At that moment, from the crowd of enslaved islanders, an elderly man, shackled and disheveled with a gaunt figure, approached. Witnessing Lynn's formidable prowess, his eyes flickered with a glimmer of hope, only to quickly dim again. "Young Navy, you should leave swiftly. Though you are powerful, you stand alone against them. If you slay their officers, they will not show you mercy." "Officers?" Lynn glanced at the charred corpses, feeling a sense of weakness. They remained oblivious even to the fact that one of their own had perished by his hand. Previously, many naval officers had arrived, only to be mercilessly slain by the monstrous Billy and Jimmy. The mere mention of these two pirate captains, who could transform into abominations, cast a shadow over the faces of the islanders. The Adra archipelago, once a thriving hub of trade, had devolved into a hellish realm of human trafficking and illicit dealings since the arrival of those fiends. "Who are you?" Lynn inquired, directing his gaze toward an elderly man whose gaunt frame belied a distinguished aura. "I am the former mayor of this central island," the emaciated elder replied, his voice steeped in the weariness of starvation. At that moment, a horde of pirates emerged, exclaiming, "Quickly, report to the captain. Intruders have appeared. The officer Ada has been slain by that naval invader." Having witnessed Lynn's formidable prowess, the pirates tightened their grips on their blades, bracing themselves for a confrontation. Yet, Lynn paid them no heed. Instead, he addressed the refugees, declaring, "From this moment forth, you are free." Lynn's calm voice resonated through the crowd, though merely a simple statement. Coupled with his cloak emblazoned with the word justice, it instilled profound reassurance among the refugees. The mayor, profoundly moved by Lynn's discourse on freedom, contemplated for a moment. Rather than endure the shackles of daily servitude, he resolved to stand alongside the pirates in a bid for liberation. Flickering like starlight, flames danced across the chains binding the oppressed refugees. In no time, the shackles were shattered, granting them their long-awaited freedom. "The chains have been melted away. We are free." The formerly despondent refugees were suddenly filled with elation, their voices rising in jubilant cries. The mayor, seizing a sword from the ground, rallied the crowd. "Fools, grab the weapons at your feet. Since our naval ally has chosen to fight for us, we shall not cower behind him. Let us unite and reclaim our loved ones. Let us take back our homeland." At the mere mention of their suffering families on the island, the spirit of these downtrodden refugees ignited with fervor. "Reclaim our families. Reclaim our homeland. Fight." This burgeoning momentum among the civilians sent waves of apprehension through the pirates. "Damn it, these individuals, once mere slaves, now instill fear in me." Emboldened by the mayor's words, the civilians grasped the weapons strewn about and charged alongside the mayor towards the pirates. Truly, they were a valiant group. Following this proclamation, flames erupted from Lynn's hands. In the heart of the island, within a lavish hall reminiscent of a palace, two golden thrones graced the chamber. Seated upon them were two imposing figures. The larger was Billy, and the smaller was Jimmy. Below them, 5 men presented boxes brimming with jewels, offering them to the twin dragon pirate crew. One man donned a peculiar mask, while the cadre flanking the sides gazed greedily at the treasures before them. So many riches. If converted to berries, it would amount to a fortune. The cadre, ravenous for the wealth, quickly composed themselves when Jimmy shot them a warning glare. Ultimately, they were merely greedy pirates, known only for their plunder and violence. Billy, in his arrogance, laughed boisterously, "Ha ha ha, in light of your earnestness, we will allow your crew to merge with the twin dragon pirate crew and elevate you to cadre status. Furthermore, I have delightful news. I have already initiated contact with the world government. Soon, by merely paying taxes, we can transform this place into a nation. No longer will we face the relentless pursuit of the Navy. And I, Billy, alongside Jimmy, shall reign as kings of this land. In time, you cadre members shall ascend to nobility." Ha ha. Billy erupted into a boisterous laugh, embodying the essence of the formidable leader, Billy Jimmy. Indeed, we have aligned ourselves with the right person. A true king never forgets his loyal followers when fortune smiles upon him. I, Don Gil, pledge my unwavering allegiance to our esteemed leader. Upon hearing the prospect of ascending to the ranks of the lofty nobility, the eyes of all the officers shimmered with fervent excitement, relieved from the dread of being pursued by the Navy. Their prosperous lives were on the brink of commencement. The officers hastily expressed their loyalty, striving to curry favor before the two leaders. Yet, as Billy spoke, a masked man in the audience clenched his fists, a surge of indignation swelling within him. The world government will never allow scoundrels like you to establish a nation. Clearly, he retained faith in the Navy and the righteousness of authority, resolutely refusing to permit this individual to tarnish the justice he held dear. Meanwhile, Jimmy descended from his throne, laughing heartily, pridefully reaching out to caress the treasures before him. Suddenly, a sticky sensation tingled at his fingertips. Something feels off, Jimmy mused, his brow furrowing as he discovered that the golden goblet he had touched was inexplicably losing its luster, revealing a metallic hue beneath. Attack! The masked man bellowed, prompting the men who had ostensibly come to contribute treasures to the dragon pirates to strike in unison, their blades flashing like lightning. 5 razor-sharp swords plunged into Jimmy's heart. Puffed. Blood gushed from Jimmy's mouth as he stared in shock, quickly engulfed by a wave of fury. The scene erupted into chaos. No one anticipated that the 5 men, who had purportedly offered treasures, would launch a surprise attack on their leader, Jimmy. How dare you? Enraged, Jimmy swept his massive hand, now transformed into a fearsome dinosaur claw, toward the assailants. The 5 elite members of the Navy drew their blades, evading the onslaught of Jimmy's monstrous strike, even as blood gushed from his chest. At this moment, Jimmy had fully embraced his beastly form, towering over 3 meters as a dinosaur humanoid. However, due to the grievous wounds he had sustained, he remained half-kneeling on the ground, clutching his bleeding wound in agony. Damn it! How could this be? I clearly struck at his vital heart. Why is he still alive? The masked man sensed the dire turn of events, tightening his grip on the long knife. Yet, upon witnessing his brother Jimmy's assassination, Billy did not display a hint of concern. Instead, he laughed heartily, seemingly unfazed by the possibility of Jimmy's demise. As he descended from the golden throne, Billy proclaimed, "A bunch of fools. My brother has likely sensed your treachery long before this. His body was already in the process of transforming into a dinosaur. Allow me to share a secret. The hearts of our kind reside in the right side of the chest. Now that you are aware of this secret, prepare to meet your end." Billy cast a contemptuous glance at the failed assassins, and gradually, his gaze sharpened, revealing a pair of eyes that transcended human nature. Simultaneously, his physique began to swell rapidly, transforming into a formidable creature adorned in crimson, crowned with a colossal rhinoceros horn. A long, powerful tail extended from his form, complete with sharp, triangular spines. Towering at 4 meters, the muscular dinosaur man exuded an overwhelming presence, instilling a profound sense of dread among all witnesses. It was evident that Billy surpassed his brother, Jimmy, in strength. The oppressive aura emanating from Jimmy's dinosaur transformation was as despairing as ever. "Jimmy, eliminate them." As the cadre members brandished their weapons, encircling the 5 failed assassins with grim smiles, Jimmy's voice was laced with murderous intent as he rose to his full height. The wounds on his body began to heal gradually, a testament to the remarkable regenerative power bestowed upon them by the ancient, mutated species. The unexpected outcome was shocking. "My apologies, everyone. I have burdened you." Understanding the cause of the assassination's failure, the masked man removed his mask and discarded it on the ground. revealing the visage of a middle-aged man. Yet, there was no sign of panic on his face, indicating he still held a trump card. Oh, I thought it was someone significant. So, it's the former naval commander of an island, our defeated foe, Colonel Hansen. Ha ha ha. I never expected you to still be alive. I recall my horn piercing your body. You should have perished. Is it truly you? Jimmy exclaimed, astonished, as he recalled the man who had been grievously wounded by his brother's attack. How could he possibly have survived such an ordeal? However, this would be the end of it. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. It seems our reinforcements have arrived. Surrender your lives today. The pirate cadre surrounding Hansen could no longer contain their defiance, breaking into sinister laughter. Outside, a group of naval officers clad in white uniforms, armed with firearms, stormed in. Hansen, are you all right? Leading the charge was a naval commander of the rank of colonel, accompanied by an armadillo dressed in a naval uniform. You wretches. Though aided by devil fruit users, how did you infiltrate so silently? What about my men outside? Jimmy, sensing something amiss, could not help but inquire. Oh, you mean those insignificant pirates? They have already been dealt with. The colonel leading the navy chuckled without a hint of tension. The reign of terror by the double dragon pirates on the sea ends today. If you comply and wear the handcuffs, you might just preserve your life. He shook the sea stone handcuffs in his hand. You despicable wretch. Jimmy seethed. Jimmy, do not let your anger rise over a few insignificant rats. Billy laughed heartily. What a lively day it is. So many vermin have infiltrated my palace. However, I must thank you, those fools who cannot even guard the door. It provides me the perfect opportunity to replace you. Though the two brothers appeared formidable, Jimmy, having sustained injuries from the five, could not swiftly regain his full fighting prowess. Hansen had discerned this weakness. Although the assassination attempt had failed, it had indeed served its purpose, rendering one of the leaders of the double dragon pirates, Jimmy, unable to unleash his complete strength. Attack! Hansen shouted, and alongside the four Navy swordsmen, he charged at Jimmy, seizing the opportunity to strike while he was vulnerable. Ha ha ha. My dear brother, it seems you have been underestimated. Billy paid no mind to the 5 Navy soldiers assaulting his brother. Instead, his gaze was fixed upon the colonel leading the new arrivals. I can sense the aura of a strong warrior emanating from you. I hope you can provide me with a thrilling challenge. With a gentle push against the ground, the marble-like floor beneath him trembled, fissures spreading out like a spider's web. Separate, the Navy colonel commanded, but it was too late. To protect his subordinates, he had no choice but to confront the threat alone. Clang. The sound of metal meeting metal rang out, the force of their clash causing the Grand Palace to shudder. Colonel Gulag's sword met Billy's horn, the overwhelming strength leaving his hands slightly numb. Meanwhile, the Navy soldiers seized the moment to disperse, led by the Pangolin Navy, to confront the cadre of the Double Dragon pirates. Amidst the chaos, the sounds of battle erupted, creating a scene of turmoil. Around the battlefield of Colonel Gulag and Billy, a void formed. No one dared to approach. Gulag demonstrated his exquisite swordsmanship, engaging in a fierce exchange with Billy's massive fists. Ha ha ha. What a delight. It has been ages since I've fought with such vigor. To honor a formidable opponent, I shall grant you a swift death. Billy welcomed Gulag's incredible swordplay with ease. Pirate, cease your foolish dreams. Justice shall prevail. After uttering these words, Gulag collided with Billy, creating a distance between them. Simultaneously, the sword in Gulag's hand flickered, unleashing a wave of sword energy that sliced through the air. The sudden appearance of the sword energy caused Billy's pupils to constrict, rendering him momentarily stunned and struggling to evade. However, the sharp horns atop his head were still severed. After the sword energy obliterated one of Billy's offensive capabilities, it directly struck his golden throne, cleaving it in two. Gulag's prowess had already reached the level of a general, yet for certain reasons, he remained at the rank of colonel. Billy, who had maintained his composure and ease until this moment, was now overtaken by a surge of fury, his eyes brimming with boundless madness. What have you done to the throne of our kingdom? He exclaimed. This is bad. My brother is about to lose his temper. Jimmy, covered in sword marks, yet still vibrant with energy, swept a tail to send a naval officer flying, then distanced himself to glance towards his brother. A look of helplessness crossed his face. This newly constructed palace was on the brink of destruction. Pirates, stop looking around. Your opponent is us. Hansen and the elite navy, possessing the strength to slice iron, unleashed suffocating attacks upon Jimmy. In a fit of rage, he thought to himself that he truly did not wish to resort to that form, as it would surely ruin their palace. However, It appeared that his brother had already been angered, and the palace's fate was sealed. Faced with the elite Navy's superior swordsmanship, he had no choice but to join Billy in assuming that form. Dinosaur transformation. Captain Billy is about to transform. We must hurry outside. The crew members exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Billy enter a state of fury, his aura surging. In response, the members of the Twin Dragon's pirate crew hastily disengaged from their battle with the Navy and rushed toward the exit. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gulag shouted, "You all need to get out quickly." The Navy, heeding his words, wasted no time and followed the pirates outside under the guidance of the Pangolin Navy. However, at that moment, a burly pirate officer rushed out, having inexplicably procured a massive pillar to block the door. "Cursed pirates! Ha ha ha, you Navy will be buried here." The pirate laughed, preparing to leave. Just then, a swift, slicing attack shot through the air from behind him, piercing the obstruction at the entrance and cleaving the pirate in two. "Quick!" shouted the Pangolin. The Pangolin Navy, seeing that the blockage at the entrance was nearly destroyed by Colonel Gulag's sword energy, delivered a powerful punch to the loose debris, sending dust flying and clearing a path for their escape. With the Navy's departure, Gulag breathed a sigh of relief. Now, he truly had no worries behind him and was prepared to unleash his full strength against the leader of the Twin Dragon's pirate crew. Roar! A resounding roar echoed through the spacious hall, causing a buzzing sensation in the ears of the remaining Navy personnel. Accompanied by this ferocious growl, Billy's physique surged dramatically. Soon, the expansive chamber was utterly overwhelmed by Billy's transformation, shattering the ceiling above. Debris from the ceiling rained down relentlessly, observing the impending collapse of the palace. Jimmy too underwent his own transformation, sending the Navy members who had relentlessly pursued him crashing violently to the ground with the force of his beastly change. Dust billowed and stones crumbled around them. As the brothers completed their metamorphosis, the entire palace collapsed with a thunderous roar, reduced to a desolate ruin. Sunlight streaming through the wreckage. Meanwhile, Gulag relentlessly unleashed sword energy, shattering the falling stones, ensuring that the elite Navy members remained largely unscathed. The battlefield had now transitioned from an enclosed space to an open arena. Before them loomed a colossal dinosaur, standing several dozen meters tall. Gulag's lips twitched slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of the brothers' transformations. Billy's dinosaur form reached an impressive height of approximately 45 meters, while Jimmy's transformation, though slightly over 33 meters, remained a formidable threat. Although some witnesses had seen the brothers' transformations before, none had expected them to be this immense. A Navy officer, already poised for battle at the iron cutting level, spoke up. This would undoubtedly be a challenging fight. "Colleagues, let us fight for the justice of the Navy until our last breath." Hansen's gaze was sharp and his spirit unwavering. It seemed he had brushed against the essence of a swordsman in the previous skirmish. If he could achieve a breakthrough in the forthcoming battle, with Gulag by his side, they would indeed have a fighting chance. For the sake of justice, he had tirelessly honed his skills over the years. The fruits of his past efforts were poised to manifest today, as Hansen stood on the cusp of a breakthrough. He could never forget the brutality with which these two had slaughtered the innocent civilians on the island. Today was the time to reclaim the justice. For justice. The Navy personnel were filled with fervor, their spirits ignited like a raging beast. They could not allow these creatures to disrupt the battlefield where Colonel Gulag and his men fought. A Pangolin Navy officer wielded his massive claws, slicing through a commanding officer, cleaving him in two. This Pangolin was a devil fruit user, proving to be quite a formidable adversary. How infuriating. If the opportunity arises, I too shall seek a devil fruit upon the vast seas. The Pangolin Navy, leading the naval forces in this region, continued their fearless advance towards the cadre of increasingly numerous pirate foot soldiers that had amassed over an unknown period. The Pangolin forged ahead, clearing the path with ferocity, taking down any pirate that dared to obstruct him. Instantly, the Navy and the pirates were engulfed in a fierce and desperate battle. Billy's elongated tail swept across the battlefield, forcing the Navy to evade with great difficulty. Meanwhile, Jimmy moved with extraordinary speed, his claws resembling scythes as he rampaged through the fray. The terrifying power manifested by their beastly transformations left even the elite Navy troops struggling. Such an irksome tale. Glurag raised his sword, holding his breath. And when he opened his eyes once more, a series of powerful slashing strikes erupted from his blade. In an instant, that massive tail was severed, blood gushing forth. Roar! Billy cried out in pain, His anger ignited as he charged at Glurag with the newly grown horn from his beastly form. His colossal figure thundered across the ground. This won't do, Glurag thought, recognizing he could not withstand such an assault, and unleashed another slashing strike aimed at the head of the mutated raptor, Billy. Yet, shockingly, the sword's energy merely left a shallow gash upon impact with Billy's head, despite the effectiveness of his sword strikes against the tail. Why did it only result in a mere scratch on the head? This is impossible. Glurag was bewildered, unable to comprehend the sheer resilience of this creature. Humph. The cerulean raptor, Jimmy, scoffed, my brother's beastly form is incredibly tough, capable of withstanding cannon fire. The only vulnerable part of him is likely his tail. As he spoke, a Navy soldier renowned for his swordsmanship was sent flying by a single swipe, crashing into the ruins of a distant building, buried beneath the debris, his fate unknown. What irked Jimmy further was the relentless presence of Hansen, a former subordinate of theirs, who, like a bothersome fly, had been knocked down countless times, yet always managed to rise again. Indeed, Hansen stood up once more after being struck down. Such is the world. As long as one possesses unwavering conviction, one can rise time and again. This time, I will surely kill you and devour you, Jimmy bellowed, opening his massive jaws and charging towards Hansen, shaking the ground beneath him. Hansen, however, bore no trace of fear, his focus sharpened, every sense honing in on the sword in his hand. He even slightly squinted, savoring the peculiar essence of the moment, seeing himself disregarded. With the enemy closing his eyes in the face of his assault, Jimmy was consumed by rage. If you wish for death so eagerly, I shall grant you that. The colossal figure of Jimmy, resembling a dinosaur, drew near, opening its fearsome maw and lunging towards Hansen. At that moment, Hansen's eyes suddenly widened, gleaming with a flicker of brilliance. His hand seemed to be infused with immense power as he swung his sword. The energy emanating from the blade transformed into a more formidable strike, slicing towards the approaching Jimmy. With a resounding thud, the terrifying slash severed Jimmy's razor-sharp fangs and plunged deep into its body. Blood gushed forth from Jimmy's mouth, its pupils clouding as its massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, Glurag, who was struggling to evade Billy's relentless charges, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing the conclusion of the battle nearby. Hansen, well done, he exclaimed. To his astonishment, Hansen had grasped the essence of swordsmanship at the brink of death. Now, their adversary was but one. With the combined strength of two swordmasters, they could vanquish the formidable captain of the Double Dragon pirates, Billy. Glurag envisioned the dawn of victory, feeling a substantial weight lift off his shoulders. Billy, surrender at once. As Glurag's sword clashed against Billy's robust physique, sparks flew in every direction. TCH, ancient power users are indeed troublesome, particularly the mutated velociraptor. Glurag leaped onto Billy's massive form, his blade carving a path as he struck, leaving only faint trails of blood. Here I come, Glurag. After defeating the fallen Jimmy, Hansen sprinted towards him, his sword radiating with brilliance, unleashing another incredibly solid flying slash that struck Billy's immense crimson body. Like Glurag's assault, it too left only a shallow mark. Additionally, with Billy's extraordinary regenerative abilities stemming from its ancient mutation, that trace of blood would soon vanish. Let us channel all our strength to strike the same spot. Observing the situation, Glurag quickly devised a strategy. Upon reuniting with Hansen, the two warriors pressed close together, launching coordinated slashes at the same location. Before long, Billy's thick skin began to yield to the relentless flying strikes, revealing wounds. Frustrated, Billy attempted to shake off the two tenacious warriors clinging to him, but they proved exceedingly difficult to dislodge. You pests, he roared, now with his tail severed and his short forelimbs unable to reach the two on his back. Don't get too cocky. Defiant to the end. The thick skin of the dinosaur was cleaved open under the combined assault of him and Hansen. Subsequently, the two unleashed their most formidable strikes upon Billy's exposed wound. In agony, Billy emitted a ghastly, beastly roar. You wretches, perish. A tempest of slaughter surged within Billy's eyes. His crimson skin appeared to ripen, releasing a copious amount of red steam. The enormous draconic eyes dulled, while chaos surged within them. Not good. Boss Billy is about to unleash that move. We must flee. Remaining here will ensure our demise alongside those Navy men. The crew of the Twin Dragons pirate gang paled, their expression shifting as they clamored to escape. Seizing the moment of the pirates' disarray, the Pangolin Navy struck down another officer. Meanwhile, the Pangolin Navy bore numerous scars. a testament to the formidable strength of some of the Twin Dragons' ranks. The cadre had already suffered significant losses at the hands of the Pangolin Navy. After dispatching a brawny officer, the Pangolin Navy anxiously surveyed the battlefield, now a wasteland. Since earlier, a strong sense of unease had gripped him. He could only hope it was a mere illusion. Not good. The fiercely erupting steam from Billy sent the two assailants reeling, launching them away with its unexpected force. They skidded across the ground before finally halting their retreat. So hot. That bastard. Gulag and Hansen, burned by the searing steam, bore various degrees of injury, their blades glowing red. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, they persevered, determined to fight until the final moment. Their unwavering sense of justice would not permit them to fall. The Twin Dragons had now lost a key fighter. This was the opportune moment to obliterate the Twin Dragons' pirate gang. If they could vanquish Billy, the last leader, this pirate crew steeped in malevolence would cease to exist. Gulag, hold on, Hansen. Hansen, I will not fall. For years, I have trained relentlessly with the Twin Dragons' pirate gang as my target. Over the years, the Navy had dispatched countless men in an attempt to eliminate the two brothers. Yet all had met with utter annihilation. More disheartening was that even an admiral sent from headquarters had perished here. Gulag gazed at Billy, engulfed in red steam and chaos, and vaguely sensed something. Perhaps it was this very power that had allowed Billy to defeat a Navy admiral. Roar. With an overwhelming surge of power, Billy, engulfed in red steam and devoid of self-awareness, charged fiercely at the two, his massive horns leading the way. He resembled an enhanced behemoth of a locomotive, causing the ground to tremble ominously while spiderweb-like cracks fanned out from his epicenter, exuding a formidable presence. How is this possible? How could mere mortals withstand such an assault? The already wounded Gulag was steeped in despair. With a bitter smile, he mused that it seemed their end was nigh. Hansen's hands trembled slightly from the intimidation of this force, yet his gaze remained resolute. Gulag, do not falter before the forces of evil, lest we tarnish the name of justice. You, a mere junior, dare to lecture me? Gulag retorted, his eyes ablaze as he tightened his grip on his sword. The unwavering courage of the two before the specter of death catalyzed a breakthrough in their martial spirits, causing their energy to surge to unprecedented heights. Strike. They unleashed two enormous slashes imbued with their elevated resolve, cleaving through the air. As they flew forth, the strikes converged, amalgamating into a formidable and expansive blade of pure energy, charged with their combined conviction, slicing toward the raging crimson trajectory of Billy. After harnessing this feral power, Billy's physical attributes had enhanced dramatically, even erasing the speed deficits typically associated with his colossal frame. In that moment, he embodied an unstoppable prehistoric beast, charging forth with unbridled fury. The united blade of conviction collided with his red trajectory, momentarily halting Billy's advance. Yet, the lethal force capable of vanquishing a colonel was no trifling matter. In mere moments, the combined sword energy merely impeded the onslaught of Billy, who had transformed into a frenzied raptor. Under the chaotic torrent of power, the blade shattered with a thunderous crack, dissipating into nothingness. How can this be? Observing this turn of events, Gulag and Hansen were taken aback, rendered powerless. Damn it! Hansen, in a fit of rage, lunged forward with his sword. Wait, Hansen, Gulag, resigned to the situation, followed suit into the fray. Their stamina, depleted after executing the enhanced strike, left them with little remaining strength. Confronted by the rampaging mutated raptor, they had no hope of victory. In the face of such overwhelming speed, even fleeing seemed an insurmountable task. With no path of retreat left, it appeared that their pursuit of justice would come to an abrupt halt. It seems, Colonel Gulag, this is where our fight ends. A terrifying and despairing aura of death emanated from the swiftly transforming raptor as two venerable naval colonels prepared to face the ancient beast. The deputy of Gulag, his pupils dilated in panic, could not contain his cries. Meanwhile, a nearby officer, armed with long, sharp weaponry on his arm, seized the opportunity presented by the distracted deputy and fiercely lunged at him, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Die. You deserve this for slaying so many of our brothers. He cackled. The pangolin was on the verge of being ambushed to death by the pirate officer when a figure, akin to a blood-red meteor, soared towards the scene, leaving a long trail in its wake. It was Lynn, who had just arrived, clearing a path through the pirates while rescuing enslaved civilians. Without a moment's hesitation, he intervened in a critical situation. Despite the prolonged battle that had seemingly unfolded, the island had already been engulfed in conflict by the time Lynn set foot on it. As the pangolin Navy officer turned to confront the approaching pirates, a cold sweat broke upon his brow, and he hastily raised his hand to shield himself from the imminent attack, but it was too late. Just as the sharp weapon was about to pierce his body, Lynn appeared, like a crimson comet streaking across the ground. Thud. The pirate's head exploded, a gruesome spectacle as Lynn's fist, enveloped in armament hockey, gleamed with an iron-like luster. Flames roaring around it. The pirate's skull shattered like a watermelon, and, strangely, his body ignited in an instant, collapsing to the ground as a charred corpse. Lynn did not cease his assault. Employing a technique akin to the shave, he darted among the pirates. In a brief moment, the remaining pirates and officers were similarly engulfed in flames, succumbing to excruciating agony. Had the pirates not been engaged in battle with the Navy, Lynn could have dispatched them all with a single move. "Who are you?" the pangolin officer questioned, eyeing Lynn, clad in a pristine white uniform. Realizing he did not belong to his unit. Yet, the power radiating from him was undeniable. "Please, I beg you to save us." "Where did he go?" The officer wondered aloud, perplexed by the sudden disappearance of Lynn. Like a shooting star, Lynn sped towards the location of the Double Dragon pirate crew leader, where Gulagu and Hansen were clashing with the formidable beast, Billy. Due to the immense force of the impact, they were flung away, leaving a deep dent in their chests. Strangely enough, despite their defeat, both individuals remained alive, having withstood such a terrifying collision. One could only marvel at the extraordinary resilience of the people in this world, capable of enduring such brutality. The two lay on the ground, trying to muster the strength to rise, yet ultimately succumbed to exhaustion, their bodies devoid of energy to grasp the sword that had flown away to an unknown location. Gulag and Hansen lay defeated, unable to rise. The massive dinosaur, in a state of fury, however, showed no intention of sparing them. Its iron hooves pounded the ground, shaking the earth and echoing ominously as it charged towards the fallen duo. "Damn beast." Hansen seethed. Gulag managed a wry smile, lamenting that Hansen only cursed himself for not being strong enough. "Farewell, my friend. With you by my side on the road to the underworld, I shall not feel lonely." "I'm sorry, Gulag. It's my weakness that has brought us here," Hansen replied, still unwilling to abandon his struggle to stand, though he ultimately could not rise. At that moment, a figure enveloped in crimson steam, eyes swirling in chaos, approached them. Billy, now mere steps away. Raising a colossal hoof that left imprints on the ground with each step, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. The two men, powerless to prevent Billy's advance, braced for the inevitable. Just as Billy was about to stomp down upon them, Lynn appeared before Gulag and Hansen, engulfed in flames of blood. With a swift leap, he ascended above Billy, channeling his armed hockey into an ordinary yet formidable punch that he unleashed. Bang! Roar! The massive dinosaur's head twisted grotesquely, its silver teeth shattering as it was propelled away by the force of Lynn's blow. The gargantuan form of Billy soared through the air, creating a whirlwind as debris was swept aside. Boom! Billy's monstrous body crashed into a pile of rubble, and the stones that followed his flight buried him beneath their weight, leaving him entombed. From a distance, it resembled a colossal grave standing silently. "Are we saved?" The sudden appearance of the young naval officer, whose power eclipsed even Billy's, left both men astonished. Just moments before, they had faced death, and now, inexplicably, they had survived. After processing the drastic shift in their circumstances, they took a moment to accept their newfound reality. "Ha ha ha, what luck today? Not only did we eliminate the notorious Twin Dragons pirate crew that had terrorized the West Sea for years, but we also emerged unscathed. I knew Lady Luck had smiled upon me," Gulag exclaimed, covering his face with laughter. Hansen, left speechless, muttered, "I don't know this guy." Hansen lifted his gaze toward the young naval officer who had rescued them. At merely 15 years of age, Lynn had already reached a height of 1.9 meters, resembling a young man in stature. "Pray tell, from which naval fleet do you hail?" "Regardless, I am grateful for your intervention that saved both me and the fool beside me." Hansen attempted to rise to express his gratitude, but the pain radiating from his chest restrained him, compelling him to remain flat. "Oh, it hurts. This is all your fault for being reckless. You've landed me in quite the predicament, you dolt." Gulag berated Hansen. "My apologies, Gulag. Once we're out of this, I shall treat you to ramen." Hansen chuckled heartily, though the ache in his body soon tempered his mirth. "That would suffice, but I demand a giant ramen," Gulag replied, stifling his own pain as he laughed. The atmosphere had lightened considerably after Lynn vanquished Billy, allowing everyone to relax. In the distance, the pangolin Navy was rallying their forces toward them. "Quickly, where are the medics? Report," Major, we did not bring any medics. A soldier reported truthfully. The Pangolin Navy's expression darkened as he continued. Contact the 155th Division on standby at sea and instruct them to send a ship's doctor. Yes. A naval officer produced a communication device from his pocket and began to dial. Colonel Gulag, Colonel Hansen, we have dispatched the forces stationed offshore. You shall be well taken care of, the Pangolin Navy assured. Of course, we have only just defeated one of the leaders of the Twin Dragon Pirates, Jimmy. I intend to survive and pursue my unfinished ambitions. Gulag laughed. Cough, it hurts. Fool, it was I who defeated Jimmy, Hansen retorted. The two exchanged glances and shared a laugh, reveling in the fact that they had survived and were now playfully teasing one another. Lynn was at a loss for words. What a vivacious and spirited fellow he was. By the way, may I inquire as to your identity? I am Major Lynn from the headquarters. Lynn replied nonchalantly. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the direction of the ruins, mentally counting down 5, 4. So, he is indeed a major from the headquarters. No wonder he is so formidable. Just as Gulag finished speaking, everyone present was left astonished. What? This individual, clearly so powerful, is merely a major. The naval officers present had witnessed Lynn's incredible strength. Having seen him effortlessly dispatch the leader of the Twin Dragon's pirate crew, Billy, who even the two swordsmen could not overcome, is such prowess truly the domain of a major? You have genuinely taken us by surprise. It is no wonder the headquarters sent only one person. Brother, thank you. Gulag smiled broadly, expressing his gratitude to Lynn. Hey, Gulag, look. It seems that Billy is still alive. Hansen's pupils dilated in shock. He truly hasn't perished. What a resilient creature. Prepare for battle. The pangolin gazed at the grave formed by the rubble, which was shaking violently as debris continued to fall, urgently commanding his subordinates to ready their weapons. Haha, do not underestimate me. And my brother Jimmy, stop sleeping and get up this instant. The deafening roar of the beast echoed across the plain. Everyone, save for Lynn, instinctively covered their ears. It was unbearably piercing. After Billy's roar, the massive form of Jimmy began to shake violently as well, his sharp claws digging into the earth, struggling to rise unsteadily. It hurts. I will kill that Hansen. Jimmy's eyes were bloodshot, brimming with murderous intent towards Hansen. As for Billy, that was one thing. But how could Jimmy, who had clearly sustained injuries from my strikes, still be alive? Hansen stared in disbelief as the immense blue figure rose from the ground. Truly remarkable, such vitality from an ancient breed. Gulag was merely slightly taken aback, not overly concerned about the resurrected Billy and Jimmy. Did he not see the powerful presence on their side? It was an assured victory. Lynn had already sensed the fierce clash between the twin dragon brothers at the port. However, he had spent some time clearing out pirates and aiding the oppressed civilians along the way. Through his observation, he discerned that one of the powerful auras had diminished, likely due to either Gulag or Hansen having bested one of their adversaries. Upon arriving at the scene, he was astonished to discover that other Navy forces were also engaged in battle with the Twin Dragon pirates. As he gazed at the two colossal dinosaurs converging, Lynn's expression remained unperturbed, embodying his characteristic calmness. Jimmy, let us employ that technique. This newly arrived Navy officer is exceedingly formidable, Billy bellowed, consumed by the thought of his imminent kingship and unwilling to let anything thwart his ambitions. But brother, using the technique will devastate everything on this island. Jimmy voiced his concerns hesitantly. Foolish Jimmy, without that technique, we cannot defeat this powerful Navy officer. The destruction of this island is of no consequence. There will always be a suitable place for us to establish our kingdom upon these seas. As he spoke, Billy's dinosaur form radiated a fierce crimson glow, blazing and resplendent. Witnessing this, Jimmy too began to transform, emanating a brilliant azure light. Instantly, the two became the focal point of the battlefield. What are they doing? Hansen struggled to lift his gaze, bewildered by the strange spectacle unfolding before him. Although uncertain of their intentions, an unsettling premonition washed over him. In the distance, the two brothers, aglow with vibrant hues, began to race towards one another. As they drew closer, the radiance of their red and blue auras intensified until they resembled twin suns, brilliant and overwhelming. Finally, the two spheres of light collided. Simultaneously, a terrifying force erupted from the center of the intertwining red and blue energies. Some Navy officers were hurled away by this overwhelming pressure, while Gulag and his companion, shielded by Lynn's presence, remained relatively unscathed. The merging of the two glowing auras began to form a swirling vortex, rapidly spiraling into a violent tornado that reached skyward, voraciously drawing in everything around it. The scale of destruction continued to escalate, with the winds slicing through the surroundings like countless blades. Should this chaos persist, the entirety of the island would be obliterated. It was evident that this was indeed the terrifying power of a devil fruit from the same vine. Damn it! What are we to do? Hansen exclaimed in a state of panic. However, Gulag observed the young Navy officer, who stood resolute and composed amidst the turmoil, causing him to relax slightly. Well, Hansen, I understand your urgency, but do lie down. We must watch closely from here on. Perhaps one might encounter something intriguing. Gulag expressed this sentiment with anticipation. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had elapsed. The tumultuous scene gradually returned to stillness, as the once mighty tornado ceased its relentless fury. In its wake, a crater over 50 meters in diameter had formed, reminiscent of a site struck by a meteorite. The interior of this pit glowed a fierce crimson, with patches still ablaze in a sanguine fire. At the center of the inferno, Billy and Jimmy lay vanquished, having fallen in unison. Their bodies were charred, emanating a faint aroma reminiscent of roasted flesh. The more fragile Jimmy had succumbed entirely to the blow, while his brother Billy still struggled for breath, gasping intermittently. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, Billy attempted to laugh heartily as he had in better times, but soon found his throat choked once more by the crimson tide. With great effort, he expelled the blood from his throat before attempting to speak. Despite his body being grievously burned and tattered, his spirit remained undaunted. Once, Billy reminisced, he and Jimmy were merely ordinary townsfolk. Though life was fraught with poverty, their family, father, mother, and Jimmy, was undeniably happy until that fateful day. Hey, Dad, Mom, Jimmy and I caught a big fish by the sea. If you eat it, you'll recover from your illness quickly, Billy exclaimed, raising the large fish in excitement as they called out towards their home. As they approached, they were met with the unsettling sight of a small detachment of royal soldiers gathered outside. From within their dilapidated wooden house came the desperate pleas of a man. Please, I beg you, grant us a little more time. We can no longer provide the taxes. The man, stripped of all dignity, knelt before the leader, whose armor gleamed more splendidly than that of an ordinary soldier, pleading with fervor. Why must you collect again when we just paid a short while ago? He lamented, utterly exhausted and on the brink of despair, harboring a growing resentment towards the kingdom. Yet, he could voice no such discontent, forced to grovel like a dog for the sake of his family. The armored captain's gaze shifted to a frail woman lying on the bed, her illness only serving to enhance her beauty. With a malicious grin, the captain remarked, "It wouldn't be unreasonable to grant you a few extra days. However, the reason for this sudden tax is that the king intends to host a banquet for royalty from other nations, a matter of great importance for the kingdom's honor and display of power. I find myself in a difficult position, as I cannot defy the king's orders. So, if you would allow this lovely lady to accompany me for a few days, I shall let you off the hook for now. What do you say? Am I not a generous man? Ha. That is out of the question. I will not surrender my beloved to you." Once a timid man, upon hearing the unreasonable demands of the captain, resolutely refused. "How dare you disrespect me? I had even planned to delay for a few days under the pressure of the king, only to discover that you are an ungrateful wretch. Alas, I am a good man, and yet you have the audacity to reject my assistance. Strike, but do remember not to kill him. At least make him surrender the taxes before he meets his demise. Ha. The captain of the armored troops erupted into a maniacal laughter. Immediately, the man was met with a barrage of punches and kicks from the soldiers, while the ailing woman cried out in agony, pleading for mercy. The small wooden shack transformed into a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Simultaneously, the captain commanded his soldiers to take away the weeping woman. Just then, a stone hurtled through the air, striking the captain fiercely on the back of his head. "Scoundrels, get out of my home." With his unprotected head injured, blood trickling down his hand, the captain turned to see who dared to ambush him, the captain of this kingdom's small troop. In the face of the captain's wrath, a multitude of stones, both large and small, rained down upon him, leaving his face smeared with blood. The throwers of the stones were none other than the young Billy and Jimmy, who, despite their tender age, displayed strength far beyond their peers, thus rendering the captain bloodied. "Damn those little brats. What are you all doing? Kill them." The captain's face contorted with madness, resembling that of a demon. Billy and Jimmy were momentarily taken aback by the captain's grotesque, blood-soaked visage. The man, realizing there was no turning back, suddenly seized a medicine jar from the ground and hurled it with force at a soldier who was drawing his sword and rushing towards Billy and Jimmy. Smash! The jar shattered, and although the soldier wore a helmet, he was still momentarily disoriented by the impact, losing his ability to move. Billy, Jimmy, flee. To the sea. Never return here. Thud. The relentless acts of defiance drove the captain into a furious frenzy, and he lost all semblance of reason. He drew his dagger and plunged it into the man, ending his life. Behold, this is the fate that befalls those who resist me. They deserve it. Ha 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 ha. The scars on the captain's face made his laughter resemble that of a demon from the depths of hell. Just as the captain attempted to withdraw his blade, he found it firmly grasped by the lifeless hands of the deceased man, unable to be extracted. At that moment, the mother of a girl named Ellie, unbeknownst to anyone, had seized a kitchen knife and lunged at the captain. Then thud, blood splattered forth as a soldier plunged his knife into the woman's body. The kitchen knife in her hand fell limply, and with blood staining her lips, she managed to offer Billy and Jimmy the only tender smile of her life, whispering, "Set sail and live well." With that, she closed her weary eyes and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The entire scene unfolded in a flash, too swiftly for Billy and Jimmy to comprehend, leaving them bereft of their parents. "Damn it, who permitted you to slay this woman? I still needed her," shouted one, enraged. "She was but a lowly peasant. Her death is inconsequential. Perhaps the next will be of greater worth," replied the soldier coldly. "Indeed, well said," laughed the captain of the armored squad. "Hey, quickly apprehend those two lads. Do not let them escape. I do not wish to bear the burden of this family's taxes." "Yes," responded his subordinates. "Captain, the two children have already fled." "What? A bunch of fools, allowing them to escape in front of so many. Hurry, pursue them." The captain seized a sword from a nearby soldier, severing the man's hands before reclaiming his own blade, leading a few soldiers in pursuit. Meanwhile, Billy and Jimmy, burdened by pain, sorrow, and hatred, managed to escape. They clambered up vines into a cave nestled among the cliffs. This was their secret playground, a refuge that allowed them to evade their pursuers. As they ventured deeper into the dark, boundless cavern, they lost track of time, their feet weary and stomachs growling. At last, they spotted a glimmer of light. There lay luminous oars and a water source filtering through the earth, dripping into a pool below. Beside the water, on a vine, grew two oddly shaped fruits. Driven by hunger, the brothers scarcely considered the possibility of poison and hastily divided the fruits between them. Despite their unpalatable taste, they consumed every morsel. Soon after, they felt a strange transformation within their bodies, morphing into formidable dinosaur-like creatures. Initially startled by their metamorphosis, the brothers, fueled by their desire for vengeance, resolved to harness this newfound power. Billy led Jimmy out of the cave, seeking the armored captain still searching for them. Wonderful. You've finally returned. Do not worry. Even though you have offended me, I shall not lay a hand on you. Come now, children, let us return." The captain feigned kindness, while internally seething with hatred for the two boys who had wounded him, contemplating how to imprison them for their inability to pay taxes, thus relieving himself of responsibility, and thereafter to torment them thoroughly. Confronted by the encircling soldiers, Billy and Jimmy exchanged a glance before harnessing the power of the devil fruit, transforming into fearsome dinosaur beings. What a monstrous sight! The soldiers trembled in terror at the sight of the two towering figures, their fear palpable as Captain Jean Kai began to retreat in dread. "Charge forth. They're merely two beasts." Seizing the fleeting moment amidst the soldiers serving as flesh shields, Captain Jean Kai sprinted away with all his might, wishing fervently for additional legs. Before long, anguished cries of despair echoed from behind, the scent of blood permeating the forest. The brothers, their eyes aflame with vengeance, soon caught up with Captain Jean Kai, who, in his desperate pleas for mercy, faced unimaginable torment. Following the demise of Captain Jean Kai, the brothers set sail on a fishing boat. 3 years later, they returned to their homeland, the Kingdom of Domino, having formed the Twin Dragon pirate crew. Upon entering the kingdom, they unleashed a tempest, obliterating the realm under its ferocious force. Instantly, the once thriving kingdom was reduced to a mire, with only scattered fragments of buildings hinting at its former glory as the capital of Domino. Fueled by vengeance, the brothers, intoxicated by their own powers, relentlessly plundered villages to amass wealth, expanding the Twin Dragon pirate crew's influence. Tragically, the village from which Lynn hailed also fell victim to their wrath. What? It turns out that the calamity in the Kingdom of Domino 9 years ago was wrought by you. At some point, the Navy had fashioned 2 makeshift stretchers. Gula and Hansen were placed upon them, lifted by several sailors. The temperature of the crater had significantly cooled. After all, this strike was intended for instantaneous devastation. Should Lynn wish, he could unleash an unquenchable sea of blood flames for days on end. The tale has been told. Indeed, you embody the tragic essence of this world. However, I implore you, meet your demise. Lynn's demeanor was flat, and his expressionless face revealed no emotion. Ha ha ha, I never thought you would let me go. In the game of kings, the victors take all. However, I recall that naval regulations dictate that when confronting a pirate who has lost their combat ability, the primary course of action should be capture, correct? This implies that I, indeed, can survive. Ha ha ha. Just wait, Navy. One day, I shall escape from your prison and seek vengeance for my brother, Jimmy. Billy's gaze towards Lynn was filled with a venomous hatred, reminiscent of the devastation wrought upon the royal capital by a tempest. He vowed to return with a thirst for revenge. With a thunderous crash, Lynn summoned a torrent of bloodfire in his fist and struck down upon Billy, who lay in the abyss. The searing flames erupted intensely, consuming Billy amid his anguished cries, ultimately reducing him to mere dust upon the earth. All naval personnel, barked Colonel Gulag, prompting a resounding affirmation from the sailors. The leader of the Double Dragon pirates, Billy, had launched a desperate counterattack before his demise, endangering the life of Major Lynn. In a bid for self-preservation, Major Lynn had no choice but to eliminate Billy on the spot. Gulag explained. What? A final counterattack? Colonel Gulag, do you take us for blind fools? It was clearly Major Lynn who acted first. Under the chilling gaze of Gulag, which could freeze the very soul, the sailors swiftly straightened their posture. With righteous resolve, they unified their statements. The leader of the Double Dragon pirates, Billy, launched a final counterattack, and Major Lynn, out of necessity to protect himself, killed Billy. Oh well. You are the chief. Your word is law. Observing the synchronized testimony, Gulag's stern visage softened into a congenial smile. Now, don't be so tense. Ha ha ha. Having a good officer like me is indeed your fortune. Gulag reverted to his affable persona. All naval personnel, including the recently reverted Pangolin Navy, felt a twinge of embarrassment. With an officer like you, we truly have our work cut out for us. However, such sentiments remained unspoken, for they had just witnessed their superior's predatory demeanor. Hansen, on the other hand, shrugged nonchalantly, not one to adhere to rigid conventions. Faced with the hero who had aided them in vanquishing the Double Dragon pirates, a scourge of these waters for years, he felt that occasionally straying from justice was permissible. Ha ha ha, Lynn. This way you can accept the accolades for eradicating the Double Dragon pirates without any blemish on your record. Prepare for a promotion. Lynn found the naval captain to be quite an intriguing individual, perceiving in him the untamed spirit characteristic of the strong. In the world of One Piece, such a person, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, could traverse great distances and grow even more formidable. The absence of this captain during the Marineford War in the original narrative may be attributed to his demise at the hands of the pirate Billy. Colonel Gulag received a report that the 4 majors, who had been sent flying by the pirate Jimmy, had been located. They were unharmed, albeit in a state of unconsciousness. Upon hearing this news, Gulag burst into hearty laughter. These 4 Navy officers, possessing the prowess to slice through iron, had been borrowed from other divisions. Had they perished while he remained alive, he would have been inundated by the scorn of their comrades. Brothers, the mission is accomplished, and we have emerged victorious. We have survived. Let the festivities commence. However, after his exclamation, Gulag clutched his chest, wincing from the severe pain caused by his excessive exertion. Observing this, the Pangolin Navy and Hansen exchanged bemused glances, silently questioning whether he truly appeared fit to host a banquet. Idiot Gulag, and refrain from celebrating like a pirate. Focus on recuperating, you fool. Hansen voiced his sarcasm, while the Pangolin Navy, as the subordinate, could only grumble quietly to himself, wary of openly critiquing his superior. After Lynn briefly discussed the situation on the Adela Islands with a few individuals, the Navy, still immersed in the exhilaration of victory, gradually regained their senses. The pirates that Major Lynn had dealt with were from the main island of Dela, while the other islands continued to suffer under the scourge of piracy. Observing this, Gulag attempted to rise. Yet, he soon recoiled in pain as his wounds were aggravated. How frustrating. I remained so weak. If only my injuries could heal. Those insignificant minions would pose no threat. If I had acted sooner, I could have saved more lives, liberating the enslaved civilians from their torment. Hey, Most. Contact my fleet and instruct them to assist Major Lynn in rescuing the civilians on the other islands. The Pangolin Navy, represented by Most, responded. But the ship's doctor is still on board. If we leave you unattended, even if you survive, irreversible damage may occur. Therefore, I refuse your unreasonable request. Our priority is to get the ship's doctor here. Most stood firm, directly rejecting Gulag's command. Gulag, seething with rage, retorted with a mocking laugh. All right. So you've grown some wings, have you? It was I who rescued you from the pirates and brought you back for training. Now you have the audacity to defy my orders. Be careful, I might just return and dismiss you. During this exchange of affectionate banter between superior and subordinate, a hesitant Navy officer addressed the furious Colonel Gulag. Report. Major Lynn has already departed. What? That fellow moves quickly. Faced with most obstinacy, Gulag had no choice but to insist he expedite the arrival of the ship's doctor. Simultaneously, he reached out to other standby fleet branches. Upon learning that the fearsome Bilajimi brothers had perished, the branch commanders wasted no time. The warships stationed at sea swiftly encircled the islands of the Adela archipelago. After all, the Bilajimi brothers had previously withstood heavy bombardment unscathed, having destroyed 12 ordinary warships. Their power was indeed terrifying. Run! It's a demon. A demon has come to the island. As the pirate shouted in panic, he stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling to crawl away while kneeling. Just then, a fiery beam suddenly shot forth, piercing through the head of the frantic pirate. He fell without even a cry for mercy, his body igniting in flames, ultimately reducing to ashes that nourished the earth. Through Lynn's adjustments, the flame attack became not only a high-penetration assault, but also an inferno that consumed any pirate it struck. There were simply too many lowly foes. It felt impossible to clear them all. After all, innocent civilians resided on this island. He could not simply unleash his full power and turn these pirate-infested lands into a sea of fire. I've got it. Lynn's eyes sparkled with inspiration, as an intriguing idea emerged in his mind. Should this experimental technique prove successful, confronting such situations would become significantly simpler in the future. He focused his palm, gathering a swirling mass of blood flames. Subsequently, he unleashed a series of fiery orbs into the sky, where they danced gracefully. Each orb of blood flame radiated intense heat. Although their dispersion diminished their overall potency, they were more than sufficient to eradicate these pirates. Lynn christened his newly developed technique as Blood Flame, Starry Sky. Countless orbs of blood flame cascaded through the air, casting the heavens in a vivid crimson hue, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Scatter. With a mere flick of his fingers, Lynn commanded the stars to disperse across the island. Activating his observation haki, he accurately discerned the locations of the pirates. Though his mastery could not rival that of Inaru, who could envelop an entire sky island, it was more than sufficient for an island of this scale. As Lynn's fingertips danced, a multitude of pirates were ignited, reduced to ash. Yet, each ember did not linger. Instead, it swiftly propelled towards other pirates. Despairing wails echoed relentlessly across the island, reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. The pirates were consumed by the terrifyingly high temperatures of the floating blood flames, their anguished cries resonating as they turned to cinders. Meanwhile, as Lynn concentrated intently on controlling the flames, akin to the multitude of stars, a sudden crack pierced the air. Fire. A hidden paparazzo, known as the flame photographer, adept at infiltrating any location, captured the image of Lynn's left hand, ablaze with intense flames, his focus unwavering and passionate. Through a side profile shot, this photographer was a legendary figure, renowned for his ability to penetrate any scene. He had taken the bounty posters of the Straw Hat Pirates and various notorious pirates, always managing to capture their likenesses from uniquely compelling angles. Rumor suggested he had consumed a devil fruit, though no evidence substantiated this claim. Lynn never anticipated that he would once again achieve renown across the seas in such a manner. Even his observation haki failed to detect the presence of a naval photographer lurking in the shadows. However, due to the photographer's repeated oversight in failing to open the back cover, he was ultimately dismissed from the Navy. Nevertheless, even after his expulsion, he persevered in his passion for photography, eventually joining Morgan's newspaper to pursue his craft. His most recent appearance was within CP0, where he assumed a disguise to capture images. He accompanied other CP0 members in an assault against Morgan's, the newspaper's chief, but was ultimately subdued alongside his comrades. This raises a compelling question. Is the fiery photographer a genuine member of CP0, or is he merely masquerading as one? Given that he has turned against his own newspaper's leader? After Lynn cleared all the pirates from the Adrella Islands, he exhaled with relief. Although a portion of the pirates had received advance word of Lynn's victory over their two leaders and attempted to flee, they were met with cannon fire from the warships stationed in the surrounding waters, which Lynn had commanded to intercept them. Should you inquire about the disobedience of the subordinate navy, he simply produced Sengoku's transponder snail and made a decisive call. Under the commanding voice of Admiral Sengoku, the captains of the subordinate fleets hurriedly scrambled to relay orders to their ships, adhering to Lynn's directives to safeguard their positions. Lynn's stamina has now been depleted. After all, the territory of the Dragon Pirates' occupation, the Adra Islands, is vast, and significant time has been consumed in this endeavor. It is now afternoon, approaching dusk. As the sun begins to set, how wonderful it is to finally find you, Major Lynn. Lynn, what is the matter? Have I inadvertently left behind a pirate unaddressed? The beastly, transformed pangolin marine, Most, appeared before Lynn in a flurry, his feet leaving shadows upon the ground as he hastened to a halt, breathless. In his quest to locate Lynn, he traversed numerous locations. It was only upon encountering a naval vessel from another division that he learned of Lynn's direction toward a nearby island, which ultimately guided him to the site where Lynn had just concluded the eradication of the last pirate stronghold. Upon meeting Lynn, Most was overwhelmed with admiration and promptly conveyed his purpose. Major Lynn, it is as follows. The residents of Della Island, whom you have rescued, wish to express their gratitude for your vanquishing of the twin dragon pirates by hosting a banquet in your honor. However, should you be otherwise occupied, I can relay your message to them. Most had merely come as a messenger. Of course, I am available. The remnants of the pirates from the Adela archipelago have been dealt with. I find myself rather famished. Let us proceed. By the way, what is your name? He was indeed quite hungry, having exerted considerable energy throughout the day. Naturally, he could not refuse the banquet laid before him. Although it was well known that Lynn relied upon his formidable fruit abilities to eliminate pirates within a mere day, he had reclaimed the Adela archipelago from the clutches of those marauders. Most was filled with enthusiasm, his gratitude evident in the fervor of his gaze. I am Most, the aide-de-camp to Colonel Gulag. After his introduction, he continued, I am deeply grateful for your contributions to the Adela archipelago. I, Most, shall forever hold this in my heart. It is vital to note that they had battled the twin dragon pirates for several years without gaining any advantage, suffering the loss of many familiar naval comrades. Surely, the downfall of the twin dragon pirates today shall bring peace to the valiant souls of the fallen navy. On Della Island, a magnificent banquet was underway. Long tables overflowed along the spacious square, and the entirety of Della town was adorned with an abundance of food. Meanwhile, at the port, Marines continually arrived, bringing with them suffering civilians from other islands aboard their vessels. This must have been Colonel Gulag's idea. Only such an unconventional individual could conceive of such a delightful initiative. It was an unprecedented grand feast uniting all the inhabitants of the Adela archipelago. The chefs of Adela were working tirelessly, their pots and pans bearing the marks of their culinary endeavors. Though weary, the faces of these chefs radiated with a sunlit spirit, a sight not witnessed in recent years. The defeat of the twin dragon pirates had liberated them entirely, granting them the long-awaited taste of freedom. A splendid array of delectable food and drink adorned the tables. Having triumphed over the twin dragon pirate crew, the threat of hunger was now a distant memory. An abundance of provisions was being systematically transported from the pirate crew's cold storage and granaries. The supplies were sufficient to sustain the entire populace of the Adra archipelago for an entire month. Furthermore, a considerable treasure trove of berries was unearthed from the pirates' vault. Although the majority remained in paper form, a steady stream of refugees was ferried to the banquet site by naval vessels. As the frequency of ships dwindled, the sea gradually returned to a tranquil state. Yet, in the face of the tantalizing steam rising from the banquet table, not a single soul dared to indulge. For they awaited one man, a conqueror of the twin dragon pirate crew, a liberator who would bring them freedom. The harbor was filled with eager faces, all gazing at the serene waters beneath the cloak of night. At that moment, a small girl, her hand clasped in her mother's, appeared gaunt and wistful as she stared longingly at the feast laid out before her, her mouth watering incessantly. It had been far too long since she had encountered such food. She tugged at her mother's hand, whispering, Mommy, I'm hungry, I want to eat. Dear one, just a little longer, we will eat soon, her mother replied with a gentle smile, soothing her child. Mommy, who are we waiting for? The girl inquired. With respect and gratitude, her mother replied, a hero, one who has saved us in Adra and granted us our freedom. Just then, an exclamation broke the air. What is going on here? If you are hungry, begin the feast. Following this, Glurag, bandaged and leaning on a crutch, nonchalantly tore a succulent chicken leg from the banquet table and offered it to the girl. The onlookers were captivated by the tender morsel, their mouths watering uncontrollably. How shameful. I can't bear this, murmured the refugees as they wiped their mouths, unable to contain their desire. As the chicken leg was presented before her, the girl's eyes sparkled with delight, yet she ultimately declined. Withdrawing her outstretched hand, she stated, Mommy said we can't eat until the hero arrives. So I won tea. However, Glurak, unfazed by the girl's steadfastness in the face of temptation, chuckled, If you do not finish this chicken leg, that hero will never arrive. You wouldn't want your mother and everyone else to wait in vain and suffer from hunger, would you? The naval crew behind Glurak exchanged glances, their expressions darkening as they internally lamented, Our captain is as shameless as ever, deceiving even such an adorable little sister. At last, the girl accepted the chicken leg, exclaiming, To ensure the hero arrives, so everyone can eat soon, I will do my best. The little girl genuinely believed the whimsical words of Gulak, extending her small hand to accept the tender, succulent chicken leg he offered, while the surrounding commoners struggled to contain their drool. When their resolve faltered, they turned away to avoid gazing at the delectable food. This was correct. Obedient children are indeed well-behaved. Gulak affectionately patted the girl's head, breaking into a broad smile. The flavor of the chicken burst forth in her mouth, prompting the girl to shed tears, yet she smiled through her weeping. This is so delicious. If I finish this chicken leg, everyone can enjoy such food. Witnessing the girl's innocence and her concern for others radiated warmth, causing laughter to ripple through the crowd. Many, moved like the little girl, wept tears of joy, their laughter intertwining with their cries, creating an atmosphere brimming with affection. Indeed, the naval uncle was correct. Upon finishing that chicken leg, the hero would appear, and then we too could savor such culinary delights. Behind Gulag, a naval officer fretted, Oh no, Gulag despises being called uncle. Hey, calling me uncle is a bit much. I'm only 27. Gulag immediately erupted in fury, his cane striking the ground as his feet stamped in agitation. The sailors worriedly cautioned, Be careful, or your wound may reopen. Ha, my apologies, naval brother. It's just that you appear older than my 39 years. Gulag staggered again at this remark. Can we refrain from discussing this? It must be said that Gulag had a remarkable talent for lightening the mood. The recently liberated commoners erupted in laughter. Their spirits lifted immensely. Gulag cleared his throat. Ahem. Now, it's time for you all to dine. Trust that fellow. He likely won team mind. However, even after Gulag's words, no one moved toward the dining table, leaving him feeling helpless. He was acutely aware of the oppressive weight of the Twin Dragon's pirate crew looming over them, like a spiked boulder threatening their lives at any moment. Yet, Lynn had removed this menacing threat, granting them the freedom they had long been denied, highlighting the profound significance Lynn held in their hearts. Seeing their insistence on waiting, Gulag abandoned the idea of urging the commoners to sit and eat. Instead, he addressed them once more. I have something to share. The clamor subsided as all eyes turned to him. Ahem, it's not a major matter. From now on, the Adela Islands will be under the protection of our 155th Navy Division. I am Colonel Gulag, and I hope you will all look after me in the future. What? This affable naval gentleman is actually Colonel Gulag. Ha. I have come to admire you, Colonel Gulag. I have heard that in your relentless battle against the Twin Dragon pirates, you fought valiantly to rescue us, sustaining grave injuries and nearly sacrificing your life. You are indeed a benevolent, courageous, and just naval officer. The Adela Islands shall henceforth be entrusted to you. The townsfolk shouted in unison. The tales of Gulag, Hansen, and Lynn's confrontation with the Twin Dragon pirates had spread among the spectators who watched from a distance. Ha. Leave it all to our 155th Division. I am certainly not as inept as Hansen. Gulag laughed heartily, not missing the opportunity to jest at his friend's expense, revealing his position as the commander stationed at the naval base on the Adela Islands. Hansen, whose arrival among the crowd went unnoticed, emerged, his body wrapped in extensive bandages, leaning on crutches. It appeared that the toll of the battle against Jimmy had only now begun to manifest. Gulag, you rascal, you are truly my best friend. Hansen approached Gulag, his face flushed, revealing either anger or the shame of failing to defend the Adela Islands against the Twin Dragon pirates, or perhaps a mix of both. Oh. Hansen, I thought your injuries would confine you to a sickbed for several days. I did not expect you to recover so swiftly. Humph. Hansen stood beside Gulag, maintaining a slight distance, deliberately refusing to display a pleasant demeanor, turning his gaze aside. This was his greatest concession, a tacit acknowledgement of Gulag's prowess, agreeing to let him guard this place. After all, his own 147th Division had been completely decimated, leaving him as the sole survivor. "You are Colonel Hansen, the mayor." Hearing the commotion, squeezed through the crowd to reach them. Dressed in fresh attire, the mayor stood before the naval officers, his expression brimming with excitement as he beheld Hansen, whose body was ensnared in bandages. "You are the former mayor. How wonderful. I am glad to see you alive," Hansen replied with a smile. "Colonel Hansen, during the invasion of the Twin Dragon pirates, you fought desperately against the two pirate captains, Billy and Jimmy. We had feared you perished." The mayor recounted the arduous battle led by Hansen against the Twin Dragon pirates. The ordeal could only be described as harrowing, yet Hansen consistently rose again, fueled by unwavering conviction. As the townsfolk listened to the mayor's narrative, tears welled up in many eyes as they recalled the valiant figure who had once fought fiercely to protect them. Emotions ran high as they cried out, "Colonel Hansen is truly a courageous man, a genuine embodiment of justice in the Navy. Thank you for your past protection. Please, do not express such sentiments. After all, I was unable to protect you," Hansen replied with a bittersweet smile. That battle had left him severely battered indeed. In the face of the invasion by the Dragon Brothers, not a single soul could be safeguarded, be it a civilian or one's own subordinates. Even his swordsmanship at that moment was insufficient to cleave through iron. "Colonel Hansen, I implore you not to belittle yourself. You too are a hero of the Adria Islands." "Ha ha ha, Hansen, see. They truly admire you. How about considering staying? That way, the 155th unit would boast 2 sword masters." Gulag playfully patted Hansen on the chest, laughing heartily. "You scoundrel, Gulag, are you attempting to bring about my demise? One day, I shall have my revenge." The pain in his chest nearly took Hansen's breath away. Shaking off Gulag's hand, he steadied the agony in his chest and gritted his teeth, continuing, "You are mistaken. How could our unit possibly accommodate 2 sword masters? I may well be reassigned elsewhere." "Is that so? What a pity," Gulag replied. "Look, Mama, I'm done." A little girl raised her hand, proudly holding a chicken bone that had been stripped clean, even marked with her tiny teeth. Clearly, the girl wished to gnaw on the bone further, not wanting to waste a morsel, though her small teeth could not manage it. Just as her innocent exclamation faded, several warships appeared on the distant sea, sailing towards them. Lynn stood at the bow of one of the vessels, the evening breeze causing the cloak emblazoned with the word justice to billow dramatically. "It is a hero. The hero who liberated the Adria Islands has returned." The crowd gathered at the port erupted in thunderous applause, each individual brimming with love and gratitude for Lynn. "Are they waiting for me?" Lynn gazed in astonishment at the extravagant throngs gathered before him. "Indeed, Major Lynn, you have vanquished the Twin Dragons pirates and liberated us all. Our gratitude towards you knows no bounds," most respectfully replied. "Isn't that a tad exaggerated?" He mused. "I merely returned to the West Sea to avenge my parents. I never anticipated such a warm reception. Dinner is served. Please, do not wait for me." Lynn initially held his breath, taking a deep inhalation, his cheeks puffing out reminiscent of a hamster storing food. Then, he exhaled forcefully, shouting aloud. His voice reverberated throughout the harbor, ensuring that all present could hear him. "Ha ha ha. I told you he wouldn't mind. I've already suggested you begin your meal. Why are you still dawdling? Go eat." Gulag bellowed. The commoners, faces flushed with excitement, were spurred into action by Lynn's words. Under the supervision of the Navy and certain civilians advocating for order, they quickly found their seats. Lynn also allowed the last wave of civilians aboard the warships to partake in their meal. "Thank you, Major Lynn." The civilians on the ship bowed in gratitude, while Lynn waved his hand, urging them to move along. It felt somewhat awkward for him to wait for so many to gather before commencing the feast. "Major Lynn, please follow me." A Navy officer dispatched by Gulag welcomed Lynn to the dining area. Upon sitting down in the plaza with Gulag and the other Navy personnel, the atmosphere on the island became lively, accompanied by the resounding bangs of fireworks lighting up the sky above Della Island. The celebration grew even more jubilant. Starting tomorrow, a new era of freedom and joy would dawn. For the first time in history, all the islanders gathered together for a grand banquet, all thanks to Lynn's arrival. Prompted by Lynn, Gulag thoughtfully contacted the mayor along the way to select a group of individuals to spread the word across Della Island, advising them to moderate their consumption, as gorging after fasting for so long could lead to dire consequences. Thankfully, no one suffered from overindulgence that evening, allowing Gulag to breathe a sigh of relief. It would be too disheartening for such a new beginning to end in tragedy. However, this is the world of One Piece, where death does not come easily, save for a certain blue-haired girl who tragically fell to her demise while searching for a sharpening stone. After the banquet concluded, Lynn took up residence in the accommodations arranged by Gulag. Soon enough, the following day arrived. With the double dragon pirates dealt with, Lynn was set to set sail. As news spread of Lynn's departure, both the Navy and civilians gathered to bid him farewell, feeling a twinge of reluctance. They hoped their hero might linger a few more days. In response to their warm hospitality, Lynn explained that he had a mission to pursue, specifically to capture pirates. With that, there was no reason for them to retain him any longer. Tears mingled with smiles as they waved him off, expressing their heartfelt thanks and wishes for his safety on the journey ahead. Lynn, in turn, responded with a kind smile, urging them to take care and live well in the future. Faced with such warmth, he could not maintain a stern demeanor. Instead, he chose to present himself as amicable and approachable. As Lynn's warship gracefully departed from the port, it gradually receded into the distance, watched by the civilian sailors of the Adra archipelago until it became a mere speck, vanishing upon the vast sea. Regardless of the location, the people remain the most endearing beings. Major Lynn, your vessel has been set adrift, called Most, the user of the pangolin devil fruit and Gulag's right-hand man. Thank you very much, Lynn replied, expressing his gratitude. It is my honor to assist you, Major Lynn, Most said, waving his hands with utmost respect. Gulag emerged from within the ship, accompanied by Hansen and others. I was wondering why I hadn't seen those two earlier. It seems they were already waiting aboard the warship. Lynn mused. Lynn, I have submitted the report on the Twin Dragon pirates, and your contributions are most significant. Upon returning to headquarters, a promotion shall await you. Gulag exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Once again, we are grateful for your extermination of the Twin Dragon pirates, which saved us. Should you require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek us out. No matter how arduous the path may be, we shall bravely journey forth, Hansen declared, though both were still bound in bandages. Gulag no longer needed a cane to walk normally, and Hansen had transitioned from crutches to a single cane. Their injuries were healing at a remarkable pace. After exchanging a few more words, the trio began to bid farewell. Just as Lynn was about to leap from the warship onto the awaiting flame boat anchored on the sea below, a sailboat was seen speeding towards them from the direction of Della Island. Wait, hold on, Major Lynn, came the urgent call from the mayor aboard the vessel. Lynn looked up to see the mayor and his entourage. Hurry, the mayor urged the sailors to steer the boat closer. Mayor, what is the matter? Has something happened? Gulag inquired, furrowing his brow. It shouldn't be. The pirates of the Adra archipelago have indeed been eradicated, so there should be no oversight. The reports from the other department heads regarding the island searches are undoubtedly accurate. After catching his breath, the mayor exclaimed, You left too hastily. This is a gift we have prepared for Major Lynn and all of you. Oh, a gift. Gulag's eyes sparkled with curiosity to see what it contained. 8 wooden crates were brought aboard by the sailors, neatly arranged on the deck of the warship, eliciting intrigue from everyone regarding their contents. This is a token of our gratitude from the Adra archipelago. We kindly ask that you accept it, the mayor said with a smile, exuding an air of mystery, which piqued the anticipation of the group. As several sailors opened the crates, a dazzling array of golden light burst forth, illuminating the faces of those gathered in awe. Ah, how blinding! Gulag raised his hand to shield his eyes, then, with an expression of profound sorrow, shouted at the mayor, How can you use this to test me? The minister of the 155th Division? Quickly, bring me several boxes to my office on the ship. I must examine them thoroughly to determine their authenticity. Hansen, with a violent twitch at the corner of his mouth, retorted, Hey, Gulag, when will you shed this old habit? You remain as avaricious as ever. Do not forget that you are a just naval officer. Although the naval regulations dictate that treasures obtained from defeating pirates must be surrendered, I believe that the Adela Islands currently require these resources to rebuild their ravaged homes. Upon hearing Hansen's words, the mayor chuckled with satisfaction. In fact, I have already set aside some banknotes intended for the reconstruction of the Adela Islands. The gold and jewels are reserved for you esteemed heroes. Moreover, if the banknotes prove insufficient, we can excavate the palace of the Xuanglong brothers, which lies in ruins. There, we will find 2 golden thrones. The mayor had loaded all the gold and jewels into a large chest and hastily transported them here by ship. Had he not feared being late, he would have planned to excavate the 2 golden thrones to bring along as well. He had risen early to prepare, but did not expect their departure to be so swift. Fortunately, he made it in time. Ha ha ha, Hansen, did you hear? This is our reward as heroes. Hansen, at a loss for words, responded, "Even if the Adela Islands acquire funds for reconstruction, should we not surrender these to the Navy?" "You naive fool, Hansen. Your honesty could lead to great misfortune," Gulag admonished. "What misfortune?" Hansen scratched his head in confusion. "Well, never mind," Gulag began to say, but quickly swallowed his words. He then redirected, "Let us consider this as a preemptive application for funding to uphold justice at sea, for the maintenance of ships, weapons, and for aiding civilians, as well as for operations to eliminate pirates. Do you understand now? The approval from above will not come swiftly, and we may need these funds in urgent situations." Hansen was finally persuaded by Gulag's reasoning and nodded. "That makes more sense. You truly want to embezzle?" His skepticism regarding his old friend's integrity, especially in matters of finance, was evident. "Absolutely. I am, after all, a competent and respectable colonel in the Navy. I trust Gulag." As the two continued to bicker over their differing opinions, Lynn interjected. Gulag was not as simple-minded as he appeared. He possessed a sense of justice, yet he was not one to blindly adhere to outdated rules. This was Lynn's observation, gleaned from his perceptive insight into Gulag's character. Lynn's words determined the outcome. Ultimately, the 8 large boxes of jewels were divided among the 3 individuals, with each receiving 2 boxes. The remaining 2 boxes, initially intended for Lynn, were generously left for Gulag. "I hope these will be of use to you," Lynn remarked. Gulag responded with a mysterious laugh. "Rest assured, Lynn, I will not disappoint you." With this sum of money, he could finally set certain plans in motion. Hansen, however, shook his head, saying, "You all are so enigmatic. I cannot comprehend. Nonetheless, if you truly intend to use this money for a noble cause, I will gladly give you my 2 boxes of jewels." Lynn could not help but exclaim that the righteousness of Colonel Hansen was indeed impeccable. Yet, he was rather straightforward. Should he discover certain truths about the Navy, one could only wonder how he might be affected. Perhaps he would resort to plundering the Celestial Dragon slave ships to liberate the captives, inevitably becoming a wanted pirate. However, if such an event were to transpire, Lynn resolved to lend him a hand. This fellow was as endearing as Tiger. "Hansen, you truly are my dearest brother. We are kindred spirits, and there is no need for me to express my gratitude further." Seeing Hansen in such high spirits, Gulag rejoiced. With such wealth at hand, what grand endeavors could he not accomplish? "Hey, Lynn, do you require an escort?" Gulag called out kindly to Lynn, who was aboard a flame vessel weighed down by several chests of treasure. "No need, just a minor issue. Farewell." Lynn unleashed a crimson flame, filling the jet nozzle, and the burning skiff shot forth like a rocket, leaving a long streak across the ocean. What an intriguing character, ha ha ha. Sailors, hoist the sails. In any case, let us return to the 155th Division. "Aye, Colonel Gulag." The sailors echoed in unison. "Hansen, congratulations. You might be reassigned to the Grand Line. The pirates there are no less formidable than those of the West Blue, so be wary of those cunning fellows. Don't let yourself perish. And remember, in times of trouble, do not act impulsively. Be sure to contact me." Gulag admonished earnestly. "Understood. When did you become so verbose, you scoundrel Gulag? Don't underestimate me." The two exchanged banter aboard the warship as it departed. The ocean once again fell into a state of tranquility. Lynn continued to steer the flame boat swiftly across the western sea, his destination not the inverted mountain but his homeland. The island of Belster nestled within the borders of the Flower Kingdom. At this moment, Lynn stood at the bow of the flame boat, the brisk speed of the journey causing his naval jacket to flutter in the wind, the word justice prominently displayed. After some time poring over the nautical chart acquired from Gulag on Della Island, Lynn finally located his hometown. It was a rugged, mountainous island with scarce arable land suitable for cultivation. However, the hills were abundant with wildlife, fruit trees, and wild vegetables. The villagers had traditionally relied on hunting and fishing for sustenance. The only area capable of supporting grain cultivation was the plot of land on the back mountain, where a freshwater river meandered. Reflecting on the past, he recalled the memories shared with his parents in this world. Lynn has a vivid recollection of his childhood, when his mother frequently took him to the mountains to gather wild vegetables, mushrooms, and fruits. Meanwhile, his father engaged in hunting or fishing, accompanying other villagers to sell their catches on the nearest islands. The relationship between his parents was harmonious, devoid of quarrels, although the family was not affluent. They enjoyed a blissful existence until that fateful day. Lynn took a moment to compose herself, steering the flame vessel directly towards the island that had emerged in her line of sight. "After 8 long years, I have returned." Lynn felt that surviving the assault of the Twin Dragons pirates while adrift upon the vast ocean was nothing short of a miracle. After setting sail, he encountered abduction, shipwrecks, and aimless drifting, ultimately finding himself inexplicably aboard a merchant vessel that brought him to the East Sea. He recalled the original tale of Sanji's journey, which echoed his own as he traversed from the North Sea, enduring countless tribulations before reaching the East Sea. As his feet touched solid ground, a glimmer of white light flashed from the storage ring on his finger, and the flame boat, anchored at the shoreline, vanished into thin air, reappearing within Lynn's spatial ring. Lynn stowed away the flame boat and strode purposefully into the depths of the island. To be candid, Lynn was somewhat unclear about the village's location. The place he had spent the most time on this island was indeed the village itself, along with the woods where he foraged for wild vegetables with his mother, leaving many areas unexplored. Lynn, harnessing his blood flame abilities, enhanced his speed and leapt gracefully onto the towering tree. He then deftly traversed between the trees, nimbly leaping and maneuvering in search of the village that had once been ravaged by the Twin Dragon pirate crew. In the world of One Piece, the majority of the landscape consists of islands, many of which are uninhabited. There are even numerous instances, like Lynn's village, where a solitary village exists upon an island. After an extensive search, Lynn still could not locate the village. Opening the map once more, he confirmed that if his navigation skills were accurate, he was indeed on an island named Belsit. Lynn attempted to activate his observation hotkey, hoping to uncover any hidden discoveries. If unsuccessful, he would have to invest additional time in his search. The observation hotkey functioned like a radar, radiating outward from Lynn's core. Lynn meticulously searched while on the move, for his observation hotkey had not yet reached the extraordinary level of intel, capable of enveloping the entirety of Skypiea. At that moment, he unexpectedly detected the presence of a living being on the island. It was a person emanating an aura of twilight. Could it be a fellow survivor like himself? The flames enveloping Lynn intensified, and with a graceful leap, he ascended into the sky, utilizing the fiery bursts to propel himself through the air. Lynn drew nearer to the individual he sought. Suddenly, his surroundings expanded into a vast panorama, revealing signs that the nearby vegetation had been meticulously tended to. Before him stood a village, both familiar and yet transformed. There was no mistaking it. This was indeed the village where he had once lived with his family. Lynn entered a village that had succumbed to ruin due to a pirate invasion, where numerous houses lay in disarray. Most of the structures had crumbled into mere remnants. And along his path, he beheld his former abode, an unassuming yet spacious wooden house, now enshrouded in cobwebs. Lynn stepped inside and searched the room thoroughly. Yet he found no trace of his family's remains. At that time, he had been hidden in a wardrobe by his parents, which had allowed him to survive. He was merely 7 years old. As he gazed at the familiar objects within the room, he fell into a trance for a moment, but ultimately averted his eyes and turned to leave the house. He hastened towards the location of the individual sensed through his perception, quickening his pace with flames at his feet, propelling him forward with great speed. Before long, Lynn exited the village, and after traversing a stretch of land, the terrain before him opened up once more. Simultaneously, mounds of earth appeared on the expansive meadow ahead. These were the graves of the villagers. Someone had buried the deceased to prevent their bodies from being exposed to the elements. Surely, there are other survivors apart from me. In the clearing directly in front of the cemetery, not far away, stood a stone house constructed from materials such as timber, from which a chimney slowly emitted wisps of smoke. The vibrant essence of life that Lynn's observation hotkey perceived emanated from that very house. Thump, thump, thump. Lynn approached the house and politely knocked on the door. Who is it? It was quite surprising for anyone to arrive at this secluded island. A middle-aged man, his hair graying and adorned with round wooden-framed glasses, opened the door, quickly noticing Lynn standing outside in a pristine white naval uniform. Who are you? A naval officer? May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? He asked, a perplexed expression etched upon his face, marked by the weariness of age. The notion of the Navy reaching this remote location seemed unfathomable. Around the man's neck hung a silver pendant, a circular piece designed to hold a photograph of his family. Lynn paused for a moment, uncertainly uttering, "Uncle Gawain?" Upon hearing the young naval officer call his name, the silver-haired middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback. It had been a long time since anyone had addressed him by that name. How did the sailor know him? Who are you? The man inquired earnestly, leaning in closer to scrutinize Lynn's face, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washing over him. At that moment, Lynn lifted his cap slightly, revealing a pair of faintly crimson eyes. Boom. The instant the middle-aged man beheld those eyes, it felt as though he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, a buzzing resonating within his mind. After a brief interval, his hands began to tremble uncontrollably, his voice quivering with excitement as he stammered, "Why you? You must be Lynn, right? You finally remember me, Uncle Gawain. You took care of me when I was a child." Lynn broke into a smile. The middle-aged man, whom Lynn affectionately referred to as Uncle Gavin, trembled all over, tears streaming down his cheeks like rain. "Am I dreaming? Lynn, is it truly you?" "Indeed, I have returned." Lynn smiled and said, "Uncle Gawain, won't you invite me in for a while? I'm feeling a bit hungry. And this time I intend to devour all the provisions in your house." In the past, Gawain would have certainly retorted with a dismissive "Go away, go away. There's nothing left. You eat too much." "Very well, very well." Yet, now, Gawain grasped Lynn's arms with trembling hands, repeating his agreement thrice. He could hardly believe that the boy with such an insatiable appetite was still alive. There were indeed survivors in the village besides him. Gawain gazed affectionately at Lynn as he heartily consumed rice accompanied by mushrooms and wild vegetables foraged from the forest, along with some game meat. Although Gawain appeared gaunt and weary, in his youth he had been a skilled hunter, capable of battling bears, and later ventured out to sea as a merchant. It was during his time as a traveling merchant that the Double Dragon pirate gang launched a night raid on this modest village. Apart from Lynn and Gawain, no other souls survived. Even now, Gawain felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. He never expected that the most extraordinary child among them would not only survive but thrive. As he watched Lynn devouring the food on the table, it seemed as though time itself began to reverse, transporting him back to the past. Gawain's heart trembled with a mixture of gratitude and relief. "You are alive, truly wonderful." He wiped away the tears from his face with his sleeve. "Uncle Gawain, let us look forward and live well. I believe Aunt Di would not want to see you in such a state." After taking a sip of water, Lynn let out a satisfied burp. Indeed, she was always so gentle and understanding. Meeting her was the greatest blessing of my life. Yet, I am the one who caused the demise of both her and her son. If only she had not been with me, if only she had not married me, she would not have lived here nor perished alongside her child at the hands of pirates. It is all my fault. I am the one who doomed them. Gawain seemed to age several years in that moment, becoming even more worn and weary, lost in the depths of his remorse. Lynn could only offer a few words of consolation, and the middle-aged man seemed to improve slightly. "By the way, Lynn, how did you manage to survive the clutches of those pirates back in the day?" Lynn recounted her harrowing journey of survival. After listening to her perilous tale, Gawain, filled with compassion, exclaimed, "Child, you have truly suffered. Nevertheless, the fact that you are alive is a blessing. Those pirates are despicable. Had I been there that day, they would never have so easily invaded the village." Unbeknownst to Gawain, the assailants were from that very pirate crew. Given the remoteness of their location and the fact that Lynn was the sole witness, he had no idea of their identity. Otherwise, true to his nature, he would have already grabbed his hunting knife and pursued them. For years, I have sought information on those rogues, yet I remain in the dark. The scarcity of witnesses and evidence is infuriating. Otherwise, I would have eradicated that wretched gang. As he spoke, a fierce glint ignited in Gawain's eyes. A burning desire to avenge the village and Lynn and her mother's suffering. "Child, do you know which pirate crew attacked the village?" Gawain earnestly inquired, hoping to extract information about the marauders from the only witness, Lynn. "It was the Twin Dragons pirate crew. But fear not, Uncle Gawain, I have avenged the village. I have slain their captains, Billy and Jimmy," Lynn replied slowly. "What? It was indeed the Twin Dragons pirate crew?" Gawain was taken aback. Occasionally, newsbirds would deliver tidings, so he was somewhat aware of the happenings in the West Sea. He knew that the Twin Dragons pirate crew was immensely powerful, with a fleet comprising hundreds of ships. Rumor had it they were currently occupying the Adela archipelago, enslaving its inhabitants. The Twin Dragons pirate crew, such a loathsome bunch. Gawain's heart swelled with vengeance, and just as he stood, preparing to arm himself and seek retribution against the Twin Dragons, he suddenly paused and sank back into his chair. "Child, what did you just say?" "I seem to have missed something," Gawain said uncertainly. His focus had been so consumed by his animosity towards the Twin Dragons that he had failed to fully grasp Lynn's preceding words. Yet, he thought he had faintly heard that the Twin Dragons had been vanquished by Lynn. Lynn patiently remarked, "The entire Twin Dragons pirate crew has been annihilated. I took action, and both Captain Billy and Jimmy have perished. Uncle Gavin, you no longer need to bear the burden of hatred." Upon confirming that he heard this clearly, Gavin gasped, and the surrounding space fell into silence. Just as Gavin was about to express his thoughts, the call of a newsbird echoed from outside. It seemed fortune was on their side today, as another newsbird had come to deliver the newspaper. "Child, please hold on a moment." This was the perfect opportunity to purchase the newspaper and allow himself a moment to process the immense information Lynn had just imparted. Upon opening the door, Gavin beheld the newsbird perched atop a windmill post, standing over a meter tall on the grassy ground. He retrieved 50 belly from his pocket and handed it to the newsbird, with wings as dexterous as a human hand. The bird grasped the coins and then opened the cylindrical container it carried beneath its body, extracting a newspaper to present to Gavin, still processing the revelations Lynn had shared. Gavin instinctively unfolded the newspaper with both hands. The headline read, "The archenemy of all evil. Naval rising star Blood Flame.He single-handedly dismantled the Twin Dragon's pirate crew, slaying its leaders, the sinister Dragon Billy and the butcher Dragon Jimmy." The accompanying image depicted Lynn's focused profile as he skillfully manipulated Blood Flame, starry sky, exuding an air of intense seriousness and dedication. "This is..." Gavin trembled as he perused the article, only to erupt in relieved laughter moments later. "Lynn, you have endured so much over the years." He returned indoors with the newspaper, extending it toward Lynn. He could scarcely fathom the weight of the hatred this child had carried, living with vengeance against the Twin Dragon's pirate crew as his sole purpose. It was likely this very burden that had led him to join the Navy. Lynn took the newspaper and opened it. Fortunately, this time it appeared quite ordinary. It was not printed by the Morgan's Press, but rather released by the Navy in conjunction with Morgan's. After all, the newsbird he relied upon disseminated information across these vast seas with unparalleled swiftness. Lynn contemplated silently. After placing the newspaper on the table, she rose and said, "Uncle Gal, take me to see their graves." "Ah, very well. However, since our vengeance has been fulfilled, we should let go and look towards the future. Do not cling to it as I have, for it only brings endless sorrow," Gawain gently advised. Lynn is still quite young, with an infinitely bright future ahead of him. He has even become an exceptional sailor, which brings great comfort to Gavin. The once gluttonous child has now transformed into a stalwart young man. Gavin feels a generous joy in his heart for Lynn. He led Lynn to a small mound of earth, the very resting place of Lynn's parents. "I have interred them together," Gavin said. "Thank you, Uncle Gavin. You have done what I have long wished to accomplish," Lynn replied. "Thanking me is unnecessary. I simply could not bear to see the villagers fall victim to despair. So I provided them with a resting place," Gavin explained. Under Gavin's care, the cemetery is well maintained, free from the encroachment of weeds and wild growth. "Uncle Gavin, I am now a sailor. You can join me as my family and live at the naval headquarters in Marinvondo." "Come with me," Lynn said, breaking the silence that had lingered over the gravestone for some time. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Gavin was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. "Haha. I suppose I haven't wasted my affection on you after all. However, I must decline your kind offer. I wish to remain in my hometown and have no desire to go anywhere else. Besides, I am quite comfortable here," Gavin responded, unwilling to impose upon Lynn. "I see." Lynn did not press the matter further, instead lifting her gaze towards the distant sea, where a gentle breeze caressed her cheeks. Indeed, this was a splendid dwelling. Not only was it situated at a lofty elevation, but it also afforded a view of the azure ocean in the distance, and even the rising sun. 3 days later. "Hey Lynn, look at what I caught today. This is a rare prize, one you seldom encounter," Gallon exclaimed excitedly, entering the house with a half-man, half-horned rabbit cradled in his arms, eager to show off to Lynn. "Is she not here?" Lynn did not appear within, but the interior was filled with an abundance of supplies, almost overflowing the house. Where did this fellow procure such a vast array of provisions? Surely, it must have been a solitary endeavor to transport them from the ship. He has truly exerted himself. In the living room, Gawain discovered a note upon the table, and he had already begun to surmise its contents. He picked up the paper, which bore farewell words and exhortations for him to live well. As Gawain read, his eyes brimmed with moisture. He understood, of course, that Lynn was a naval officer and could not remain here for long. "You truly are thoughtful. But now you leave me to prepare a meal for your proper send-off. Alas, the exquisite rabbit meat is mine alone to savor." Before long, Gawain had prepared several dishes. With a fragrant platter of rabbit meat gracing the table, he simultaneously uncorked a bottle of liquor he had never encountered before. As the potent spirit coursed down his throat, he coughed violently. Cough, cough. This liquor was peculiar and somewhat off. Let me take another look. This time, Gawain dared not drink heartily. Instead, he poured a small glass and sipped cautiously, followed by a bite of the delectably enticing rabbit meat, transporting him to a realm of bliss. A libation capable of bestowing joy. How intriguing. At the very least, it was a drink exchanged by Lynn from the system, and its quality was undoubtedly exceptional. However, Gawain could only chuckle in disbelief at the sight of supplies nearly filling the hall and 2 rooms overflowing with goods. It seems he would have to sleep on the floor tonight. He could hardly fathom when these items would ever be exhausted. In recent days, having learned of the demise of the pirate crew that had ravaged the village, coupled with the companionship of conversation, Gawain had become much more cheerful. Even the aura of impending death that had hung over him began to dissipate. Meanwhile, Lynn had departed from his hometown, Belster Island, sailing across the sea. In these days, apart from dining and conversing with Uncle Gawain and spending time with his parents, Lynn had also refurbished and tended his home, ensuring it at least resembled a proper dwelling. Thus, Lynn had finally resolved his lingering concerns. And now, what lies ahead for him? Pirates, I am coming. Prepare to greet your reaper. Flames engulfed Lynn as he steered his fiery vessel, the rear erupting with crimson flames, gallantly cutting through the waves of the vast ocean, exuding an indomitable spirit. Now, let us turn the clock back 3 days. Barbary Island. It was yet another day of peace and tranquility. Yet a peculiar sight greeted the port, a dog-headed warship anchored unexpectedly. In the dining hall of the Flower and Wine Restaurant, a hushed conversation ensued. Hey, that naval officer looks like the legendary hero, Karp, doesn't he? Who is Hero Karp? You fool. You don't even know the naval hero Karp? He was once a formidable opponent of the pirate king, Roger, and the one who captured him. The patrons whispered among themselves, astonished that such a prominent figure had graced their remote Barbary Island. Meanwhile, Karp remained oblivious, seemingly content as he indulged in his meal. Ha ha ha. The dishes you prepare are far superior to what that chap Lynn concocts, Karp exclaimed as he relished the fare laid before him. The head chef, Paparo, sighed with relief upon receiving the naval hero's praise, wiping the sweat from his brow. A single disparaging remark from the naval hero could indeed tarnish their establishment's reputation. Although Paparo was confident in his culinary skills, the prospect of confrontation was daunting. It appeared that the naval hero was merely here for a meal, alleviating any cause for concern. Wait, Mr. Karp, did you just mention Boss Lynn? Paparo inquired eagerly. Indeed, that lad has now become my disciple, Karp replied, savoring a piece of the freshly served pork intestine, his eyes lighting up with delight. Before long, the plate was nearly empty. What? Boss Lynn has joined the Navy? And he has become the disciple of the esteemed naval hero, Karp? Paparo and the nearby waiter were taken aback, exclaiming in disbelief. Yet, if it were that man, nothing seemed impossible. This is truly splendid. Knowing that our boss is thriving within the Navy brings us great comfort. Lynn has been away from Barbary Island for nearly 9 months, with the last news being the elimination of the pirates from Grass Valley Town 5 months ago. During these 5 months, there has been no word from him in the Grand Line, causing considerable concern. Just then, a chef returning from shopping burst in with a newspaper in hand, exclaiming, Chef Papalo, there's news about Boss Lynn. Papalo took the newspaper eagerly, unfolded it, and soon erupted into laughter. Truly, Boss Lynn has made a name for himself on the seas in such a dashing manner. Let me see, Karp said, wiping his hands with a napkin as he took the newspaper from Papalo. The headline was strikingly bold, the arch-nemesis of all evil, the Navy's new star, Blood Flame.He. It appeared Lynn had succeeded in his quest for vengeance. Karp chuckled heartily. I knew he could handle such matters with his current prowess effortlessly. Oh, he has defeated the twin dragon pirates and rescued the enslaved civilians on the island, hosting an unprecedented grand feast at Adela Island. A celebration open to all must have been delightful, especially seeing those starving refugees enduring hunger, eagerly awaiting Lynn's arrival. A throng gathered at the port. The newspaper featured an impressive image of Lynn commanding the Blood Flames, along with scenes of him vanquishing the twin dragon brothers, annihilating the remaining pirates, and liberating the civilians, who congregated at the military port in joyful anticipation of Lynn's return. The atmosphere was vibrant, with happiness radiating from every civilian's face. As Karp continued reading, an inexplicable warmth surged within him. You are a true hero of the Navy, Lynn. In this regard, even Karp felt a sense of inadequacy. Lynn possessed an infectious charm that brought freedom and joy to people. Such a scene, where the streets were filled with jubilant civilians, was something Karp had never experienced. Haha. Truly worthy of being my chosen disciple. I never imagined I would raise such an exceptional member of the Navy, Karp declared unabashedly. After finishing his meal, Karp made sure to pack some pig intestines and a batch of white wine, which paired deliciously with the dish. If it weren't for his desire to return home to see Luffy, he would have relished staying here longer. Meanwhile, on the other side of Barbary Island. At the headquarters of the perfume factory sales department, Emil was diligently attending to her desk work. Suddenly, the door to her office was rudely thrust open. The abrupt sound startled Emil, igniting her anger. Just as she was about to reprimand the intruder, she recognized it was Wei and tempered her ire, furrowing her brow. Wei, if there is no significant matter, I shall not let you off easily. However, Wei disregarded Emil's displeasure, her excitement bubbling over. Emil, you must see. Boss Lin looks so handsome, especially in that naval uniform. What should I do? I have suddenly developed feelings for Captain Lin. Should I confess my affection to him? Wei's heart is overflowing with youthful exuberance, her eyes sparkling with love. Meanwhile, Meyer, with a slight twitch of her lips, took the newspaper from Wei, gazing at its contents. Indeed, that fellow possesses a certain charm. This outfit suits him remarkably well. Meyer, displaying a more mature demeanor, refrained from exhibiting Wei's awkwardness. As she continued reading, particularly captivated by the account of the rescue of civilians, the streets were deserted, culminating in a grand banquet. After finishing the article, Meyer found her emotions in disarray. It appears that our Barbary Island has produced an extraordinary hero. Truly, he is deserving of the title of captain. Previously, Meyer would simply call Lin by his name, yet this time she referred to him as captain. At the naval headquarters, in the office of Admiral Sengoku, laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. You see, I told you my judgment would not falter. Lin is destined to become an exceptional naval officer. This incident involving the eradication of the twin dragon pirates has garnered him widespread admiration. Even the typically stern Tsuru, holding the newspaper featuring Lin, could not help but smile. He is indeed a fine young man. Is not everything that Lin has accomplished precisely the justice that the Navy has long sought? At this moment, Zephyr entered the room with a measured stride. Sengoku, I have heard news of Lin. Indeed, the word of Lin's victory over the Twin Dragon's pirate crew had reached them a day prior. The newspaper, released exclusively by the Navy in collaboration with Morgan's publication, had taken an additional day to circulate across the seas. Ultimately, the Navy's efficiency pales in comparison to that of Morgan's. Had Morgan's been at the helm, the news would have been disseminated within a day. Here, the newspaper has just arrived. Take a look, Zephyr. Accepting the paper from Sengoku's hands, Zephyr casually settled onto a nearby sofa and began to peruse its contents. I maintain that with his current strength, even a pirate with a bounty of 500 million is no match for him, especially since those twin dragons lack mastery over hockey. Upon witnessing Lin's resounding triumph over the twin dragons, Zephyr felt a sense of satisfaction. Billy's bounty stood at 500 million berries, while Jimmy's was 390 million. As Zephyr continued to read, a subtle concern crept into his mind when he saw Lin's decisive slaughter of all pirates on Adrella Island. Since the death of his family at the hands of pirates, the Navy's non-lethal admiral had ceased to exist. Thus, Zephyr did not pity the pirates, rather. He feared Lin might evolve into an embodiment of absolute justice akin to Akainu. Although Akainu is remarkably efficient in eradicating pirates, he occasionally collaterally damages or kills civilians, which has engendered Zephyr's discontent with him, as it starkly contrasts with his own vision of justice. He does not wish for his meticulously nurtured disciple, Lin, to become like Akainu. Therefore, upon witnessing Lin's resolute actions on Adrella Island, a sense of unease began to swell within him. As his gaze descended the page, Zephyr's expression gradually shifted. The civilians saved by Lin filled the port, creating a scene of overwhelming anticipation for his arrival. Upon Lin's arrival, the crowd erupted into heartfelt cheers. Observing the image of Lin standing on the warship, it began to align with the heroic figure he had always envisioned within his heart. A long-buried fervor surged within Zephyr, igniting a thrill that raised goosebumps upon his skin. It is Z, the hero he had always dreamed of becoming in his youth. He had not attained that heroism, yet his exceptional disciple had become the very hero he had aspired to be. Although Lin's awaited arrival was indeed grand, behind this splendor lay significant trials. After all, this newly developed technique remains somewhat unrefined in its execution. To prevent harm to innocent civilians or to rescue them, he must exert an extraordinary level of concentration to control the myriad stars of flame. For instance, to hasten a particular blaze to save a civilian from the clutches of a pirate, he must regulate the amount of other flames accordingly. Considering the vastness of the island and the multitude of pirates and civilians, how many precise flames must he command? Behind this seemingly glamorous facade, Lin is, in truth, utterly exhausted. Yet, he bears the burden without revealing the toll it takes, presenting an expression devoid of fatigue, while manipulating countless flames. To be candid, he currently wishes to avoid employing this exhausting technique again unless his strength significantly increases. It is a dual torment of both mind and body. Moreover, Lynn never anticipated the fervent welcome from this group of individuals. In the latter half of the Grand Line, this region is referred to as the New World. At this moment, a colossal ship resembling a whale, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, rests upon the waters. It is Flame Lynn. Upon seeing the newspaper in Marco's hand, the raven-haired youth, Alan, felt an immense pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He had fortuitously encountered several members of the Whitebeard crew during their absence, which had led to his joining the crew, a journey fraught with perilous adventures. Alan, do you know this Navy man? Marco inquired with keen interest. At the mention of Lynn, Alan's expression shifted dramatically, tinged with fear. He is a truly terrifying individual. My previous captains perished at his hands. He shows no mercy to pirates and relishes in tormenting them with that blood flame ability, inflicting pain akin to being scorched by hellfire. He is an exceedingly wicked pervert. Alan continued, Captain Marco, if our pirate crew encounters this man, we must flee at once. He did not wish for the Whitebeard pirates to suffer the same fate as his former captains. He cherished his time here, relishing the familial bond shared amongst the crew. At that moment, a rugged, robust young man with dark skin appeared behind Alan and Marco. It was none other than Blackbeard Teach, who would later slay Whitebeard and seize the Tremor fruit. Teach laughed boisterously. Hey, Alan, don't underestimate the Whitebeard pirates, with our old man by our side. We fear no one. Marco nodded in agreement. Teach is right. We, the Whitebeard crew, are the freest pirates on these seas, unafraid of anyone, even the Navy. If I were to encounter that man, I would relish the chance to battle him. Alan thought to himself, this is disastrous. Why won't these people heed my warnings? Lynn truly exudes a sinister and malevolent aura. Alan is determined to prevent the Whitebeard pirates from encountering Lynn. Gwahaha, foolish sons, what are you discussing? A colossal man, resembling a small mountain, approached with an imposing presence. At this moment, Whitebeard was at the pinnacle of his strength, towering at 6 meters, devoid of the various syringes that adorned him prior to the unfolding of events. Father, they exclaimed in unison, their faces lighting up at the sight of Whitebeard, who was met with their respectful calls. Marco promptly handed the newspaper he held to Whitebeard. Father, we are deliberating on this Navy officer. The imbecile Alan believes we are no match for him, Marco declared indignantly. Humph, if that fellow were to stand before me, I could easily vanquish him with a single blow. At this time, Marco was merely a brash youth in his 20s, basking in the protective shadow of Whitebeard. His gaze lofty, looking down upon all but Whitebeard himself. In his heart, the Whitebeard pirates were the unrivaled sovereigns of the sea. As Marco finished his proclamation, a massive hand descended upon him. It was Whitebeard. Foolish son, do not be arrogant. This sea will never lack formidable adversaries. Marco rubbed his head where he had been struck, responding with reluctant compliance. Yes. Gwahaha, this fellow is extraordinary. He possesses an allure akin to that of Roger, yet is even more terrifying. Whitebeard scrutinized the newspaper, contemplating his words. It seems another individual, resembling Roger, is about to emerge from this sea. Perhaps this Navy officer will prove to be a formidable opponent. Is that so, Father? Is he truly that powerful? I fail to sense anything particularly remarkable about him. Teach exclaimed in astonishment. Marco, equally displeased, chimed in. Indeed, he is merely a newcomer who has just begun to make waves. What is there to warrant your attention? If I encounter him, I shall surely make him flee with his tail between his legs. In response to Marco's bravado, another strike from Whitebeard landed, causing yet another bump to sprout on his head. Hey, Father, that is not fair. Teach also spoke, so why am I the only one being punished? Marco protested. The more foolish the son, the more he must be disciplined to awaken his senses, Whitebeard asserted. Marco remained speechless. Time returned to the present. Lynn was unaware that he had caught the attention of the infamous pirate Whitebeard from the New World during the Roger era. At that moment, having bid farewell to his hometown, Belset Island, located within the Flower Country, he continued to aimlessly navigate the seas aboard his flame vessel in the West Sea. Whenever he encountered pirates, he sank their ships, and when he stumbled upon islands or towns, he would retaliate against pirate attacks. Although Lynn's actions in vanquishing pirates were in service of his duties as a Navy officer, he could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Instinctively, he reached for the bounty orders tucked away in his waist pocket, only to find it empty. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. Then, a hearty laugh erupted from Lynn. At last, he understood why he had felt an absence during his earlier confrontations with pirates. What he truly lacked was the bounty. Now, as a Navy officer, his victories over pirates yielded nothing but military merit. Lynn decided that once he elevated his rank to a certain level, he would secretly create an alternate persona to operate as a bounty hunter. After all, the swift financial gains associated with bounty hunting captivated him. Cleansing the seas of pirates while simultaneously amassing wealth was an exquisite arrangement. Just as Lynn's thoughts were swirling, a pirate ship approached in the waters ahead. Its mast adorned with a skull and crossed cutlery, emblematic of the notorious gluttony pirates, who boasted a bounty of 22 million berries. "Hey, Captain. It seems a Navy vessel is navigating a peculiar ship ahead," one of the pirates remarked. "Fool, do I need to instruct you on such trivialities? Bring him down. We are the freest pirates upon these seas." At that moment, a rotund figure sat upon the deck, a table laden with an array of meats and fruits before him. The captain of this pirate crew was Gluttony.He, a man endowed with extraordinary strength capable of demolishing a small house with a single punch. He was en route to the Red Line, intending to ascend the currents to enter the Grand Line. Yes, a pirate adjusted the cannon's aim, readying it towards the Navy ship, only to find that the vessel had inexplicably vanished. This left the pirates poised to fire in a state of bewilderment. "Hey, are your eyes playing tricks on you? The sea before us is calm and devoid of anything." The pirate who had initially spotted Lynn stepped closer to the railing, rubbing his eyes in confusion, a slight sheen of sweat forming on his brow. "Strange, I distinctly saw a Navy officer on the sea." As the pirate wrestled with his bewilderment, the atmosphere aboard the ship took a sudden turn, descending into an eerie silence. The cacophony of the captain's raucous chewing and the celebratory cheers of his comrades had abruptly ceased. "Hey, why has it become so quiet? I'm not accustomed to this." After a moment, the pirate turned his head, only to be met with a horrific sight. His companions lay lifeless across the deck. Even the pirate standing a few paces behind him had collapsed without warning. The sole commonality amongst them was a scorched hole, pierced through their bodies. What on earth is happening? The sole surviving pirate hastily unsheathed his blade, anxiety coursing through him as he faced forward. His mind was a blank slate, struggling to comprehend how his erstwhile jovial companions had all suddenly fallen. Who is it? Show yourself." In the face of such a bizarre and oppressive atmosphere, the pirate's composure finally shattered, and he shouted in desperation. Tap, tap, tap. In this uncanny ambience, footsteps echoed from within the cabin on the deck. A shadowy figure gradually emerged from the darkness. A ghost. It must be a ghost. As the figure gradually came into focus, it revealed itself to be the naval officer he had spotted on the surface of the sea. "Who are you?" the pirate questioned, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead as he prepared to inquire about when the stranger had boarded the ship. However, before he could utter another word, a searing beam pierced through his forehead, causing him to collapse in a manner eerily reminiscent of his fallen comrades. Meanwhile, Lynn slung a small pouch over his shoulder, filled with treasures amounting to a staggering 4 million berries, which he had hastily gathered during the pirate's moment of bewilderment and fear. This pirate captain truly had an insatiable appetite, nearly depleting my fortune. Lynn kicked aside the lifeless body of the gluttonous.He, simultaneously seizing a succulent piece of thigh meat from the dining table to indulge in. Food is innocent. Another 10 days passed. On a stretch of golden sandy beach, Lynn reclined on a sun lounger, his eyes closed, basking in the warm embrace of sunlight. During these days, Lynn had been diligently purging the pirates of the West Sea. However, the vastness of the ocean was overwhelming, and it was impossible for him to eradicate all the scoundrels alone. Thus, he sought assistance from the nearby naval branch, acquiring a substantial stack of bounty notices along with information regarding the whereabouts of several notorious pirates. Although Lynn's individual strength was limited and he could not eliminate every pirate, he managed to dismantle the most formidable pirate crews that posed significant threats. As a result, the seas had grown considerably calmer during this period. Today, Lynn decided to take a respite and return to the naval headquarters. Karp's training had been neglected for some time, and he was reluctant to abandon it midway, especially with the hidden power within him gradually being awakened. Lynn was also intrigued to uncover the true nature of this latent force within him. Listening to the soothing sound of waves crashing upon the shore brought him immense comfort. Just as he was about to succumb to the lullaby of the ocean, suddenly he was struck by an inexplicable, profound sense of hatred and murderous intent. Akin to a ferocious beast stalking its prey, an overwhelming aura of menace. Though this emotion was not directed at him, Lynn's observation He still managed to perceive it. Lynn's rare moments of respite were thus unexpectedly disrupted. Lynn rose to his feet, donning the naval cap that lay beside him, eager to uncover the source of the formidable negative energy. From the insights granted by his observation, he discerned that the owner of this unsettling emotion was not present on the small island, but rather on the waters not far behind him. Lynn rose to her feet, and as she did, the chairs on the beach vanished. In the next moment, she transformed into a crimson shadow, hastening towards the distant horizon. Not far from the island where Lynn resided, two sailing vessels were moored together upon the sea. One bore a pirate flag, emblazoned with a menacing skull sporting sharp canine teeth, a truly fearsome emblem of the rapidly ascending hound pirate crew, commanded by a wielder of the canine fruit, a Zoan-type devil fruit. The other vessel was a merchant ship. At that moment, all the pirates had boarded the merchant ship, slowly closing in on the unsuspecting trader, who seemed oblivious to his surroundings, his attention fixated greedily on a girl on the deck. To possess this girl, he had exerted considerable effort. He believed that if he could deliver her to the Sabaody archipelago as an offering to the celestial dragons, he would strike it rich. He yearned to ascend to nobility. This girl was undoubtedly the most stunning individual he had encountered in his years of engaging in the human trafficking trade. Were it not for the potential elevation of his status, he would have desired to keep her close for his own amusement. The girl seated on the deck was tightly bound, her mouth stuffed with cloth to prevent her from taking her own life. Her enchanting blue eyes, reminiscent of a starry ocean, were shrouded in shadow, lacking luster. Yet, they could not obscure her exquisite beauty and the alluring charm exuded by her rare dual irises. Especially striking were her long, flowing locks of sapphire-like hair cascading elegantly over the deck. She resembled a delicate and enchanting sprite. To capture this little imp, our crew had paid a grievous price. 25 of our brethren had perished at the hands of those who dared to resist. Captain Hadji of the Hound Pirate crew exclaimed. Captain Hadji, your efforts are truly commendable. To express my gratitude, I am willing to add an extra 10 million berries on top of the original price, bringing the total to 40 million berries. The merchant declared, signaling his men to present the sum to Hadji. Haha, now that is more like it. Hadji greedily accepted the 40 million berries. Captain Hadji, it has been a pleasure to cooperate. I anticipate that we shall engage in business again before long, the merchant remarked. I believe our collaboration ends here, Hadji suddenly stated after securing the money. Captain Hadji, I'm not quite sure I understand your meaning, the merchant said cautiously, sensing danger. How about this, Captain Hadji? I am willing to offer you an additional 8 million berries. What do you think? Just moments ago, my gaze was fixated on that exquisite cargo, and I failed to notice the approaching pirates. It was only now that the merchant recognized the unusual behavior of these marauders. Though fortunately, his realization was not too late. The merchant's expression grew grave, yet he remained composed. After all, who could engage in such perilous business upon the treacherous seas without a few tricks up their sleeve? Ha ha ha, what a jest! I shall claim all your riches. How else can I justify the loss of my 20 fallen brethren? With a grand gesture, Hadji commanded his crew, and the pirates, having stealthily encircled the merchants, leaped forward, brandishing their blades with sinister grins. Attack! Seeing that the situation had spiraled beyond recovery, the merchant ordered his men to retaliate. The sound of rapid gunfire erupted as his subordinates swiftly produced concealed submachine guns, unleashing a barrage upon the advancing pirates. Caught off guard, the marauders cried out in horror as they fell under the unexpected onslaught. Hadji, in a panic, commanded the surviving pirates to retreat and seek cover. You wretched scoundrel! How cunning you are! I never anticipated you had such a card up your sleeve. Hadji shouted furiously, the merchant's sudden strike having taken them by surprise and resulting in the loss of numerous comrades. The deck was stained crimson with the blood of the pirates, and the air was thick with the acrid sin of iron. Well then, Captain Hadji, if you wish to withdraw now, I shall grant you mercy, considering the assistance you have provided me. After all, he was merely a merchant, not inclined to earn a bounty from the navy for pillaging villages, which would be detrimental to his future endeavors. Thus, he had enlisted the services of the Hound pirate crew to seize this girl. Though I am curious where you acquired those fine weapons, you must not underestimate me, Hadji. Do you wonder why my crew is named the Hound Pirates? Ha ha. Let all of you perish right here. Hadji laughed maniacally, his mirth laced with unbridled fury. This fiend had slain so many of his hard-gathered crew. Die. Hadji let out a primal roar, echoing with ferocity. Fire. Aim at him. Be careful not to hit the cargo. The merchant's countenance shifted drastically as he observed Hadji, whose visage was transforming into that of a beast, for sprouting across his skin. He hastily commanded his men to fire. Navigating the seas, He was well informed and aware of the existence of devil fruits. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering such a rare ability, one in a million, so fortuitously today. As gunfire erupted, the area surrounding Hadji was riddled with bullet holes. Yet, at some point, Hadji had mysteriously vanished. Where is he? Everyone was in search of Hadji's figure. At that moment, a shadow began to gradually expand upon the ground. Alarmed, a keen-eyed merchant's henchman spotted Hadji, aiming to target Hadji, who had transformed into a beast through the powers of a devil fruit. They found themselves outpaced by Hadji, who plunged into the crowd and unleashed a massacre. Various means of assault, tearing, biting, and punching were employed, resulting in a scene drenched in blood. In the end, the only survivors were the merchant and a blue-haired girl. The merchant, witnessing the blood-soaked, vividly furred Hadji, fell to the ground in terror, helplessly retreating as he sought to escape from Hadji. At that moment, the girl behind him mustered her strength, colliding her shoulder against the merchant. Consequently, the merchant stumbled forward, finding himself face to face with Hadji. Hadji erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, you see, you treacherous wretch, it's not just me who despises you. Even that young girl wishes for your imminent demise." Upon hearing Hadji's words, the blue-haired girl's azure pupils gleamed with murderous intent, her body straining against the ropes that bound her, revealing a hint of madness. It was evident that her desire for vengeance extended beyond the merchant. Suddenly, a figure appeared atop the mast, clapping for this tragic drama fueled by greed and conflict. The blue-haired girl looked up, her formerly dim gaze now shimmering with a flicker of hope, surrounded by a mist that radiated a glimmer of optimism. "It's the Navy. Could they be here to rescue her?" The girl saw a glimmer of hope. "Who is it?" Hadji, having kicked the merchant to the ground, eliciting pained cries, turned to the direction of the voice. "The Navy?" Lynn's naval uniform fluttered in the wind, the word justice swaying gracefully in the sea breeze. "It appears you are the only one left. Prepare to meet your demise." The hyena Hadji's pupils constricted as he grounded himself, muscles in his legs exploding with power as he propelled himself toward Lynn. Yet, as Hadji surged forward with claws outstretched, Lynn's expression remained unchanged. 13 seconds later, defeated Hadji in 1 second, cleared the remaining minions in 5, and bound the ropes in 7 seconds. Hadji, having lost both arms and legs, reverted to his human form and fainted from the excruciating pain, finding himself tied back to back with the merchant. Lynn stepped forward to untie the young girl. At this moment, only Lynn and the blue-haired girl, along with 3 others, remained alive. The rest of the pirates had fallen to Lynn's hand. A potent sense of hatred surged within you, one I have never encountered before. If that is the case, I shall leave the 2 of them to you. After swiftly unbinding the girl, Lynn did not spare her another glance and leisurely made his way toward the cabin, entering a delightful treasure-seeking phase. Once untied, the blue-haired girl slightly swayed her delicate form, her expression darkening as she struggled to steady herself and rise from the deck. Gradually, she approached the fallen pirate's knife on the deck, her long blue hair shimmering like waves under the sunlight, captivating yet vulnerable. Without the assistance of a maid from her home, each tentative step she took left her hair trailing behind on the wooden planks. "No, I understand my mistakes. I shall never dare again." As the girl, with her frail frame, dragged the long blade closer across the deck, the merchant emitted a continuous stream of anguished cries. "Ah, is the commotion outside getting a bit excessive? How cruel it is for such a lovely girl." Lynn indifferently gathered her possessions, while outside, the relentless squawking of a chicken, akin to a novice attempting to slaughter it, persisted in its futile struggle. The cacophony left Lynn somewhat speechless. She longed to inform the misguided individual that chickens are not so easily dispatched. Lynn conducted a thorough search and ultimately discovered a sum of 10.5 million bellies. During this period, Lynn came to realize that the strength and wealth of pirates in the West Sea surpassed those of the East Sea. Even the rare individuals possessing the powers of devil fruits could occasionally be spotted in the West Sea. The East Sea truly deserved its reputation as the weakest among the 4 seas. With this understanding, Lynn felt a sense of reassurance. After a while, he planned to visit the auction house, bringing along several devil fruits to make a trip back to Barbary Island, after which he would no longer need to concern himself with such matters. Upon stepping out of the cabin, he found that the torment outside had finally ceased. Lynn glanced at the 2 indistinct corpses, inwardly acknowledging that she was indeed a woman as venomous as a scorpion. For a kind-hearted individual like him, who gently dispatched pirates, this was almost a blessing. The pirates he had slain might as well express their gratitude. "So, should I thank you then?" Looking at the girl in the blue dress stained with blood, Lynn spoke softly. He then picked up the 40 million berries that originally belonged to the hyena, Haji. Relieved that this pile of money was situated at a distance, untouched by the crimson hue. Thank you for your assistance, Navy officer, the girl said earnestly, bending to express her gratitude, though her face remained etched with the sorrow of losing her family. Her delicate voice was melodious, sweet, and soothing. Not at all, after all. I am now a Navy officer. It's merely part of my duty, Lynn replied casually as he counted the money. Navy officer, do you have a fondness for money? Inquired the blue-haired girl. Not precisely a fondness, but I do enjoy watching the numbers increase incrementally, Lynn responded. Although the girl did not comprehend the meaning of numbers in his words, it was clear she had an interest in money. Navy officer, allow me to introduce myself. I am Matthias Shalu from Notting Island. Could you possibly escort me back to my island? My family is quite wealthy. To express our gratitude for the opportunity you provided me to avenge my family, we are willing to reward you generously, Matthias Shalu said respectfully. Notting Island, you say? Lynn extracted a nautical chart from his pocket, which had actually been retrieved from his spatial ring. Soon, he pinpointed the location of Notting Island marked on the map. Fortunately, it lay along his route to the Red Earth continent and was not too far away. Very well, Lynn nodded. Across the boundless expanse of the sea, a small vessel, ablaze with flames, sped rapidly across the surface. At the bow sat young Shalu, her expression somewhat dazed, seemingly lost in thoughts of her family. Meanwhile, Lynn stood at the stern, propelling the flame boat, maintaining a respectful distance from Mattia to avoid entangling her hair. Occasionally, his gaze would drift toward the cabin. Captivated by the brilliant blue tresses, shimmering like precious gems, Lynn had long desired to pose a question to Mattia. However, out of courtesy, due to her being a girl, he refrained from voicing his curiosity. He was particularly intrigued to inquire whether her long hair ever got in the way when she visited the restroom. Here you go. Lynn extracted a chilled bottle of cola from his pocket. Mattia, immersed in her sorrow, did not turn to look. Instead, she extended her hand backward like a marionette. At that moment, a sensation of icy coolness coursed through her palm, causing a slight tremor in her heart, jolting her from her melancholic reverie. Startled, Mattia quickly withdrew her hand, glancing curiously at the source. Oh, it was merely the frosted cola. No wonder it felt so refreshingly cold. Just as she had identified that icy touch, preparing to sink back into her sadness, her mind suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, awakening her completely. No, wait. We are out at sea. How could there possibly be a cola here? Am I so overwhelmed by grief that I am hallucinating? Mattia turned around, hesitating momentarily before speaking softly. Excuse me, sir. May I inquire how this chilled cola came to be? We are in the middle of the ocean, Lynn replied. I bought it in town earlier. Mattia responded. I see. You purchased it in advance, huh? Who would believe that? It's evident that it has just been retrieved from the freezer, still emanating cold vapor. Moreover, even if what you say is true, how could such coldness persist in this sweltering ocean heat? Mattia scoffed. What's the matter? Do you not enjoy drinking cola? Subsequently, Lynn produced a bottle of chilled, purified water from his pocket, also radiating coolness, and offered it to Mattia. Lynn's actions once again caused the enchanting maiden, whose eyes sparkled like the vast seas and skies, to momentarily withdraw into herself. Ha ha, Mattia chuckled awkwardly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, finding the naval officer's demeanor rather peculiar. So, did you purchase that in town, Mr. Navy? The once sorrowful girl began to exhibit a hint of liveliness after her encounter with Lynn, having previously kept her head bowed, unwilling to utter a word due to the profound grief of losing her family. Lynn produced a cup of chilled milk from his pocket, uncapping it to take a sip. This time, however, the soda was indeed procured from the town. Oh, Mattia mused, marveling at how such a seemingly ordinary pocket could hold an array of items. Igniting her curiosity about this enigmatic naval officer, could he be a user of a devil fruit? No, that couldn't be the case. The naval officer already possessed the ability of flames, which ruled out that possibility. One could only consume one devil fruit. To attempt more would result in a fatal explosion. Mattia gradually lifted her delicate chin, her beautiful eyes curiously surveying the peculiar naval officer before her. Until now, she had been enveloped in sorrow, failing to truly appreciate the man who had saved her and offered her a chance for vengeance on behalf of her family, a monumental grace bestowed upon her by this naval officer. From her vantage point, she could clearly discern Lynn's face, partially obscured by his military cap. He gazed ahead, his eyes sharp and candid, clad in a pristine naval uniform. The word justice emboldened on the coat that billowed in the wind. He exuded a sacred aura, reminiscent of the very justice he represented, radiating an irresistible charm. He is truly handsome, Maddie thought, momentarily entranced by the sense of righteousness that enveloped Lynn, stirring within her a yearning. If I were to join the Navy, could I become someone as exceptional as Mr. Navy? Surely, there must be many like me who have lost their families to pirate attacks. However, Maddie quickly shook her head vigorously, striving to dispel the notion of joining the Navy. She was merely a fragile woman in need of protection, and joining the Navy would only burden others. Her parents had sacrificed their lives to safeguard her, an inconvenience, a useless burden, a calamity to her family. Once again, the light in her eyes dimmed. The radiance of confidence and justice emanating from Lynn only served to amplify her feelings of inadequacy. She turned away, falling back into a state of dejection. Her head lowered in contemplation. Lynn adeptly maneuvered the flames of the vessel, propelling it swiftly forward, and with the proximity of Notting Island not being particularly distant, the journey unfolded with remarkable speed. Lynn navigated the vessel to the waters before Notting Island. Is this the place? The girl inquired, slowly lifting her gaze. Indeed, she replied. The pirates attacked the village, and my father dispatched some of our guardians to provide aid. Unbeknownst to us, those marauders had set their sights on me. In their quest to protect me, my parents fell victim to that fiend wielding the powers of a devil fruit. I know not when it began, but tears had already adorned the girl's cheeks, cascading down and splattering onto the deck of the ship. Lynn said nothing. Sometimes shedding tears is more cathartic than bottling up emotions. Upon reaching the shore and securing the boat, Lynn was the first to disembark. However, the girl's seemingly delicate physique caused Lynn to furrow her brow slightly. You possess more than just a fragile exterior. Within you lies a formidable strength, far beyond mere appearances. This young woman harbors a latent power waiting to be discovered. Otherwise, how could she have stirred Lynn, who was leisurely vacationing on the beach, from such a distance? Lynn experienced an unprecedented and overwhelming emotion, imbued with a sense of oppression. It was the aura that belonged solely to the formidable. In another realm, such a presence might prove futile, for if one's physique is frail, one remains a mere weakling, incapable of stirring the tides. However, this is the idealistic world of One Piece. Here, as long as one's spirit is robust and one possesses an unwavering belief that propels the journey towards strength, one can indeed ascend to become an absolute powerhouse. Lynn extended a hand towards Mattia. Thank you. Mattia stepped ashore, his bare feet treading upon the soft, verdant grass. Ahead lay the village, with my home perched on the hillside not far from it. Lynn, with a mere thought, retracted the flame boat. Observing Lynn's seemingly magical maneuver, Mattia, having experienced similar wonders before, felt only a fleeting surprise before returning to a state of calm. The two then made their way toward Mathia's home. Hey, look over there. It's Miss Shallow. How wonderful she is safe and sound. We must inform Butler Claire that Miss Shallow has been returned by the Navy. With Matthias' arrival, the once quiet village erupted into a lively commotion. Villagers followed alongside, weeping as they said, Forgive us, Miss Shallow. It was because of you that we were able to fend off the pirate attack that your family. However, before the statement could be completed, another villager interrupted. Have you no sense? Can't you see she is mourning her family's loss? The Mathia family held immense prestige on this island, their influence akin to the very lifeblood of its economy. The once impoverished village had flourished thanks to their assistance, with Matthias' family encouraging the villagers to cultivate tobacco, which they would then procure. Consequently, over the years, the villagers had amassed considerable wealth. Matthias' father operated a lucrative tobacco company, a venture known for its profitability. Moreover, he was a congenial man, often engaging in cheerful conversations with the villagers, never once looking down upon anyone due to their station. Yet, such a benevolent soul met an untimely demise at the hands of pirates, leaving the villagers engulfed in sorrow. As Mathia walked slowly toward home, shielded by the villagers' protective embrace, a man rushed towards them, disregarding his appearance, followed closely by two maids. Oh, splendid news! Miss Shallow, you have finally returned. At that moment, Claire, the family's butler, appeared in a disheveled state, his hair resembling a bird's nest, and one side of his glasses shattered, utterly oblivious to his condition. If something were to happen to you as well, I would not know how to face the master, Claire lamented, tears and snot staining his entire suit. Lynn, you, sir, would do well to keep your distance. Meanwhile, the maids hurried to Summer's side, accepting the silky strands of blue hair that Lynn had been holding. They expressed their gratitude, saying, Thank you, Mr. Navy, for taking care of our Miss Summer. One might wonder how Summer's hair came to be in Lynn's possession. The answer lies in Lynn's obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Previously, the young lady's hair had trailed upon the ground like a mop, and unable to endure such disarray. Lynn picked it up and brushed off the dust that clung to it. After all, for someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, such disorderliness is a torment. Thank you, my lord, for bringing back our Miss Summer. As promised, I shall present the agreed-upon sum. The butler, Claire, bowed deeply in appreciation. Lynn, what promise? Moments later, Lynn was invited to the home of Mattia, a spacious and luxurious villa, somewhat damaged by pirate assaults, perched on a picturesque mountain. Sir, would you prefer coffee or black tea? The butler, Claire, in a respectful manner, treated Lynn as an esteemed guest. Lynn, I prefer black tea. I am unaccustomed to coffee. Very well, please hold on for a moment. I shall arrange it immediately. After the butler Claire departed, the vast hall fell into a tranquil silence, leaving Lynn alone. Meanwhile, Mattia was taken away by the maids for a bath. It was not long before Claire returned, personally pushing a tea cart, which bore not only tea but also exquisite pastries. Despite the availability of other servants, he chose to attend to Lynn himself. One could discern the loyalty this butler held towards the Mattia family, deeply grateful to Lynn for bringing back the family's sole remaining heir. After meticulously pouring a cup of red tea for Lynn, Claire engaged in conversation with her. It was revealed that Claire had received a favor from Coulter, Summer's father, who had rescued him from a shipwreck. Since then, he had remained by Coulter's side, nurtured by him, and their relationship had evolved into one resembling that of father and son. As Summer had no aspirations to take over the company, Coulter was inclined to pass on his legacy to Claire, wishing instead to return to his family. Having toiled at sea for the better part of his life, he desired nothing more than to be present with his loved ones. However, Claire could not accept this, leading to their soul-heated argument. Claire's resolute stance left Coulter with no choice but to relent. Recognizing Claire as an exceptionally talented individual, Coulter felt assured that entrusting the company to him was prudent. Yet, Claire firmly insisted that the inheritance could only be bestowed upon Miss Summer, irrespective of her lack of aptitude or desire for the company. He assured Coulter that he would shoulder all responsibilities. Thus, after Coulter's retirement, the enterprise remained under the stewardship of the Mattia family, with Claire managing it discreetly. Motivated solely by his gratitude for Coulter's mentorship and life-saving intervention, this time, it was due to Claire's external dealings with company affairs that he narrowly escaped the massacre orchestrated by the hyena, Hadji. Upon receiving news of a crisis at home, he hastened back, even stumbling several times on his way due to his haste. So, what did you mean by the amount you mentioned earlier? Lynn inquired, taking a delicate sip of red tea, savoring its pleasing flavor before indulging in a few more sips. Soon, her cup was nearly empty. Claire respectfully refilled her cup and spoke. In order to ensure Miss Summer's safe return, I have spread the word that whoever brings her back shall be rewarded with 5 billion. Lynn, taken aback, spat out her tea and incredulously inquired, how much? Did I just mishear? Admiral, you heard correctly. I shall present you with 50 billion berries. Once again, I express my gratitude for your safe return of Miss Chalot. If they were aware of her survival, Lord and Lady Colt would undoubtedly be overjoyed. Such extravagant wealth. This must be the culmination of generations of accumulation. Lynn was thoroughly astonished by this stroke of fortune. In other words, he inadvertently saved a life and, as a result, inexplicably acquired 5 billion berries. Were it not for the perilous nature of the world of One Piece, where the weak are easily extinguished, Lynn would have contemplated using this windfall to retire in comfort. One wonders what the foolish hyena Hadji would think upon learning of this development. The merchant had only bestowed upon him a mere 40 million berries. Frankly, given their immense wealth, it would have been far more pragmatic to kidnap the heiress of the Mattia family and extort them for a ransom. However, Lynn had grown accustomed to this reality. After all, most pirates were rather dim-witted, a horde of brutes fixated solely on slaughter. By the way, if you are so affluent, why have you not procured a devil fruit to consume? Upon hearing Lynn's words, Claire offered a wry smile, explaining that they already possessed a few devil fruit users, 3. To be precise, it was truly unexpected that such a formidable pirate could eliminate them all single-handedly. Lynn inquired, what kind of fruit is it? Claire replied, one is the butterfly fruit, another is the monkey fruit, and the last is the serpent fruit. I reviewed the footage from the surveillance phone bug. Yet none of the 3 could possibly contend with the vividly patterned hyena. Lynn, indeed, it is quite the reality. Upon reflection, One must consider that a pirate who dances perilously on the edge of the ocean daily would be vastly different from three mere bodyguards ensconced in luxury within a mansion. They have not devoted themselves to honing their abilities, and thus, it is improbable that they could rival such a ferocious pirate. In light of this, Lynn could only advise Claire to remain vigilant for those formidable devil fruits. The mythical Zoan and Logia types are particularly coveted. As mentioned in the compendium of these devil fruits, which I need not elaborate upon, I recommend, should one aspire to acquire a powerful fruit, to seize the opportunity to visit the Grand Line, particularly the Sabaody Archipelago, or perhaps the renowned auction houses in the West Blue. One might encounter a magnificent mythical Zoan or a Logia fruit that could elevate an ordinary individual to great power. Of course, continuous training is also essential. For an ordinary person, navigating to the Grand Line and then returning to the Four Seas may prove arduous. However, this family possesses considerable wealth and could easily employ trained sea beasts for transportation. There are indeed companies along the Grand Line that provide such services. On her journey, Lynn had witnessed others employing this method to navigate upstream. Alternatively, one could adopt the humble approach of traversing the mountains and land routes, as the slopes on the seaward side were not sheer. Claire nodded, resolving that next time, she would procure a powerful fruit to consume herself. Such a dismal occurrence must never be allowed to repeat. As the two engaged in conversation, a delicate figure, reminiscent of an ethereal sprite, approached a blue-haired girl named Shalu, clad in freshly laundered attire and accompanied by a gaggle of maids. With the servants holding her long hair, it finally ceased to trail on the ground. "Miss Shalu, would you care to retire to your room for some rest?" inquired the butler, Claire, with concern. Since the passing of her parents, the once vivacious girl had not shown a hint of a smile. "Claire, I kindly ask you to retrieve some money from the underground safe to express gratitude to this naval gentleman." "Miss Shalu, that is not permissible. Those funds are reserved for your living expenses as bequeathed by Lord Colt. If you must use money, it should come from the company's resources," Claire firmly declined. Then turned to Lynn, saying, "Noble sir, I kindly request that you stay with us for a few days. During this time, we shall treat you well, and I shall arrange for the funds to be transported here. I am indifferent to the matter. After all, it is 50 billion. If they are willing to offer such a sum, I have no objections." Lynn yearned to extend his unfinished vacation, primarily because the offer was exceedingly generous, and he was more than willing to wait a few extra days. "By the way, esteemed Navy officer, may I inquire about your branch? What is your name?" Claire, until now, had not realized that she remained unaware of the name of the naval officer who had shown kindness to the Mattia family. "Lieutenant Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, Lynn." Upon hearing this name, the butler Claire's pupils constricted, and he soon noticed that Lynn's eyes bore a faint crimson hue, akin to that of the newspaper. Observing this, Claire's body quivered slightly, and his tone became increasingly respectful. "Could it be that you are the illustrious naval star, Lord Blood Flame Lynn?" The name of Blood Flame Lynn has been remarkably prominent across these western seas, instilling terror in the hearts of pirates who dare to roam. Many a notorious pirate's territory has been entirely uprooted by this esteemed individual. The pirates gathered in taverns would turn pale at the mere mention of this name. It is even said among the pirates of the West that he is referred to as the Blood Flame Lynn, the endpoint of their journeys. Lynn seized a pastry from the table and devoured it in one bite, nodding in acknowledgement. "No wonder I found you somewhat familiar. I always felt I had encountered you before." To my astonishment, you are indeed the esteemed Lord Lynn, the one who liberated the civilians of the Adela archipelago," Claire exclaimed with excitement, having read about Lynn's heroic deeds in the newspapers, and he held a deep admiration for Lynn's courageous act of rescuing the innocent. In a world where the lives of common folk are regarded as mere trifles, receiving aid from a formidable ally is truly a rarity. It was the relentless oppression from the kingdom that drove him and his family to flee by sea. Tragically, his parents perished in that maritime disaster, leaving him as the sole survivor. Claire felt a profound sense of empathy regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Shalu paid little attention to these narratives. Instead, she subtly fixed her gaze upon Lynn's face, amused by the way his cheeks puffed out from the hearty consumption of food, a sight that struck her as particularly delightful. Unbeknownst to her, a faint smile had even crept onto her lips. Thus concluded their tea time. Lynn was assigned by Claire to a lavishly opulent room, where he has been enjoying a treatment befitting nobility. During this time, Claire attended to the arrangements for the funeral of Lord and Lady Corte. Reclining upon a bed as soft as clouds, Lynn found his body and mind relaxing, and he soon drifted into slumber. The following day, the Mattia family held the funeral, with photographs of the couple adorning the mourning hall. Grateful villagers, who had benefited from Lord Corte's generosity over the years, gathered to pay their respects, expressing their heartfelt gratitude for the sustenance that allowed them to live without hunger. As Mattia gazed upon the remains of his parents, a familiar, overwhelming power surged within him, one that Lynn had previously sensed. Concurrently, the desire to eradicate all pirates from the seas intensified within Mattia's heart. Could this oppressive force signify that this child possesses the potential to become a king? For the first time, Lynn experienced an overwhelming sense of pressure, even though it did not manifest outwardly. Merely sensing it, however, subtly imparted a certain weight upon her. The hidden power within this girl may very well be the unawakened potential of the conqueror's Haki. Lynn pondered quietly. At long last, the day of bustling activities came to a close with the conclusion of the funeral and the burial of Court and his wife. The next event was the repast, which, given the nature of the occasion, prompted Lynn to maintain a semblance of elegance and decorum while dining. Once satiated, he returned to his chamber, where he was free to do nothing but allow his body to rest and recuperate. The recent endeavors of cleansing the seas of pirates had taken a toll on his physical well-being. Just as Lynn was about to succumb to slumber, lulled by the gentle evening breeze, a voice emerged from outside. "You may return," Matthias spoke with calm assurance. But the maid began, her concern evident. Yet, ultimately, under Shalu's insistence, the maids reluctantly withdrew. Fortunately, the house was impeccably clean. Even the floors sparkled, leaving no cause for concern about soiling one's hair. "Very well, Miss Shalu. Should you require anything, do summon us." A delicate knock resonated as slender fingers rapped gently upon the opulent wooden door. Lynn, perceptive as ever, had already sensed the commotion outside through his heightened awareness. He sprang up with a sudden vigor and opened the door. Inside the room stood Matthias before Lynn, who lounged casually in a chair, leaning against its backrest while gazing out at the hazy night. He awaited Shalu to speak. The young girl hesitated momentarily, clutching the hem of her dress, yet quickly summoned the courage to voice her thoughts. "Mr. Lynn, do you believe I am suited to become a naval officer? I aspire to eradicate all the pirates from the seas, just as you do." As the mention of pirates escaped her lips, an unmistakable aura of determination emanated from her. Upon hearing her ambition to join the Navy, Lynn paused briefly before firmly responding, "You are not suited to be a naval officer." Lynn's words doused the fervent Matthias with a cold reality, rendering her complexion somewhat pallid. With a tinge of self-doubt, she lamented, "It appears that a weakling like me can never become a member of the Navy." Although she was acutely aware of her own frailties, a sense of resentment lingered within her. She yearned to join the Navy and rid the seas of its scum. Thus, she sought out Lynn late into the night, harboring a glimmer of hope. Yet, it seemed that her aspirations were, indeed, misplaced. Gazing at the young girl enveloped in self-doubt, Lynn cleared his throat a few times. "What I mean is that you may not be suited for the Navy, but that does not imply you cannot become a formidable individual. Can I truly become strong as well?" Matthias exclaimed with fervor. Subsequently, Lynn elucidated the nature of the Navy, including the celestial dragons. In essence, Lynn's message was that joining the Navy was not a path she could confidently traverse. Furthermore, your exquisite hair would undoubtedly attract the attention of the celestial dragons if you were to enlist. Encouraging someone to join the Navy could lead to dire consequences. Save for orphans, Lynn has never interfered with the choices of others. All he can offer are mere suggestions. Is that so? Upon grasping certain truths about the Navy from Lynn, Mattia's gaze dimmed slightly, and her desire to join the Navy in pursuit of justice began to wane. The contempt she felt for those celestial dragons, creatures worse than swine, was profound. She had never considered that the Navy existed to serve such beasts. Yet, Mr. Lynn, why would you choose to join such a disreputable Navy? Mattia was perplexed. Indeed, I have come to know the truth, but why still join the Navy? Initially, my objective was to grow stronger by enlisting in the Navy, yet it has evolved beyond that. Many, like you, Mattia, have had their families slain at the hands of pirates, which ignites a desire to join the righteous Navy to eradicate the scourge of piracy, ensuring that more people can live under the protection and happiness the Navy provides. This notion is not misguided, nor are those who gather in the Navy with such aspirations. Perhaps I once joined solely to gain strength, but now I find myself with additional motivations. In my pursuit of strength, it is not unreasonable to also extend protection to these fools. Lynn languidly reclined against the chair, offering a casual smile as she spoke. Lynn's words were remarkably simple, yet they ignited an ever-expanding ripple within the girl's heart. Her azure eyes sparkled with a newfound brilliance, signaling her acknowledgement of Lynn. "Mr. Lynn, you just mentioned that I have the potential to grow stronger, did you not?" Even though I am currently fragile and seemingly inept, the girl inquired, her tone shifting. Indeed. Do not underestimate yourself. I can sense the latent potential of a true warrior within you. With just a bit of effort, you will inevitably become a formidable force, perhaps even surpassing me. However, this was merely a possibility. Presently, Mathia was leagues away from catching up to Lynn, receiving Lynn's affirmation once more. A radiant smile blossomed on the girl's lips, revealing her charming demeanor. Since a powerful person like Mr. Lynn has said this, I shall strive with all my might to train. She yearned for strength, desiring to become someone as reliable as Mr. Lynn. Therefore, Mr. Lynn, please be my mentor. I implore you. Mathia gracefully lifted her skirt, bowing with elegance, her voice imbued with earnestness and supplication. Lynn could sense her unwavering determination to grow stronger. Although she understood the fervent desire to attain power, she lamented that she did not possess the luxury of time to tend to a young girl, as her schedule was exceedingly demanding. Lynn gazed out the window at the crescent moon and spoke. Mr. Lynn, you are being unreasonable. I am 13 years old. Not a child. I simply happen to be a bit shorter, Mathia pouted, clenching her small pink fists, visibly agitated. Clearly, Lynn's dismissive attitude had pricked the girl's pride, and her inner insecurities had noticeably diminished. You should return quickly. I still need to busy myself with sleep. With that, Lynn waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Seeing Mathia's reluctance to depart, he picked up the blue hair that lay on the floor. Since you have grown up, you must learn to take care of yourself. Gently, he ushered her out the door, placing the handful of hair into her hands. As he closed the door, a profound silence enveloped the space. Although Mathia felt a warmth in her heart, she also experienced a surge of indignation. You jerk, this is my home. Humph. Mathia huffed, clutching her hair, leaving in a huff. Yet, thoughts began to stir within her. The following morning, at the dining table, Lynn was relishing his breakfast. One cannot deny that the affluent indeed have a plethora of delectable dishes. With the funeral behind him, Lynn harbored fewer concerns and swept through the array of food laid before him, devouring it with abandon. The butler, Claire, looked on in astonishment, managing an awkward laugh. As expected of Lord Lynn, such an appetite. Observing the rapidly emptying plates, Claire discreetly instructed the servants to bring forth more pastries. Just then, a sound of footsteps echoed from outside the dining room. In walked a blue-haired girl, Shalu, accompanied by several maids carrying money-filled boxes. They placed the boxes on the floor before Lynn's table and opened them, revealing their riches. Mr. Lynn, as long as you can make me stronger. This 2 billion berries is yours, Mathia declared with a serious tone. I must decline. What do you take me for? The power I have worked tirelessly to attain cannot simply be imparted. After taking a sip of tea, Lynn gently declined. Then I shall offer more money, Matthias insisted. You are mistaken. This matter cannot be resolved with mere financial incentives. Lynn reiterated his refusal. 2. 5 billion. 3 billion. 3. 5 billion. 4 billion. Matthias, spending money as if it were water, continued to escalate the offers. Ultimately, Lynn reluctantly pressured himself to acquiesce, conceding, very well, I shall become your mentor. In light of your generous offers, I am willing to impart all the strength I possess. Kindly allow me a few days, and please move my funds into my quarters. Upon hearing Lynn agree to teach him the means to grow stronger, Matthias finally relaxed his anxious hands. Fortunately, Mr. Lynn had a fondness for wealth. Hey, Miss Shalu, what is happening here? Meanwhile, the butler, Claire, stood in stunned silence. His focus was not on the money, but rather on Miss Shalu's sudden desire to become stronger. Claire, from this moment forth, I wish to become powerful, Matthias declared with determination. No, Miss Matthias, leave such matters to me. Your delicate constitution is prone to injury, Claire advised patiently. The mere thought of her petite frame training diligently and sustaining injuries was unbearable for him. Moreover, Shalu was the sole heir of the Matthias lineage. Should anything occur during her training, he would be hard-pressed to face Lord Coulter. Be silent, Claire. I am the head of the family now, Matthias asserted firmly. Claire. Very well, it seems my words have fallen on deaf ears. He could only assign more personnel to watch over Miss Shalu and arrange for excellent physicians to prevent any unfortunate incidents. Burp. After Lynn finished yet another round of breakfast, he contentedly returned to his room to sleep. If Mathia had not witnessed Lynn's prowess, he would undoubtedly question whether such a slothful individual, who merely eats and sleeps, could truly instruct him on how to grow stronger. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the 4th day arrived. Today, Lynn was set to depart from Mathia's home. Returning to the naval headquarters. Behold, This is the method I promise to impart to you, a means by which you may attain greater strength. In Lynn's room, two individuals stand, Shalu and Claire, while Lynn remains seated. Lynn presented Mattia with 4 volumes detailing the 6 styles revision and the dual hockey training method, alongside a foundational manual for physical training. These works were pinned according to his insights and featured an optimized version of the 6 styles, differing from the conventional teachings within the Navy, thus rendering it more accessible. The dual hockey training method also included Lynn's reflections on the Conqueror's hockey, which he hoped would assist the young girl. One could regard these 4 tomes as treasures or dismiss them as mere scraps of paper. It ultimately hinges on one's conviction to grow stronger and the perseverance to follow through. Cradling the hefty stack of books, Mattia felt a weight in her heart. Is this the sensation of possessing power? It was profoundly fulfilling. Although Shala had yet to embark on her studies, she held profound trust in Lynn, believing that these invaluable texts would surely empower her. Meanwhile, Claire opened one of the volumes on the 6 styles revision and swiftly became engrossed, her expression shifting dramatically. The pages were brimming with substantive content, even containing illustrations that elucidated the principles of the 6 styles and how to harness their power. Despite not having perused the other volumes, such as the dual hockey training method or the physical training enhancement manual, Claire was confident they would be equally exceptional. Miss Mattia, these precious books must be safeguarded and never fall into other hands. Moreover, it must not be disclosed that they were imparted by Mr. Lynn. These are invaluable works crafted with care for you, Claire advised, eyeing the 6 styles that could only be learned within the Navy. The investment of $4 billion was indeed worthwhile, and one could even claim it yielded immense returns. This was a treasure that could safeguard one's life. Mattia also opened a volume on the latter part of the 6 styles revision and then turned to a book on the dual hockey training method, nodding gravely. She was now eager to commence her training according to the detailed methods outlined within. I recommend that you both start with the physical training enhancement manual to solidify your foundation. This approach will significantly amplify your learning when it comes to my unique optimized versions of the 6 styles revision or the dual hockey. Lynn is rather indifferent. Many insignificant characters in the New World are not. As for the later stages of the 6 styles, their effectiveness as an offensive strategy is minimal, serving primarily as a supportive tactic. In the later developments of the narrative, the competition revolves around the clash of hockey. Thus, there is no need to conceal one's abilities, as it only allowed him to unjustly profit by $4 billion. Lynn intends to allocate a portion for purchasing the devil fruit, while the other part will be invested into the system. Indeed, Mr. Lynn, I am immensely grateful for the precious book you have taken the time to write. Mattia's azure eyes shimmered with a glimmer of gratitude. These days, Lynn has been either dining or slumbering in his chamber. Mattia had thought he had forgotten, only to discover that he was engaged in writing these pieces. In truth, Lynn has spent the majority of his time in slumber. Aside from sleeping, he has been eating. It must be said that the bed in Mattia's home is exceptionally comfortable, rendering Lynn reluctant to awaken. Along the coastline, the layers of deep blue waters ceaselessly caress the shore. Lynn has already set aside the flame boat, while Mattia and Claire have come to bid her farewell. Lynn has garnered an abundance of wealth this time. In addition to the $4 billion in educational funds provided by Mattia, there is also the $5 billion from Claire. Both sums have been entrusted to Lynn and securely stored within his spatial ring. This fortune likely represents the accumulated savings of several generations of this family. The moment Lynn touched such a vast fortune, it vanished, leaving Claire utterly astonished, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lynn could not help but marvel at the profound heritage of this illustrious family, which had amassed wealth over several generations. Initially, Lynn contemplated discreetly imparting a method for gaining strength to Mattia before his departure, envisioning it as an investment in a potential future powerhouse, perhaps even one of the 4 emperors. However, the family's affluence rendered this gesture unnecessary, as the favors already bestowed upon him were overwhelmingly generous. Whether it was a life-saving grace or guidance along the path to strength, the offerings were too substantial, and Lynn found himself unable to reciprocate, as they had all been converted into monetary value. Mr. Lynn, are you truly leaving so soon? Would you not consider staying a few more days? I find it difficult to part with you, Mattia lamented. Despite Lynn's apparent avarice, his striking appearance, character, and unique aura easily endeared him to others. I have been away for some time. It is high time I return to headquarters. I have received persistent calls from Sengoku, urging my return for his promotion ceremony, as the fleet personnel have already been arranged and are awaiting my arrival. Very well then, take care. Mr. Lynn, I swear I shall grow stronger. surpassing you and becoming an even mightier force," the young girl declared with conviction. "Haha, what an ambitious soul you are. However, surpassing me will not be an easy feat. Farewell, and may our paths cross again upon the vast sea of the future." After Lynn bid farewell, he activated his flame boat, sailing through the waves and gradually disappearing into the distance. Mattia waved gracefully, watching Lynn depart until his vessel vanished on the azure horizon. Only then did she turn to Claire and say, "Claire, you should join us. Miss Shalou, is it truly permissible? This is an invaluable method that can enhance one's strength." Claire replied with a smile. Although he held a slight curiosity regarding these techniques for empowerment, his desire to learn was not yet fervent. At present, he yearned more for a devil fruit that would grant him immediate strength. He had witnessed the arduous nature of these training methods, which demanded extensive time and effort, often dissuading the average person from persevering. In Claire's mind, acquiring a devil fruit seemed a far quicker route to enhancement, especially since their family's protective forces were considerably lacking. However, he would gladly endure such hardships if it meant training alongside the head of the family. It was imperative to procure the devil fruit swiftly. He wished to avoid a recurrence of past sorrows. "Of course, Claire, you are also my family," she added. "Haha, it seems that the once fragile Miss Shalou has grown," Claire thought, his eyes misting with emotion as he rubbed them. This family had always embraced him as one of their own. Henceforth, he would strive even harder to serve the Mattia family, pledging his loyalty to the newly appointed head, Miss Shalou. "Enough chatter, Claire. Prepare yourself for the grueling training ahead." "Yes, Miss Shalou." 2 days later, in the Grand Line at Twin Cape, after parting ways with Mattia, Lynn visited various jewelers across the islands, acquiring an abundance of jewelry and gold. He utilized the system to absorb these materials, converting them into points. He chose not to enlist Claire, Mattia's butler, to assist in this endeavor, fearing that much of what he would receive might be incompatible with the system. Moreover, he could directly absorb the gold and jewels without drawing attention, thus minimizing the risk of his intentions being uncovered. This journey to the West Sea had indeed been fruitful. First, there were the treasures from the Adro Islands, and now, combined with the 9 billion berries from Mattia, along with the wealth seized from defeated pirates, Lynn found himself in a position of immense fortune, emerging as a billionaire. Truth be told, Lynn was intrigued by Mattia's hidden potential and wished to cultivate her as a companion, for who knows, she might one day become a formidable ally, rivaling even the 4 emperors. Within the petite frame of this young girl lies an immense potential, awaiting a guide to unlock this latent power. However, the thought of Mattia's uniqueness and the peril of attracting the attention of the celestial dragons upon joining the Navy caused Lynn to relinquish this notion. Ultimately, their connection was destined to remain unfulfilled, and it seemed unlikely that they would cross paths again in the future. Nevertheless, the meticulously compiled volumes of cultivation techniques he left behind would suffice to empower her on her journey toward strength. Lynn eagerly anticipates the remarkable achievements that lie ahead for her, potentially possessing the power of Conqueror's Haki. How peculiar! Where could Karokas be? And what of Labu? As Lynn ascended the currents of the mountains and entered the Grand Line, she arrived at Twin Cape. Upon reaching the lighthouse, however, she did not encounter the 2 familiar figures she had been expecting. Upon receiving news that a member of the Rumbar pirates may still be alive, Lynn likely ventured into the treacherous fog-laden Devil's Zone in search of Brooke. However, with Brooke absent, Lynn once again turned the flame vessel around, its rear erupting with crimson flames as it set sail towards the headquarters. Lynn held the life card of the Warring States period in the palm of his hand, the delicate piece of paper seemingly alive, gradually moving towards the Marine headquarters at Marineford. At the Marine headquarters, in the harbor where ships are docked, after a considerable journey, Lynn finally returned to this place. He wondered if Karp had returned from his vacation. Just as Lynn anchored his ship in an open space at the port, a sudden burst of excited exclamations erupted nearby. "Hey, look, that's Major Lynn. He looks so handsome. Truly handsome, Major Lynn." Lynn gazed ahead, astonished, as several female sailors erupted in cheers, expressing their profound admiration for her. Lynn was equally perplexed, yet he managed to muster a polite smile. "Oh my." Major Lynn smiled at me. "I am overwhelmed with joy. I might just faint." "Nonsense. Major Lynn is undeniably smiling at me. Could it be that he harbors feelings for me?" Listening to the words of those few female sailors, Lynn fell into a deep silence. What transpired during his absence? He hastily departed, making his way towards the office of Admiral Sengoku. At that moment, a sailor appeared before him. "Major Lynn, Admiral Sengoku has sent me to escort you. Please follow me." Along the way, he encountered numerous female sailors who gazed at him with adoration. Lynn spoke up. Do you know what this is all about? The guiding naval officer smiled and replied, it is due to your remarkable performance in the Adela Islands, coupled with your handsome photograph. Many of the female sailors at headquarters have developed a secret admiration for you. Major Lynn, you should not let this splendid opportunity slip away. You might just find a girlfriend. As for girlfriends, I think I will pass for now, as I do not currently have any particular affection for any woman. The guiding naval officer smiled kindly at Lynn, holding a deep admiration for him. Lynn's actions in executing justice have always been the objective they sought to achieve. Under the Navy's promotion, Lynn not only garnered the admiration of the female sailors at headquarters, but also became a figure many male sailors aspired to emulate. The Navy's endorsement of Lynn has positively influenced the training of its personnel. After all, who among the lower-tier sailors does not wish to become a hero safeguarding civilians? Most of them join the Navy precisely to fulfill such a noble pursuit of justice. I see, Lynn remarked, somewhat at a loss for words upon understanding the situation. He couldn't help but feel a sudden resemblance to the fervor of fan circles. He pondered whether this trajectory would prove to be a blessing or a burden for him. After all, he was the rising star of the Navy, Major Lynn. Major Lynn, amidst the adoring gazes of the male sailors he encountered along the way. Some female sailors couldn't help but express their admiration with infatuated exclamations. In response to the warm welcome from his fellow sailors, Lynn graciously acknowledged them with a polite smile and a nod, refusing to let the adulation inflate his ego. At last, Lynn arrived at Admiral Sengoku's office. Initially feeling somewhat out of place, he gradually acclimated to the atmosphere. The escorting sailor knocked on the office door. Come in, boomed a commanding voice from within. Reporting. Admiral Sengoku, I have brought Major Lynn, the sailor announced. Well done. You may leave, Sengoku replied. Yes. The sailor complied and exited the office. Lynn cast a glance around the office, where only Sengoku and Crane were present. Lynn, you have finally returned. During this period, you have been tirelessly combating pirates in the West Sea. You have my utmost admiration. Sengoku praised with a smile. Lynn, maintaining a professional demeanor, replied. These tasks are merely my duties as a naval officer. There is no trouble involved. Well said. If everyone exhibited the same enthusiasm as you, Lynn, the malevolence upon the seas would diminish significantly, allowing all to live in peace, Sengoku remarked. Hearing such words from Sengoku felt rather peculiar to Lynn. Did he not recognize who the true evildoers were? As long as those individuals remained unvanquished, wickedness would perpetually proliferate. Naturally, Lynn refrained from voicing such thoughts, choosing instead to muse silently. Once he attained sufficient strength, perhaps he would endeavor to alter the current state of the Navy. Although he was already quite formidable, he was still far from meeting his own expectations. After the exchange of compliments, Sengoku shifted to the matter at hand. The commendation ceremony was originally scheduled for a week ago, but I wanted to wait for your return to commence. Your exceptional performance during this time undeniably makes you the centerpiece of this gathering, Sengoku stated with a smile. Lynn's performance brought him great reassurance, as he resolved many issues concerning the notorious pirates of the West Sea. Reports frequently arrived from the West Sea Navy, detailing how yet another pirate crew had been consumed by mysterious flames. The continuous stream of good news brought a broad smile to Sengoku's face. With Lynn alleviating the pressure in the West Sea, the Navy could allocate some of their personnel to confront the pirates of the Grand Line. This was a stark contrast to that slothful fellow, Karp, who preferred idleness. Lynn's exceptional performance greatly pleased the warring states. There were even subtle notions of elevating Lynn to the position of a future general. Meanwhile, everyone was diligently combating the pirates, all in the name of justice. With each Navy officer playing an indispensable role, Lynn exclaimed, All right, all right, all right. Lynn's humble words struck a chord with Sengoku. As members of the Navy, our every endeavor is dedicated to the pursuit of justice. The commendation ceremony is primarily an event to promote those naval officers who have accumulated sufficient merit for advancement in rank. This grand gathering, amidst a sea of personnel, is intended to bolster the enthusiasm of the Navy to strive for achievements and promotions. Since you have returned, let us schedule the commendation ceremony for tomorrow. Concurrently, I shall arrange for someone to escort you to take command of your ship. After your arduous journey, you deserve a well-earned rest today. We shall address all matters on the morrow. By the way, should you seek out Karp for training, remember to avoid provoking him, lest it tarnish your image for tomorrow. Sengoku chuckled. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Ha ha ha. I have told you countless times, I am not yet an admiral. Sengoku replied with a jovial laugh. After bidding farewell to Sengoku, Lynn made his way towards Zephyr's elite naval training camp. He intended to first check in on Zephyr before inquiring with Karp about the situation on Barbary Island. At the elite naval training camp, Zephyr was diligently guiding his students in their training, continuously striving to enhance their capabilities while correcting some of their more grievous faults through combat practice. For instance, he was personally instructing Smoker, who had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit. Smoker, you were overly reliant on your devil fruit, leading you to underestimate everything around you. Your desire and conviction to grow stronger through your own efforts are woefully inadequate. I understand, Teacher Zephyr, Smoker replied with a hint of impatience. He possessed the ability to become intangible due to his devil fruit, and he believed that learning the 6 powers would be of no benefit to him. Thus, compared to his peers, his progress was minimal. Sigh, Zephyr lamented. Even though Smoker wielded the most powerful Logia-type devil fruit, without a shift in his mindset, he would never be able to master hockey. The previous student who found himself in a similar predicament, overly reliant on the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit, was Borsalino, who would later ascend to the rank of Admiral Kizaru in the Navy. As for Smoker, aside from his arrogance and a lack of diligent training that would lead to his future shortcomings, he does not possess any significant moral flaws. He eventually becomes a commendable figure of justice within the Navy. Following the confrontation in the Marineford War, where he was humbled by the Empress's hockey, Smoker recognized his inadequacies. In the 2 years that followed, he earnestly dedicated himself to mastering both Busashoku and Kinbunchika hockey, making remarkable progress and quickly mastering the dual hockey technique. Additionally, the original Smoker was known for his penchant to defy orders from superiors, so Zephyr's somewhat lenient training methods offered limited assistance to the prideful Smoker. Just as Zephyr was grappling with his concerns regarding Smoker, a familiar and memorable voice resonated from behind him. Ah, Zephyr-sensei, long time no see. Turning around, he was greeted by Lynn's broad smile. Upon seeing his most exceptional student, Zephyr's previous worries dissipated instantly. Lynn, how have you been during this time? Zephyr inquired with genuine concern. Of course, there have been no worthy opponents for me in the West Sea, Lynn replied, prompting Zephyr's relief. Ha ha ha, and by the way, your performance at the Adela Islands was commendable. You saved many civilians, accomplishing what I have always aspired to do, Zephyr praised sincerely. Oh, that's all thanks to your wise teachings, Zephyr-sensei, Lynn replied modestly. Don't elevate me too high. I cannot take credit for that. It is your own sense of justice that guided you to make such choices, Zephyr chuckled. By the way, Zephyr-sensei, what are you currently engaged in? Lynn slightly turned to glance at Smoker ahead. What an expression of dissatisfaction he wore, as if he had just undergone a rigorous training session. Sigh, this Smoker, with his lofty ambitions, truly leaves me at a loss. Zephyr cast a sidelong glance at Lynn, a glimmer of inspiration flickering in his eyes. Perhaps it would be worthwhile to have Lynn give it a try. It might yield unexpected results. Lynn, why don't you challenge Smoker? I wish to see if you have remained diligent during this period. Lynn's current prowess is sufficient to effortlessly overpower 100 Smogard. Such an adversary offers little challenge. Therefore, Zephyr's intention is to have Lynn intervene and discipline Smogger, effectively igniting the flames of ambition within his proud heart, compelling him to aspire for greater strength. Lynn was well aware of Zephyr's intentions. Teacher Zephyr, isn't this rather inappropriate? I fear that in a moment of carelessness, I might inadvertently cause harm to Senior Smoker. Lynn provocatively uttered words meant to provoke Smoker. At present, Smoker was 17 years old, while Lynn was merely 15. Although their heights were comparable, there existed a 2-year age difference between them. Smoker, now in the throes of youthful exuberance, had become even more arrogant than before the onset of the narrative. Thus, when provoked by Lynn, he was consumed by rage and a fierce fighting spirit, declaring that if a battle were to ensue, he would unleash his full strength without hesitation. Though you may be a rising star in the Navy, you cannot hope to defeat me in the face of my natural abilities. Observing Smoker's somewhat dazed expression, Lynn cast a questioning glance at Zephyr. Teacher Zephyr, have you not imparted any knowledge to Senior Smoker regarding the use of hockey? Lynn's expression, filled with doubt about her own qualifications as a teacher, caused Zephyr's lips to twitch slightly. Lynn, do not slander me. I have made it clear to every naval student who enters my training camp from day one. Lynn finally comprehended the source of Smoker's arrogance. It stemmed from never having faced a formidable opponent in the form of hockey. Thus, Lynn could not help but concede that Smoker had indeed chosen the wrong mentor. Had Smoker been a disciple of Karp, the narrative would have unfolded quite differently. It is no wonder that Karp and Zephyr often found themselves at odds in their pedagogical approaches. There exists a notable divergence between the two. Karp embodies the rigorous and relentless training philosophy, while Zephyr excels as a Navy instructor with a focus on rational training and theoretical instruction. A rebellious student such as Smoker ought to have studied under Karp to achieve the fullest potential of his growth. In the arena, Lynn and Smoker maintained a respectful distance, each positioned on opposite ends. The atmosphere around them had cleared as many of Zephyr's students gathered, intrigued by the prospect of witnessing the Navy's rising star in action. Momentarily setting aside their training tasks, observe closely, for this is the latent power within humanity that can contend with the forces of nature. Armament hockey. Zephyr seized this teaching moment, eager to impart wisdom through this confrontation, hoping it would yield insights and growth for his students. Very well, I shall refrain from employing my abilities. It would be too unfair, Lynn stated earnestly. Smoker's countenance flushed with indignation, clearly infuriated by Lynn's words. Do not underestimate me, Lynn. Underestimating me will surely lead to your downfall. With that, Smoker unleashed the powers of the smoke fruit, enveloping himself in a swirling mist. White blow. The smoke-formed fists surged towards Lynn with ferocity. Lynn merely closed his eyes, completely disregarding Smoker's onslaught. Witnessing Lynn's calm demeanor in the face of his relentless assault only fueled Smoker's anger further, prompting him to accelerate the speed of his strikes. Just as Smoker anticipated his fist would make contact with Lynn, he felt a surge of triumph, believing he was on the verge of success. Lynn's body inexplicably shifted, evading Smoker's initial ferocious strike of his white fist. This pattern continued relentlessly. With his eyes closed, it seemed as though Lynn had developed invisible eyes, skillfully dodging each of Smoker's powerful blows. How could this be possible? He was so close to making contact. To evade at such proximity was unfathomable. Witnessing attacks that were mere inches away effortlessly sidestepped by Lynn left Smoker astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Was this truly within the realm of human capability? Even with the power of observation hockey, such an extraordinary feat seemed implausible. If that were the case, how would you respond to this next maneuver? White Snake. Once more, he extended his smoke-formed arm towards Lynn, the only distinction being that this smoky appendage moved with the fluid grace of a white serpent, striking at Lynn with relentless intent. Lynn effortlessly evaded with her keen perception, and then that arm, elongated like a white serpent, seemed to possess a will of its own. Instinctively pivoting to launch another assault towards Lynn, Lynn deftly evaded once more. Observing this, Smoker hastened the frequency of his strikes. In response to the relentless onslaught of the White Snake, Lynn's movements became increasingly erratic, swerving, leaping, and bending to avoid the entanglement of attacks. Smoker's earnest attempts to strike Lynn not only proved ineffective but also left him breathless, panting heavily and appearing quite worn out. Just as Smoker found himself in a vexing predicament, desperately contemplating ways to capture Lynn, Lynn's figure vanished from its original position, transforming from a passive state of being struck to one of aggression. Whoosh! Lynn's figure materialized like a specter, and by the time he reappeared, he had already arrived beside Smoker. Damn it! When did you? Smoker realized Lynn's presence too late. Lynn's poised fist had transformed into a lustrous, obsidian hue, simultaneously emitting a faint whisper akin to that of a malevolent spirit. In the chaos of battle, one would have met their demise. With a resounding crash, the iron fist was unleashed, striking Smoker's abdomen with unrelenting force. The impact caused a deep indentation, and from the agony, bitter bile erupted from his mouth, while his pupils dilated in shock, his eyes glazing over as he succumbed to unconsciousness. As Smoker fell into oblivion, the milky white smoke that enveloped him dissipated, vanishing alongside his consciousness. Lynn deftly caught Smoker's collapsing body with his shoulder. Simultaneously, he scratched his head, chuckling in embarrassment, and said, "Teacher Zephyr, my apologies. I intended for him to remember the agony of this defeat, but it appears this fellow is rather feeble and has fainted." Lynn has already mastered the power, yet Smoker remains too feeble. Listening to Lynn's explanation, Zephyr was left speechless. Was Smoker merely to endure a transient agony and faint, without gaining a profound lesson that would etch itself into his memory? In Zephyr's contemplation, after Lynn's victory over Smoker, he would utter a few provocative words to rid Smoker of his arrogance, igniting within him a fervent desire for strength. Nevertheless, such an outcome is not without merit. Having suffered such a blow, it is likely that the forthcoming Smoker will earnestly engage in the training of hockey. Subsequently, Zephyr instructed 2 students to lift Smoker from Lynn's shoulder and carry him to the infirmary. Major Lynn, a strikingly handsome young man with golden short hair, approached Lynn. He hesitated initially but ultimately summoned the courage to greet the superior captain. This was Don Quixote Rocinante, the brother of Don Quixote da Flamingo, destined to infiltrate one of the 4 factions of the Don Quixote family, leading the Heart Pirates under the codename Corazon. Virgo was the first generation of Corazon in the Heart Pirates, while Rocinante represented the 2nd generation. At this moment, Rocinante was devoid of the comical clown makeup, appearing as a vibrant and sunny youth. Who are you? Lynn was acutely aware of Rocinante, who would eventually serve as an undercover agent beside the notorious Don Quixote da Flamingo and rise to the rank of officer in the underworld. Ultimately, he would meet a fate akin to that of his father, falling victim to da Flamingo's treachery. This family narrative is indeed a tragic saga. Once, they were all celestial dragons, leading a life of imperial grandeur in Mariewa. Yet the patriarch, Don Quixote Homing, grew weary of the oppressive lifestyle that came with being a celestial dragon, one that involved enslaving others and subjugating the common folk. Overwhelmed by a sense of moral disquiet, he made a profoundly foolish decision to renounce his celestial dragon status and coexist amicably with the commoners. While the notion of peaceful coexistence with the populace may seem noble, the reality was that they were celestial dragons, despised by countless commoners. Abandoning their identity and leaving Mariewa was a path fraught with peril. The family departed with a significant fortune and settled on an island, initially integrating into the lives of the common folk and generously aiding them, fostering a sense of camaraderie. The commoners developed a fondness for this affable aristocrat. However, this harmony was short-lived, shattered by Da Flamingo's arrogance. He failed to comprehend their precarious situation, brazenly proclaiming his lineage and demanding submission from passers-by, which exacerbated tensions between the family and the commoners. Ultimately, their wealth was seized, leading to a life of unbearable hardship, culminating in the tragic death of the mother. The remaining 3 family members faced a grim fate, being bound to a wall and prepared for execution by fire at the hands of the villagers. Fortunately, at that critical moment, Da Flamingo awakened his conqueror's haki, incapacitating the villagers and allowing them to escape with their lives. In the aftermath, Homing lamented his choices and, in tears, reached out to the elders in a desperate plea to return to Mariewa, yet the identity he had forsaken could not be reclaimed. Ultimately, under the manipulation of the sticky fruit user Treble, Da Flamingo shot his father, intending to present his severed head as a trophy upon their return to Mariewa, but he ultimately failed. The brothers were subsequently torn apart by their father's demise. Later, Rocinante was rescued by Sengoku, who took him in as an adopted son and nurtured him into a member of the Navy. Who are you? Lynn inquired. Greetings, Major Lynn. If all goes as planned, I shall serve as your first officer aboard your vessel. My name is Rocinante. I look forward to your guidance. The young man smiled gently, revealing an infectious, sunny smile, though his tone carried a hint of nervousness. In contrast to Mingo, Rocinante had inherited his father's kindness, even after his possessions were taken by the commoners. His mother succumbed to illness, and their mansion was reduced to ashes. He harbored no hatred towards those commoners. Rocinante understood that these were the consequences of his identity as a celestial dragon and could blame no one else. Had it been another, faced with such harrowing experiences, they would have long succumbed to darkness. I see, Lynn nodded, extending his hand in a friendly manner to shake Rocinante's. With a slight smile, he said, I look forward to working with you, Rocinante. I will rely on you for many matters aboard the ship. At that moment, Rocinante did not grasp the full implication of the phrase many matters. Not at all. This is my first time being assigned to such a role, and I may not perform well initially, but I will strive to improve. Receiving Lynn's kind treatment and recognition, Rocinante bashfully scratched his head, appearing somewhat embarrassed. This naval prodigy, Mr. Lynn, was not only youthful but surprisingly easy to get along with. He had initially expected him to be aloof, much like the posters depicted. Rocinante let out a sigh of relief, thinking this to himself. Lynn pondered for a moment. It seemed that Sengoku had deliberately arranged for his adopted son to hone his skills under his supervision. After all, given his current prowess, the likelihood of suffering defeat at the hands of pirates was rather minimal. One cannot deny that Sengoku indeed held a deep affection for this son. However, it remains a mystery why Sengoku would assign such perilous tasks to his beloved, yet weaker son, Rocinante, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of Don Quixote da Flamingo. After conversing with Rocinante for a while, Zephyr continued on. Lynn finally lifted his foot and set off towards Karp's residence. Rocinante, Since you have been granted the opportunity to accompany Lynn, it is imperative that you pay close attention to his every word and action. You may glean invaluable insights from him. Furthermore, do not allow your training to wane. Although your time in the Navy elite training camp has been brief, I have discerned a latent yet formidable potential within you. Even the seemingly ordinary celestial dragons possess remarkable talents. With diligence and unwavering effort, one can ascend to greatness. Even the most unremarkable among them, those with runny noses and excessive weight, possess resilience and endurance. Zephyr observed Lynn's departing figure with a sense of satisfaction and turned solemnly to Rosinante, saying, "I will strive to do my best, Teacher Zephyr. Thank you for your guidance." Rosinante replied earnestly, standing tall. At Karp's residence, within the grand abode, a tall figure clad in the Navy's justice coat stealthily infiltrated Karp's home. It was evident that Kazan had just returned from a mission, for he would not typically don the emblematic coat of Navy justice. "Ah, it's Kazan. Pay him no mind." Lynn called out to the peculiarly behaving Kazan with a smile, though her heart was filled with perplexity regarding his actions. Upon hearing her, Kazan, with his black curly hair, broke into a cold sweat. He hurriedly turned around, raised a finger to his lips, and gestured for silence, indicating that they would converse later. Subsequently, Kazan resumed his furtive and secretive demeanor. Lynn, intrigued by Kazan's antics, decided to perch herself on a smooth, rounded stone nearby, watching with keen interest. At the same time, a packet of spicy strips inexplicably appeared in her hand. "How delightful!" she exclaimed, for the flavor was truly exceptional. A testament to the quality of the strips exchanged from the system. Lynn had long since discovered that whether it was white liquor or spicy strips, the flavors exchanged through the system were extraordinarily delectable, far surpassing anything from her previous life. With her fingertips pinching a fragrant, oily spicy strip, she relished its taste as it slipped into her mouth. Just as Lynn was savoring the delightful chewiness of the spicy strip, Kazan had successfully infiltrated Karp's residence, stealthily making his way to Karp's room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a neat array of white liquor bottles displayed on the cabinet, causing Kazan to swallow hard. Ever since he had noticed Karp bringing back several cases of white liquor, he had frequently visited to indulge in its exquisite flavor. The taste was simply unparalleled. Once one had savored white liquor, all other beverages seemed insipid by comparison. To his astonishment, Mr. Karp had returned from an outing with such a bounty of alcohol. In truth, Karp had already gifted Kazan 2 bottles of white liquor upon his return, but Kazan had quickly consumed them. When he sought more from Karp, he was met with reluctance and a firm refusal, as Karp claimed it was the fruit of his laborious journey from the East Sea, insufficient even for his own consumption. Thus, Kazan could only resort to covert actions whenever Karp was absent to quench his thirst for white liquor. However, a lingering doubt troubled Kazan. Although the white liquor brought back by Mr. Karp was delightful, he couldn't shake the feeling that it paled in comparison to the liquor he had tasted at Zephyr's place. Could it be that the bottles Karp had brought were freshly produced, while the ones at Lynn's were aged for many years? This seemed plausible, for it would otherwise explain why the same type of liquor tasted so much better in Lynn's hands. While the flavor of this liquor could not rival that of the evening spent at Zephyr's home, Kazan still deemed it the finest he had ever tasted. Just as he reached for the neatly arranged bottles in the cabinet, intending to secure a few more as he had on previous occasions, a chilling sensation crept up his spine. As a user of the ice fruit, Kazan was supposed to be impervious to the cold, yet this sudden chill from behind sent a shiver coursing through him. How peculiar, he thought. Why had the air around him turned so cold? Instinctively, Kazan turned to glance over his shoulder, only to be met with a figure that filled him with dread, the very last person he wished to see in this moment, his revered Mr. Karp. Karp's brows were furrowed with seething anger, yet oddly, a chilling smile spread across his face, sending a shiver down Kazan's spine. "Oh, Mr. Karp, would you believe me if I said I merely came to admire your room?" Kazan's forehead was slick with cold sweat, his face betraying an awkward smile. "Is that so? I thought you were here once again to pilfer my liquor. No wonder my cabinet seemed so much emptier. It was you, that scoundrel Kazan, who stole my drinks." Kapu's smile took on an even more sinister quality, a manifestation of his rage that had reached its zenith, yet still appeared as a grin. He laughed as he pressed down on his 2 massive iron fists, producing a disconcerting creaking sound reminiscent of bones grinding against one another. Kazan, sensing the dire situation, urgently shouted, "Wait, Mr. Kapu, I merely wish to." However, Kapu did not afford Kazan the opportunity to explain. His fists, imbued with a fierce affection, were unleashed in a powerful strike. As dust rose in a tumultuous cloud, a figure with dark, flowing hair was sent soaring, crashing through the wooden wall and landing with a splash in a distant pond. Oh no, I'm going to drown. I can't swim. Just as Kazan believed he was on the brink of demise, he noticed Lynn, seated on a nearby stone, unable to contain his laughter. Aha. You truly have my sympathy, Kazan. The moment I return, you and Mr. Kapu put on such a comedic display for me. By the way, the pond is only half a meter deep, Lynn chuckled heartily. Upon hearing Lynn's revelation, Kazan rose from the shallow waters, realizing he was quite safe from drowning. Overcome with embarrassment, he felt utterly humiliated before Lynn. Clearing his throat, Kazan emerged from the half-meter deep pond, adjusting his appearance and, in passing, tossed the noisy frog from his head into the water. Seeking to shift the focus of the conversation, he inquired, "By the way, Lynn, when did you return?" "Not long ago," came the reply. As Lynn spoke, he extended a packet of spicy strips to Kazan, who was approaching slowly, his body damp. "Isn't it just alcohol? Just let me know, and next time I return to Donghai, I shall bring you a few boxes." "Really?" At Lynn's words, Kazan's eyes sparkled with delight. "When have I ever deceived you?" "Haha, then I shall count on you, Lynn." Only then did Kazan's spirits lift. "By the way, what is this? It's a bit spicy. But once I start, I can't stop." After savoring a piece of the spicy strip, Kazan's eyes lit up once more, and soon he was devouring one strip after another. Seeing Kazan's eagerness to continue, Lynn retrieved several more packets from his pocket and handed them over. Kazan exclaimed with joy, "Thank you, Lynn." "Kazan, you rascal. If you dare to pilfer my alcohol again next time, I shall show no mercy." Cursing under his breath, Karp swaggered out from the wooden wall that Kazan had broken, clutching a bottle of liquor. "Master Karp, it has been quite a while." Lynn rose to greet and expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that Karp's rigorous training had been immensely beneficial during this period. Now that Lynn had returned, his primary task was to continue enduring Karp's relentless discipline and to unlock the second surge of power within him under Karp's soul-piercing tutelage. "Ah, Lynn, what treasures have you discovered on this journey to the West Sea?" Upon realizing it was Lynn, Karp's demeanor softened. He erupted into joyous laughter. For Lynn was indeed his most cherished disciple. Kazan interjected loudly, "Hey, Karp, this is favoritism." Outside, the flowing water filled a bamboo tube, which then struck a stone with a resounding thud, spilling its contents into the pool below. Meanwhile, Lynn, Kazan, and Karp sat cross-legged around a square tea table in the lower part of the room. Karp's courtyard boasted a gentle stream, miniature rock formations, and lush bamboo, creating an atmosphere of serene leisure. As the gentle breeze caressed their faces and they sipped on oolong tea, Lynn felt his spirit unwind in delightful contentment. At that moment, Karp and Kazan indulged in white wine and spicy snacks with great relish. In his elation at Lynn's arrival, Karp generously poured a bottle of white wine for Kazan. Kazan, utilizing the powers of his ice fruit, froze the moisture from his damp clothes, shaking off the ice shards until his attire was dry. As they savored the spicy snacks, their fingers became greasy. Karp had to concede that the combination of spicy snacks and white wine was utterly addictive, making it impossible to stop. Lynn then retrieved 6 packets of spicy snacks from his pocket and leisurely remarked, "This time, it's truly the last." Upon seeing the packets on the table, Karp and Kazan lunged for the unopened bags as if they were hunters spotting their prey. However, experience prevailed, and the legendary hero Karp lived up to his reputation. Ultimately, Kazan managed to seize 2 packets while Karp claimed 4. "Hey, Karp, you are far too greedy. One person shouldn't take 4 packets. We should split them equally, 3 packets each. That is only fair." Kazan attempted to morally coerce Karp with a plea for fairness, but Karp was unfazed, responding leisurely, "Kazan, a defeat is a defeat. Those lacking strength have no right to make decisions." Lynn appeared to be lost in thought, while Kazan, having failed to gain any advantage and having been mocked by Karp, twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. He then tore open a package of spicy strips and began to eat with delight. Although Kazan projected an icy demeanor, especially during this period of confusion, he was notably cold and languid, speaking little. However, he was, in fact, the most fervent among the future 3 admirals. This passionate soul consumed the coldest of the frozen fruit. With Lynn's arrival, this future Admiral Akiji began to regain a semblance of his once vibrant, spirited youth. Following this, Karp engaged Lynn in a discussion about their journey through the West Sea. "Lynn, your efforts in combating piracy as a member of the Navy are commendable. However, there are numerous formidable adversaries on these seas that surpass your current capabilities. Advancing too recklessly may lead to dire consequences. You must exercise caution. Karp, typically unserious, imparted this advice to Lynn with unusual earnestness. Rest assured, Karp-sensei, I shall be vigilant. Lynn nodded, humbly accepting Karp's guidance. After satisfying their hunger and thirst and engaging in pleasant conversation, Lynn, at his own behest, prepared to resume the long-awaited, formidable training that involved the powerful hammering of his physique. Karp's iron fists were indeed painful, yet the rewards reaped by Lynn were exceedingly bountiful. Lynn, your diligence is truly commendable. You've already begun training with Mr. Karp upon your return. I must admit, I cannot match your fervor. Kazan, having finished his drink, lay languidly on the floor, one hand propping up his head, reclining sideways as he gazed at the distant bamboo water pipe, his eyes half closed in a feigned slumber. Lynn gazed deeply into the sky, and with an air of casualness, replied with a smile, because each one of you is rather unreliable. It seems I shall be the one to protect you. Although Lynn spoke in a light-hearted tone, an inexplicable heaviness lingered in the air. Upon hearing Lynn's words, Kazan stood in stunned silence for a moment. Then, an unexpected stir within his languid spirit prompted him to furrow his brow. He turned, intending to inquire about the meaning behind Lynn's statement, only to realize that Lynn had already followed in the footsteps of Karp and departed. All that remained for Kazan was the sunlight reflecting off Lynn's naval coat, emblazoned with the word justice. At that moment, the resolute figure of Lynn shone brightly in Kazan's eyes, gradually towering in stature. Ah, Lynn, you really have stirred something within me, Kazan mused. But you're merely a junior. Do not speak so boldly to your senior. It is not your place to protect me. The dormant fervor in Kazan's heart was reignited by Lynn's words, and the languor that had enveloped him began to dissipate. With newfound seriousness, he clenched his fists and departed from Karp's residence. From this day forward, Kazan gradually resumed the training he had long neglected. With a resounding crash, Lynn faced Karp's intensified hockey-infused iron fist. He had no intention of resisting the forceful blow and was sent flying, leaving a long trail in the soft sand. Karp's punches remained as painful as ever. Lynn had previously thought that, as his resilience grew, the suffering he endured from Karp's iron fists would diminish. However, reality proved otherwise. While Lynn's body became stronger under Karp's rigorous training, the power of Karp's iron fists continued to escalate, pushing Lynn to grow through the relentless onslaught of pain. Lynn was also intrigued by the reason behind the profound pain inflicted by Karp's fist, which seemed to strike deep into the soul. He once inquired of Karp, who replied with a hearty laugh, "Ha ha ha, young lad, this is the iron fist of love I possess. Is it not natural for it to reach the very essence of the soul?" At that moment, Lynn found himself rendered speechless, unable to counter the argument presented. Particularly during this voyage across the Western Sea, he endeavored to envelop his fists with hockey, intending to strike himself. However, all that remained was a mere ache, devoid of the soul-piercing pain characteristic of Karp's formidable punches. Thus, Lynn was compelled to relinquish his intention of employing hockey to inflict blows upon himself. Lynn wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and rose once more from the sands. "Young one, it seems you have grown lax during this time. Ha ha ha, but fear not, for I shall restore your body to its former vigor." With a booming laugh, Karp leaped forward, unleashing a punch brimming with power that caused the air to shriek in response. Lynn's lips curled slightly, realizing that it was not his physical resilience that had faltered, but rather that old rascal Karp had escalated the challenge. He cast a sidelong glance at the medical personnel by the beach. Lynn was well aware that today's training session would be somewhat more intense. After all, aside from the initial few training sessions, Karp had not arranged for any medical personnel to be present. "Today, I fear I may have to be carried back on a stretcher," Lynn pondered quietly to himself. Nonetheless, this was advantageous as it would enable him to swiftly access the latent power within him. With a resounding crash, Lynn was once again sent flying. Yet the pain coursing through his body, coupled with his burgeoning determination, compelled him to rise once more. "Continue," he urged. In Admiral Sengoku's office, a naval officer was presently reporting before him. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Kazan has regained his fighting spirit and has commenced training. Good. Excellent." While the cause of Kazan's renewed zeal remains a mystery, it is undoubtedly a positive development for him, Sengoku remarked, a wave of his hand dismissing the officer. "You may leave now." "Yes, Admiral Sengoku." The sailor responded respectfully before exiting. Meanwhile, the aide, Crane, who was sifting through naval affairs, remarked casually, "Kazan's revival of his former zeal, might it be related to Lynn? After all, they do frequently spend time together. Sengoku smiled in response, regardless of the cause. This is undoubtedly beneficial for the Navy. If Lynn is indeed the catalyst, we ought to express our gratitude. However, I have heard that unreliable old coot, Karp, has been rather rigorous during Lynn's training today. Sigh, I sincerely hope that at tomorrow's commendation ceremony, Lynn isn't hobbling in with bandages and crutches. Courtesy of that troublesome old man. Sengoku lamented. Crane, accustomed to this dynamic, continued to attend to her duties. After all, these two had been bickering since their days as ordinary sailors, and it was a well-known fact that their presence together often resulted in a cacophony of disputes. The relationship between Karp and Sengoku could be deemed as the pinnacle of the Navy. Meanwhile, in the training grounds, Kazan was drenched in sweat, diligently honing his skills, attracting the astonished gazes of fellow trainees, for it had been quite some time since he last graced this place. Amidst his rigorous training, Kazan murmured with a slight smirk. Lynn, if you do not elucidate the meaning of that statement, which has caused me to toil so fiercely, I shall not let you off easily. From Lynn's seemingly relaxed tone, Kazan's observation Haki sensed an unprecedented gravity. It felt as though he was concealing something significant, as if a momentous upheaval were looming on the horizon. In truth, this was indeed the case. The following day dawned clear, with gentle sunlight and a cool northern breeze. At the Marine headquarters, in the plaza of Marineford, the station Marines momentarily set aside their duties and training to converge here. The commendation ceremony was anticipated to foster a spirit of progress among the Marines. During this event, those who had recently distinguished themselves through their commendable achievements would be honored and promoted. Lynn was among them. As time progressed, the expansive plaza gradually filled with Marines, standing shoulder to shoulder. In front of the elevated platform lay numerous rows of seats. The closest row was reserved for the vice admirals, followed by rear admirals, colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, and then the junior officers, including captains, lieutenants, and ensigns. Only those holding the aforementioned ranks were afforded the privilege of sitting, while the officers below these ranks stood respectfully behind. At that moment, a robust elder with short purple hair found his place among the vice admirals in the front row. Although Zephyr had relinquished his position as admiral to become a Marine instructor, none dared to contest his right to sit in the front row. After all, his students permeated the entirety of the Marine headquarters, including renowned figures such as Kazan, Sakazuki, Borsellino, and others, who would dare to challenge him. His students would likely swarm and retaliate fiercely against any dissent. At this juncture, another imposing figure, with a buzz cut of black hair, displaying the signs of age yet still exuding vitality, casually took a seat beside Zephyr. This individual was none other than the Marine hero, Karp. Ah, Zephyr. How have you been? I've heard whispers that age is catching up with you, and your health has declined. Karp chuckled heartily. Humph, Karp. There's no need for your concern. I still have 100 years left in me, Zephyr retorted. Zephyr is undeniably tenacious. Although this group often engages in banter, no one questions the profound camaraderie forged through years of shared sacrifices and battles for the Navy. At the same time that Karp and Zephyr were conversing, Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borsellino arrived in succession, taking their seats. Typically, the Navy is occupied with capturing pirates at sea, leaving little opportunity to return to headquarters. However, with the recent decline in pirate activity, they found a moment to gather here. Karp sat to the left of Zephyr, while Kazan took the seat on his right, followed closely by Borsellino and Sakazuki among other rear admirals. Additionally, several familiar faces of future admirals emerged from the rows behind, including Shurei Tetsu, Fire Mountain, Ghost Spider, Flying Squirrel, Doberman, Bastille, and Dalmesia. Some giant Navy members, due to their immense size, were positioned on the sides to avoid obstructing the view of those behind. Giants like John Giant and LaCroix stood like towering mountains on either side. The Navy's assembly was truly impressive. Such gatherings, however, are infrequent, held only occasionally to inspire the Navy to strive harder in their mission to apprehend pirates. Yet, to be candid, Lynn had never captured a single pirate. Even the staunchly righteous Sakazuki occasionally brought pirates back to be imprisoned and impelled down. But Lynn, despite his extensive battles against pirates at sea, had never returned with one. It is known that, by the surface rules, the Navy does not possess the authority to kill pirates. They are to be captured and imprisoned. Only in cases of refusal to surrender, violent resistance, or threats to the lives of Navy personnel can lethal force be employed. Additionally, in significant events threatening public safety, such as the Marineford War, pirates can be killed on the spot. By the way, where is Lynn? Zephyr inquired curiously. Isn't he with me? Karp gestured behind him with his arm. Upon hearing this, Zephyr turned to look back. The sheer number of Navy personnel made it difficult to see, prompting Zephyr to stand up from his chair and scan the crowd for Lynn. With his tall stature and keen eyesight, he finally spotted Lynn seated in the row designated for majors. At that moment, Lynn had his arms crossed before him, his eyes closed in a state of drowsy contemplation. Upon locating Lynn, Zephyr felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was rather petty of Sengoku to award Lynn such a modest rank after his significant contributions. Zephyr expressed his mild frustration, to which Karp, resonating with his sentiment for the first time, replied, "You're not wrong. Sengoku is indeed rather stingy. Zephyr, you have no idea. In the early days, Sengoku merely intended to bestow the rank of lieutenant upon Lynn for his remarkable achievements. However, after my vigorous advocacy, he reluctantly conferred upon him the rank of major. In my estimation, the eradication of over 20,000 pirates by Lynn in Saogu Town, along with his efforts to rescue countless civilians, certainly warrants the title of Brigadier General. Especially considering that Lynn has recently purged the West Sea of its notorious pirates, such an accomplishment demands that this miserly Sengoku bestow upon him the rank of Rear Admiral. Otherwise, I shall hold him in disdain." Karp, with an intense gaze, spoke protectively. This was precisely the reason Lynn had entered the Navy through Karp's influence. As Karp was fiercely loyal, Zephyr nodded in agreement, acknowledging Lynn's significant contributions in the West Sea, where he dismantled the Shuanglong pirates and liberated many innocents, as well as vanquished numerous nefarious pirates. Surely this time, he should be promoted to Rear Admiral? Furthermore, he is the only individual in Navy history to master the 6 forms and the 2-color hockey in such a brief span. To achieve mastery of both in just 6 months, who could possibly believe it? Yet, it indeed transpired before our very eyes, and he was personally trained by Karp. As Zephyr and Karp united in their judgment of Sengoku's stinginess, a voice interrupted, "I cannot feign ignorance to your words. Tsuru, do not stop me. I must teach Karp and Zephyr a lesson for daring to speak of me behind my back." Tsuru, standing empty-handed behind Sengoku, interjected, "Sengoku, do not speak recklessly. I have not meddled in your affairs." Sengoku replied, "Tsuru, could you not lend me a helping hand?" "Ah, Sengoku," Karp remarked, despite his previous insinuations of Sengoku's stinginess. He still greeted his old friend warmly. Sengoku cleared his throat, pretending as though he had not spoken those harsh words. He was well aware that he could not contend against the united front of Karp and Zephyr. "By the way, Sengoku, what rank will you assign to Lynn?" Zephyr inquired with curiosity, while Karp regarded Sengoku with earnest anticipation. In response to their eager gazes, Sengoku began. "I hope you both understand that since Lynn has been in the Navy for less than half a year." "Do not keep us in suspense, Sengoku," Zephyr urged. Noticing the pause in Sengoku's tone, the elevation of rank depends not only on military achievements but also on experience. Therefore, I intend to assign Lynn the rank of Commodore for now. Once his qualifications are sufficient, I shall promote him further. Sengoku concluded. Unless the Navy finds itself in a dire situation with no available personnel, such as during the Great Conscription 2 years prior to the story's onset, when Fujitora was appointed as an admiral immediately upon his arrival. In simpler terms, Lynn's exceptional capabilities in cleansing the West Sea of pirates have allowed the Navy to relax and subsequently allocate more forces to the Grand Line. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Karp's expression reflected a knowing look. "Zephyr, see, I told you this old miser Sengoku would be stingy." Zephyr raised the teacup from the table, took a sip, and with a hint of disappointment, nodded, saying, "Indeed, Sengoku is quite stingy." Observing his former comrades, who once fought alongside him, displaying expressions of profound disappointment in his performance, Sengoku's lips twitched, and a vein throbbed on his forehead, forming a distinctive pattern. He sternly reprimanded the two, saying, "While you are merely preoccupied with promotions and salary increases, I, as the Marshal acting Marshal, bear a far greater burden of responsibilities. You cannot fathom the pressure that weighs upon me." Meanwhile, Tsuru settled into the vacant seat beside Karp and gently interjected, "Enough, Sengoku. There is no need to quarrel over matters that have already been settled. Since the decisions have been made, let us commence today's assembly. Everyone is present. We await your lead." The once spacious square of Marineford was now brimming with naval personnel. Sengoku took a moment to adjust his appearance before leading several officers to prepare for the proceedings of the assembly. As for Lin, the subject of discussion, he appeared indifferent, resting with his eyes closed. He had endured Karp's relentless attacks for an extended period the previous day. Although Karp's iron fist struck painfully, Lin persevered until 11 at night, driven by sheer willpower. The grueling training that exceeded his physical limits left him somewhat drowsy today. However, to his delight, he discovered that the hidden power within him had begun to establish a connection, with cracks resembling spider webs spreading across a small section of the barrier. As long as he continued this rigorous training, the day he would break through that barrier was drawing near. This was another form of latent strength within him. Following the Blood Flame, at this moment, Marineford was filled with officers and naval personnel, except for a few who were unable to return due to assignments. The assembly was nearly complete. The formidable display of naval power gathered together would likely instill such fear in the pirates that they would lose all desire to fight. As Sengoku ascended the platform, the previously noisy square of Marineford fell into an immediate silence. Many naval officers gazed at the standing Sengoku with respect. Behind Sengoku on the elevated platform, 3 seats designated for admirals remained unoccupied, as he was currently the only admiral in the Marine headquarters. During Lin's time in the Navy, he had not encountered anyone aside from the remaining 2 admirals outside of the battlefield, namely the reluctant Admiral Karp and the recently retired Admiral Zephyr. Thus, the appointments for the 2 new admirals had yet to be finalized. It was only later, when Sengoku was promoted to Fleet Admiral, that Kazan, Sakazuki, and Borisolino ascended to the esteemed position of Admiral, which serves as the face of the Navy. The sole drawback of becoming an admiral is the constant obligation to heed the commands of the celestial dragons. Karp, having repeatedly declined the promotion to admiral, once inspired the fervent Kazan to exclaim, "Mr. Karp, you are truly magnificent." Kazan held a deep admiration for Karp's distinctive character. Upon Sengoku's ascension, he commenced an impassioned speech from a lengthy manuscript he had prepared in advance. This oration only deepened Lin's drowsiness, causing his already partially closed eyes to shut heavily. In contrast, the atmosphere among the other Navy personnel was invigorated, with most displaying expressions of fervor and encouragement. Observing this, Sengoku's lips curled slightly in satisfaction. Next, Sengoku, holding a list, began to announce the names of outstanding Navy personnel from recent times, inviting each one to the stage for commendation and promotion. Those called forth wore expressions of pride and subtle smiles as they stepped forward towards the platform. However, there were also some notably individualistic Navy members who rose in silence, their faces serious as they approached the stage. When Sengoku reached the final 2 words on the list, a deeper smile graced his face. During this period, Lin had proven to be an invaluable asset, significantly alleviating the Navy's pressure from pirates, and could indeed be regarded as the foremost contributor to this commendation ceremony. "Lin," Sengoku called out, casting a smile towards the audience below. However, he was puzzled to find that Lin was not among those who had risen. "Lin," Sengoku repeated. Could it be that Karp, that reckless individual, had injured Lin and sent him to the hospital, leaving him bedridden? A slight grimace crossed Sengoku's face as he inwardly chastised Karp for the trouble he caused. To ascertain Lin's absence, Sengoku activated his observation haki. Soon, he detected a lone figure daring to doze off amidst the assembly of the entire Navy at the commendation ceremony. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku gazed at the slumped figure. Why did that silhouette seem so familiar? Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Lin. "Lin," Admiral Sengoku bellowed, his resonant voice echoing throughout the Marineford Square, causing many sailors unable to withstand the intensity to hastily cover their ears. It had only been a short while since my last return to headquarters. Yet Sengoku's booming voice had intensified. It was nearly deafening. How terrifying. "Fool, speak not so recklessly, lest you attract the attention of the observation haki. Do you wish to be summoned to the office for a reprimand from that thunderous voice?" The sailors shuddered at the thought of being chastised by Sengoku's formidable tone. They would rather face pirates than confront Sengoku. Under the weight of Sengoku's powerful voice, the slumbering figure was finally stirred, slowly lifting his head. "Is it time for a meal?" The boy's voice emerged, slightly dazed and languid. "What?" The nearby sailors were taken aback, astonished that this sailor, who had dared to doze off amid such a significant gathering, would awaken with the question of food. Not only were the sailors speechless, but even Sengoku found himself at a loss for words. "Lin, hurry up. Everyone is waiting for you," Sengoku coughed lightly, gently reminding the newly awakened Lin, showing no hint of reproach. "My apologies, Admiral Sengoku," I was rather fatigued yesterday. Your speech was exceedingly hypnotic, possessing an almost enchanting power that lulled even Lynn in, who wields dual hockey, into a deep slumber. It felt reminiscent of my previous life, where the principal would drone on for ages. Upon realizing the current situation, Lynn rose to his feet. He lifted his sun-kissed, handsome visage, and with his immaculate white naval uniform, he radiated an aura of justice. Every movement he made exuded an irresistible charm that captivated those around him. Ah, it is Major Lynn. I never imagined he would be seated right beside me. Major Lynn is truly striking. The surrounding female sailors were instantly drawn to him, their hands cradling their cheeks, eyes sparkling with affection, utterly enraptured. Lynn appeared somewhat embarrassed, remarking, "It seems I have never tasted the charm fruit." "Ha ha, what a popular fellow." Karp laughed heartily. He continued, "Well, who could blame him for being my disciple?" Zephyr gazed at the unabashed Karp, speechless, taking a delicate sip from his cup of tea, choosing to ignore Karp's insinuations. Internally, he mused, youth is indeed a blessing. He and his wife had met in a similar fashion. Meanwhile, Lynn politely acknowledged the welcoming naval officers, both men and women, as he navigated through the floral throng, smiling and greeting them. Fortunately, these female officers were not so fervent as to rush forward and knock him to the ground. Lynn found it peculiar that while clad in the black coat of a bounty hunter, everyone had feared the sinister chill that emanated from him, perceiving him as a pirate, wishing to flee in terror at the mere sight of him. Yet, upon donning the uniform of the Navy, emblematic of justice, he was met with adoring gazes and the affection of numerous young women. This was indeed a curious phenomenon that Lynn himself could not fully comprehend. However, the reason was quite simple. He belonged to the type that mirrored the shades of his surroundings. The malevolent aura that once surrounded him was subdued by the Navy's righteous attire, rendering him remarkably dependable, radiating an aura of warmth and positivity. Once he distanced himself from the influence of justice, that sinister essence would once again seep forth. Nevertheless, these perceptions were merely external. Lynn's character would remain unaffected. Observing others gradually ascending the stage, Lynn realized he was still some distance from the platform. To reach it, he would need to take his time, ensuring that Sengoku would not be kept waiting for him. Lynn's toes lightly touched the ground, propelling him into the air. He gracefully executed the moonwalk, his feet seemingly treading upon the very air itself as he swiftly advanced towards the elevated platform. "The moonwalk, is it?" Sakazuki remarked, somewhat incredulous. This young man had only joined the Navy for less than 6 months, yet he had already mastered one of the more challenging techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, the moonwalk. However, recalling Lynn's formidable prowess displayed during his confrontation with Kazan, Sakazuki pondered that spending half a year to learn a single technique, albeit one that lacks offensive capability, was not entirely implausible. Nonetheless, dedicating such time to mastering a technique without direct combat utility seemed somewhat of a misallocation of effort. Nevertheless, it was reported that this Navy officer had recently been actively combating pirates in the West Sea, eliminating all foes encountered, a commendable achievement, indeed. With a serious expression, Sakazuki quietly commended him, finding common ground with Lynn in their resolute stance against piracy. Lynn gracefully alighted on the elevated platform, aligning herself alongside the naval personnel. Meanwhile, a fellow sailor, who was also awaiting the awards ceremony, amicably gave Lynn a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Lynn, your moonwalk was executed splendidly." Lynn also smiled faintly, humbly expressing that it was merely average. Once all the naval officers summoned by name were neatly arranged, Sengoku addressed them with some formal remarks before the ceremony of awarding honors and promotions officially commenced. Sengoku personally presented medals and appointment letters to each naval officer who had distinguished themselves during this period and had accumulated military achievements that reached a critical threshold. For instance, a certain naval officer who had vanquished a particular pirate was subsequently announced to be promoted to the next rank. Lynn cast a glance, recognizing several characters he had encountered in his anime. Although there was still a considerable amount of time before the plot commenced, he could discern their identities from their strikingly similar appearances: Fire Mountain, Squirrel, Doberman, Ghost Spider, and Strawberry. Each of them was duly assigned their deserved military ranks by Sengoku, and most bore expressions of excitement, expressing their gratitude to him. Meanwhile, the Navy personnel in the audience looked upon the spectacle with fervent eyes, driven by a burning desire to strive diligently against pirates, aspiring for the opportunity to ascend the stage and receive honors of their own. Lynn had vanquished 20,000 pirates from the notorious Grass Valley, along with the leaders of 4 pirate crews, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million. He had also eradicated the perilous Twin Dragons pirates, who had once obliterated an entire nation, rescuing the innocent denizens of the Adela Islands. Continuing his campaign in the West Sea, he eliminated even more pirate factions. Consequently, his rank was elevated from Major to Brigadier General. Congratulations, Lynn. May you continue your valiant efforts and contribute your sense of justice to the Navy, Sengoku proclaimed, smiling approvingly as he handed over the appointment document for the Brigadier General rank, along with an array of medals symbolizing honor, which he placed upon Lynn's chest. I am willing to offer my heart for justice, Lynn echoed, feeling a twinge of awkwardness at the formal declaration. However, he boldly pounded his fist against his chest, exclaiming, "All right." Hearing Lynn's spirited words and witnessing his impassioned gesture, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, Lynn was remarkable. Zephyr, observing from the audience, also perceived the brilliance in Lynn's display. Thus, the commendation ceremony neared its conclusion. Sengoku then addressed the assembled Navy personnel with inspiring words. Subsequently, a comrade passed him the transponder snail. Now, let us hear from some of our recently active Navy members about their perspectives on what constitutes an exceptional Navy officer. Sengoku stated. His words elicited an enthusiastic response from the audience, eager to understand the qualities that define a distinguished Navy member. Meanwhile, some of the less confident officers on stage hesitantly took a step back, as if fearing a pop quiz from a teacher. Please don't choose me, they thought. For they had never contemplated the question and were at a loss for an answer. After finishing his remarks, Sengoku began to circulate with the transponder snail, his gaze sweeping over the newly promoted officers, a smile gracing his face, until he finally extended the transponder snail toward Squirrel, who felt a flutter of nervousness at being chosen. Yet, his gaze remained resolute as he spoke in a composed manner. I believe that as an exemplary Navy officer, whether confronting pirates or addressing matters, one must uphold a serious and calm demeanor, remaining loyal to one's duties. Unexpected events should not disrupt our composure. I have finished my report, Admiral Sengoku. The voice of the flying squirrel was amplified through the loudspeaker installed in the square, allowing everyone to hear his words. Indeed, Sengoku acknowledged, clearly satisfied with the flying squirrel's statement. Loyalty and composure are indeed qualities that define a distinguished naval officer. With Sengoku's approval, the flying squirrel felt a sense of relief, his chest swelling slightly with honor and pride, while the naval officers below nodded in agreement. Zephyr, seated among them, also smiled subtly, recognizing the flying squirrel as one of his promising disciples, pleased with his remarks. Sengoku then directed the loudspeaker towards a man in his 30s. Sporting an expressionless demeanor and towering black hair, his head resembling a square rod. At this moment, he lacked the thick, long black beard he had at the story's outset. This man was Stolo Berry, a heroic figure who once severely injured enemies, escorted the young girl Keela home, and single-handedly ascended the Red Earth continent to liberate the celestial dragon slaves. Facing the loudspeaker, Stolo Berry paused momentarily before stating flatly, "One must absolutely obey the orders of superiors." After a pause, Sengoku waited, noticing that Stolo had no intention of continuing, and added, "Stolo Berry is correct. As a distinguished Navy officer, one must execute orders from superiors without the slightest hesitation." The naval officers below nodded in unison, recognizing that this was a fundamental duty for every member of the Navy. Next, Sengoku brought the loudspeaker to rest before Doberman, who bore a distinctive mustache, long brown-black curly hair, and scars shaped like X's beneath one eyelid and on his neck. Doberman, one of the vice admirals who had bravely pursued the Whitebeard pirates during the Marineford War and had the audacity to rebuke the Yonko Shanks, was no stranger to valor. At this moment, Doberman bore fewer scars than he did during the war. Seizing the opportunity to speak, he stood tall with a serious expression and declared with fervor, "Admiral Sengoku, I believe that to be an exceptional Navy officer, one must possess a character unafraid of evil. Even in the face of formidable foes, we must step forward for the justice and glory of the Navy. In critical moments, we must be willing to leave behind even our comrades and bravely advance against malevolence. All is for the justice of the Navy." Doberman spoke with an absolute tone, declaring, "Excellent. Though somewhat harsh, I wholeheartedly endorse the resolute stance against evil." His thoughts echoed the notion of absolute justice that once reigned during the Warring States period. Below, Sakazuki smirked slightly, indicating his agreement. Doberman's sense of justice closely aligned with his own. He was destined to ascend to the rank of admiral, and if the opportunity arose, he would certainly employ Doberman to his side. Meanwhile, Zephyr, not far off, offered no commentary but nodded in acknowledgement, recognizing that while Doberman's justice was commendable, it did not fully satisfy his expectations. Upon hearing Doberman's words, a segment of the Marines in Marineford expressed their admiration, believing this to be the justice they had long sought. Conversely, another faction remained silent, anticipating the next speaker to articulate sentiments that would resonate with them. Thus far, the only individual who had garnered the highest approval from the Marines was the words of the Weasel. Next, Sengoku scanned the crowd, swiftly identifying his target, the remarkably capable Spider Demon, who had recently eradicated a pirate threat. However, he was perplexed as to why so many lower-ranking Marines who accompanied Spider Demon on missions returned with significantly fewer numbers. Listening to the preceding Marine speeches, Spider Demon wore an expression of disdain. What do you call justice? Observe mine. I shall demonstrate that my inner sense of justice outshines all. As if his inner thoughts had been overheard, Sengoku approached and presented a din-din mushi to Spider Demon. Meanwhile, some of Spider Demon's subordinates trembled with fear. To be assigned to such a commander was akin to enduring a lifetime of misfortune. They yearned for an opportunity to escape this hellish situation. The man resembled a pirate clad in a navy uniform. Spider Demon, however, was indifferent to his subordinates' thoughts. Even if he were to overhear their discussions, he would remain unperturbed. To him, they were merely instruments for executing his version of justice. In this vast sea, there was no shortage of civilians willing to join the Navy. He could easily replace them with new recruits whenever necessary. He showed no mercy to those who hindered his pursuit of justice. In an uncomfortable, unquestionable tone, Spider Demon proclaimed, "I believe that to be an exceptional Marine, one must unconditionally strike against evil. We must eradicate those wretched pirates at all costs. Anything that obstructs the path of justice must be obliterated. Be it civilians or comrades, all must be prepared to sacrifice for justice, just like a pirate among the crowd. To swiftly combat evil and uphold justice, one must not hesitate to fire." The resolute and unyielding words of the Ghost Spider reverberated throughout Marineford Square, where every Navy officer could distinctly hear his somewhat excessively absolute rhetoric. Below the stage, Sakazuki furrowed his brow slightly. What kind of justice is this? His vehement condemnation of the O'Hara Refuge was aimed at preventing the dissemination of elements that could plunge the world into chaos or even lead to its annihilation. The collateral damage inflicted upon his allies during the war was an unfortunate necessity. After all, his decisive action had indeed eradicated numerous pirates, and the Navy personnel who were inadvertently harmed constituted merely a small fraction, a relatively favorable outcome. Moreover, in the face of deserters, Sakazuki exhibited a measure of leniency, initially urging them to return to the battlefield, only resorting to force when faced with insubordination. The justice you carry, Ghost Spider, is nothing but sheer brutality, Sakazuki mused inwardly, simultaneously questioning whether someone of such disposition could truly embody the role of a Navy officer. Fast forward 2 years into the future. It became evident that Akainu's trust in Punk was indicative of his discernment in evaluating the capabilities of his subordinates. Meanwhile, the subordinates of the Ghost Spider, upon hearing his rhetoric, wore expressions of wry amusement, as if to say, "Indeed, it is as we suspected. We are willing to sacrifice ourselves for justice, but certainly not to be gunned down merely for obstructing your path. This is not the fate we desire." As the Navy personnel below engaged in fervent discussions, grappling with their disagreement over the Ghost Spider's statements, a palpable tension filled the air. Lynn rested his hands on his shoulders, reclining against his back. His pale red eyes gazed upward at the azure sky. A cloud, resembling the shape of a chicken leg, floated by, prompting Lynn to instinctively swallow. At that moment, his thoughts had long since drifted away from the conference, arriving instead at the naval mess hall. Wow, look at how serious and handsome Major General Lynn looks while contemplating. Lynn's fervent female admirers gazed at him with hearts aflame, their excitement palpable as they leaped with enthusiasm. Surely, General Lynn was contemplating how best to respond to the inquiries posed by Admiral Sengoku. How reliable he is. Meanwhile, Kazan, seated casually on a chair, noticed the antics of those female sailors. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, he mused, "Why do I have the impression that this young lad is pondering what to have for lunch today?" Beside Kazan was Palusolino, who would one day become the Yellow Monkey. Even in his youth, he possessed a rather unsavory appearance. With a distinctly lascivious demeanor, he lounged with one leg crossed over the other, idly trimming his nails with a pair of clippers. Upon finishing with one finger, he delicately blew on it. Every gesture, even those that seemed innocuous, exuded an air of lewdness. One cannot help but acknowledge that the yellow monkey is indeed a peculiar talent. It remains a mystery from where the Navy sourced such a hidden gem. Oh dear, this assembly is growing increasingly tedious, Kazan thought. Admiral Sengoku, despite the fact that this could be wrapped up after his appointment, insists on rambling on. He gazed at the figures on stage. The Navy personnel articulating their notions of justice, feeling utterly bored. Lynn. Sengoku's commanding voice jolted the daydreaming Lynn back to reality. It is your turn. The atmosphere shifted as all eyes turned to Lynn, eager to witness how this recently prominent naval star, Blood Flame.He, would articulate his unique understanding of justice. In this unexpected moment, akin to being called upon in a classroom, Lynn cleared his throat. Lynn paused momentarily to organize his thoughts before speaking. I believe that to become an exceptional naval officer, one must adhere to 10 essential principles. Intrigued by Lynn's unique insights, Zhanghua inquired further, what are those 10 principles? Lynn's voice, imbued with confidence and reliability, resonated through the loudspeakers, echoing across the vast expanse of Marineford Square. The Navy personnel held their breath, eagerly awaiting Lynn's continuation. At this pivotal moment, Zephyr nudged the slumbering Karp with his foot. Is it over? Karp mumbled, startled awake, yawning and stretching languidly. Witnessing Karp's ability to doze off in such a moment was disconcerting for Zephyr. Not yet, but it's Lynn's turn to speak now. Ah. Then I shall see what this young lad has to say. Karp rubbed his eyes, still bleary from sleep. Humility, honesty, compassion, valor, justice, sacrifice, honor, perseverance, benevolence, justice. Only those who adhere to these 10 principles can truly be considered exceptional members of the Navy. Lynn spoke with unwavering conviction. At that moment, the atmosphere was so tense that one could hear a pin drop. Could it be that I misjudged Lynn? Was he genuinely contemplating what it means to be an exceptional naval officer? Kazan, drenched in sweat, exclaimed in disbelief. How could he articulate such audacious sentiments with such confidence and assurance? Truly, Lynn has presented an unprecedented perspective. The warring states felt an inexplicable force emanating from those 10 principles, stirring the ideals of justice within him. Lynn, could you enlighten us on the significance of these 10 principles? Warring State's hands trembled slightly, as if he had grasped something profound. The naval officers below also fixed their gaze upon Lynn, eager to glean answers from him. Although Lynn had proposed the 10 principles of the Navy, without his elucidation, no one could comprehend the profound meanings of these words, which might even chart the future course of the Navy. Firstly, humility. One must not exhibit arrogance simply due to their naval identity. An exemplary naval officer must possess the character of humility in dealing with others. When encountering all those who harbor no ill intentions, one should remain courteous and modest. For instance, next is honesty. To earn the trust of others, one must be sincere, facing their own soul with candor and enduring the scrutiny of their own conscience. For example, the third principle is compassion, to express sympathy for those who have encountered misfortune. Lynn meticulously elucidated the 10 guiding principles. As he continued to elaborate, the naval personnel felt an escalating fervor within them. With each profound statement from Lynn, every individual discovered their own path forward. It was as if their inner sense of justice was being continually refined. Upon concluding, all the sailors gazed at Lynn with fervent admiration, overwhelmed by emotion. This was the very essence they had long sought after, the justice that rightfully belonged to the Navy. Lynn illuminated the minds of those who were somewhat bewildered and had a vague understanding of the concept of justice. Sengoku, relinquishing the telephone bug in his hand to a nearby naval officer, fervently applauded, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly remarkable. Lynn, you have articulated your thoughts splendidly. Not only have you incorporated the qualities mentioned by the likes of the Flying Squirrel, Stalaberry, and Doberman into these 10 principles, but you have also refined them comprehensively. My inner doubts have been entirely dispelled by your tenets, allowing my thoughts to become enlightened. I have come to genuinely recognize the virtues that one must embody as a naval officer." The vast assembly of naval personnel below responded to Lynn's speech with thunderous applause. Truly, the rising star of the Navy, Brigadier General Bloodfire Lynn, has thoroughly clarified the uncertainties I encountered on my path to justice. Many among the sailors were moved to tears by his words. At that moment, a seemingly malnourished and emaciated individual in the crowd displayed overwhelming emotion. Tears and snot mingling on his face. "You articulated it beautifully, Brigadier General Lynn," the gaunt man cried. This individual was none other than Penn, who would eventually meet his demise at the hands of civilians. Lynn's 10 principles provided him with a clear direction towards becoming an exceptional sailor. However, at the moment when the sailors felt a profound admiration for Lynn and excitedly rose to their feet, they enthusiastically applauded while maintaining their standing position. Lynn raised his hand, and the applause of all the naval officers gradually subsided. Yet, the tumult within their hearts remained unresolved. The heart within their chests surged with fervent blood, beating violently in the presence of these 10 principles. All eyes were fixed upon Lynn, brimming with anticipation, eager to witness the astonishing words he would utter next. Moved by the discovery of the path to justice, the naval officers wiped away their tears and attentively adopted a listening posture. Sakazuki gazed at Lynn with a serious countenance, while Zephyr lifted his teacup, seeking to soothe his suddenly racing heart. He was aging and could no longer endure such intense stimuli. Kazan also approached the moment with utmost seriousness. Lynn's 10 principles enriched his soul and embodied the justice he believed to be right. Amidst this solemn atmosphere, everyone awaited with bated breath. Lynn spoke abruptly in a tone that was suddenly cold. I apologize, everyone. The 10 principles stated above are merely my ramblings. Please erase them from your minds. A collective gasp reverberated through the room as a multitude of Navy personnel collapsed to the ground, akin to fallen turnips, their legs twitching skyward. Even the towering giants among the Navy emitted a thunderous sound as they succumbed to the earth, creating a profound tremor. The entire venue was engulfed in a cloud of dust and chaos. This is bad. Where are the doctors? Quick, summon a physician. The Navy had been struck down, falling unconscious. Zephyr, too, found himself unsteady, nearly dropping his teacup. Fortunately, having endured numerous tribulations, his heart had grown resilient, sparing him from a sudden cardiac episode. Ha ha. Karp clutched his belly, tears of laughter streaming down his face, nearly rolling on the ground in mirth. What was expected to be a dull assembly had turned into such an amusing spectacle. Thank goodness I did not miss it, ha ha. True to his reputation as a naval hero, Karp remained unaffected by Lynn's remarks, his spirit unyielding. Lynn, unless you provide me with a reasonable explanation, I shall not let this matter rest. Sengoku, with the support of a fellow Navy member, gradually rose from the ground, straightening himself and tidying his slightly disheveled appearance. In order to restore order within the Navy and promote these 10 principles, one must first confront the dragons. Otherwise, all would be in vain. Of course, such thoughts remained concealed within Lynn's heart. If he were to vocalize these intense sentiments, it would not be long before the world government would cast him out as a pirate. He would be expelled from the Navy, his career shattered. Thus, the moment was not yet ripe. It was not the time to unveil his dragon-slaying theory or to upend the table. On a distant planet in another part of the world, a prominent figure of clay art and a literary giant, Mr. Radala, donned a black robe adorned with fiery red clouds, his yellow ponytail secured with a headband, a lock of bangs falling across his forehead. Once proclaimed, before one can truly grow, one must first earn the trust of the enemy. Become a bomb buried within the heart of the foe, continuously growing and expanding. One day, this bomb will blossom into a magnificent explosion of art. One by one, those Navy personnel who had been struck down by Lynn began to rise. Lynn, you must provide us with a reasonable explanation today. A Navy swordsman pointed his finger at the renowned blade at his waist, exhibiting a tendency to draw his sword at the slightest provocation. Meanwhile, the close combat specialists among the Navy flexed their enormous fists, the sound of grinding bones echoing ominously, instilling a profound sense of pressure. It was a sensation akin to having their hopes crushed beneath a heavy foot, shattering the very belief that propelled them forward. Every naval officer who had just placed their trust in Lynn's words was left seething with frustration. Lynn, I am eager to witness how you intend to quell the fury that has been ignited. The warring states stood aside, arms crossed, evidently shaken by Lynn's words. I had come to believe and accept your assertions only for you, the very one who instilled faith in us, to suddenly declare that it was all mere nonsense? Meanwhile, Kazan had regained his composure after the shock and returned to his seat. Should you fail to provide a reasonable explanation, I shall turn you into a popsicle. In the midst of this palpable tension, the atmosphere suggested that if you did not clarify your stance, we would unite after the meeting and exact our collective wrath upon you. Lynn gazed into the distance towards the direction of Mariewa, yearning to articulate his thoughts, yet ultimately chose to remain silent. For he required time to mature, to grow strong enough to contend with that menacing dragon. Under the influence of this formidable beast, every individual in the future would find it impossible to remain uninvolved. Initially, he merely aspired to infiltrate the Navy, seeking strength in its purest form. However, endowed with such immense power and ensnared in a world rife with malevolence, How could he justify not undertaking monumental endeavors worthy of the fiery blood coursing through his veins? Time. What he lacked most was time. Until he completely harnessed his formidable strength, he would continue to dwell within the Navy's ranks. Given that he had fortuitously arrived in this dark world that demanded upheaval, would it not be a pity to neglect the rich cultural heritage of his past life? One day, I shall ignite the flames of my blood across every corner of this world. I will eradicate all filth and corruption, just as Lynn's resolve reached its zenith. An intangible force quietly began to awaken within him. The sound of something shattering echoed deep within his consciousness. Lynn sensed this anomaly and hurriedly endeavored to perceive the fissured barrier that had emerged within him. Lynn suddenly realized that a fragment had broken away from the barrier, emanating a gentle and radiant glow from within. What is this? Lynn slowly raised a hand, curling his palm into a claw. As an invisible force abruptly coalesced between his fingers, under Lynn's command, a transparent mini-tornado gradually took shape. Simultaneously, Lynn felt an unprecedented lightness within his body, as if he could effortlessly float off the ground at will. Could this hidden power within him be telekinesis? "Hey, Lynn, please enlighten us," shouted a sailor from the crowd. "I apologize for the delay. I was lost in thought," Lynn replied. Lynn retracted the surge of power within her. At this moment, upon activating that force, she experienced an inexplicable sense of clarity and refreshment in her mind. Whether this sensation stemmed from the seemingly telekinetic abilities she had awakened remained uncertain. All would be addressed upon her return. Facing the Navy below, who awaited answers, she steeled herself. Lynn is unable to articulate that it is the existence of the celestial dragons which hinders the implementation of the Navy's 10 Commandments. The final tenet of these principles is justice, the eradication of evil. Yet, the greatest malevolence lies above them, rendering Lynn's assertion that these tenets are mere rhetoric. The Navy's principles can only be regarded as a standard for conduct once this monstrous evil has been vanquished and the tenets have been rationalized through collective discourse. The reason these 10 Commandments may seem like mere platitudes to you is quite simple. You are incapable of actualizing them. At least, not at this moment. "Nanny, Lynn, do not underestimate us," exclaimed one. "You wretched being, I thought these commandments were a mere fade. You nearly shattered the conviction I had just acquired." It turns out that Lynn merely underestimated their potential. Upon hearing this, the Navy personnel wiped the cold sweat from their brows and sighed in relief. As long as it isn't a deception, that's all that matters. I maintain that these 10 principles, which resonate with infinite strength, could not possibly be false. Simultaneously, Lynn's disdainful demeanor stirred a fervent ambition within the Navy. The atmosphere grew increasingly fervid. Meanwhile, Sengoku observed the previously diverted course gradually realigning itself. Returning to the theme of the commendation ceremony, aptly named Inspiration, he felt a profound sense of exasperation. "Lynn, oh Lynn, you are truly a man of wonders." The warring states could not help but marvel in his heart. Just moments ago, he feared that this awards ceremony would conclude in disarray. Yet, to his astonishment, a reversal occurred. However, if one must select an exceptional naval officer capable of fulfilling the 10 guiding principles, to my knowledge, there exists but one individual within the Navy who can embody all 10 principles. Lynn has once again dropped a bombshell, causing a stir throughout the venue. What? Who could it possibly be? How could he have achieved the daunting 10 principles? These principles are simply unattainable without extensive study. The naval officers buzzed with speculation. "Lynn, please don't keep us in suspense. Just tell us." Within, Jean was stirred with excitement, a smile gracing his lips. Among the Navy, it seemed he alone could meet the standard of the 10 principles. As anticipation mounted among the naval officers, Lynn slowly raised his hand, pointing it towards the crowd. Each officer who felt the lingering presence of Lynn's hand swallowed nervously. Could it be them? As everyone's hopes peaked, Lynn's hand came to rest on Karp, who was seated with a teacup in hand, parched from laughing too heartily moments before. Instantly, the gaze of the crowd converged upon Karp. No way. How could it possibly be Vice Admiral Karp? Indeed, although he was hailed as a hero of the Navy, the disheveled Karp could hardly be that individual. Ha ha ha. Indeed, the one Lynn refers to, who embodies the Navy's 10 principles, is none other than myself, Karp declared, setting down his teacup. Chuckling heartily like a Nobel laureate and straightening his tie, brimming with vitality, Bengoku on stage felt a tinge of regret. That person was not him. Watching Karp's smug demeanor, Bengoku merely shook his head. Karp was light years behind him. That individual was certainly not Karp. Sure enough, Lynn's hand glided past Karp, landing upon Zephyr. That person was none other than teacher Zephyr, who had nurtured countless exceptional students. Karp, who had been left in a state of false hope, was now somewhat exasperated. "What? You little rascal, are you toying with me? Very well. From now on, I shall hold nothing back in training. Prepare to receive my iron fist, struck in the name of love." Boom. Zephyr, who had been singled out by Lynn, stiffened as if struck by lightning. The teacup he had consumed 16 cups of tea from during the conference, which had survived Lynn's previous thunderous revelation, finally succumbed, slipping from Zephyr's grasp and shattering upon the ground. Lynn's words resonated deeply within Zephyr's soul. Was he truly an outstanding member of the Navy? Was he indeed the exemplary officer who fulfilled the Navy's 10 principles? Zephyr found himself in a state of bewilderment. Ever since the tragic demise of his family, he had never considered himself an exceptional naval officer. Yet now, his disciple Lynn was asserting that he was indeed a remarkable member of the Navy. An indescribable surge of emotions welled up within him. Subsequently, Lynn began to recount the life of Zephyr, sharing many tales that Zephyr himself had imparted to him, albeit with embellishments. Through a series of events that transpired in Zephyr's life, Lynn meticulously enumerated the qualities that aligned with the Navy's 10 guiding principles. Astonishingly, every single one of these qualities corresponded perfectly with the Navy's esteemed standards. The assembly was swayed by Lynn's eloquence and unanimously recognized Zephyr as an undeniably outstanding naval officer. It turned out that the most distinguished naval officer was right among them, in the form of their humble teacher, Zephyr. The respect and admiration from the Navy members towards Zephyr reached unprecedented heights. Even Ghost Spider, known for his ruthlessness towards his subordinates, exclaimed in excitement, "Marvelous, teacher Zephyr." Initially skeptical of the 10 principles, he had no objections when the beneficiary was his mentor. After all, he was the man who would shed tears over Zephyr's demise in the future conflict against the Navy headquarters, forever cherishing the debt of gratitude he owed to Zephyr. Lynn found himself somewhat perplexed by the enigmatic figure of Ghost Spider, who, despite exhibiting a ruthless demeanor towards his subordinates, harbored genuine emotions for those close to him. The Navy personnel cast respectful glances towards Zephyr, while Lynn couldn't help but smile faintly, reflecting inwardly, "Teacher Zephyr, I believe I have repaid a fraction of your kindness. At the very least, I have enabled you to momentarily transcend the sorrow of losing your loved ones. Once the forthcoming event concludes, I shall have no further debts to you." As Sengoku delivered his succinct and motivating farewell remarks, the awards ceremony reached its conclusion. Suddenly, one of the Navy members mischievously remarked, "Admiral Sengoku, Brigadier General Lynn just stated that the 10 naval principles are mere nonsense and rendered them void. Does that mean he has not answered your question?" With this provocation, the audience erupted in approval. Sensing the ill intentions of those eager to retaliate against him, Lynn chuckled, acknowledging their grudges. "Very well, I shall accept your challenge. Then, Lynn, how does one become an exceptional Navy officer, or rather, what do you deem to be true justice?" Sengoku inquired once more, adopting a serious tone and increasing the difficulty, curious to see how Lynn would respond this time. Lynn, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "I believe that true justice is ensuring that every individual in the world has enough to eat, allowing everyone to wear a genuine smile." Upon finishing his statement, the atmosphere fell into silence once more. This notion of justice appeared remarkably straightforward and unpretentious. The idea of nourishing the entire global population seemed almost unattainable. Nevertheless, everyone acknowledged Lynn's vision of justice, recognizing it as a challenging path worthy of their respect. A significant portion of the lower-ranking Navy enlisted precisely because they could not afford to feed themselves. Hence, Lynn's concept of justice resonated deeply with them. Meanwhile, T-Pen, seated in the audience, was profoundly moved by Lynn's heartfelt and soul-stirring declaration, shedding tears that flowed more freely than when he had first heard the 10 Commandments. Yet, the sailors beside him did not mock his disheveled appearance, for they shared the same sentiments. Brigadier Lynn is truly an officer who cares deeply for the common people, inspiring genuine admiration and a desire to follow him. At present, Colonel Penn does not yet hold a high rank. However, Penn has developed a yearning to stand beside Lynn and embark on the pursuit of this arduous yet righteous cause. Thus, the commendation ceremony concluded with the final remarks of the warring states. Lynn made a remarkable impression at this conference, capturing the spotlight and becoming a familiar face among the naval personnel, ultimately earning the admiration of the entire lower-ranking Navy with his final statement. The rewards were abundant. As he exited the venue, passing naval officers greeted him warmly, to which Lynn responded with a gracious smile. Fortunately, He did not encounter anyone attempting to place a bag over his head or harboring thoughts of assaulting him. As he walked by Guillaume, she surprisingly bestowed upon him a rare smile, complimenting him. "Newcomer, quite capable indeed. I particularly appreciated your 10 naval principles." With that, she elegantly strode away, her long legs visible beneath her spacious naval coat. Lynn's assessment was succinct, quite fair. He departed the venue safely. Lynn returned to his dormitory in the officers' quarters. Room 606. Although he had been promoted to the rank of brigadier general, certain awards had yet to be dispensed. It was anticipated that he would be able to relocate tomorrow to a more spacious and comfortable area designated for brigadier generals. At last, Lynn would have the opportunity to practice in the yard, with some leisure time at his disposal. He intended to roll up his sleeves and delve into the exploration of the latent power within him that had begun to awaken. Suddenly, a rhythmic knocking resonated from outside the door. Lynn activated his observation hockey and sensed a presence that undoubtedly belonged to Kazan. This fellow had just taken quite a tumble. Surely he wasn't here to cause trouble, was he? To be on the safe side. Lynn exchanged a few bottles of fine liquor from the system and arranged them neatly on the table. He then twisted the doorknob and opened the door. Standing before him was the tall and slender figure of Kazan, with his tousled black hair. "Ah, Lynn, you've truly captured the spotlight today. Nearly every Navy officer recognizes you now," he remarked as he nonchalantly strolled inside. However, upon noticing the bottles of liquor on the table, his eyes sparkled with delight. Swiftly circumventing Lynn, he seized a bottle and exclaimed, "I didn't realize you had a hidden stash. Since you don't drink, allow me to indulge on your behalf." "Lynn, you are truly quite unreserved. Do as you please." "Really? Shall I take it all then?" Kazan remarked, lifting the wine from the table as he prepared to depart. "By the way, didn't you have something to discuss with me?" Lynn inquired. "Never mind. Even if I were to ask, you likely wouldn't divulge anything. Let us postpone this for another day. I shall take my leave now." Kazan exited, wine in hand. Lynn shook her head, remarking on the peculiar individual. After closing the door, she locked it securely. "Now, let me delve into the newfound power I have acquired." Lynn stepped into the vacant space at the center of the living room, positioning herself with poise. She allowed her body to relax, once again channeling that peculiar force within her outward. It was at this moment that an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. Lynn's feet astonishingly lifted off the ground, floating gracefully into the air. "I have acquired the ability to fly." Lynn was filled with joy. It is well known that in the world of One Piece, the ability to fly is a rare and precious skill. Thus, she was pleasantly surprised to have acquired it herself. It seems that enduring Karp's iron fist during this time was not in vain. The rewards reaped are indeed substantial. Lynn, filled with a sense of wonder, floated through the living room like a specter, gliding effortlessly in the air. Once the novelty wore off, he finally settled his feet firmly upon the floor. Although the flames of his blood allowed him to briefly maneuver through the air with the force of compression, it was not true flight, and could not be sustained for long. At this moment, Lynn had truly acquired the ability to soar. He had just tested it, discovering that he could currently only fly at the height of the living room, but with subsequent advancements, he would surely ascend to greater heights. Lynn intended to explore the potential alternate applications of what might be a supernatural ability. The sky was adorned with azure expanses and fluffy white clouds. A large bird soared gracefully across the heavens. In the village, someone waved to coax the newsbird down, exchanging 50 berries for a copy of today's newspaper. The publication proved to be exceedingly dull. The villager lamented that the 50 berries were squandered. In a world devoid of electronic entertainment, such as televisions and mobile phones, the common folk primarily engaged in leisure by either drinking in taverns or purchasing the newsbird's newspapers. This was their sole and swiftest means of acquiring information from beyond their immediate surroundings. As that villager, feeling profoundly bored while gazing at the newspaper in hand and making his way homeward, suddenly encountered a statement following the 10 naval principles that utterly captivated his attention. "I believe that true justice lies in ensuring that all people around the world are well fed and can reveal their heartfelt smiles." Though these words appeared unremarkable, they stirred tumultuous waves within the villager's heart, causing his pupils to constrict. How could there be a navy that genuinely cares for their welfare? The villager exclaimed in disbelief. Those lofty, powerful figures actually concerned themselves with the lives of commoners. He recalled this naval officer, having seen him in earlier editions of the newspaper, a noble marine who rescued civilians from pirates. It was none other than the bane of all evil, the rising star of the Navy, Blood Flame Lynn. The fact that such a personage cared so deeply for them brought the villager to tears. Hey, everyone, look. Big news. The villager excitedly clutched the newspaper and rushed towards the more populated areas of the village. Instantly, upon seeing that statement, everyone felt a warmth bloom within their hearts. Abuzz with discussions about Lynn. I acknowledge it. This individual is a commendable marine. A truly good person. Similar scenes unfolded across villages worldwide, etching Lynn deeply into their memories. Blood Flame Lynn left an indelible impression in their hearts. Most villagers harbored hopeful anticipation, yearning for this noble marine to successfully implement such justice upon the seas. They were willing to wait, no matter how long it took, whether it be 10 years or 20. They would strive to survive, simply hoping to witness that day in their lifetimes. On another front, at a heavily fortified naval base in the first half of the Grand Line, Atlas, having completed his menial tasks for the day, was diligently training on the ground to strengthen his somewhat frail physique. 201, 202, 203. As Atlas perspired profusely, pouring forth his fervor, a figure clad in a naval uniform approached. The lower-ranking sailor, with a warm smile, extended a newspaper to Atlas, saying, Atlas, there's news about that individual. You might find today's edition to your liking. Thank you, Senior. Atlas expressed profound respect towards the seasoned sailor of the naval base. Despite being an ordinary civilian without connections, they showered him with kindness. Here, among them, they resembled a family. Such a nurturing atmosphere instilled in Atlas an unwavering resolve to grow stronger. I must become formidable enough to protect everyone. This sentiment surged within the young man's heart. By the way, Atlas, do not rush your training. It can lead to physical strain and injury. I see you've been training for half the day. It's time to take a break and rest, the junior sailor advised with concern. Yes, understood, Senior. Observing Atlas's vibrant demeanor, the sailor waved goodbye with a smile. Atlas then paused his training, seated himself upon nearby equipment, and unfolded the newspaper. As he opened it, he was met with the 10 principles of the Navy as articulated by Lynn: humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, honor, perseverance, benevolence, and righteousness. Below these terms lay Lynn's elucidations, straightforward and comprehensible. Remarkable. Truly, Mr. Lynn is exceptional. The young man's eyes sparkled as he absorbed the tenets of becoming an exemplary sailor, grappling with his own uncertainties regarding justice and how to act upon them. Atlas gained a deeper understanding. I have resolved, upon returning home, I will affix these 10 principles above my bedside, reciting them 10 times each morning. Mr. Lynn, await my transformation. I shall become a powerful sailor that will astonish you and earn your recognition. The young Atlas's gaze was resolute. In the world of pirates, as long as one possesses a formidable will to propel oneself forward, what concern is there that one cannot grow strong? On the other side of the Grand Line, within the G213 branch, Hansen, having triumphed over the incident involving the Double Dragon pirates, achieved distinction by breaking through to the realm of the Sword Master and was promoted to the rank of Colonel in the Grand Line branch. It is noteworthy that the prestige of a Colonel in the Four Seas is markedly inferior to that of a Colonel in the Grand Line. The former ranks 3 tiers lower than their counterparts in the headquarters, relegating them to a status akin to that of a mere lieutenant upon reaching the Navy headquarters. Having transcended the mastery of the sword, Hansen was dispatched to the G213 branch, assuming the role of base commander. At that moment, Hansen had just returned from a mission. Aboard his vessel, which was laden with a group of recently apprehended pirates notorious for their misdeeds. Accompanying him were several children. As the ship docked at the port of G213, families of the tear-streaked children hastily approached. The tension in their hearts was only released when the children rushed down from the ship, unleashing a torrent of tears from the parents. How wonderful you're back, my child. Oh, how I've missed you. One by one, they embraced their children with fervor. I'm sorry, Mom and Dad, for causing you worry, the children cried, enveloping their parents in heartfelt embraces. Thank you, Colonel Hansen, for bringing our children back. The parents, holding their children tightly, expressed their gratitude in unison towards Hansen. Around the port, a gathering of civilians began to form, casting appreciative glances at the gallant naval officer. Hansen, with a hearty smile, urged them to return home, asserting that it was his noble duty. Having vanquished yet another evil, Hansen felt elated. He had been tirelessly engaged at sea, diligently pursuing his sense of justice. Just as he was escorting the captured child trafficking pirates to prison, a fellow naval officer approached him, handing him today's newspaper. Upon receiving it, Hansen's gaze was stirred as he read, Lynn, You are truly remarkable. I find myself lagging far behind you. He chuckled heartily after perusing the 10 Commandments, especially the final one that promised sustenance for all. Meanwhile, Lynn was approached by the Navy from the Affairs Department, who escorted him to his newly assigned residence, complete with a courtyard. Mr. Lynn, I hear you are moving. I'm here to assist. At that moment, Rocinante, slightly out of breath, approached with a smile. Having witnessed the events of the previous day, Rocinante held an immense admiration for Lynn, who was a few years his junior. Ah, Rocinante, good morning, Lynn replied, returning the smile. He felt quite pleased with Rocinante, his steadfast and justice-driven aide, although the current Rocinante is so feeble that Lynn could topple him with a mere breath. As long as there exists a heart filled with goodwill, Lynn is more than willing to guide this underdog toward a remarkable resurgence of strength. Just envisioning the future Cresson. With a foot planted triumphantly upon the defeated Doflamingo, Lynn imagines declaring, "Foolish older brother, it is I who have emerged victorious. Surrender gracefully and accept the justice of your capture." The mere thought of this scene brings a sense of amusement to Lynn. Lynn and Rocinante, under the guidance of a naval officer, arrived at a tranquil residence. The officer produced a key and unlocked the grand entrance. Upon stepping inside, they were immediately enveloped by the fragrance of blooming flowers. A leisurely exploration of the courtyard revealed an array of verdant potted plants, meticulously maintained and devoid of any untamed weeds, suggesting recent care. Unlike Karp's aquatic scenery, this abode offered Lynn ample space for privacy and activity, allowing him the opportunity to train discreetly when the need arose. After escorting Lynn to the residence and handing over the key, the naval officer bid farewell and busied himself with other duties. The house itself was a modestly modern two-story structure, with Rocinante's assistance. The interior furnishings were swiftly arranged to Lynn's desired layout. Subsequently, Lynn instructed Rocinante to retrieve a few belongings from his former residence, merely some clothing and lightweight items. It was indeed gratifying to have someone to direct. Reporting, "Mr. Lynn, I have brought the items you requested," Rocinante announced. "Just place them over there." Lynn gestured toward an empty corner. Having settled into his new abode, everything was now in order. Lynn gently patted Rocinante on the shoulder, expressing, "You've worked hard, Rocinante. Come, allow me to treat you to a meal and some relaxation." "Oh no, please, it is my honor to host you, Mr. Lynn," Rocinante replied respectfully. "Ha ha ha, is that so? I hope you won't come to regret it. By the way, Rocinante, don't you have training today?" Lynn closed the door to her residence and departed with Rocinante. It was a day of respite, as Rocinante remarked. That explains why he had the leisure to visit today. Lynn nearly forgot that at Zephyr's elite naval training camp, one is allowed a day of rest every fortnight. However, Lynn chose not to take any breaks, instead dedicating all his time to training. As the two engaged in conversation while departing the naval base, they were approached by a guard. "Good day, please present your exit permits," the naval officer requested. Rocinante, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "Mr. Lynn, I seem to have forgotten mine. Please wait a moment while I retrieve it from the exit affairs office ahead." "Wait." Upon hearing Rocinante's words, the naval officer scrutinized Lynn closely before recognizing him. He hastily added, "If it is Brigadier Lynn, there is no need for such formalities. You may proceed freely. This is the directive of the warlord of the Sengoku era. Those deemed loyal to the Navy are permitted unrestricted access to the residential areas." "My apologies, Brigadier Lynn. I did not recognize you at first," the guard said sheepishly. The officer had failed to identify Lynn due to the low brim of his hat. Lynn discovered that this naval officer was a new face. It was no wonder that during his previous outing to seek Zephyr, he had not been hindered, as he was not in uniform. It appeared that an official permit was required for such excursions, yet Sengoku seemed to have granted himself a privilege. No matter. Lynn waved his hand and, taking long strides, led Rocinante away from the naval base. They arrived at a vibrant residential area brimming with life. Here, one could find a bustling market selling fresh produce, as well as clothing stores, restaurants, and more. Lynn observed numerous naval officers clad in their uniforms, engaged in jovial conversations while strolling down the street. "Mr. Lynn, I am aware of a barbecue restaurant renowned for its delectable dishes. I have visited this establishment on several occasions." Rocinante smiled as he recommended a place he frequented. "Very well." Lynn nodded. To be honest, he had only visited this place once before while searching for Zephyr, and he hadn't taken the time to truly explore it then. Today, however, was a rare opportunity to venture out, and he intended to savor every moment. Most of his time at the Navy headquarters was consumed by rigorous training. After their meal, He planned to stroll around a bit before meeting with the members of the fleet he commanded later in the afternoon. As they passed through a familiar street, Lynn experienced a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of the alley where Akina dealt with deserters. Under the guidance of Rocinante, the two navigated through the sparse crowd toward a shop. Just then, a burly figure with short purple hair appeared ahead. It was Zephyr. At that moment, he was perusing selections at a fish stall. After inspecting the offerings, he furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly uninterested in the lackluster fish, and was about to leave. Teacher Zephyr. Despite his advanced age, Zephyr remained robust and attentive. He turned towards the source of the voice and soon spotted Lynn waving alongside Rocinante. Ah, Lynn. His usually stern countenance softened into a knowing smile upon seeing his pupil. Inside the barbecue restaurant, the meat sizzled on the grill, releasing fragrant wisps of steam. Rocinante expertly added various seasonings, filling the air with an enticing aroma. Lynn, I truly appreciate your support yesterday. Being recognized as an exemplary naval officer has rejuvenated Zephyr. His spirits have lifted remarkably, as if the heavy fog that had long clouded his heart has begun to dissipate. Not at all. I merely spoke the truth. You rascal. Zephyr chuckled, bemused by Lynn's earnestness. Lynn's words had inadvertently transformed him into a figure of aspiration among many naval officers, who now regarded him with great respect. This newfound status compelled Zephyr to remain vigilant. If he had become a role model, he must also uphold the standards expected of him. This was one of Lynn's intentions. By bestowing upon Zephyr this heavy burden of celebrity, he ensured that Zephyr would no longer dwell on past regrets. As Lynn and Zephyr engaged in light conversation, Rocinante skillfully plated the grilled meat into 2 dishes and presented them to Lynn and Zephyr. Well done, Rocinante, Lynn praised, admiring his adept grilling skills. Lynn is skilled in the culinary arts, and it is evident that Rocinante has mastered the timing and seasoning to perfection. Hee, Rocinante chuckled modestly, scratching his head. What a pity, Zephyr lamented. If only we had a bottle of white wine at this moment. Lynn could no longer resist consuming all of his white wine. After savoring the rich and full-bodied flavor of that exquisite liquor, any other drink pales in comparison. Teacher Zephyr. I shall procure a few bottles from Teacher Karp for you later. I truly appreciate it, Lynn. I heard that old chap made a trip to the East China Sea and returned with several cases of wine. Sengoku pleaded with him for quite some time before finally securing a single bottle. Of course, Zephyr also wished to approach Karp for some wine, but he felt somewhat hesitant due to his pride. He recounted how Sengoku had to beg Karp for an extended period before obtaining just 1 bottle. Lynn couldn't help but marvel at the remarkable bond between the two individuals. Previously, Zhanghua had greedily consumed the white wine shared by Cap, locking it away in a safe, which had incited Cap's considerable fury. To her astonishment, she ultimately managed to procure a bottle of wine from Cap's possession. Lynn impaled a piece of meat with her fork and brought it to her lips, savoring each delicate chew. The flavor is indeed delightful. No wonder it has garnered the approval of Rocinante. However, merely indulging in roasted meat feels somewhat lacking. Lynn raised her hand and called for the waiter, who promptly approached. Good sir, how may I assist you? She inquired. Do you have any flatbreads? We do not, but we can prepare some for you right away, came the reply. Their establishment is not merely a barbecue restaurant. They also offer a selection of baked goods. Lynn articulated her request. After a brief interval, the server presented a plate of the pancakes Lynn had requested, still steaming and freshly prepared. Lynn's modest request posed no challenge whatsoever to the chefs. He placed a perfectly proportioned flatbread onto a plate, followed by succulent roasted meat and cooked vegetables, before rolling it up. He then took a generous bite, savoring the flavors. Zephyr observed Lynn's appetizing demeanor and decided to sample a piece of flatbread himself. To his surprise, this unconventional combination offered a delightful taste. The medley of flavors blossomed in his mouth, prompting Zephyr to close his eyes and relish the experience. Indeed, this method of consumption proved to be rather intriguing. Admiral Sengoku. Rocinante suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, pausing his actions to call out softly. Just as Lynn and Zephyr were enjoying their meal, several figures approached them. Leading the group was Sengoku, accompanied by Crane and the elegantly long-legged Guion. Upon recognizing Lynn, Zephyr, and Rocinante, Sengoku greeted them with a smile. The group settled at a table nearby, separated by a short distance. The waiter brought the menus, and Crane and Guion, akin to sisters, engaged in a close discussion about their selections. How fortunate to find you here, Sengoku, Zephyr said, swallowing his food and sipping a glass of water before speaking leisurely. Sengoku chuckled. Thanks to the recent efforts of the Navy, the seas have gradually become more peaceful, granting me a moment to breathe. After finishing my meal, I must return to work. What a coincidence to run into you all. He then turned to Lynn and continued, Lynn, you have truly worked hard during this time. Be sure to take a well-deserved rest. Lynn nodded. That suits me perfectly. However, it seems to me that you remain restless, Sengoku remarked with a chuckle. I suspect this lad will continue to endure a beating from Karp today. Yet, Sengoku's assumption was flawed. Today, Lynn was indeed taking a break. With no intention of visiting Karp. Rather than rest, one could say he was secretly honing the newly acquired power akin to a form of psychic ability. After yesterday's exploration, Lynn had developed several new techniques. If one were to compare the Blood Flame to this nascent power, insisting on discerning which was superior, it would undoubtedly be the Blood Flame. After all, he had spent nearly 7 years cultivating that ability to reach its current state, far beyond the incomplete force within him. At present, this power merely revealed the tip of the iceberg. Its true potential remains uncertain. Nevertheless, the ability to fly, once enhanced, would offer Lynn immeasurable advantages. Despite his current limited altitude, such a skill is exceedingly rare across these vast seas. With the aid of flight, his combat agility would experience a significant boost. Before long, the dining table was adorned with various grilled meats, sizzling and emitting white smoke under the deft hands of Gion and Tsuru. This afternoon, I will assemble your fleet. You now possess your own warship, Sengoku stated as he placed a piece of vegetable on the grill, the sizzling sound providing a soothing backdrop. Lynn nodded and subsequently engaged in conversation with Zephyr about various matters. Unbeknownst to them, the meat on the dining table gradually diminished until the plates were entirely cleared. The three had nearly finished their meal. Rocinante rose to his feet and waved to summon the waiter for the bill. Good sir, your total amounts to 860,000 berries. It was still Lynn and Zephyr who looked after Rocinante, sparing him from the burden of returning his life. Otherwise, they would have had to spend at least 3.5 million to satiate their appetites completely. The ingredients at this modest establishment would likely be depleted after a few restocking trips. Rocinante counted and realized that the meal had cost far too much. He simply did not have enough money. He then glanced awkwardly at his guardian, seeking assistance. Haha. Let your meal expenses be on me. I'll take care of it, said Warring States, laughing heartily, clearly showing great affection for his adopted son, Rocinante. Lynn, too, retracted his motion to retrieve money from his spatial ring. After bidding farewell to Warring States and Kurizumi, they exited the barbecue shop. After parting ways with Zephyr, Lynn and Rocinante headed off in opposite directions. Upon returning to the naval base, they proceeded with their respective tasks. Lynn, by the way, Rocinante, your name is rather lengthy. Henceforth, I shall refer to you simply as Rossi. Is that agreeable? Lynn, after contemplating a few matters, suddenly spoke up. Originally, Rocinante was not particularly renowned within the Navy, and few were acquainted with him. It would be wise to keep his full name under wraps for the time being. After all, he is now the infamous Blood Flame Lynn, who is ruthlessly vanquishing pirates across the seas. In the future, he is destined to conquer many formidable pirates, and the title of Rocinante's lieutenant will undoubtedly gain notoriety upon the waves. When the time comes, should Sengoku send someone to infiltrate Doflamingo's ranks? Discovering that Rocinante serves as his lieutenant, one can only imagine the expression that will grace Doflamingo's face. He would likely rest his hand upon his forehead, revealing that signature grin. Ho ho ho, my long-lost Oda, you have now become the Blood Flame Lynn, with such a prestigious lieutenant by your side. It seems you have fared quite well these years. If such a scenario unfolds, it is likely that Sengoku's infiltration plan would be utterly foiled. Lynn speculates that the identity of Rocinante as the brother of Doflamingo may not yet have been uncovered in the Wano country. However, it is likely that this revelation will emerge within the year, after which he will be dispatched to infiltrate and become a cadre of the family, ultimately rising to the position of leader of the red-haired army, known as Clarson. There is also the possibility that Rocinante may voluntarily disclose his identity and request to serve undercover alongside Doflamingo, thereby acquiring intelligence about the underground arms organization established by him. Regardless of the scenario, the truth will soon be revealed. Rocinante, no problem, Mr. Lynn. I am delighted that you address me in such a manner. Rocinante did not hesitate long over the name. He smiled, expressing his willingness. Lynn and Rocinante agreed to meet at 3 p.m. They parted ways and returned to their respective residences, closing the gate to the courtyard behind them. Lynn stood firmly on the cobblestone path leading to the house. With a slight concentration, an enigmatic force once again surged forth from within him. His body felt weightless as his feet lifted off the ground. Yet, Lynn had no intention of settling for this. He continued to focus, expanding the essence deep within his spiritual sea throughout his being. Gradually, he became suffused with that peculiar energy, persistently amplifying his output in an attempt to draw forth more power from the small void behind him. Akin to the size of a ball. Just as the force he could wield reached its critical threshold, his short black hair surprisingly began to float, lending him an ethereal aura. Simultaneously, unbeknownst to Lynn, several strands of hair atop his head had gradually transformed into a silvery hue. Though this change was subtle, barely noticeable, it was nonetheless a shift in color. Each strand that turned silver was infused with vitality and spirit. An invisible wave radiated outward from Lynn, forming a circle that expanded into the surroundings. Within this expanding circle, all things were vividly imprinted in Lynn's mind, including Rocinante, who had returned to the dormitory, and Kazan, who was diligently training on the field. How peculiar it was for that laid-back fellow Kazan to appear in such a setting. Also present were Karp, napping in the courtyard, and Sakazuki, preparing for a mission, alongside the Navy personnel relaxing in the bathhouse. Everything perceived by Lynn is remarkably vivid, akin to being present at the scene, observing with one's own eyes. No, it is even clearer than what the naked eye can behold, including the glistening pores of the sweating sailors in training. In comparison to the ability to sense the enemy's location through emotional perception, the capabilities of observation hockey are utterly astonishing. What an extraordinary power it is. Lynn ultimately determined that the sphere he disseminated possessed a perceptible radius of approximately several kilometers, centered around himself. Moreover, this was merely the nascent stage of Lynn's power, akin to the size of a small aperture. By persistently honing his abilities, he aimed to penetrate and clear all the barriers that resembled a perceptual wall. Lynn could scarcely fathom the magnitude of the terrifying power she had acquired. It was a force potent enough to overturn the very fabric of this world. In the most literal sense, she could potentially reshape the entire realm of One Piece with a mere thought. The possibility of obliterating this planet with a single notion was not beyond the realm of imagination. However, what troubled Lynn was that upon activating this power and attempting to probe its depths, she discovered a barrier akin to an unending expanse, one from which she could sense no conclusion. At the current pace, it seemed that even if she were to live a full life in this world, she would never be able to fully penetrate that barrier. It was plausible that not just in this lifetime, but in the next and the one after, she would remain unable to breach it entirely. There existed another possibility, that this barrier was, in fact, boundless. As it stood, Lynn had merely created a minuscule opening, no larger than a marble, in that infinitely vast barrier. Lynn merely experienced a fleeting headache, without succumbing to confusion. Regardless, the existence of such formidable power within him was an extraordinary boon. He firmly believed that with persistent effort, he would eventually master this ever-strengthening force. Moreover, a vague yet tantalizing thought lingered in his mind. If he were to completely dismantle that barrier-like obstruction, would he transcend humanity itself and become a deity capable of wielding omnipotence? However, as it stood, he was merely a human, and his lifespan was woefully inadequate. Lynn merely indulged in his thoughts, relishing the experience in silence. However, what left him even more perplexed was whether the formidable power behind this barrier belonged to him, or was rather a byproduct of the incomplete resource system he possessed. To be candid, this resource system had not provided him with any means to enhance his strength. Most of the items available for exchange resembled more of auxiliary nature, such as food, storage tools, medical supplies, and daily necessities. Yet, Lynn held a profound appreciation for this resource system, finding great satisfaction in it. He had already invested a substantial amount of money, hoping that the system would not suddenly abscond with his funds. Phew. Lynn exhaled deeply, retracting his strength within, his feet leaving the ground as his body floated half a foot above the stone slab, gradually coming to rest. Unbeknownst to him, the strands of silver hair began to fade, transforming back to their original ebony hue. The extraordinary aura that had enveloped Lynn vanished entirely, as if everything that had just transpired was but an illusion. Before long, the clock struck 3 in the afternoon. Mr. Lynn, the fleet members have assembled, and the warlord has sent me to seek your presence. A gentle, melodic voice floated in from the doorway. It was none other than Lynn's newly appointed adjutant, Rocinante. With Rocinante's arrival, Lynn retracted the invisible blade that had coalesced in his palm, a power he had been diligently exploring. From yesterday until now, he had been deepening his understanding of this remarkable force. Lynn has come to a profound understanding of the nature of the force she has awakened. It can be described as a form of psychic ability, yet it resembles more closely a mental prowess, for it possesses the characteristics of perceiving the surrounding phenomena. Ultimately, the essence of this perceptive power can only be aptly articulated through the term mental energy. Thus, Lynn resolves to name this force she feels, which she refers to as control, as psychic mental energy. Lynn raised his hand towards the cola resting on the stone table beside him. Instantly, an invisible force lifted the cola from the table and into Lynn's grasp. He held it single-handedly and took a hearty swig, exclaiming how refreshing it was. Lynn drained his drink in one swift motion and discarded the empty cup into the nearby trash bin before striding towards the door. "Rossi, let us depart." "Aye, Mr. Lynn." The two figures, clad in coats emblazoned with the word justice, stepped forward, the fabric billowing behind them in the wind. The inscription gleamed brilliantly under the sunlight. Thanks to the nurturing care of the warring states, Rossi Nandi had attained the rank of warrant officer and earned the privilege to don the coat of justice. However, Rossi typically reserved this attire for formal occasions or missions. Thus, it was curious that Smoker would be present at this moment. On the deck, the naval crew of Lynn's warship had gathered, now officially his direct subordinates. Among them was a striking naval officer, distinguished by his silver hair and the absence of a military cap, who was nonchalantly puffing on a thick cigar, clouds of smoke wafting into the air. It was uncertain whether he was genuinely smoking or if it was a byproduct of his abilities. "Ahem," Rossi Nandi remarked, observing Smoker's distinctive demeanor, and adjusted his tone to explain, "Brigadier Lynn, it is customary for Rossi Nandi to address you as Brigadier in formal settings, but he respectfully refers to you as Mr. Lynn in casual circumstances." Lynn gleaned from Rossi Nandi the reason for Smoker's presence here. It turned out that Zephyr sought out Sengoku and had assigned Smoker to his own warship. The intention was for Smoker to grow stronger by being in close proximity to him, while simultaneously shedding his undesirable habits. Zephyr believed that Smoker's character was ill-suited for remaining in the training camp. He needed to venture out and hone his skills to achieve true growth. Most importantly, Lynn possessed the capability to subdue Smoker. Zephyr was reluctant to witness Smoker, who had consumed the smoke fruit, waste his immense potential, one that could eventually see him rise to the rank of admiral, due to his arrogant and disdainful disposition. Thus, he sent Lynn to guide him in refining his character. "I see," Lynn nodded, then shifted his gaze from Smoker. He glanced at the rows of curious Navy personnel on the deck of the warship, all of whom would soon become comrades, fighting side by side. It was essential to foster mutual understanding among one another. Lynn's gaze was profound as he scrutinized the naval officers before him, and with a resonant voice, he spoke. "Let the first naval officer from the left of the front row step forward and introduce himself." "Understood." The reputation of Blood Flame Lynn was indeed formidable within the naval ranks, particularly following his impactful speech at the awards ceremony. Whether they admired the Navy's tenets or were drawn to Lynn's declarations of justice, they all regarded him with profound respect and goodwill. The first naval officer, somewhat anxious, stepped out from the ranks and quickly approached the forefront, exclaiming, "Greetings everyone, my name is Dardalik. I aspire to join you in the pursuit of capturing pirates upon the vast seas, combating malevolence, and upholding justice." Lynn clapped his hands together, signifying his approval. The sailors followed suit, applauding fervently in welcome. "Well said, we look forward to your guidance, Richie." The sailor, witnessing the warm reception of his remarks by his comrades, felt a surge of excitement. The tension that had once gripped him dissipated, leaving his face aglow. He then shyly scratched his head and smiled, bowing slightly to Lynn and the sailors behind him before returning to his place in the ranks. He is a newcomer. Lynn silently assessed the situation. Subsequently, the naval personnel gradually approached the front of the line to introduce themselves, with some talkative individuals engaging in extensive conversation. Lynn had also taken note of their names and personalities. At that moment, a young man, towering at 2.1 meters and clad in a Navy uniform with a standard military cap, emerged. He bore two long swords at his waist, clearly marking him as a dual-wielding swordsman. Approaching the front of the formation, he cast a respectful gaze towards Lynn, bowing deeply in greeting. He then introduced himself to the gathered Navy personnel. "Hello everyone. I am Leo Kiro. You may call me Kiro. I am a user of a devil fruit." Upon uttering this declaration, the expressions of the Navy personnel, aside from Smoker, Lynn, and Razanandi, shifted dramatically, filled with astonishment and envy. The devil fruit is indeed a treasure of the sea, rarely encountered. It is valued at a minimum of 100 million berries at auction. Even an ordinary person who consumes it can gain formidable power. Brigadier General Lynn. This Navy officer hails from the renowned Shinobi Sword family on Adrian Island, situated in the first half of the Grand Line. He possesses the animal-type turtle fruit. Rosinante quietly informed, flipping through his notebook that contained the crew's information, locating Kiro's page. The turtle fruit, is it? Kiro, please demonstrate your devil fruit ability. Lynn instructed calmly, for he had never seen a turtle-type devil fruit before. Yes, Brigadier General Lynn. Kiro responded earnestly, transforming into his hybrid form. His stature surged by approximately half a meter, morphing into a green-skinned turtle man over 2 meters tall, standing upright, adorned with a navy cap and wielding dual swords at his waist. His body bore a turtle shell, appearing remarkably sturdy and defensively robust. Very well. Return to your position. Lynn commanded. Yes. Kiro replied, reverting his ability and returning to the ranks. He could potentially become a formidable asset in the future. Lynn remarked. As the naval officers took turns introducing themselves, it soon became Smoker's turn. He slowly emerged from the ranks, defiant as ever. There was an unmistakable glimmer of admiration in his gaze directed at Lynn, perhaps a remnant of the recent assembly. It was uncertain whether it was the influence of the 10 Commandments or Lynn's impassioned discourse on justice that stirred such feelings within him. However, he quickly concealed this vulnerability, adopting an expression of impatience. Smoker, he stated in a nonchalant tone, before returning to the last row, to the very rear of the assembly. Once back in line, Smoker discreetly observed Lynn and was taken aback to see no sign of disapproval regarding his smoking. He didn't scold me like the others. It was well known that during missions assigned to him alongside naval vessels, his superiors often expressed some dissatisfaction with his habits. Next was Rosinante's turn. He smiled and said, I am Rosinante, though as Mr. Lynn mentioned, my name might be a tad difficult to remember. You may call me Lieutenant Rosin. I serve as the ship's first officer. I look forward to your guidance as we strive to coexist harmoniously and diligently combat the pirates of the sea. Yes, Lieutenant Rosin. The naval officers responded positively to the seemingly gentle and amiable first officer. For the time being, continue with your previous training, and soon we shall set sail to hunt down those rascally pirates. Lynn paused momentarily, speaking with unwavering conviction. Indeed, the naval officers, filled with fervor, exhibited palpable excitement. The opportunity to accompany the illustrious Rear Admiral Lynn, known for his formidable reputation within the Navy, into battle against pirates ignited a sense of anticipation on the faces of many. However, a faction among the naval officers found it astonishing that Lynn would extend such courtesy to them when stationed on other commanding ships. They had never been afforded the chance to introduce themselves. The realization that Lynn genuinely valued their lives, despite being mere cannon fodder, deepened their admiration for him, filling their hearts with gratitude. After delivering a few brief remarks to his crew, Lynn announced the dissolution of the assembly. As dusk fell, he shared a meal with Zephyr, enjoying the food and drinks exchanged through the system, which lifted Zephyr's spirits considerably. Yet, Lynn found himself speechless as Kazan, that ever-present figure, showed up to mooch a meal once again, proving his knack for being wherever food was available. The following day, at Karp's residence, Lynn arrived seeking training. Lynn, are you prepared to receive the love-infused iron fists of this old man? Karp quipped, his tone less than amiable, as he brought his fists together with a thud. Lynn merely smiled calmly, exuding confidence, as he retrieved several packets of spicy strips from his pocket and tossed them over. Haha, Lynn, I shall forgive you this time, chuckled Karp, resembling a playful old man as he accepted the spicy snacks with glee. Subsequently, Lynn resumed his training. Amidst the busyness and fulfillment of his regimen, time flowed swiftly like a river, and before long, a month had elapsed. During this period, Lynn's mental fortitude had made significant strides. The luminous breach in the barrier had widened further. It was akin to a piece of fabric that, once torn, could easily be expanded. In the office of Admiral Sengoku, Lynn spoke. Admiral, I wish to clear out pirates in the Grand Line for a while, and then make a brief return to the East Blue. Engrossed in paperwork, Sengoku had no time to contest Lynn's address of him as Admiral and allowed it to pass. After all, it was highly probable that he would ascend to the rank of Admiral himself in the future. Thus, it mattered little. And he had grown accustomed to Lynn's manner of address. Sengoku nodded slowly and replied, Lynn, you indeed have not returned in quite some time. I grant you permission. By the way, the life cards you requested, I've completed them, but I've been so busy lately that I forgot to give them to you. With that, Sengoku paused his work, rummaged through a drawer, and finally produced 2 life cards, handing them to Lynn. One was for Rosinante, and the other was for Lynn himself. Lynn extended his hand to take the papers, his gaze then shifting to the stack of pirate information on the table. He inquired, "Are these the newly emerged pirates from the first half of the Grand Line?" "Indeed," came Sengoku's affirmation. With this confirmation, Lynn seized the half-stacked papers detailing the pirates, thereby alleviating much of Sengoku's burden. "You rascal," Sengoku began, but before he could utter more, Lynn had already departed with the pirate information in hand. Truly, Lynn is commendable. Observing the silhouette of the young lad vanishing at the doorway, Sengoku inexplicably felt a sense of reassurance. The weight that had burdened his countenance began to lift, and a faint smile graced his lips. Lynn's actions alleviated more than half of his burden in an instant. Lynn's flame boat, in conjunction with his remarkable abilities, possesses the most formidable and swift single-soldier combat capability within the entire naval headquarters. Sengoku harbors no doubts regarding his capacity to annihilate such a multitude of pirates. "Rosie, assemble the fleet. We set sail," Lynn commanded. "Yes, Captain Lynn." Shortly thereafter, a warship devoid of any ostentatious embellishments departed from the Maryford port. This vessel belonged to Brigadier General Lynn, embarking once more after a month, undoubtedly destined to eradicate yet another unfortunate band of pirates. Indeed, that esteemed Lynn has never returned with a living pirate. How impressive. I truly envy those fortunate souls. If only I could board Brigadier General Lynn's ship. At the naval port, a throng of sailors gazed at the receding warship, their discussions rife with admiration. Across the boundless sea, the once azure sky suddenly became shrouded in ominous clouds, with only faint rays of sunlight peeking through the intermittent gaps. The winds whipped the waves into a tumultuous frenzy. At this moment, a warship adorned with a seagull flag and emblazoned with the word Navy cleaved through the surging waves, proceeding with reduced speed. "Report to Brigadier General Lynn. At the 1 o'clock position, we have spotted a pirate ship," the lookout exclaimed. "Steer the ship toward them." Aye. Under Lynn's command, the Navy adjusted the ship's course, racing toward their newfound target. "Hey, Captain, it's the Navy. They're coming this way," cackled the lookout aboard the pirate ship, his eyes gleaming with excitement for battle, devoid of the usual cowardice pirates exhibit when faced with the Navy. Who was that officer on the warship? A man with an eerie black mask, muscular physique, and clad in a black vest that accentuated his perfect contours inquired. He was the captain of the Saw Devil pirate crew, notorious for having slain 2 naval admirals. Just some nameless fellow, or perhaps a newly appointed officer. The cap obscures most of his face. I can only discern that he is a youthful Navy officer. The warship appears quite ordinary, lacking the embellishments of those renowned, formidable naval officers. The lookout, Harif the Rogue, relayed the information. "Perfect timing. We need to replenish our supplies of food and water. Steer the ship closer, but do exercise caution. We wouldn't want to sink the warship," Captain Erdelas instructed. "Ha. Understood, Captain Erdelas." The crew cheered enthusiastically. Meanwhile, some members, basking leisurely in the sun, yet exuding an aura of formidable strength, simply smiled nonchalantly, asserting, "Since they are merely insignificant Navy fish, there is no need for us to intervene. Let the newcomers showcase their prowess." As he spoke, the helmsman Crusher Belgar wore a sinister grin, maneuvering the ship Saw Devil towards Lynn's war vessel. Meanwhile, Lynn also noticed the approaching ship, entirely painted in black, with crimson demonic horns adorning its prow, and a smile reminiscent of a saw etched upon its bow. A pirate flag, depicting a white skull with a saw-like grin and demonic horns on a black background, fluttered proudly from the mast. Rosinante, lacking Lynn's keen eyesight, used his telescope to discern the distant pirate crew. It was indeed the Saw Devil pirate crew. Upon recognizing the menacing ship approaching them, Rosinante's expression shifted dramatically, and he gravely informed Brigadier Lynn that is a notorious pirate crew from the New World, known as the Saw Devil. Their captain, Aldras, possesses the power of the Saw fruit, making him a chainsaw man. He is proficient in armament hockey and has previously attacked and destroyed numerous warships, with 2 vice admirals meeting their demise at their hands. Their bounty stands at a staggering 1.55 billion berries. Though the crew comprises only a dozen members, each one is a formidable warrior. According to available intelligence, they possess the terrifying strength of 7 devil fruit users aboard their ship. Clearly, Rosinante had been diligently studying and recording information on pirates since becoming Lynn's aide over the past month. He was acutely aware of the danger these individuals posed. "Brigadier Lynn, should we consider a strategic withdrawal for the time being?" Realizing that facing this new world pirate ship could risk their obliteration, Rosinante acted with due diligence. Why had these dangerous individuals, renowned as the New World's pirates, suddenly returned to the first half of the Grand Line, often referred to as Paradise? They must be scheming something. I must promptly report this to Admiral Sengoku, Rosinante thought to himself. Upon hearing Rosinante's information about the pirate crew, the Navy personnel aboard the warship braced themselves, their expressions tense with apprehension. Leo Kiro tightened his grip on the twin blades at his waist, his fingertips resting against their sheaths, ready for combat. His gaze was sharp, fixed upon the Saw Devil, betraying no hint of fear. To falter before the battle is to invite defeat. Moreover, with Brigadier Lynn, the Blood Flame, by their side, victory was not entirely out of reach, especially as they held the advantage of being aboard a warship. Kiro, however, was merely a young man yet untouched by the harsh realities of combat. In contrast, Rosinante's cautious perspective seemed the most prudent course of action. At that moment, Smoker, distinguished by his silver hair, gradually approached Lynn, enveloped in a thick cloud of smoke. Evidently eager for action, in a tone devoid of reverence, he inquired, "Shall we engage in battle? Please, keep your distance. Do you intend to incapacitate the main combat strength of this warship with smoke before the battle even commences?" Cough, cough. Lynn could no longer endure the stench of smoke and coughed a few times. Smoker said, "I apologize, it was unintentional." Remarkably, Smoker offered an apology. And upon finishing his words, he stepped back. As Smoker moved away, the air around Lynn gradually became fresher, freed from the lingering odor of smoke. Lynn was overwhelmed by the smoke of that cigar. Smoker, that rascal, ignited the cigar he had perched between his lips before the battle commenced. At this juncture, Smoker had not yet accumulated the wealth of cigars that would adorn him prior to the unfolding of events. Thus, the cigar merely rested in his mouth, and he would only indulge in lighting it for a puff on rare occasions, all under the watchful eyes of the Navy. Lynn spoke up. "You all stay here for now. I will go and test the depths." But Rosinante expressed her concern. There was no time to allow Rosinante to continue. Lynn bent his legs, gathering strength, and then propelled himself into the air with an explosive leap. The ship, under the influence of Lynn's formidable force, plunged sharply, submerging its bow halfway into the sea. Immediately thereafter, flames of blood erupted from Lynn's feet, propelling him towards the Saw Devil at an astonishing speed. Impact star. In the air, he executed a series of rapid bursts, and after several powerful thrusts, Lynn swiftly ascended above the domain of the Saw Devil pirates. Lynn's right hand had long been shrouded in a cloak of blood-red flames, swelling to an exaggerated degree, reminiscent of a sponge saturated with water. His entire right arm radiated an intense heat that instilled a profound sense of oppression. Suspended in midair, Lynn's temperature was searing, emanating a dazzling crimson glow akin to a miniature sun. "Look out! It's coming!" The Sawtooth pirate crew sensed the terrifying power emanating from Lynn, and each member felt the weight of impending doom, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. Who was it that had so carelessly dismissed him as merely an unknown individual? Was he not the infamous Blood Flame Lynn, whose name had recently echoed across the seas? The distinctiveness of that blood-red flame was unmistakable. They had initially assumed that Blood Flame Lynn was merely a novice, a naval recruit promoted for publicity, without substantial strength. To their astonishment, this newcomer exuded such an overwhelming presence. He truly possessed formidable power. In a flurry of bizarre and varied devil fruit abilities, the crew members hastily wielded their weapons, striving to counter the impending assault that Lynn was about to unleash. Boom! Lynn's colossal fist, imbued with explosive fiery power, was originally aimed at the Saw Devil pirate crew. However, at that moment, he abruptly paused, a thought striking him, and hastily redirected his attack towards the distant sea. A massive blood-red beam shot skyward from the ocean's surface, expanding continuously and creating shockwaves that rippled across the water, engulfing Lynn entirely and rendering him invisible. This was the very technique Lynn had previously employed in the East Sea, when he sank a small island and obliterated the fearsome tiger pirate crew of 2,000 men. Impact star. Although the reason behind Lynn's sudden relinquishment of the opportunity to annihilate the Saw Devil pirate crew remained a mystery, even the mere collision with the ocean elicited a violent response. Scalding tsunamis surged relentlessly towards the Saw Devil ship. Devil's Fangs. The swordsman unsheathed his blade. Mountain Crusher. The helmsman, Belgar, delivered a powerful punch. Prison Dragon Break. The lookout, the rogue Harif, roared into the air, unleashing shockwaves from his mouth. Chainsaw. The captain, Oldalaz of the Saw Devil, harnessed the powers of the devil fruit, transforming into a chainsaw man with long, flowing chainsaws for arms and head, charging headlong into the towering tsunami. Simultaneously, the crew members unleashed their own devastating abilities, cleaving through wave after wave of scalding crimson water. With Lynn's recent surge in strength, the might of the impact star had also been amplified. In the past, this technique could only lay waste to a small island. Now, should he employ it against a medium-sized isle, the earth would surely shatter under the force of his strike, transforming most of the area into a sea ablaze with blood-red flames. If Lynn were to embark on a life of piracy now, he would be more than capable of establishing his own dominion. On the distant warship, the entire naval crew, including Carlson, Smoker, and Kiro, stood utterly astonished by the spectacle before them. Their eyes widened, mouths agape, and jaws slackened in disbelief, nearly grazing the deck below. How could such an astonishing technique exist? The naval officers were left in a state of shock, their exaggerated expressions insufficient to convey the profound impact of the moment. In their gaze, Lynn and the waters occupied by the sawtooth pirate crew transformed into a Hell's Cape, the sea now a vivid crimson, reminiscent of blood, under the influence of Lynn's fiery power. The very air was suffused with an intense heat, searing enough to scorch the lungs. At the epicenter of Lynn's strike, a gaping chasm had formed, with seawater rushing in relentlessly. This scene, unfolding before the eyes of the Navy, was nothing short of terrifying. Deep within, a collective sentiment of relief emerged. It was fortunate that Brigadier General Lynn was not a pirate. Facing such a foe was indeed formidable. The technique known as Impact Star was meticulously developed by Lynn, specializing in widespread devastation, while Flame Flash focused on piercing strikes. Due to the immense destructive capacity of Impact Star, Lynn seldom employed it on populated land. However, out at sea, he felt liberated from such concerns. On the pirate ship, swaying amidst the turbulent waves, the crew exhaled a sigh of relief after fending off successive perilous tsunamis that threatened the Sawtooth. Where did that fellow go? All eyes turned to the area where Lynn had unleashed his assault, only to find a deep pit, relentlessly drawing in seawater. Lynn's figure had long since vanished from sight. Gazing down at the searing sea, a vivid crimson reminiscent of a hellish lotus, one can also observe the abyssal pit beneath. The assembled pirates collectively inhaled the scorching air with a sharp intake, involuntarily succumbing to a slight cough. The might of this navy was utterly terrifying. Such was the shared sentiment among all the pirates. Could it be that the fellow perished due to an inability to reign in his own power? Speculated one pirate. Indeed, that is plausible. After all, that force was so formidable that even we might not withstand it. Suddenly, a bloodied head rolled onto the deck, its presence jarringly loud in the otherwise quiet space. Someone aboard had inexplicably met their demise. Who? Before anyone could turn to investigate, another fountain of blood erupted skyward. As a head, wide-eyed in shock, spun and tumbled through the air. Lynn appeared silently aboard the ship known as the Saw Devil, swiftly eliminating 2 elite members. He had stealthily emerged from the depths of the sea. This pirate crew bore a resemblance to the future red-haired pirates, comprising only those with formidable strength. Each member, upon departing the crew, could easily become a formidable pirate in their own right. However, they lagged significantly behind the future red-haired pirates. What a despicable fellow! How did you manage to arrive here without a sound? Upon realizing it was Lynn, all present felt a sense of impending doom, their nerves taut with tension. The cataclysmic power exhibited by this young naval officer had instilled immense fear within them. Can you guess? As Lynn's words faded, he brandished the exceptionally sharp blood-fire dagger that coalesced in his palm, his body enveloped in a flowing crimson flame. He transformed into a streak of bloodlight, swiftly appearing behind the lookout known as the rogue Harif. Harif! Everyone shouted urgently. Yet, it was too late. Another massive head was severed and sent flying, the incision on the neck smooth and precise. The decapitated head of the lookout, Harif, stared in disbelief at his own corpse on the deck, his eyes wide with shock before ultimately losing their luster and falling lifelessly. Lynn's fiery blade was focused on enhancing its sharpness, and with the ignition of his blood fire, his speed escalated dramatically. Remarkably, the corpses of the pirates he had decapitated did not ignite, a testament to Lynn's precise control. His blood fire possessed 3 major attributes: enhancement of strength, acceleration of speed, and intense heat. Furthermore, it was versatile, capable of manifesting into various bizarre attack forms, akin to the supernatural powers of a devil fruit. Damn it! Everyone, attack together! Roared the chainsaw man Ulderas in fury. These were allies he had painstakingly gathered, powerful enough to earn his respect. How could 3 of them be dispatched in mere moments? Immediately, all members launched their assaults towards Lynn. Above Alderus, his hands morphed, wielding chainsaw swords that resembled a menacing electric saw, cloaked in a glossy black armor of hockey. The surrounding fine-teeth whirled at high speed, producing a cacophony of piercing shrieks in the air. 3 chainsaw swords united to form a triangular assault, pressing down upon Lynn. Simultaneously, the entire crew of the Saw Devil pirates launched a coordinated strike, encircling Lynn in an impenetrable formation that left him no avenue of escape. Each member unleashed their signature moves, a dazzling array of formidable attacks that filled the scene with an overwhelming sense of despair and pressure. Clad in a naval uniform, Lynn stood solitary against the onslaught of numerous formidable pirates, his coat billowing in the wind stirred by their relentless assault. His options were severely limited. Those adversaries were simply too weak. For the foreseeable future, he would be waging this battle alone. If the naval forces aboard the warship were to engage in a conflict of this magnitude, they would merely become fodder, caught in the chaotic aftermath of the battlefield. Lynn also conceived the idea of training those naval personnel. After all, as an officer, he was meant to remain aboard the ship, playing music and dancing, while leaving matters to his subordinates to resolve. It was a jest. If he possessed a cadre of dependable subordinates, he could continue to hone his own skills aboard the vessel, thereby freeing up ample time. Confronted by those relentless sea marauders, who bore an intent to kill and would relish the opportunity to reduce him to mere pulp, he found himself in a precarious position. Lynn concealed his countenance beneath the naval cap, his expression devoid of emotion, his body inclined slightly forward, curling in upon itself. Concurrently, his right foot glided outward on the floor, tracing a half circle. A crimson inferno erupted around him, spreading across the deck like a tapestry woven from flames. As this fiery sea unfurled, it began to manifest into thorn-like spikes, curving inward with a subtle menace. Lynn stamped his foot upon the ground, clenching his fists with resolve. The inward curving fiery thorns on the surface erupted violently, growing with astonishing speed. The thorns, bent inward around the pirates, burst forth explosively. A direct hit. Instant annihilation. The arena echoed with the relentless sound of spikes piercing flesh. Countless thorns penetrated the bodies of those pirates, impaling them as if they were mere hedgehogs. The scene resembled the act of wrapping dumplings, with a horde of formidable pirates forming an impenetrable wall, intent on extinguishing Lynn. Yet, Lynn too aimed to unleash his myriad fiery thorns to eradicate them. Amidst the cacophony of anguished cries, those great pirates, attempting to breach Lynn's perimeter, were each impaled by massive thorns. Their attacks halted mid-motion, suspended in the air, only to be instantly ignited by the blood flames that pierced their bodies. Alderus had committed a grave error. He had placed too much faith in the strength of his comrades and had grown excessively arrogant. Having never tasted defeat since consuming the devil fruit, he believed that at such a close distance, under an unyielding joint assault, he could subdue Lynn. Regret overwhelmed him in his final moments. Had he unleashed his Saw Devil transformation or employed his full-body Busashoka haki, the outcome would have been entirely different. Alderus was known as the Saw Devil precisely because of this terrifying transformation. It could at least compel Lynn to reveal his most formidable fire-based form. Lynn did not underestimate his adversaries. He was currently employing his normal Blood Flame form. Aside from his ultimate move, the Impact Star, this represented the pinnacle of his formidable power. The thorns that coalesced were not only incredibly sharp, but their temperature had also escalated to the utmost limit that Lynn could achieve in his normal state. Speed, strength, and temperature had all reached their zenith. Though they moved swiftly, Lynn was swifter still. If one were to bestow a resounding name upon Lynn's power, it could be aptly termed Crimson Flash. Ultimately, these formidable pirates from the New World were swiftly pierced and ignited, the terrifying heat of the blood flame incinerating them into drifting black ash that fell from the sky like dark dust. Once he had vanquished his foes, Lynn stood alone amidst the descending, murky remnants. He retrieved a gracefully curved black umbrella from his spatial ring, unfurling it with understated elegance, his expression remaining unperturbed. In black, he mourned and bid farewell to those foolish souls who had met their demise. Lynn versus the Saw Devil pirate crew from the New World. A resounding victory. Were this a scene from the original work, these characters would undoubtedly warrant a feature film alongside the Straw Hat Pirates. Discarding the black umbrella from his grasp, Lynn activated his mental perception and strode purposefully towards the cabin. Under the influence of his mental acuity, the entire Saw Devil ship and its surroundings materialized vividly within Lynn's mind, a level of clarity unmatched by mere observation. With the aid of his heightened perception, Lynn navigated with precision to the locations where the pirate crew had concealed their treasures, amassing an impressive collection of valuables. Precious metals and other materials that the system could absorb were transformed into exchange value for Lynn, while the paper berries were carefully stowed in his bag. Intended for training purposes. The process of honing one's skills necessitates a substantial intake of sustenance to enhance physical strength. There exists a saying in the world of One Piece: practice more, eat more, and one shall inevitably grow stronger. Having gathered the treasures of all the crew members, Lynn proceeded towards the captain's quarters. He pushed open the door and entered. Within lay various belongings related to Captain Uldurus. On the bedside, a series of bounty posters from different stages of his life were affixed to the wall, starting with a bounty of 2 million berries, which steadily increased over time, accompanied by a noticeable evolution in his attire and style. Truly, a self-absorbed pirate, Lynn approached the bedside of Uldurus and unlatched an exceedingly large treasure chest, approximately 1.5 meters in height. As the chest swung open, a radiant golden light burst forth, captivating Lynn's eyes, compelling him to raise his sleeve to shield himself from the dazzling brilliance. The legendary gold, a myriad of exquisite ornaments and treasures fashioned from gold and silver, along with some paper currency, nearly filled the opulent chest adorned with golden fringes. I shall claim it all. Lynn directly stored the treasures into his spatial ring, relishing the thrill of scavenging the pirate ship. However, ever since gaining his perceptive abilities, he felt that the excitement of treasure hunting had diminished significantly. He was already aware of the contents within the ship prior to his exploration. Consequently, despite unearthing a plethora of riches, the novelty of the experience was somewhat lost. Thus, Lynn resolved that on his next venture to vanquish pirates, he would first explore the ship himself, only activating his perceptive powers afterward to ensure nothing was overlooked. Having secured the grand treasure chest within a spatial ring, Lynn approached a cabinet adorned with a coded lock. Lynn attempted to rotate the combination lock with her fingers, but after several unsuccessful attempts, a surge of crimson flames enveloped her hand. She plunged her hand into the metallic safe, melting it away and creating a gaping hole. Before long, Lynn retrieved a small treasure chest from within. Upon her examination, she discovered a round fruit adorned with peculiar patterns. It was undoubtedly a devil fruit. What notorious pirate would lock away an ordinary piece of fruit in a combination safe? For Lynn, this was an unexpected delight. After vanquishing pirates at sea for so long, she had finally stumbled upon a devil fruit. Lynn was somewhat exhilarated. Could this be his first encounter? He was eager to discover the abilities bestowed upon him by the devil fruit he had acquired, being locked away in a secure vault by a notorious pirate worth 1.5 billion berries suggested that its powers were indeed remarkable. After retrieving the small wooden box containing the devil fruit from the treasure chest, Lynn rose to his feet. Noticing a keyhole on the top of the box, Lynn extended her suddenly crimson fingers, gently prying open the lock with a soft click. The lock was compromised, and the lid of the box sprang open, revealing the white-skinned fruit of the devil's fruit within. Its surface was subtly adorned with numerous small lightning patterns. Lynn surveyed the scene for quite some time, unable to discern the underlying truth. He took a step forward, departing from the captain's quarters, exiting the cabin, and making his way onto the deck. It was then that Lynn noticed a warship approaching in the distance. It was Rossi and his crew. Lynn raised his right hand, gathering a dense, burning crimson flame, which he cast upon the deck. In an instant, the blood-red fire blazed fiercely aboard the ship, the Saw Devil, now devoid of its master. Lynn then executed the moon step, treading upon the void as he ascended into the air. Following this, he employed a jet of flames to propel himself towards the battleship. "It is Brigadier Lynn." The sailors, upon recognizing him, erupted into cheers. Lynn gracefully descended, landing upon the deck of the warship. "Brigadier Lynn, your prowess is truly remarkable. We have just witnessed you single-handedly vanquish the Sawtooth Devil pirate crew." Although the distant view was somewhat obscured, one could faintly discern the fiery shadows of pirates engulfed in a blaze among the brilliant thorns. The morale of the Navy surged, their spirits alight with fervent admiration for Lynn. That maneuver was undeniably magnificent. Vivid crimson thorns erupted from the deck, catching them off guard and swiftly annihilating those nefarious pirates, reducing them to ashes. Previously, they held a reverence for the name of Blood Flame.He and his oratory. However, in this inaugural battle, Lynn utterly captivated the Navy with the sheer force of his power, instilling a profound and soul-deep admiration within them. After all, his performance in this skirmish was nothing short of exemplary. With absolute might, he decisively crushed and eradicated the formidable pirates from the New World who had inexplicably appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. In response to the Navy's adulation, Lynn returned their admiration with a smile. He then set down the bulging bag of bountiful berries he had carried upon his shoulder onto the deck, revealing the spoils of war obtained from the pirate ships. I intend to utilize these as funds for your training. You shall have a day to prepare yourselves mentally. Tomorrow, I will conduct specialized training. No objections were raised. All will heed Brigadier Lynn's directives. The sailors exclaimed, their excitement palpable as they stood tall and shouted with fervor. To be trained by the illustrious Blood Flame Lynn was a rare opportunity, and none would be foolish enough to forfeit such a chance. Observing the invigorated sailors, Lynn squinted his eyes and smiled once more. I hope you will maintain this same vigor tomorrow. He waved his hand to disperse the sailors, allowing them to attend to their respective duties. Some set sail, others kept watch over the surrounding sea, while the cooks prepared meals. Those standing guard remained vigilant. And a portion of the sailors, including Leo Kilo, continued to train diligently on the deck. Smoker, meanwhile, stood idly at the edge of the railing, gazing out at the distant ocean, exuding an air of aloof confidence amidst the swirling smoke. Lynn chose to disregard the fellow, allowing him a moment of respite. Whether he could maintain this carefree spirit by tomorrow remained uncertain. Rosie, wait. Lynn halted, clutching the bag of riches as he prepared to deposit it in the ship's finance office, intending to attend to certain matters aboard. Brigadier Lynn, called out Rosinante, who had turned back to confront Lynn once more. Lynn uttered little else and instead opened a small wooden box in his hand, revealing a bizarre fruit within. Is this a devil fruit? Rosinante exclaimed in astonishment. Do you know what type of fruit this is? Lynn inquired. This is. Rosinante leaned closer to the peculiar devil fruit, his gaze fixed on the curious specimen nestled within the box. After a moment of reflection, he recalled the images from the devil fruit compendium. He then shook his head and replied earnestly, Brigadier Lynn, it seems this devil fruit does not appear in the compendium. I am unaware of its specific nature. The devil fruit encyclopedia is far from complete, revealing merely the tip of the iceberg. Here. Lynn extended the fruit in his hand to Rosinante. The fruit, meticulously safeguarded by the notorious pirate in a secure vault, was certainly not of inferior quality. Lynn even harbored a faint suspicion that the Saw Devil pirate crew had returned to the first half of the Grand Line with the intention of acquiring this very fruit. However, with the individual now deceased, regardless of the sinister plots or intentions of the Saw Devil pirate crew, they could no longer be executed. It would be far more advantageous for Rosinante to consume this potentially powerful fruit than for him to later ingest the challenging silent fruit, which was difficult to fully develop. This, Rosinante hesitated, scratching his head in embarrassment as he declined. I fear that if I consume it and fail to harness its potential, it would be a waste of a fruit that could significantly enhance our ship's combat capabilities. Rosin, I have faith in you. Lynn's words, imbued with trust, warmed Rosinante's heart, leaving him speechless. Mr. Lynn places such unwavering trust in me. I absolutely cannot disappoint him. Thank you. I shall strive to do my utmost. With that, Rosinante seized the devil fruit from the box and took a hearty bite, skin and all. Ugh, Rosinante grimaced, covering his mouth in a moment of retching, fearing he might expel it. Nevertheless, he persevered through the wretched taste, consuming the entire fruit in a few determined bites. Truly, he is a person of remarkable fortitude. Lynn initially intended to express that merely taking a bite would bestow the power of the devil fruit. However, upon witnessing the resolute and earnest gaze of Rosinante, coupled with the weak expression that emerged from the unpleasant taste, he hesitated. Lynn merely smiled, uttering no words. What could possibly deter a man's unwavering resolve to grow stronger? The Warring States period has indeed bestowed upon me an extraordinary aide-de-camp, albeit he may only remain aboard for a year. Yet, that suffices. With Rosinante assisting in the affairs during this interval, he can afford to be a hands-off manager, training his subordinates to become a formidable naval force. Though aware of the notorious difficulty in consuming a devil fruit, he was unprepared for such an overwhelming flavor. After devouring the entire fruit, Rosinante appeared pallid. His body hunched like a shrimp, hands bracing against his bent thighs, embodying a struggle. Hey, Rosinante, quickly discover what your ability is. At some point, Smoker had taken notice of the commotion and approached through the swirling smoke. This time, as Smoker refrained from his customary cigar, Lynn found no reason to harbor disdain. All right, I shall give it a try, Rosinante declared, settling onto the deck. 10 minutes later, a spark of realization flickered in Rosinante's eyes. The acute changes within his body hinted at the nature of his newfound abilities. However, Further experimentation was essential. Rosinante rose from the deck, stating, "Brigadier Lynn, allow me to demonstrate my powers." As he spoke, his figure momentarily became ethereal, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a streak of lightnings, reappearing at the far end of the deck. Almost instantaneously, another bolt of lightning surged forth, materializing right before Lynn, none other than Rosinante himself. Lynn discerned that this fruit possessed the ability to enhance one's speed, transforming its user into a streak of lightning. "Rossi, you should experiment with different techniques. There must be more to it than this. This is a power coveted by the formidable pirate Ablaze. It cannot merely be of this caliber." "Very well. I shall give it a try." Rosinante utilized the fruit's power, momentarily becoming a flash of lightning as he darted back and forth across the deck. After a few minutes of this exhilarating process, a glimmer of realization sparked in Rosinante's eyes. "I believe I am beginning to sense another force apart from mere acceleration." As he manifested as lightning, a deafening sonic boom erupted beneath his feet. In an instant, an astonishing bolt of lightning soared into the sky, repeatedly arcing through the air. The resounding sonic booms echoed incessantly above the warship. This fruit, in addition to its acceleration capabilities, also harbored the power of sonic blasts. Having comprehended the extent of his fruit's abilities, Rosinante materialized before Lynn in a brilliant flash. Observing Rosinante cease his display of power, Smoker could not contain his curiosity. "What kind of fruit is this? Is it thunder?" "No, this fruit is known as the speed fruit. It merely moves at such an extraordinary velocity that it resembles lightning," Rosinante elucidated. "Lynn, if I am not mistaken, Rossi has just unleashed a sonic boom with his abilities, which can be employed for aerial movement as well as a means of attack." "Truly, Mr. Lynn, you have discerned this at once. It is indeed the case." Rosinante gently scratched his head and smiled. "It appears that this warship has gained yet another formidable force." Smog remarked with a hint of surprise. "Not at all. I still have much to learn, but I shall continue to strive diligently," Rosinante humbly responded. Meanwhile, Lynn, feigning deep contemplation with his hand resting on his chin, inwardly sighed in relief. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to momentary curiosity and consumed the devil fruit that could enhance speed. Otherwise, he would have found himself regretting it. He would have gained nothing, instead acquiring an unwelcome fear of water. Although Rosinante's speed fruit not only augments speed, but also enables the unleashing of potent sonic attacks, it pales in comparison to his fiery humanoid form. "I have made my decision. From this day forth, your epithet shall be Rossi the Sonic Boom." Lynn pondered for a moment. In the original work, Krazen was cleverly concealed. Ming did not realize that he had consumed the silence fruit. He even planned to procure the surgery fruit for Krazen, intending for him to perform the eternal youth surgery on himself. Lynn felt a burgeoning amusement within as Krazen faced the imminent wrath of either Mingo or Virgo, suddenly utilizing the explosive power of sound to break free from the encirclement. His identity was unveiled. He was none other than the formidable Lieutenant, Soundwave Rossi, of the infamous Blood Flame Lynn, who had claimed countless lives at sea. What expressions would adorn their faces? Surely, this moment would prove to be quite entertaining. Lynn harbored a plethora of mischievous thoughts. Rosinante's talents were indeed commendable. Furthermore, he possessed an admirable lineage and the appearance of a typical celestial dragon. Naturally, these nefarious schemes were known only to Lynn. Doflamingo would never have anticipated that someone had already begun to set a trap, awaiting his descent. "I find this quite agreeable," Smoker unexpectedly concurred with Lynn's notion, considering the title rather fitting. However, Rosinante's expression betrayed a hint of hesitation. His cheeks flushed as he murmured, "This title seems a tad peculiar, as though it might evoke some embarrassment." "Not at all, Rosinante. I find it rather dashing, and it aligns perfectly with your abilities," Smoker chuckled. Albeit his smile was not particularly charming. He was unsure why he felt a fondness for Rosinante, his somewhat gentle subordinate. If Lynn were privy to Smoker's sentiments, he would certainly find it entirely reasonable. You are unaware of how many hearts were touched by Klassen's unwavering gentleness, even as he risked everything to save Rose. One could say that Klassen embodied the true essence of a gentle yet just man, even in his final moments. He found joy in the thought of rescuing the child Rose, departing with a gentle smile upon his lips. He was truly fond of children. When Klassen was undercover beside Doflamingo, he would often forcefully expel children seeking to join their ranks. Thus, Klassen earned a reputation within Doflamingo's family as someone who despised children. In reality, he was merely endeavoring to prevent those children from straying onto the wrong path, feigning the role of a villain to cast them aside. "Rosinante, let us engage in a duel," Smoker declared, smoke billowing from his mouth. eager for the challenge. Lynn remarked that Smoker is a natural type user of the smoke fruit, and one could regard him as a punching bag to adeptly master the abilities of the speed fruit. Considering Rosinandi's character, Lynn stated that without the use of He, one would be incapable of inflicting harm upon Smoker. Should one be overly constrained, it might result in their own injury. Thus, the scene unfolded with Smoker transformed into smoke, and Rosinandi, embodying lightning, engaging in an all-out aerial battle. The air was intermittently filled with the thunderous sound of sonic booms. With each sonic boom that resonated, the smoke enveloping Smoker erupted, manifesting into magnificent clouds of white smoke fireworks, a spectacle to behold. Despite enduring the terrifying onslaught of sonic attacks, Smoker remained unscathed. His fighting spirit invigorated, and the corners of his mouth curled into an even more defiant smirk. Gradually, he emerged from the shadow of Lynn's He, reclaiming his confidence. It was not that I was too weak, rather, that Lynn Fellow was simply too formidable. The following day, a naval ship rested upon the azure expanse of the sea. With a gentle breeze caressing the air, seagulls spread their wings, circling above the ship, while a few audacious ones perched on the ship's mast, curiously tilting their heads side to side, wondering what the bustling humans below were up to. At this moment, on the deck of the ship, figures shot forth like cannonballs, crashing onto the ground. Help! Brigadier General Lynn had gone mad. Lynn's fists, imbued with a glossy, dark armor of He, relentlessly pounded the bodies of the Navy personnel. The sailors rose and fell, creating a scene of utter chaos. Today, after gathering them on the deck, Brigadier Lynn commenced his assault, sending a continuous stream of sailors crashing down beneath his iron fists. Brigadier Lynn, please, recognize that I am the navigator aboard this vessel. Boom. The navigator was sent sprawling to the ground by a single blow. Mr. Lynn, I am the lookout on this ship. I beg you, spare me. Boom. Another fist struck, and the lookout fell as well. This is disastrous. Brigadier Lynn has become addicted to this. Who will stop him? Just as a standing sailor uttered these words, he too was hurled away. I am merely an old doctor passing through. I implore you, show mercy to my frail bones. Let us go, Lynn replied. Thank you. Thank you. The passing old doctor felt as though he had received a reprieve, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and hurriedly exited the deck, fearing further entanglement in this chaotic Devil-S training ground. For the first time, he entertained the fortunate thought of being old is indeed wonderful. Brigadier Lynn, I am the ship's gunner. Boom. The response came in the form of Lynn's resounding fists, sending the gunner flying. After knocking down several more sailors, Lynn smiled and remarked, I should have given you a day to prepare mentally. With that, Lynn vanished from sight, re-entering the throng, where his fists danced like shadows, and a rain of sailors fell from the sky. Seizing the opportunity while Lynn assaulted the other sailors, Leo Kiro, supported by his twin swords, managed to rise from the ground and called out, Brigadier Lynn, I am a swordsman. Please, spare me from this physical training. Moreover, why does your punch hurt so much? Brigadier Lynn? A swordsman? Then you shall be pummeled all the more. Lynn retorted, Did you not witness the adventures of a certain crew before the Great War, where a green-haired swordsman trained daily with colossal weights? With that, Lynn swiftly appeared before Leo Kiro, a user of the tortoise fruit. Lynn intends to gift this fellow a mask adorned with a lengthy strap, revealing his eyes. Lynn had not anticipated such a remarkable coincidence. The name Leo Kiro is, after all, a fusion of Michelangelo and Leonardo, the two turtles from their previous lives. By chance, he hails from the ninja blade family and has consumed the turtle fruit, thus transforming into a turtle man. This connection with himself deserves to be cherished and nurtured. With that thought, Lynn swiftly delivered an uppercut, sending Leo Kiro into the air. In the ever-expanding pupils of Kiro, a myriad of emotions unfolded. Lynn enveloped his jet-black iron fist with an armor of color, transforming them into a flurry of shadowy punches that surged forth like a tempest. Kiro likely never anticipated that a mere slip of the tongue would invoke Lynn's peculiar form of affection. Had he foreseen such a consequence, he would have swallowed those words whole, vowing never to utter them. He would rather endure anything than draw the attention of this devilish instructor, Brigadier General Lynn. Lynn's fist rained down upon Kiro's body like a relentless barrage of raindrops. Ultimately, after an extended period, Kiro collapsed with a resounding thud. Meanwhile, the surrounding Navy personnel, having been granted a moment's respite, instinctively swallowed hard at the sight of Lynn's terrifyingly swift and brutal strikes. With the cautionary tale of Leo Kiro etched in their minds, none dared to utter pleas for mercy, fearful of suffering the same fate as Kiro. Unable to withstand the ferocious assault, hero fell. Immediately thereafter, Lynn turned to face the trembling Navy men, whose legs shook uncontrollably. Under Lynn's piercing gaze, they could only manage a wry smile. Resigned to the fact that they were inescapably destined to endure a beating today, Lynn did not grant them the opportunity to continue laughing. With a subtle press of his feet against the deck, his body sprang forth, transforming into a series of fleeting shadows as he launched a ferocious assault upon the naval officers. The sounds of impact echoed, a symphony of collisions and explosions harmonizing together, creating a rhythm that, surprisingly, formed an almost passable musical composition. Meanwhile, as the naval officers endured their training under the onslaught of armed hockey, a plume of white smoke floated in the air at a slight elevation above the ground. None other than Smoker, the wielder of the smoke fruit. At that moment, the silver-haired youth, Smoker, widened his eyes, witnessing the brutal scenes unfolding below, his lips twitching in disbelief. What kind of training is this? It is nothing short of pure punishment. Lynn must be intending to use them as mere practice dummies. What a detestable fellow. I had even entertained a modicum of respect for him. Alas, he has betrayed my expectations, truly a villain of the highest order. Smoker felt a surge of indignation for the naval officers who were crying out in agony below. Mr. Lynn, please continue. A tall figure was struggling to rise from the deck, his weary body pushed to its limits. His eyes burned with the determination and resolve to grow stronger. It was his first mate, Crocodile, or rather, Rosinante, fueled by an indomitable spirit and unyielding will. He rose once more from the relentless barrage inflicted by Lynn. At that moment, as Lynn continued his relentless assault, it ignited the fiery blood coursing through Rosinante's veins. Come on, Mr. Lynn, please continue to forge me. Such fervor even caused Lynn to momentarily forget to shout. Indeed, I weep for joy, truly deserving of the title of a future noble soul, the gentle Mr. Crocodile. Lynn wiped away the non-existent tears of a crocodile from the corners of her eyes. With her iron fists colliding, producing a resonant clang of metal, she strolled towards Rosinante with a smile. She pondered that today's training for Rosinante was nearly complete. Lynn remarked, Crossy, you have performed exceptionally well, and I hold great expectations for you, so please take a bow. With a resounding thud, in a gesture of respect for the indomitable spirit of Rosinante, Lynn resolved to employ a more earnest punch, bringing today's training session to a definitive conclusion. With a serious expression, Lynn delivered a punch that finally overwhelmed Rosinante's body, rendering him unconscious. Supported by Lynn, he slowly collapsed onto the deck. I almost forgot. After carefully placing Rosinante down, Lynn rose and turned, casting his ominous, pale red gaze upon Smoker, who had transformed into smoke to evade training. Now comes the main course. Under Lynn's chilling stare, Smoker's expression shifted, and a sense of foreboding enveloped him. What on earth does that man intend to do to me? On the entire deck, Lynn stood alone, the only one left upright. Meanwhile, Smoker lingered in midair. Smoker, it is your turn now. Lynn intertwined her two armored fists, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Yet, to Smoker, that smile exuded an aura of peril. Damn it, I shall fight you to the end. Aware that evasion was futile, Smoker unleashed his powers. Employing the technique White Mist Emitter, propelling himself forward with a burst of smoke as he launched an aggressive assault on Lynn. He chose the most dignified method of confrontation. Bang, bang, bang. Lynn, with his palm enveloped in the advanced hockey of armament, seized Smoker, who had willingly approached to endure the blows. With a swift motion reminiscent of a lunar throw, he exerted force upon the deck, propelling himself to meet Smoker, who was ascending into the sky. What ensued was a relentless barrage of strikes in midair. It wasn't until 2 hours had elapsed that Smoker finally succumbed to unconsciousness. As Lynn took hold of Smoker's heavy, slumbering form, he landed steadily on the deck. Truly, what a troublesome individual you are, making me work overtime for so long. Meanwhile, several naval officers had begun to rise on the deck. Aside from superficial injuries, they appeared to be largely unscathed. Lynn announced to the sailors that today's training had come to a close. The sailors cheered and wept, relieved that they had finally endured their first day. Meanwhile, Rosinante, who had lost consciousness from the exertion, awakened and slowly rose from the deck. After stretching his limbs and assessing the changes in his body, he remarked, I can feel Mr. Lynn's attacks, though excruciating, have not inflicted significant harm upon me. In fact, standing now, I sense that my body feels lighter. Training, and more training. Throughout the past fortnight, Lynn dedicated several hours each day to instructing these fledgling sailors. Lynn could sense that their bodies were gradually becoming stronger and more resilient, able to endure longer periods during training. Now, faced with the first phase of their assault, most of the Navy personnel, even after succumbing to fatigue, managed to maintain a lucid awareness, no longer succumbing to unconsciousness. This undeniably attests to the significant progress they have made during this period. Throughout this time, Lynn had primarily been the one to vanquish the pirates. Only when confronted with pirate crews of comparable strength would he permit them to engage, while he remained at the sidelines for their protection. Additionally, having eradicated the fearsome Sawtooth pirate crew, Lynn received a rather inconsequential commendation from Sengoku, along with a substantial allocation of military funds dispatched by the Navy. "Captain, please continue to train us today." At that moment, on the rear deck of the warship, a group of sailors approached Lynn, who was reclining on a sun lounger, perusing a newspaper, and respectfully implored him. "Come now, there's no need to address me in such a manner. We are not a clandestine syndicate. We are the legitimate and righteous Navy." Although Lynn spoke in a serious tone, he did not divert his gaze from the newspaper, exuding an air of leisure. "Yes, Captain." Lynn expressed this sentiment, yet the sailors under his command continued to address him with profound respect and admiration. Initially, they, like Smog, believed that this was a futile exercise and enduring punishment. It was only when their bodies grew stronger and they began to feel more at ease that they truly comprehended the immense impact of Lynn's training. Their usual regimen could not possibly yield such remarkable results. Moreover, it had only been a mere fortnight, and they were already acutely aware of the transformation within their physiques. Lynn's charisma and strength have utterly captivated them. The recent challenges faced have further deepened the bond between the naval forces aboard the warship and Lynn, leading them to sincerely address him as their leader. Well, let them call him as they wish. Lynn understood that it would be difficult to correct their manner of address, so she allowed them to call her as they pleased. After all, it was merely a title. Lynn continued to peruse the newspaper in his hands. Recently, an event of monumental significance had stirred the seas. 3 years prior, Long and Ivankov, alongside their valiant forces, liberated the Kingdom of Salb in the South Sea, ousting the tyrannical King Bikoli. With the addition of Bartholomew Kuma and Ginny, the valiant army had now once again overthrown a regime under the oppressive Celestial Dragons. Boldly proclaiming themselves as the Revolutionary Army, they dared to confront the most formidable power in these waters, the world government, igniting a tempest of rebellion. Although the 5 elders currently regarded this tiny ant with indifference, merely a member state among countless others they ruled, it did not warrant their alarm. Nevertheless, the entire ocean was abuzz with discussions regarding this matter. Indeed, a faction of individuals even entertained the notion of joining this burgeoning organization. "Hey, how long do you intend to laze about? Get up and train us." The silver-haired youth approached slowly, clad in a cream-colored tank top, clearly prepared for training. Today, Smoker had intended to gather on the deck as usual, awaiting the commencement of their training. However, after waiting for an extended period, he discovered that Lynn had not yet arrived. Eventually, he and other sailors found Lynn leisurely basking in the sun at the back of the ship. "Today we shall not train. Instead, let us summon the navigator to steer the ship toward the nearby island," Lynn commanded. "Yes, Brigadier General Lynn." Rocinante promptly executed Lynn's orders, disseminating the news of the day's reprieve. "TCH, no training? How utterly dull." The sailors expressed their discontent before dispersing listlessly. Smoker also departed in silence, feeling a peculiar unease in the absence of training. Initially, he had questioned Lynn's decisions, but now, witnessing the fruits of their training, he had come to acknowledge him. Truly, a capricious fellow, he had once been the one to flee the farthest. Lynn chuckled, dismissing Smoker's dissatisfaction with nonchalance. As Smoker gradually distanced himself, he caught the murmur from Lynn, his face flushing with heat, and his pace quickened. "In the future, should I grow stronger, I shall be the first to eliminate you." Smoker seethed inwardly, his countenance aflame with fury. Before long, Lynn's warship docked at the port of a certain island known as Shell's Town. Aside from a few naval personnel who remained aboard to guard the ship, the rest followed in Lynn's wake, a formidable presence. It was the Navy indeed. The sheer intensity of their aura startled the civilians, causing them to retreat in haste. Particularly, the silver-haired Smoker, lagging a step behind Lynn, appeared fierce, puffing on a cigar amidst swirling smoke, exuding an air of menace that suggested he was a seasoned figure in the underworld. Often mistaken for the leader of this formidable entourage, Lynn's presence was, for the first time, overshadowed by Smoker's formidable aura. The common folk were thus filled with trepidation towards this formidable battalion, hastily clearing the path, fearful of inadvertently inciting the wrath of such an imposing naval force. "Look, the Navy is here!" exclaimed some pirates who had come to procure nautical supplies, their bodies tense with apprehension at the sight of this massive naval contingent. Surely, they had not received wind of my presence as a notorious pirate worth 500,000 berries, had they? It couldn't be. I merely pilfered a golden bracelet from my neighbor as a modest starting fund for my seafaring adventures. I have only just embarked on my journey as a pirate. Is such a grand display truly necessary? In the corners of the street, some pirate captains exchanged anxious glances. The naval squadron arrived at a relatively large restaurant, and Roz and Andy pushed open the door. Lynn led a formidable group of well-armed sailors who advanced with synchronized steps. "Boss, we've reserved the entire venue. Hurry and serve the dishes." As it was still before noon, the establishment was devoid of patrons. The proprietor, trembling in his legs from the imposing presence of the fully armed crew, yet maintaining a facade of composure, wiped the wine bottle in his hands with a cloth, his face adorned with a look of great bewilderment. "Huh, after all this time, you are here merely to dine. I thought my indiscretions from years ago had come to light, and you were here to apprehend me. Everyone, indulge yourselves. Today the feast is on me. Oh, long live Captain Lynn." With that, at Lynn's command, the venue erupted with the joyous melodies of a celebratory pirate banquet. Ross and Andy leisurely gnawed on a steak from his plate, embodying a seemingly down-to-earth yet somewhat refined manner of eating. Smoker, on the other hand, greedily clutched a drumstick in each hand, continually stuffing his mouth with the succulent morsels. Lynn cast a glance at Smoker, internally jesting that he resembled a famished spirit returned to life, a true gourmand. Without delay, Lynn seized the fried rice and noodles from the table, elegantly devouring them with great enthusiasm. Before he had finished chewing the morsels in his mouth, he set down the empty plate and reached for the largest piece of his favorite, the beast's thigh meat. The restaurant owner and his staff, witnessing Lynn's peculiar display of elegance, were left dumbfounded, unable to look away, pondering how this fellow could consume so much. This meal deepened Lynn's acceptance among the Navy personnel, strengthening the bond with his subordinates. The owner, observing the jovial atmosphere among the hearty diners, exhaled a sigh of relief, having feared that his high-priced dealings in arms on the Shambadi archipelago had come to light. In years past, he too had been a merchant of weapons. But after finding the trade perilous, he retreated to his hometown and opened a restaurant with his former subordinates. He relished this leisurely and comfortable existence. The staff busily traversed the dining area, while the chef's pans sizzled with fervor. Fortunately, they were seasoned sailors and bodyguards who had once accompanied the owner in arms trading across the seas. Thus, they managed to keep up with the sudden chaos of this grand feast without succumbing to fatigue. Instead, they were filled with vigor, determined to prepare enough food to satisfy this ravenous crowd. The kitchen began to pulsate with fervor as plate after plate of exquisite dishes emerged from the kitchen. Ultimately, the ordinary sailors could not match Lynn's prodigious appetite, and soon several had reached their limits. They paused their efforts, engaging in light-hearted banter with their companions, appearing relaxed and jovial. Among them were some veterans who had served on other officers' ships, filled with admiration and respect for Lynn. This lively and harmonious atmosphere was a novelty they had never experienced aboard other vessels. "You truly have an extraordinary capacity for food," Smoker remarked, reclining in his chair, a look of contentment on his face, teasing Lynn, whose belly was only slightly rounded. In front of Lynn lay an astonishing heap of plates, each one emptied of its contents. Smoker had shed the initial reticence he had displayed upon joining the fleet, becoming increasingly casual over time. Lynn was unlike any superior he had previously encountered, never reprimanding him for trivial matters. Aside from daily drills and essential tasks, the freedom of movement for everyone aboard the ship was remarkably high, reminiscent of those pirates who incessantly cried out for liberty. Smoker regarded Lynn with a certain fondness, contemplating silently. Not too bad, he mused. Perhaps due to having nearly finished his meal, Lynn's pace of eating had significantly slowed. After taking a bite of the grilled squid skewer, he spoke gently. Just as the sailors were leisurely chatting and sipping tea and refreshments, the door was suddenly thrust open, ringing the bell that hung from it. The restaurant's staff, having exhausted the kitchen's supplies and sent out to procure more, stood at the threshold, panting heavily, sweat glistening on his brow, clearly in a state of panic. "What is the matter, Digga?" Upon seeing his employee's alarmed demeanor, the restaurant owner set down the bottle of wine and removed his apron, thinking to himself that something grave must have occurred. Yes, it's pirates. The town is under attack. The staff gasped, continuing with urgency, it's that captain of the 570 million berry bounty, the Orca pirate crew. They are ravaging everything in the town. Fury surged within the owner, his forehead beating with sweat as he grappled with the reality of the situation. This island was a non-affiliated territory, devoid of any obligation for naval protection. Damn it, I should never have disposed of all those weapons. He lamented inwardly. With only a dozen firearms remaining, what could they possibly do against such a formidable pirate crew? What on earth were they to do? As the restaurant owner grappled with his mounting distress, the weight of the situation bore heavily upon him. Lynn cast a glance towards Ross and Andy. Report, Brigadier Lynn. There are no anomalies detected aboard the warship, Ross and Andy stated after disconnecting the communicator. That means they landed on the opposite side of the island. Ross, make your way there at once. The Navy, unfettered by the effects of a hearty meal, will follow you. Ensign Ross. Lynn issued commands and assigned tasks. Yes. After the naval officers responded in unison, they all rose, including Smoker. However, this is a non-member nation, and you have no obligation to protect us. The boss hesitated before speaking. Are you willing to safeguard this island and drive away this band of nefarious pirates? Lynn shouted with fervor, indeed. We are the righteous Navy, and combating evil is our solemn duty. The crew, filled with fervent enthusiasm, raised their swords in unison and swiftly rose to follow the first officer, Ross and And. As he charged forth, "Oh, Ross, put this on," Lynn called out to Ross and And, who had already sprinted a distance ahead. As he tossed a finely crafted white bone mask into the air, Ross and And turned back and caught it deftly. Remember to wear this mask during battle. Although he was uncertain of Lynn's intent in giving him the mask, Ross and And sensed that Lynn must have his reasons. Mr. Lynn will not harm him. He merely needs to obey. Ross and Andy nodded, donned the bone-like white mask, and transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing into the night. At that moment, the once bustling hall fell silent, leaving only Lynn, a few associates, and the proprietor behind. Lynn rose from his seat and, with remarkable speed, devoured the food on the table, his cheeks puffing out as he swallowed in several gulps before approaching the counter. "Boss, it's time to settle the bill. Do not jest with me. How could I possibly accept payment from a group of individuals who evoked such profound emotions?" The proprietor, whose weathered face bore the marks of time and scars, was now adorned with tears that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. On the main road of Shellstown, a cacophony of laughter erupted. Ha ha ha. Wa ka 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 ka. Woo la la la. Chill me. Deluo luo luo. Ha ha ha. G. A band of pirates ambled down the thoroughfare, each exhibiting distinct and peculiar gaits while emitting an array of bizarre, trademark pirate laughter. Leading this unruly troop was their captain, the immortal Orca, Hetham, flanked by his first mate, Canon Lorton. The remaining 7 were the officers of the Orca pirate crew, who strutted arrogantly behind their captain, parading down the road. In the backdrop, a town lay ablaze, engulfed in fierce flames that consumed its structures. This scene of devastation only heightened their menacing presence. "Mommy, hurry," cried Marcia, as she urged her mother to flee. "I want to leave. I want to stay with you." The mother, struck by the shockwave of Lorton's explosive attack, found her legs incapacitated. The little girl wept, tugging at her mother, desperate to help her stand. But how could such a young child bear the weight of her mother, who was heavier than herself? Ha ha ha. To survive my cannon fire is quite the stroke of luck for you. Lorton's jovial demeanor suddenly darkened, his expression turning cold as he fixed a chilling gaze upon the mother and child. "Who granted you the audacity to linger before my cannon? This is an affront to me. Prepare to meet your end. In light of your deep bond, I shall reluctantly send you both to the depths of hell to reunite. Be sure to express your gratitude, for I am Canon Lorton. Remember that, will you?" Ha ha ha. With a thunderous boom, Lorton transformed his hand into a cannon, aiming it at the ground before him. The terrified mother and child, huddled together in fear, were propelled forward. They trembled, their faces etched with despair, as the mother, amidst her hopelessness, felt a surge of resentment. "Pirates have no place in this world. I apologize, Marcia, for your mother's inability to protect you." Yet, when speaking of her beloved child, a gentle expression graced her face, and if fate were to be kind, this would be the last time she would hear her mother's tender words. However, if fate were to be kind, an unexpected event was about to unfold. Just as the black bomb was on the verge of exploding upon them, a flash of lightning erupted, sweeping in to rescue the mother and daughter and whisking them away, leaving a beautiful white Z-shaped lightning in the air. Boom. The shell struck the ground, sending dirt flying and creating a crater 5 meters in diameter, a dark abyss. Ha ha ha, they deserved it. Who dared to survive under my bombardment? Lorton laughed maniacally, filled with satisfaction. Foolish Lorton, keep your eyes ahead. Captain Hisam, known as the Undying Orca, glared at the figure in a justice cloak, a Navy officer, appearing on the distant road ahead. How could the Navy possibly be present in this non-affiliated nation? To his knowledge, only the security forces were meant to be on this island. How could there be a Navy? Yet, it mattered little. They were merely ants he could crush without effort. Gather and seize the riches of this island quickly, or we shall have trouble when the Navy's fleet of strong reinforcements arrives. Hisam shouted to the ragtag pirates behind him. Yes, Captain. The pirates grinned wickedly, scattering into the streets and alleys. The Orca pirate crew, numbering over 800, had already dispersed 400 pirates throughout the town to plunder wealth. And now Hisam instructed the remaining 300 pirates to join in, hastening their efforts. The last 100 remained to guard the ship, without raiding the town and engaging in battle. He could not sustain the lavish needs of his vast fleet. What? How can they still be alive? Lorton exclaimed in disbelief. The mother and daughter, who should have been reduced to mere ashes by his power, were instead unharmed at the intersection ahead. Foolish Lorton, that Navy officer is a power wielder. Hisam pointed forward, indicating the figure gently comforting the little girl, adorned with a white bone mask, named Rosinante. Damn it! How dare you save the very lives I sought to extinguish? Hisam, leave that Navy officer to me. Lorton, with his muscular physique, stepped forward, his face a mask of fury. Move swiftly, or I shall have to intervene, Hisam warned. Ha ha ha, rest assured, I can take down such a lanky figure with a single punch of my cannon fist. As the impending strike of Rosinante loomed, a silver-haired youth accompanied by several ordinary Navy officers appeared behind him. Smoker, was it not your directive to lead the Navy in eliminating the pirates invading the town? Rosinante inquired, casting a glance at Smoker, whose form was shrouded in swirling smoke, his lips twitching slightly beneath his mask in evident confusion. Could it be that he had defied orders? It seems he has taken action, Smoker remarked nonchalantly as he inhaled from his cigar. Thus, I have come to offer you support. My apologies, Smoker, for my misjudgment, Rosinante replied. With Mr. Lynn taking the initiative, I can rest assured. He then directed his gaze towards Canon Lorton, who was advancing towards them with deliberate steps. Please escort this young lady and her child to safety, he commanded. Understood. Lieutenant Rosinante. The Navy officers promptly assisted the mother, who was temporarily unable to walk, as well as her child, departing from the scene. They recognized that their presence would only hinder their comrades in the face of such formidable adversaries, thus they complied with the order to leave. Before they departed, the little girl, being carried by one of the officers, glanced back at Rosinante's dependable figure and bestowed upon him a gentle and beautiful smile. Her sweet voice ringing out, "Good luck, Big Brother Navy." The sincerity of her innocent words stirred a profound emotion within Rosinante's heart. I shall, he assured her. You shall not be spared, Lorton bellowed. Enough with the grandstanding. Prepare to perish, cannon fist. With a sudden shift, Lorton's arm transformed, the cannon muzzle vanished, morphing into a dark, glossy bomb resembling a clenched fist. He accelerated towards Rosinante, intent on delivering a devastating blow. Hey, Lorton, how many times must I remind you? You are an artilleryman, not a melee fighter. Why rush into close combat? Hisam exclaimed, utterly exasperated. Yet, Lorton was solely focused on obliterating the Navy officer who had thwarted his intentions. You dare to save someone condemned to death. You underestimate me. He could never forgive those who defied him. Boom. His fist struck the air, causing an explosion in the space occupied by Rosinante, engulfing it in thick smoke. Ha ha ha, perish? This is the consequence of defying my will. Just then, a flash of electricity erupted behind Lorton. Watch out behind you, Lorton, Hisam exclaimed, instantly shifting into his orca form to assist Lorton. However, Rosinante was a user of the speed fruit. Sound boom kick. A kick imbued with terrifying power surged towards the back of Lorton's head. The force of the sonic explosion erupted at the back of Lorton's skull, distorting the very space around it. Ultimately, Lorton's head could not withstand the explosive power and shattered in midair, above the headless corpse of Lorton. A light rain of blood droplets began to fall. The first mate of the Orca pirate crew, Canon Lorton, was dead, with a resounding thud. Lorton's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Damn it, how dare you kill my first mate? The Orca man, surged forward like an unstoppable locomotive, propelled by an overwhelming force. His subordinates, momentarily stunned by the swift demise of Lorton, were unable to comprehend the situation. Yet, they quickly regained their composure and, with grave expressions, followed their captain, the undying Orca, advancing towards Smoker and Rosinante, intent on encircling and eliminating them. Meanwhile, at the lair of the formidable boss Lynn, as Rosinante and Smoker clashed with the captain and his cadre of the Orca pirate crew, Lynn stood atop a towering belfry, clad in a white uniform and military cap, allowing the wind to tousle his coat. Surrounding him were flames of deep crimson, flickering at his fingertips. With each gesture, anguished cries echoed through Shell's town as pirates were mercilessly engulfed by the fiery tendrils that sought out their enemies. The scarlet flames lingered briefly before consuming their victims, reducing them to dark ashes that fell to the ground. "You said if I paid, you would let me go," a fallen civilian cried out. Terror and fury etched upon his face as he beheld the approaching pirate wielding a blade. The two pirates, however, grinned maliciously, their faces twisted with malevolence. "We only demanded your money. We never promised you your freedom," one of them jeered, shaking the pouch of coins in his hand before swinging his weapon down upon the civilian. At that moment, a swirling mass of burning crimson flames descended from above, swiftly colliding with the two pirates. Their bodies ignited instantaneously, and their screams faded into silence, leaving only ashes behind. As the last of the pirates was vanquished, the blood-red flames dissipated into the air, transforming into fading embers against the backdrop of the tall belfry. After Lynn had vanquished the pirates wreaking havoc in Shell's town, he directed his gaze towards the direction of the Orca pirate crew, anticipating a delightful treasure-hunting expedition. Meanwhile, he harbored no concerns for the battlefield where Smoker was engaged. Not only was Smoker invincible under the might of his smoke fruit, a Logia-type devil fruit, but the invaluable Ope no Me, fiercely coveted by countless notorious pirates worth billions, underscored the formidable power of this particular fruit. If these two could not subdue a mere 500 million berry pirate, it would indeed be a ludicrous situation, compelling Lynn to intensify their training regimen. With blood-red flames surging around him, several flames detached and pulsed rhythmically behind him. Upon sensing the position of the Orca pirate crew's fleet with his spiritual perception, Lynn erupted with blood flames beneath his feet, propelling himself into the sky. With the floating flames trailing behind him, he swiftly soared towards the direction of the Orca pirate crew's vessels. At the coastline where the Orca pirate crew had docked, several large ships lay anchored. Aboard the main vessel, the Orca, a pirate lamented, "How dreadfully boring it is to be left on the ship as a guard. I long to disembark and see some treasure, especially if there were beautiful women involved. Hehehe. Alas, our luck is dismal. But at least we have some wine to drink. Cheers." Just as the pirates on guard were engaged in their idle chatter, a menacing blood-red meteor, trailing a lengthy fiery tail, plummeted towards the deck. Boom. Under the force of this terrifying impact, the ship's hull sank, and a charred, concave crater materialized on the deck. Simultaneously, a wave of searing blood flames swiftly spread and enveloped the deck. The pirates remaining on the deck were caught in the shockwave, some flung away, others severely injured or dead. Those who survived were consumed by the spreading blood flames, reduced to nothing but blackened ash. As the black smoke dissipated from the crater, Lynn emerged, engulfed in flames and accompanied by several floating fireballs, making his entrance amidst the searing inferno. It was an instant scene of devastation. Under Lynn's command, the floating flames behind him launched in an orderly fashion, seeking out the pirates on the other ships. Lynn, while deftly manipulating the swirling blood flames to vanquish the pirates, activated his mental perception to search for treasures aboard the ship. Upon witnessing the rapidly moving blood flames in the air, Leo Cairo recognized Lynn's intervention. Thus, he freed his hands to rush to the main battlefield for support. Upon arrival, chaos reigned supreme. Smoker attacked with his smoke elemental form, while Rosinante transformed into lightning, producing sonic booms as he zipped through the fray. Leo Cairo selected a swordsman officer as his adversary and entered his turtle-like greenskin form. With his twin blades slightly rotated and aimed at the officer, an extraordinary event unfolded. As Leo Cairo's shell-clad body spun through the air, it generated a sharp mini-tornado that surged toward the officer. This technique, dubbed mini-tornado, had been developed with Lynn's assistance, harnessing the reactive force produced by the spinning shell to create a tornado attack, with the blades forming its forefront. The escalating power during the rotation was sufficient to create a significant breach in the enemy's defenses, potentially shattering their form into fragments. At that moment, The officer Leo Cairo faced was a swordsman wielding a single sword. Nonetheless, as a veteran of a notorious pirate crew worth 500 million, he would not be easily bested by the novice Navy recruit. Leo Cairo's mini tornado was met with the swordsman's dual-handed block, causing sparks to fly as they clashed. The swordsman, impressed by the intensity of Leo Cairo's concentrated assault, remarked on the potential destruction of his blade if this continued. With that, the pirate swordsman braced against the pressure exerted by Leo Cairo, his arm muscles bulging dramatically, appearing twice their original size. The fabric of his sleeves tore apart under the sudden surge of power. With a swift motion, he deflected Leo Cairo's assault, redirecting the pressure and causing the mini tornado to veer toward a nearby building, which collapsed under the force of Leo Cairo's concentrated dual-blade attack, sending debris soaring into the air. Moments later, a green-skinned turtle man emerged unscathed from the ruins of the fallen structure, devoid of any injuries. Animal type? He pondered. The pirate swordsman seized the opportunity, refusing Leo Cairo a moment's respite, and unleashed his exquisite swordsmanship technique. Ming Shun, one-sword style, shattering rock fire. Faced with such a formidable assault, Cairo found himself with no means of evasion. At that moment, the words of Lynn echoed in his mind, when confronted by an opponent far superior to oneself, whose attacks are inescapable. Retreat into your shell. Cairo had not long consumed the fruit, and his mastery over its powers could only be described as abysmal. Typically, he relied solely on the brute strength of his Zoan-type physique to engage in straightforward combat with his adversaries. Without Lynn's guidance, he had never considered employing such a tactic. As the terrifying attack of the pirate swordsman approached, blazing with fury, Cairo relinquished his dual blades and withdrew into his shell. The pirate swordsman's lethal strike, filled with murderous intent, missed its mark. Propelling himself off the ground, Cairo transformed the hard shell into a weapon, launching a fierce assault against the swordsman's abdomen. A sharp pain radiated from the swordsman's midsection, causing his mouth to open in shock, his eyes bulging as he was sent flying. You scoundrel! As a swordsman, losing one's weapon felt akin to relinquishing one's very arms. It was a disgrace to the way of the sword. Today, I shall eradicate your disgrace from the world of swordsmanship. The pirate swordsman, gritting his teeth against the pain in his chest, bellowed as he rose from the ground. Cairo, however, paid no heed to the swordsman's words. He once again turned his shell towards the rising swordsman, launching himself forward. Yet this time, it seemed Cairo had no intention of attacking the swordsman directly. His retracted shell ricocheted across the ground, walls, and streets, gaining speed with each bounce until it became an indistinguishable blur. The pirate swordsman, gripping his sword tightly, focused intently, poised to anticipate the next assault that could emerge from any direction. If it were a straightforward confrontation, the swordsman's skill and combat experience would undoubtedly surpass that of the novice naval recruit Cairo. In a direct clash, Cairo would be destined for defeat. At this moment, on the other side of the battlefield, the combat was drawing to a close. The combined forces of Rossindi and Smoker proved overwhelming for the Tiger Whale pirates, who lacked the mastery of hockey. One by one, they succumbed to the duo's relentless onslaught, sprawled helplessly upon the ground. Meanwhile, Smoker's smoke-formed hand grasped 4 surviving officers. Their captain, the undying Tiger Whale, truly lived up to his moniker, his tough skin and resilient flesh allowing him to endure several sonic kicks from Rossindi before finally collapsing. Yet still alive, it remained uncertain whether Rossindi had shown mercy in his desire to capture him alive. With the battle concluded, Rossindi and Smoker turned their attention to the ongoing fray at another location, both prepared to intervene should Cairo falter or face peril. This harrowing experience, steeped in life and death stakes, greatly contributed to the growth of the Navy personnel. The pirate swordsman repeatedly swung his blade, attempting to thwart Cairo's movements, yet Cairo nimbly evaded each strike. As impatience mounted within the swordsman, Cairo's shell reached its zenith of speed. TCH. Though I know not your intent, your efforts are merely a futile expenditure of energy. The swordsman, having dodged the shell, regained his composure and remarked coolly. At that moment, as the shell ricocheted off the ground nearby, Cairo emerged explosively from within it. Propelling himself off the ground with a powerful push and a swift rotation, he harnessed this heightened velocity. His feet, now concentrated, launched towards the pirate swordsman with the speed of a rocket, leaving a trail of light in their wake. Rocket kick. Thud. His feet struck fiercely from the swordsman's blind spot, powerful enough to impact the left side of the swordsman's chest, even from a distance. A sharp intake of breath escaped Smoker and Rossindi as they instinctively recoiled, their hands brushing against their own ribs. Surely, that must have been excruciating. Alas, the earnest hero had been led astray by his captain, adopting such a despicable technique. Boom. The pirate swordsman, shell and all, was sent flying, crashing through a building's wall. Seizing the opportunity while the swordsman was reeling from the blow, Hero swiftly emerged from the rubble, retrieving his twin swords from the ground nearby. As anticipated, the swordsman, though gravely injured, staggered out of the debris, clutching his abdomen, his gait uneven yet remarkably resilient. His eyes burned crimson, a fierce glare that promised vengeance. Despite enduring such a terrifying blow, the swordsman was able to rise once more, a testament to the formidable strength of his physique that could not be denied. Just as the pirate swordsman was about to unleash his fury, his gaze fell upon Leokiro, who stood before him wielding twin blades, their sharp edges glinting ominously. Surely not. Here it comes again. I haven't even caught my breath yet. As the expression on the pirate swordsman's face shifted dramatically, Leokiro transformed once more into a whirlwind, charging forward with an unstoppable ferocity. Unable to contain his frustration, the pirate swordsman cursed under his breath, his grip on the sword trembling slightly. Damn it. Who taught you such despicable tactics? With a resounding crash, the sword clutched in the pirate swordsman's hands shattered into pieces, and amidst Leokiro's twin blades thrust, which formed a miniature tornado of assault. He lost all consciousness, collapsing amidst the debris of the wreckage. The confrontation between the pirate swordsman and the tortoise fruit user, Leokiro, had concluded with Leokiro emerging victorious. Thus, the curtain fell on the battlefield, marking the total annihilation of the notorious tiger whale pirate crew. However, the work of the Navy was far from over. Razanandi led the naval personnel in a search for the wounded townsfolk who still clung to life. Gathering them together to receive care from the ship's medic, the townspeople, moved by this act of kindness, shed tears that glistened and burned with emotion. The naval crew led by Lynn was met with an exuberant welcome and affection. Everyone had grown fond of these individuals who came to their aid. This place, ostensibly a realm of unprotected non-aligned nations, ought to have prompted the Navy to adhere to the laws of the world government and turn a blind eye to its existence. Yet, they audaciously contravened the edicts of the world government. The townsfolk collectively resolved to keep the events transpiring here to themselves, determined to shield the truth from the world government. However, it was too late. During their skirmish, Morgan's newsbird had captured the clash. If all went as anticipated, word would soon spread across the seas. Meanwhile, Shell's town was enveloped in the joyous atmosphere of a grand banquet. Initially, Lynn intended to depart with his men, but the townspeople's overwhelming hospitality compelled them to stay for dinner. To their astonishment, the townsfolk organized a celebration more extravagant than a New Year's festivity in the town square. All the naval officers reveled in the jubilant feast. At the banquet, a tipsy smoker and a similarly flushed Razanandi embraced each other, one arm draped over the other's shoulder while clutching a wine glass in the other hand. Before the roaring bonfire, they exuberantly shouted and danced. Their former dignified personas vanished. The Navy and townsfolk alike joined in the merriment, dancing and laughing together in a harmonious celebration. The atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith. Lynn sat gracefully in a chair, wielding a fork to savor the steaming steak upon his plate. He chewed slowly, relishing each bite. "Ha, Navy lad. Are you unable to eat any more?" remarked a restaurant owner, whose scarred visage bore witness to his past as a weapons dealer. With a hearty smile, he personally returned to the kitchen, bringing forth 2 additional dishes that exuded an enticing aroma. "This is merely the appetizer," Lynn declared after swallowing a morsel of the grilled meat. The following day, after Razanandi completed the head count, Lynn prepared to escort the sailors back to their vessel. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted behind him, as figures surged forth, clouds of dust swirling in their wake, causing the very earth to tremble. Lynn glanced back and beheld the townsfolk, who, upon learning of their impending departure, clutched an array of gifts in their hands. Their faces radiated with warm smiles, eager to present their tokens of affection. Among the offerings were edibles, beverages, handcrafted artifacts, and even monetary gifts, an eclectic assortment of treasures. Lynn's expression shifted slightly, and he hastily cleared his throat. Adjusting his tone, he promptly addressed his naval subordinates with a commanding shout. "Everyone, run back to the warship." With that, Lynn took the lead and dashed forward. The sailors were utterly perplexed. Had they not come to bid farewell? Why were they now being told to flee? "Hey, Captain, wait for us." Though they struggled to comprehend the situation, seeing their leader sprinting away compelled them to follow suit. The billowing smoke generated by the throng behind them drew ever nearer. In a frantic scramble, the sailors shouted and ran, striving to catch up with Lynn. From a distance, A bizarre and absurd scene unfolded. A group of sailors sprinting ahead, pursued by a crowd of townsfolk shouting for them to stop, creating a strikingly dissonant tableau. Mr. Lynn, why must we run? Asked Ross and Andy, lagging slightly behind Lynn, his arms pumping as he hastened forward. The ethereal smoker, now transformed into a cloud of smoke, also appeared confused. This year's harvest on the island has been poor, Lynn remarked, his voice carrying back to the sailors. The gifts each person holds may well be the finest offerings they can muster. Upon hearing this, Ross and Andy's expression changed dramatically. Does that mean the banquet yesterday was? Lynn was well aware of what the gentle and kind Ross and Andy was about to say. With a smile, he replied, I have already covered the meal expenses. When did you pay, boss? You've been with us the whole time. A curious Navy officer behind him gasped. I informed them of the Orca pirate crew's docking location. Ah, I see. The Navy officers, realizing the situation, clenched their fists and struck their open palms, producing a crisp sound. Ross and Andy also broke into a rare hearty laugh, as he had always been concerned about maintaining his image with a polite smile. I truly admire Mr. Lynn. Being assigned to this warship is the greatest fortune since I joined the Navy. Uffed. How dull, Smoker remarked disdainfully, floating above the group in a cloud of smoke. Yet, a subtle shift in his gaze towards Lynn hinted at a change within. Upon learning the reason for their hasty retreat, the Navy officers laughed and quickened their pace. Ha ha. We must hurry. We can't let those guys catch up, proposed a Navy officer leading the charge. The one who made the suggestion was soon met with agreement from his comrades, who chimed in, I have no objections, ha ha ha. Hey, you privileged ones. Don't get carried away, protested the Navy officers lagging behind, their faces darkening in discontent. Nevertheless, their pace quickened considerably. Amidst the clamor, the Navy group returned to the warship. Hurry and set sail, those fellows are closing in. Without Lynn needing to issue commands, the boarding Navy officers organized themselves. A chaotic yet orderly sight. In no time, they had the warship departing from the harbor, gradually moving away. Hey, what are you running for? We came to see you off, exclaimed the scarred-faced restaurant owner, panting as he bent over at the port. Yet, as he gazed at the warship receding into the distance, he burst into laughter, calling out, Thank you so much. Travel safely. The townsfolk echoed his sentiments, shouting their farewells. The Navy officers stood at the ship's rails, leaning over, smiling and waving goodbye to the townspeople. Once the warship had sailed beyond the waters of Shellstown, Lynn gathered everyone on the deck. The previous day, all aboard had participated in the banquet, including those initially tasked with guarding the ship, allowing them a much-needed respite. Having enjoyed their revelry, it was now time for training. Lynn's fists were enveloped in a dark, iron-like hue of hockey. Boss, we implore you, please train us diligently. Their voices harmonized, and not a single face betrayed any hint of hesitation. It seemed the previous training had borne fruit. Smoker, too, discarded his naval uniform, carelessly tossing it aside to reveal a cream-colored vest beneath. Are we finally about to commence? I have awaited this moment with great anticipation. Lynn, cease your dawdling and strike me swiftly. The atmosphere was charged with fervor, just as you desired. Lynn unleashed a barrage of iron-fisted strikes upon the crowd, each blow landing with the ferocity of a tempest upon the naval forces. After a day's respite, each sailor now brimmed with vitality, ready to embrace the forthcoming training that promised to escalate in difficulty. In the blink of an eye, yet another month had elapsed. Due to Lynn and his comrades' assistance in repelling pirates from non-allied nations, the Marine headquarters felt pressure from higher authorities. However, Sengoku merely conveyed to his superiors that Lynn and his team had fortuitously aided the non-allied nation in their pursuit of the pirates, thus suppressing the matter and deeming it a trivial incident. Meanwhile, Lynn had diligently trained these sailors for a total of 1 month and 15 days, during which the crew's physical condition began to transform remarkably. Notably, throughout this month, Lynn clandestinely experimented with infusing his spiritual energy into his armed hockey-covered fists, subjecting the sailors to a searing pain that they described as piercing their very souls. Yet, amidst this agonizing trial, the sailors' bodies experienced a remarkable enhancement, doubling their capabilities. Lynn merely wished to experiment, never anticipating that the combination of armament hockey and mental fortitude would yield such remarkable training results. Wait a moment. Lynn conceived a notion. The fists of Karp possessed a pain that struck deep into the soul. Could it be interpreted that Karp's indomitable will, or spirit, had been infused into his strikes, rendering them so excruciating? Now that he too had acquired a means to unleash mental assaults, why not harness this ethereal power to gradually tear open that barrier? Without hesitation, Lynn embarked on this endeavor. Days passed by once more. Lynn discerned that his conjecture was indeed accurate. It proved to be beneficial. As he concentrated his mental energy to dismantle the ethereal barrier, the aperture gradually transformed into particles, dissolving before his very eyes. Though the progress was minuscule, it was approximately 5 times more efficient than the relentless blows of Karp's iron fist. Henceforth, he would no longer need to rely on Karp's formidable strikes to breach the depths of the mind's defenses. Instead, he could wield this mental prowess to gradually dismantle the barrier at his own pace, significantly enhancing his efficiency in advancement. Thus, there was no urgency to return to the headquarters. During this period, Lynn continued to adhere to his original plan, training the naval personnel diligently. He devoted several hours each day to fortifying their physiques without impairing their operational capacity or causing them severe bodily harm. By enveloping his iron fists with mental energy, Lynn was able to inflict pain upon them without exerting excessive force, thus honing their resilience while minimizing the risk of serious injury. The training remained remarkably effective. After several hours of this mental fortitude training, the remainder of their time was left to their own devising. For instance, Smoker and Rosinante engaged in training pertaining to their devil fruit abilities, while Leo Kiro focused on refining his swordsmanship. Meanwhile, for those more bewildered members of the Navy, Lynn assigned them weighted training. As the days passed, every member aboard the vessel diligently strove towards greater strength. Throughout their journey, Lynn vanquished numerous pirates upon the vast seas. At times, he would set forth in a flame-laden boat, distancing himself from the fleet to act independently. With Rosinante's life card in hand, he harbored no fear of losing his way on the Grand Line. The pirate list obtained from Sengoku led him to encounter many adversaries, all of whom he dispatched with ease. "Hey, Captain, it appears that the island ahead has come under attack by pirates," the lookout exclaimed, peering through his telescope and pointing towards the distant isle. At that moment, thick plumes of black smoke billowed from the island, and peculiarly, wisps of pale green mist also wafted through the air. Clearly, something was amiss on that island. "Bring the ship closer," Lynn commanded. The navigator, upon receiving the directive, steered the vessel towards the island shrouded in green mist. This was a relatively small isle, enveloped in a foreboding haze, exuding an aura of ominousness. "Do not approach too closely. The vapor appears to be toxic." Lynn halted the vessel a considerable distance from the island. "Rosie, follow me. The rest of you stay aboard and remain vigilant." "Aye, Captain," the Navy personnel responded. With a surge of flames erupting from his feet, Lynn leapt into the air, propelled by several bursts, making his way toward the island. Rosinante mirrored this action, transforming into a streak of lightning as she soared upward, the sound of sonic booms trailing beneath her as she followed Lynn toward the land. "Onward," Lynn commanded, tossing a gas mask in Rosie's direction. She caught it, glanced at it briefly, and promptly affixed it to her face. The two, now equipped with their masks, descended onto the island, where Lynn first extended his hand and paused momentarily before leading Rosinante, their feet landing firmly on the soft earth. Lynn glanced briefly and observed that the smoke had little effect on the plants and other forms of life. After tentatively touching the green mist, she felt emboldened to descend into the island with Rosinante, venturing into the noxious fog. The island was inhabited by pirates, and the villagers had succumbed to the toxins. After Lynn utilized his mental prowess, he remarked. Rosinante nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Mr. Lynn's observation haki was indeed remarkable. He resolved to diligently cultivate his own haki, aspiring to assist Mr. Lynn more effectively. "Let us go." The two figures suddenly accelerated on the ground, racing swiftly along the path forged by the villagers. Lynn's silhouette traversed the path, manifesting as a blood-red meteor with an elongated tail. Rosinante, on the other hand, moved with unparalleled speed, transforming into a streak of brilliant white lightning in midair. The two figures accelerated relentlessly towards the direction of the pirates. "Ha ha ha! What a bountiful harvest!" exclaimed a pirate enveloped in green smoke. "I never imagined the villagers of this small island possessed such wealth. 300,000 berries in total. Captain Ryan's abilities are truly remarkable. We need not lift a finger. Those disobedient villagers have simply succumbed." Pirates donned in gas masks, their faces grinning beneath the protective gear, echoed their compliments. "Perhaps, if we follow Captain Ryan, we shall reach the new world without any effort on our part." "Ha ha ha, of course. As long as we accompany Captain Ryan, the future Pirate King, we too shall revel in endless riches and glory." "Indeed," the captain chuckled, "I am destined to be the Pirate King. My Logia-type poison fruit is invincible. Rhine, basking in the crew's flattery, exhibited no humility, convinced of the truth in their words. He had consumed an unparalleled logia fruit recently discovered at sea, granting him powers that even bullets from the Navy could not extinguish. His mastery over the fruit was still in its infancy. As soon as he activated his powers, the entire island became shrouded in a haze of green smoke. Just as Captain Rhine and his band of pirates, laden with a modest sack of plundered wealth, prepared to depart the village. A blood-red figure materialized before this wielder of toxic gas. The figure's hand was cloaked in a glossy, blood-tinged blade of flame, which it swiftly swung towards Rhine's head. Thud. The severed head tumbled through the air, and Rhine's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld his own headless body on the ground. Realization dawning upon him that he was indeed dead. Boom. The headless corpse collapsed with a resounding thud, blood gushing from the neck. Lynn unleashed a fiery beam from his fingertips, striking Rhine's head in midair, igniting it into a plume of ash and blackened remnants. Captain. As the pirates recoiled in terror at the sudden demise of their leader, a cacophony erupted among them, filled with screams, yet they could not evade Rocinandi's assault. Ultimately, aside from the villagers who succumbed to poison, only Rocinandi and Lynn remained on the scene. Since departing from Marineford, Rocinandi had initially shown mercy towards the pirates. However, along this journey, one encounters an overwhelming number of tragedies and calamities wrought by pirates. Moreover, even if he were to spare these pirates with the intention of imprisoning them in the naval jail, they would ultimately be eradicated by Lynn. Lynn's response was laden with trouble. This left Rocinandi speechless. After all, these pirates could not escape the clutches of death, and it would be far kinder for them to perish at his hands than to burn alive in flames. I shall fetch the ship's doctor, he thought. Rocinandi glanced at the villagers, their faces tinged with green, collapsing onto the ground, teetering on the brink of death, and instinctively uttered, "There is no time." The ship likely lacks the necessary herbs to counteract this poison. Moreover, the toxic mist has yet to dissipate. Please, wait for me. With that, Lynn stepped into a small growth. It was long before Lynn emerged, cradling numerous boxes filled with peculiar syringes containing a strange blue liquid. Although Rocinandi wished to voice his thoughts upon seeing these unexpected items, he was swiftly inundated with several boxes of antidote syringes before he could utter a sound. "This is the antidote for subcutaneous injection," Lynn declared as he transformed into a crimson meteor, swiftly administering the injections to each villager, pressing the tops of the syringes down. Meanwhile, Rocinandi became a flash of lightning, diligently darting around the scene, ensuring each villager received their dose of the antidote. After Lynn completed his final injection, a fierce crimson flame surged through his body, instantly transforming him into a fiery humanoid form. With a powerful leap, he ascended into the sky, sweeping his leg forcefully through the air ahead. As he delivered the kick, a violent tempest swept through the atmosphere. After changing direction and executing several more kicks, the green toxic mist dissipated, restoring the air to normalcy. Initially, Lynn believed that once the toxin user perished, the noxious gas enveloping the island would vanish. However, it was evident that this was not the case, and he still needed to take action to cleanse the area. Once he had completed his task, Lynn descended to the ground, reverting to his normal state. At that moment, the villagers' faces, previously tinged with green, began to regain their natural rosy hue. Meanwhile, Rocinandi, who had administered the antidote, hurried over to report, "Mr. Lynn, we have finished administering the injections, and the number was just right, as you had exchanged them based on the village's population. By the way, Mr. Lynn, where did these syringes come from?" Rocinandi inquired, his mind filled with curiosity. "Take a guess," Lynn replied enigmatically as he made his way toward the pirate ship, leaving Rocinandi in a state of bewilderment. With a slight wry smile, Rocinandi remarked, "Mr. Lynn, I cannot fathom it." He then followed closely behind Lynn. However, since Lynn seemed disinclined to share, Rocinandi, being perceptive, chose not to press further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. For instance, his own secret was that he had once been a celestial dragon. Simultaneously, Rocinandi silently committed to memory Lynn's remarkable ability to heal. After Lynn and Rocinandi departed, the villagers who had fallen to the ground gradually began to awaken. It was peculiar. Had we not encountered a pirate attack and succumbed to poison? Look. Do you see those corpses on the ground? They belong to the pirates. It seems we have been rescued from their clutches. Following the villagers' astonished exclamations, a wave of relief washed over them, leading to tears of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, they had ultimately survived the hands of the nefarious pirates. Meanwhile, Lynn had boarded the pirate ship, embarking on a quest for treasure. After a thorough search, Lynn summarized the spoils of this expedition. The ship carried a total of 2.6 million berries, yet the amount that could be absorbed by the system was a mere zero. This figure took Lynn by surprise. How could one of the natural type fare so poorly? Next, we shall embark on a journey to the Shabadi archipelago. Lynn tossed the pouch of money into Rocinandi's hands and remarked that he intended to venture over there to seek his fortune by purchasing a batch of devil fruits. Lynn and Rocinandi returned to the warship, and after issuing commands to the navigator, they set sail. He intended to visit the auction house in the Somebody Islands, hoping to procure some devil fruits. As Lynn's vessel gradually distanced itself, a sailor aboard called out, "Hey, Captain, come quickly. The villagers are seeing us off." Lynn arrived at the ship's railing, gazing at the villagers on the shore who waved farewell to them, their faces brimming with gratitude. Without uttering a word, he silently retreated to his chamber aboard the vessel, closed the door, and began his mental training for the day. After several days had passed, Lynn and his companions finally reached the archipelago of Sabaody, also known as the Bubble Islands. The entire surface of the islands continually released bubbles that floated to a certain height before bursting in the air, producing a crisp, popping sound. The Sabaody archipelago is composed of the world's largest mangrove trees, the Yarkaman mangroves, forming 79 islands from 79 trees, each inscribed with a number. Every island is equipped with towns and facilities, including human trafficking shops, auction houses, lawless zones, tourist attractions, specialty stores, shipyards, coating artisans, streets lined with inns, naval bases, and entrances to the world government. Each area is distinctly demarcated. For instance, Lynn's immediate destination is the lawless zone numbered from 1 to 29, where human trafficking, various weapons, and devil fruits can be procured, provided one possesses sufficient wealth. The naval ship anchored offshore at Area 11, and Lynn set off with only Rocinandi, while delegating a portion of the Navy to safeguard the chef and procure supplies. Lynn recalled the impending event at the number 1 GR slave auction house, where a violent confrontation with the celestial dragons was destined to unfold. Following this tumultuous incident, the auction house's clandestine operator, Don Quixote da Flamingo, abandoned the establishment, transferring its operations to his subordinate, Disco, and proclaimed that the trade of human lives had become an anachronism in the new era. Ultimately, the auction house could no longer sustain itself, leading to its closure and a prolonged abandonment, which gradually transformed it into a desolate ruin. 2 years after the Straw Hat crew's return from their training, Disco found himself destitute and intoxicated on the streets. Upon hearing the news of the Straw Hat's return, he furiously brandished a knife and stabbed at Luffy's bounty poster with disdain. Pirates eager to enter the new world would inevitably arrive at Sabaody Archipelago. Traversing the artisan district between GRs 50 and 59 and following the underwater route through Fishman Island, they would gain access to the new world. Lieutenant Rocinandi remarked that the Sabaody Archipelago was in close proximity to both Mariewa, the residence of the Celestial Dragons, and the Navy headquarters. Thus, it was not uncommon to witness the lofty Celestial Dragons parading about, relishing the reverence of those who knelt before them. To evade the inconvenience posed by frequent encounters with the Celestial Dragons, Lynn deemed it prudent to steer clear of the number 1 GR, where their presence was most pronounced. As the trio walked upon the soft ground, marveling at the wonders along their path, they advanced, cloaked in dark, imposing capes. After all, donning naval uniforms in this realm, a place tacitly acknowledged as a den of iniquity by both the Navy and the world government, felt rather peculiar. The trio consisted of Lynn, Rocinandi, and Smoker. Smoker had expressed his boredom on the ship and had decided to join them for a stroll. While traversing the town, Smoker observed the slaves being paraded openly, tethered by ropes, and posed a thought-provoking question. Why is it permissible to openly trade in human lives here, when the Navy headquarters is merely a stone's throw away? As he spoke, his palms subtly clenched into fists, smoke emanating from his knuckles, as if he were contemplating intervening to rescue those in chains. In response to Smoker's poignant inquiry, Lynn replied calmly, "Because this place lies beneath the red line, under the feet of the Celestial Dragons. It is a territory they tacitly permit for such transactions." "The Celestial Dragons?" Smoker asked, perplexed. "They are the supreme rulers of this world, our direct superiors within the Navy. Residing in the world government at Mariewa atop the red line, they are the dominators of these seas. Are you implying that we are subordinates to such beings?" Smoker paused, gradually grasping the implications of Lynn's words. "If you intend to cause a disturbance here, it may lead to endless troubles for you. Even as a member of the Navy, you could very well find yourself wanted as a pirate. Lynn spoke deeply. Otherwise, how could anyone engage in the heinous trade of human trafficking under the glaring sun? In the presence of a naval garrison stationed on the Shambadi archipelago? Furthermore, this situation has persisted until the onset of the forthcoming narrative. If there were no celestial dragons backing this deliberately established realm of vice, how could it endure for so long? It is evident that the authorities have tacitly condoned such actions. Yet, the faces of those enslaved are undeniably marked by anguish. They are weeping. If we do not intervene, no one will be able to rescue them. The young smoker clenched his fist and shouted, for the first time feeling that the justice he bore was utterly impotent, unable to assist each and every individual here. Thus, this is precisely why I was reluctant to include you in this venture from the outset, yet you insisted on following. If you cannot endure it, I advise you to return to the ship at the earliest opportunity. After Lynn finished speaking, he disregarded Smoker's seething anger and indignation, continuing his steady advance. In the midst of a navy mired in corruption, a figure burdened with a dark reputation in the shadows was essential. Otherwise, clad in this navy uniform, one would remain forever constrained. Damn it! Despite Smoker's helplessness against the sight of slaves parading down the streets, adorned with collars and bound by chains, he gritted his teeth and followed Lynn and Rosanandi, striving to avert his gaze from the faces marred by sorrow and despair. At that moment, a commotion ahead captured the trio's attention. A pirate, donning a blindfold and a captain's hat, wielded an iron hook in his left hand and a whip in his right, mercilessly lashing a group of children aged approximately 5 to 13. The whip struck a boy who dared to resist, leaving a searing mark that oozed blood. Hey, Captain. This is a batch of goods we painstakingly gathered after wiping out several villages. If you damage them, we won't fetch a good price. One of the crew members cautioned. These were children collected through their arduous efforts, possessing decent appearances, with hopes of fetching a high price to fund their venture into the new world. Humph. You'd best behave yourselves. If a kind family takes a liking to you, consider it a stroke of luck. Otherwise, I'll dispose of you just as I did your families. Get up. Don't delay Lord Carey's business, he barked, delivering several more lashes to the fallen slaves. This time, however, his strikes were somewhat lighter, sparing them from the vivid red welts. That damn bastard! Smoker gritted his teeth, his pent-up fury reaching a boiling point. Ready to unleash his powers and charge forth. Just as Smoker was about to transform into smoke and attack, Lynn intervened, delivering a punch imbued with armament hockey to Smoker's abdomen, causing him to lose consciousness once again. Lynn cast the unconscious Smoker onto Rosanandi, exclaiming that he was quite the troublesome fellow. One could only hope that Smoker would exhibit a modicum of awareness if one were to take action. It would be wise to choose a more secluded location. Have you not noticed the peculiar harmony in this bustling town, where pirates, merchants, and common folk coexist in an orderly fashion? It is rather strange that there are no agents of the world government behind the scenes maintaining order here. This place has long since transformed into a veritable marketplace for pirates. Lynn opened his senses and indeed discerned numerous individuals clad in black suits lurking in the shadows. Simultaneously, a figure in a white suit was observed sipping tea atop a tea house. It remained uncertain whether he was affiliated with the CP or simply someone donning a white suit. Indeed, Rosanandi uttered nothing further, complying with orders as he hoisted Smoker onto his back and activated his fruit ability, vanishing like a flash of lightning. The group of children was also herded by the pirates toward a nearby location marked by a sign indicating an auction house. Concurrently, Lynn noted that a placard stood before the auction house, announcing that tonight's auction featured mermaids and devil fruits, which attracted a multitude of sellers who gradually opted to enter this establishment. Lynn followed suit and made her way into the auction house. Upon arrival at the counter, she registered her information as required. Lynn filled out a few details carelessly, for the regulations in this regard were quite lax and not particularly stringent. After paying a deposit, she was granted access to the auction hall. The venue was guarded by burly sentinels both inside and out, whose prowess appeared to Lynn rather modest, akin to that of mere underlings. The hall was awash with shimmering lights, radiating a resplendent golden splendor. Upon entering the auction hall, Lynn settled into a row of vacant seats, patiently awaiting the commencement of the auction. Meanwhile, she extended her mental faculties to perceive the backstage of the auction, where an array of items awaited bidding. This establishment was not solely dedicated to the trade of slaves. Rather, it showcased a diverse assortment of goods, including weapons and blades. Individuals from various races, and even a mermaid, which had been placed in the special items section. To her astonishment, There were also 3 devil fruits among the offerings. This was precisely what Lynn had set her sights on. As the warship navigated towards the Sabaody archipelago, dusk had already begun to settle. With only a short while remaining before the auction was scheduled to begin, Lynn closed his eyes, seeking solace amidst the cacophony of conversations surrounding him. At that moment, Rocinante, having located Lynn via a life card, greeted him briefly before choosing to remain silent, taking a seat beside him. As time gradually elapsed, approximately 30 minutes later, the moment for the auction's commencement finally arrived, igniting a heightened buzz among the attendees. Everyone eagerly anticipated the evening's exceptional auction items, a mermaid and a devil fruit. Both rare commodities along the first half of the grand line, coveted yet elusive. The host wasted no time with superfluous chatter and promptly introduced the first item for bidding, a renowned blade, with an opening bid set at 1.5 million berries. However, for Lynn, it held no value, as he possessed no swordsmanship, relying instead on his blood flames for combat. 1.6 million, 1.8 million, 2.4 million. Ultimately, a swordsman secured the exquisitely crafted blade for a staggering 2.4 million berries. The swordsman, elated with his acquisition, quickly departed, making his way to the backstage to settle the payment and collect his prize. The next item presented for auction was a beautiful woman. Following the hostess' introduction, a girl clad in a sheer, ultra-short skirt was wheeled onto the stage. Her enchanting eyes were filled with despair, her countenance shrouded in sorrow. Yet, this did little to conceal her alluring figure beneath the coarse fabric of her skirt. The men surveyed the alluring maiden, their gazes ignited with primal desire, yearning to possess her completely. The opening bid was set at 8 million berries. I bid 10 million. I bid 18 million. As the bidding escalated, the price soared to an astonishing 48 million berries. The individual who won the bid was a short, unattractive middle-aged man adorned in a suit, his wealth evident as he displayed a large golden tooth while grinning grotesquely. Witnessing her capture by such a figure, the young woman crumpled, utterly drained of strength, engulfed by an abyss of despair. Meanwhile, Lynn remained impassive, awaiting the emergence of the devil fruit. After several rounds of bidding on human and precious items, the grand finale of the auction finally arrived. A golden-haired mermaid, confined within a glass tank, writhed her hips and swayed her tail. Upon her unveiling, the entire venue fell silent in awe. This was the legendary mermaid. To think, in one's lifetime, one could behold such a sight. Or some pirates have even claimed that consuming the flesh of a mermaid bestows eternal life, though the truth of this assertion remains uncertain. Faced with the myriad emotions of humans yearning to possess her, the mermaid curled up in her tank, embodying an even more delicate beauty. Discovered on the sea surface just 2 days prior, we were fortunate to have several formidable individuals at our auction house, allowing us to capture her. The starting bid was set at 200 million. What? 200 million? Too expensive. Yet, the auctioneer's words ignited a fervor in the crowd, as numerous wealthy patrons eagerly placed their bids, having come solely for this enchanting creature. 250 million. 280 million. 340 million. These affluent individuals fixed their fervent gazes upon the mermaid, vying intensely to claim her. At that moment, the main door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Ah, indeed, it is a mermaid. I arrived upon hearing the news, just in time. A celestial dragon, resembling a figure with a fishbowl for a head and clad in a spacesuit, appeared, his demeanor suggesting a childlike innocence as he wiped away mucus. His guards followed closely behind him. Look, it's a celestial dragon. How did he end up here? Fool. Sabaody archipelago is not far from Mariewa. It's no surprise to see a celestial dragon here. Be quiet. We must not provoke him. Our lives could be forfeit. Everyone bowed their heads immediately, avoiding eye contact with the celestial dragon, fearful of inciting his wrath. Upon seeing the celestial dragon, Rocinante clenched his fists, feeling a tinge of shame as he once belonged to this elite class. The rotund celestial dragon, dressed in an outfit reminiscent of a spacesuit, was fixated solely on the mermaid, his eyes flickering with excitement. I'll offer 1 billion berries. Hurry and fetch that mermaid for me. The corpulent celestial dragon urged impatiently. Had it not been for the Gorosei's mandate requiring celestial dragons to pay for their transactions here, he would have preferred to acquire her without cost, dismissing the commoners entirely. He was a noble celestial dragon, and nothing could stand in the way of his desires. Yes, Abraham Saint, a towering guard, over 4 meters tall, stepped forward and retrieved numerous bundles totaling 10 billion berries from a large bag, tossing them onto the stage. He then reached into the tank's corner to extract the trembling mermaid. Trembling from fear, and brought her before Abraham's saint. Haha, I shall take this mermaid to flaunt before Charlos. Yes, Abraham's saint. As the towering figure of the giant grasped the mermaid in his hands and departed. A considerable time elapsed before the murmurs of conversation gradually resumed in the hall. These celestial dragons are truly tyrannical. How infuriating. My mermaid is gone. Witnessing the object of their desires being taken away, some affluent patrons lost all interest and departed in succession, leaving many seats vacant. The auctioneer commanded the removal of the money from the stage, and soon his anxious countenance transformed back into a smile. He was genuinely fearful that the celestial dragons might refuse payment and turn against him. After all, the celestial dragons are capable of unspeakable acts. Next on the auction block was a treasure of the sea, the devil fruits. Before long, 3 individuals appeared, each cradling a glass container containing a devil fruit, which they carefully placed on the auction table. Simultaneously, 3 beams of white light descended from the ceiling, illuminating the well-preserved devil fruits, each resting on a cushion. Lynn observed one of the fruits, adorned with swirling cloud patterns, its surface marked by 3 sharp, claw-like scratches. The 2 on either side were familiar to me, as they were depicted in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, yet the one in the center, marked by claw scratches, was a novel sight. After a careful inspection, Rocinante addressed Lynn, welcoming everyone present today. These 3 items are undoubtedly known to you all. They are indeed the centerpiece of today's auction, devil fruits. Consuming one of these will bestow upon you extraordinary powers, even if you are but an ordinary individual. Thus, we now commence the final round of bidding. The auctioneer approached the first fruit on the left, a deep purple specimen adorned with butterfly-like patterns. Firstly, we present this initial devil fruit. The butterfly butter fruit in its purple-winged form, which has been previously featured in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia. Although consuming it may not significantly enhance physical capabilities, it grants the remarkable ability to sprout butterfly wings and soar into the sky. Such a rare power, that of flight, is indeed a formidable asset, allowing one to scout or escape from overwhelming foes, ensuring one's survival. Furthermore, the pollen scattered from the butterfly form can bewilder adversaries. Thus, the starting bid is set at 130 million berries. Let the auction begin. As the auctioneer's words resonated through the hall, bids began to emerge. In a blink, the price surged to 210 million berries. The flight capability of this purple-winged butterfly fruit was evidently practical, which explained the fervor among the attendees vying to secure it. Just as the majority of the crowd fixated on this particular fruit, gradually raising their bids, Lynn suddenly raised the paddle marked with the number 106 and proclaimed, I bid 400 million. Hiss. Lynn's bid captivated the attention of everyone present, eliciting a collective gasp. What a wealthy individual he is. To open with a staggering sum of 400 million, Lynn's bid compelled those with aspirations to reluctantly relinquish their paddles, for 100 million had surpassed their budget, rendering it somewhat unworthy. Ultimately, as the host's countdown concluded without any further bids, it was announced that the coveted devil fruit belonged to Lynn, designated as number 106. Following this, the auction catalog revealed that this particular fruit was none other than the superhuman type, earth fruit. According to the description within the catalog, consuming this superhuman earth fruit would grant the extraordinary ability to generate an army of rock warriors from the very soil, transforming one individual into a formidable battalion. The host's proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. The notion of possessing an army simply by consuming this fruit was irresistibly enticing. All eyes in the venue ignited with fervor, instinctively swallowing in anticipation, fixated on the pale, earthy exterior of the devil fruit, each individual yearning to claim it for themselves. Due to its unique nature, the starting bid was set at 200 million berries. The host, microphone in hand, projected his voice clearly throughout the venue, ensuring all present could hear him. I bid 300 million, called out the first man to raise his paddle. Lynn's gaze drifted over, landing upon a muscular figure of imposing stature. His right arm was a mechanical prosthetic, and he bore a rugged appearance with unkempt facial hair and a sun-kissed, robust complexion. One of his eyes was blind, obscured by a black eye patch, and his head was shaven. Mr. Lynn, that is the infamous iron-armed Genos, with a bounty of 290 million berries. He once tunneled into a national treasury and absconded with its riches, only to vanish without a trace. Who would have thought he would suddenly reappear here today? Remarked Rocinante. Lynn nodded. After the man offered a price of 300 million, the number of bidders significantly diminished. Nevertheless, there were still individuals persistently raising their bids. eager to obtain the coveted earth fruit that could transform one into an elite. Lynn recalled that one of Doflamingo's subordinates, a cadre named Circa, had consumed the stone fruit, granting him the extraordinary ability to assimilate with rocks and enter the bodies of colossal rock giants. This belonged to the paramecia category of devil fruits. While both the earth fruit and the stone fruit may appear similar, their effects diverge significantly. The former allows its user to touch the ground and summon a multitude of stone warriors from the earth, which they can then command, while the latter enables the user to merge with the rock, concealing their essence within and transforming into a massive rock giant. A single person commanding an army? How intriguing. I shall have it, Lynn declared, bidding an astounding 400 million. Damn it. Iron-armed Genos gritted his teeth, promptly raising the bid to 460 million. He hoped this fellow would have the sense to relinquish this devilish fruit to him. Otherwise, Iron-armed Genos contemplated darkly. Lynn spoke, 700 million. A collective gasp echoed through the venue. This figure cloaked in black truly possessed immense wealth. The bids were soaring into the hundreds of millions. The auctioneer, barely able to contain his delight, recognized that this price was nearing the revenue generated by the mermaid. Damn it, I didn't bring enough money today. Iron-armed Genos, his eyes bloodshot with fury, glared at Lynn, wishing he could tear him apart with that very iron arm. Ultimately, the earth fruit fell into Lynn's possession. Next was the final item of this auction, another devil fruit, but this one was unique. Our esteemed host had previously summoned renowned scholars from the Sabaody archipelago to authenticate it. This fruit had never appeared in any devil fruit compendium, and it was believed to be a mythical zoan type. Consuming it could bestow unparalleled strength. The bidding commenced at 500 million. The auctioneer fervently proclaimed. As his words settled, all eyes fixated greedily upon the fruit, a tremor of excitement coursing through the crowd, unable to restrain themselves. If one were to consume this rare mythical zoan, could it grant them power rivaling that of a marine admiral? The crowd, salivating at the prospect, pondered such possibilities. This was the legendary and noble mythical zoan, comparable to the celestial dragons. It could even rival the exalted existence of the Logia type. A mythical zoan, indeed. Today's fortune had led to a remarkable discovery. Lynn smiled broadly. However, he truly looked down upon mere phantom beasts. They were certainly not intended for his consumption. Who could say whether Oda had tampered with the devil fruits? If, in the grand finale, everyone were to consume a devil fruit and become possessed by demons, transforming into demonic beings and seizing control of their bodies, it would spell disaster. Lynn sensed that something was indeed amiss. The notion of devil fruits, what constitutes a demon? Unless he lacked the power to protect himself, he would never choose to consume one. Now that he possessed the blood flame and was unafraid of the sea, there was no need to ingest something that would impose restrictions upon him. 700 million. As everyone marveled at the mythical beast, Lynn spoke up. After the previous auctions had revealed his considerable wealth, no one was surprised by his bold offer. I bid 800 million, a young tycoon clad in a black suit declared, flanked by a retinue of servants who encircled him, exuding an aura of immense grandeur. Lynn cast a glance at the individual who had previously sat silently during the two prior rankings of the devil fruits, without uttering a word. However, as the auction for the mythical beast species commenced, he suddenly raised his bid. 1 billion. Lynn replied coolly, showing no intention of yielding to him. Upon hearing this, the young tycoon furrowed his brow and addressed Lynn, saying, if you were to voluntarily relinquish this devil fruit to me, I would express my gratitude with a generous reward. Moreover, you may present a request to the York family, one that we can fulfill, and we shall see to it that your wishes are granted. Otherwise, what? The York family? Isn't that the notorious underground syndicate from the North Sea? Lynn inquired, casting a wary glance at the young man whose demeanor was anything but friendly. I am the sole heir of the York family, the next head of the clan. Therefore, if you know what is good for you, it would be wise to comply and withdraw, he asserted. In his relentless pursuit of the position of family leader, he had clandestinely eliminated his brothers, some drowned, others poisoned, and some met with untimely assassinations. He had even resorted to administering slow-acting poison to his own father. This meant that he alone held the reins of power within the household. However, given that his father had only recently passed, he was cautious not to openly declare himself the head of the family, as maintaining a respectable facade was still necessary. His presence here was motivated by a desire to explore the renowned Bubble Islands, famed for their abundant and diverse treasures, in search of a suitable devil fruit. He had learned that this auction would feature a bidding for a mythical beast's egg, although he was unaware of the specific creature it contained. He believed that consuming any mythical beast's egg would undoubtedly grant him the strength he sought. He was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. "I refuse," he stated resolutely. Lynn averted her gaze and spoke coolly. "You will come to regret this." The young man in the tailored suit momentarily froze, then fixed his sharp, hawk-like eyes on Lynn, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. Yet, in the face of the young man's blatant hostility, Lynn remained as unperturbed as a gentle breeze, dismissing the threat entirely. This only darkened the young man's expression further, reminiscent of a domineering CEO from a romance novel, who, after frequently tightening his grip around the heroine's neck, found himself unexpectedly humbled by her. 2 billion. As the auctioneer began the countdown, the young man in black realized he had no choice but to raise his bid. 6 billion. Lynn spoke, and everyone present gasped in astonishment. What an astonishing fortune this was. The value of a single devil fruit had astonishingly soared to 6 billion. Lynn's bid cast a shadow over the face of the man in the black suit, yet in the next moment, he erupted into hearty laughter, appearing surprisingly at ease. "Let us depart," he instructed his entourage of bodyguards, opting to withdraw from the auction. He. Some pirates chuckled, anticipating the unfolding drama with gleeful eagerness. As the lone competitor in black exited, the mythical beast was claimed by Lynn as the countdown reached its conclusion. "Thank you all for your patronage at the Bic Auction House," the host announced, signaling the end of the event as the attendees began to disperse. Lynn promptly approached the stage to finalize his payment, relinquishing nearly 3 billion berries before taking his leave. Rosinante watched in astonishment at the substantial sum that had suddenly appeared on the stage, his shock not stemming from Lynn's wealth, but rather from the unexpected emergence of such a considerable amount of money. Lynn offered little explanation, and amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he deftly stowed the 3 devil fruits upon the stage into his spatial ring before turning away from the platform. The auction staff merely expressed a momentary surprise, after all. It was evident that this individual had consumed a spatial-type devil fruit, rendering the occurrence rather unremarkable. Accompanied by Rosinante, he exited the auction house, where a throng awaited outside. Among them were young men clad in dark suits, the pirate iron-armed Genos, and a few onlookers sporting expressions of eager anticipation. Notably, Smoker, poised to take action, was also present, joined by other pirates who had gathered to witness the unfolding drama. Such spectacles were rare on the island, and faced with the multitude of covetous gazes, it would be challenging for anyone else to navigate their way out. "I advise you to leave promptly, otherwise," Rosinante remarked with an impassive demeanor, following in Lynn's wake. Despite his ominous warning, the group appeared far from compliant. Indeed, they trailed Lynn into a deserted alley. "Hand over that mythical beast fruit, and I can ensure your safe departure. Otherwise, your life shall meet its end here," declared the man in the dark suit, as bodyguards behind him brandished weapons threateningly at Lynn. Ha, kid, thanks to you, I won't even need to spend money to obtain the fruit I desire," he continued, envisioning the power the earth-rock fruit would grant him, enough to seize an island and live as a self-proclaimed king. He would extort the island's common folk to pay tribute to the celestial dragons, relishing a life free from the Navy's pursuit, basking under the protection of the world government. With a bald head and a wicked grin, iron-armed Genos advanced slowly toward Lynn and his companion. "Since you are a pirate, there is no need to hold back, Mr. Lynn." "Allow me," Rosinante said, stepping forward. You? A lanky yellow-haired brat?" Genos guffawed. But his laughter was short-lived. "It's blonde," Rosinante exclaimed, transforming into lightning and sprinting forward with movements too swift for the onlookers to comprehend. With a thunderous sonic boom, a punch struck the burly man's abdomen, distorting his senses. Moments later, he was propelled skyward by the overwhelming force, ultimately bursting like a balloon, showering the adversaries below with a deluge of blood. "Rosin, well done. Your control over the sonic boom has become increasingly adept," Lynn commended. Moreover, Rosinante's actions became increasingly resolute. Along his journey, he encountered numerous tragedies instigated by pirates, which profoundly altered his state of mind. It is worth noting that the former Rosinante had shown mercy to the captain of the Orca pirate crew, merely rendering him unconscious. Ultimately, he was incinerated by Lynn under the pretext that there was insufficient space aboard the ship for prisoners, turning to ash and becoming nourishment for the land of Shellstown. Receiving Lynn's commendation, Rosinante smiled with a hint of pride, attributing it all to the guidance of Mr. Lynn. Lynn often engaged in discussions with Ross and Andy regarding the direction of his abilities, which granted him a profound sense of enlightenment. Just as the two casually vanquished a pirate worth several 100 million berries, the expressions of all the surrounding pirates morphed into sheer astonishment. Even the man clad in a black suit, who typically wore an expression of indifference and exuded a domineering aura, exhibited a fleeting change in demeanor. Upon overhearing their conversation, the pirates exchanged glances, their faces betraying a sudden shift in expression. Hey, had they just referred to each other as Lynn and Ross? Could it be that the infamous Blood Flame Lynn and his lieutenant, the Sonic Boom Ross, were before them? Apologies, Mr. Lynn, for inadvertently revealing your identity. Allow me to handle these ruffians. As the blood rain ceased, Ross and Andy leaned forward, mimicking a running motion, and in the next instant, he transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, a series of sonic booms erupted from the bodies of the pirates. At last, things were taking shape. In response to the resolute Ross and Andy, Lynn spoke. The gusts of wind generated by Ross and Andy's movement lifted Lynn's hood, revealing his suddenly sinister, pale red eyes. On the streets, these individuals naturally dared not cause a ruckus, for that would be akin to openly challenging the authority of the emperor. However, the situation was entirely different in a secluded area. The flashes of lightning darted across the scene. Bodyguards and pirates alike fell one after another under Ross and Andy's onslaught. Ultimately, only the young man in the black suit remained. He cowered in a corner, clutching his head, his expression a blend of madness and confusion. The confidence that had once radiated from him, now entirely evaporated. In a frenzied state, he shouted at the approaching Ross and Andy, "Please, don't kill me. I am the heir of the York family. To ascend to this position, I have tirelessly eliminated those who sought to usurp my place and hinder my family. My goal has been achieved. I cannot die now. If you spare me, I will do anything you ask. I can provide you with whatever you desire, be it wealth or beauty. I acknowledge my mistakes. I beg you, grant me my life." As Ross and Andy approached him with measured steps, the man in the black suit became utterly frantic, repeatedly banging his head on the ground in desperation. Yet, the words of the black-suited man struck a nerve, inciting Ross and Andy's wrath. "So you are cut from the same cloth as that fellow?" Ross and Andy's gaze turned icy, his head bowed, his countenance darkening. The man's words resurrected painful memories for him. "Individuals like you are unforgivable." As Rossi Nandi raised his hand, poised to deal with the man before him, the once kneeling figure, who had appeared weak and fearful, suddenly transformed. His gaze grew cold, flashing with a glimmer of murderous intent. At last, as Rossi Nandi approached, within an inescapable range for an assured strike, the man swiftly altered his demeanor. He flung open his suit, preparing to reveal the myriad black gun barrels hidden beneath, aimed at Rossi Nandi. In that instant, a beam shot forth from behind Rossi Nandi, narrowly missing him and striking the man in the black suit. Instantly, the man was engulfed in a fiery crimson blaze. His screams were short-lived, consumed along with his regret and resentment, leaving behind only a charred heap of ash upon the ground. "We must depart. Someone has been drawn to the commotion," Lynn declared, leading Rossi Nandi through a series of agile leaps out of the alleyway, escaping its confines. The sounds of screams and explosions echoed in the air moments earlier. It seemed a figure had burst into a sanguine rain above. Soon, several individuals clad in black suits and hats, affiliated with the world government, emerged into the alley. They quickly discovered the lifeless bodies of the fallen pirates. These troublemakers never learn. In the end, it is we who must clean up the aftermath. The workers displayed an evident familiarity with such clandestine conflicts, as long as they did not openly provoke the authority of the world government, causing any disruption. They were free to cause chaos as they pleased. Lynn meandered for a while, but upon finding no additional devil fruits, he departed the town with Rosinante and returned to the warship. Moreover, these few devil fruits were sufficient to safeguard Barbary Island in this weakest of seas. Along the way, Lynn glanced up at the sky, which was shrouded in darkness. Under the canopy of the Yarkaman red trees, even the luminous moon was obscured. Without lingering, for time was of the essence, they reached the warship where everyone awaited their return for dinner. Meanwhile, Smoker remained reclined in his cabin. "We shall pause here for the night and depart tomorrow." Lynn addressed the sailors, exclaiming, "Yes." After finishing his meal, he retreated to his quarters, requesting not to be disturbed, as he felt weary and wished to rest. "Hey, have you noticed? Captain Lynn seems to have a rather poor appetite today," remarked one of the sailors, observing Lynn's departing figure from the mess hall. "Really?" another sailor inquired. Indeed, typically, Captain Lynn has a hearty appetite. Yet tonight he only managed to consume 15 bowls of rice. Well, interjected a nearby sailor, incredulous. Are you seriously suggesting that constitutes a lack of appetite? I can barely manage 4 bowls before feeling stuffed. To me, it seems no different than usual. He still eats quite well. Ahem. Finish your meals promptly and return to your quarters to rest, instead of idly gossiping here, admonished Rosinante, elegantly savoring his pork chop as he spoke. The following day, all the sailors arose, preparing for the day's voyage. Rosinante rapped gently on Lynn's door, and shortly thereafter, the sound of a doorknob turning echoed through the air. Lynn pushed open the door with a yawn and sauntered out. Is breakfast ready? Yes, Mr. Lynn, Rosinante replied with utmost respect. Ever since Lynn bestowed upon him the devil fruit and guided him in mastering hockey, the relationship between Rosinante and Lynn had evolved, although it retained its hierarchical nature. It subtly bore the characteristics of a mentor-student bond. Humph, merely a weakling, spoke Smoker, who had been up early, training with dumbbells in hand. His tone was laced with disdain for Lynn, evidently still sulking over the events of the previous day. Lynn was not angered. He disregarded Smoker and accompanied Rosinante to the dining hall. After all, breakfast constitutes half of life's essence, and indulging in it imbues the day with hope and vitality. Hey, look, today, Captain Lynn's appetite seems to have improved, exclaimed a Navy officer who had remarked on Lynn's lack of appetite during dinner the previous night. Here we go again. Spouting nonsense. Captain Lynn's appetite has always been robust. At that moment, Lynn was heartily devouring the buns, soy milk, eggs, and fried dough sticks before him. Meanwhile, Rosinante leisurely nibbled on his fried dough while sipping on century egg and lean meat congee. A portion of the dishes had been suggested by Lynn to the ship's chef, who found these ideas intriguing and prepared them accordingly, resulting in widespread acclaim from the Navy personnel. Having concluded his morning workout, Smoker set down his dumbbells, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel, and entered the dining hall. After selecting his preferred dishes, he plopped down at the table occupied by Lynn and Rosinante, immediately diving into his meal without uttering a word. Once Smoker was awake, Rosinante explained Lynn's reasons for intervening, which alleviated some of his frustration. However, Smoker still harbored resentment over his perceived lack of strength. If only he were stronger, he mused, he would not have to concern himself with trivial matters. Thus, he rose before dawn to train relentlessly. Simultaneously, doubts began to creep into Smoker's mind regarding the Navy and his own choices. Was joining the Navy truly the right decision? Perhaps aligning with those revolutionaries would have been the better choice. While the dining hall resonated with the sounds of clattering utensils, idle musings, and lively conversations, a chef, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, burst through the wooden doors at the center of the hall and shouted to the assembled Navy personnel. We have a serious situation. A dangerously formidable individual has arrived on the Shambadi archipelago. It seems he goes by the name of Madblade and caused quite a ruckus last night. Madblade. The sailors promptly urged the panting chef to sit down and share his tale. Early this morning, after conferring with Vice Officer Rossi, I, along with several naval comrades, intended to procure additional provisions and seasonings. However, upon entering the town, we were met with utter chaos. Numerous GRs bore witness to the same disarray. The ground and buildings were littered with corpses, pirates, merchants, and slaves alike. The agents of the world government had dispatched a cleanup crew to manage the remains. Rumor has it that a certain individual known as Mad Sword inscribed a message on the stone wall of the plaza at GR number 1, using a technique exclusive to sword masters, proclaiming that he would periodically return to purge the slave traders. Additionally, many slaves from the island have gone missing. Civilians who spotted Mad Sword last night described him as a towering figure, approximately 4 meters tall, with crimson hair reminiscent of blood, and wielding a massive sword of the same hue. After the chef concluded his account, a sailor offered him a glass of water to soothe his dry throat. And he continued, "That is all I know." "Are you saying those slaves have been rescued?" Smoker exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief, his snack falling into his bowl. "Not entirely clear, but many slaves have indeed vanished, and some have perished," the chef replied. Lynn interjected, "What a foolish man, daring to stir trouble in the territory of the world government." "Humph, that's still better than your cowardice," Smoker muttered under his breath, wary of inciting Lynn's wrath, fearing his breakfast might be knocked out of him by Lynn's formidable hockey-infused punches. Despite being a year or two older than Lynn, Smoker exhibited a submissive demeanor. Rossi, having sipped a bowl of soy milk, covertly cast a sidelong glance at Lynn, who appeared remarkably composed while equally intrigued by the unfolding events. He thought to himself, based on his observations of Lynn over time, he would have expected Lynn to venture forth to rescue those slaves. It turns out that the one causing a disturbance on the Sabbaty archipelago last night, known as Mad Sword, was not him. After all, Lynn does not wield a sword. He typically relies on flames for both ranged and close combat. Moreover, Lynn's hair is short and black, not the blood-red tresses described. How ironic that he had donned a disguise last night, lingering in the shadows for a long while, hoping to join Lynn in action, only to find that Lynn had not even stepped outside, remaining behind closed doors all night, genuinely retreating to rest after dinner. "Mr. Lynn, where shall we head next?" Rossi inquired. "I wish to return to the East Blue. We can slow the ship's speed, clearing the pirates along the way as we make our journey back." Lynn, having peeled 5 eggs, tossed them one by one into his mouth as he spoke. Observing Lynn's actions, Smoker stood beside him, rendered speechless. This fellow's voracious appetite was as remarkable as ever. Upon hearing that Lynn intended to return to the East Blue, Smoker's eyes lit up momentarily, and he remarked casually, "I too wish to pay a visit to Lobetown." "Certainly," Lynn replied. Noting Lynn's prompt agreement, Smoker sighed inwardly, contemplating that if this man were not so prone to indulging his appetite and displayed a touch less timidity, he would undoubtedly make a superior whom he would greatly admire. "Very well, Mr. Lynn, I shall make the necessary arrangements." With that, Rocinante finished his breakfast, placed the utensils in their designated spot, and departed from the mess hall. Meanwhile, the other Navy personnel, having concluded their breakfast, busied themselves with their assigned tasks. Before long, the ship trembled slightly as the warship began to glide away from the Sabbaty archipelago. "Hey, may I pose a question?" Smoker suddenly inquired. "You are evidently aware of the deplorable state above. Why then did you choose to join the Navy? Fortunately, you have yet to witness the celestial dragons in their true form. Otherwise, your disillusionment with the world government would be far greater." Lynn recalled that a few months prior, someone had posed a similar question to him, a girl named Charlotte, who was unable to care for herself and often dragged her long blue hair across the floor. Lynn directly recited the answer in response to Smoker. Upon hearing this, Smoker's body twitched slightly. He said nothing, bowed his head in contemplation, and gradually departed from the dining hall. "Lynn, have you forgotten something? Cannot you tidy up your utensils before leaving?" Ultimately, it was Lynn who graciously took it upon herself to place the utensils in their designated location before departing the cafeteria. "There is a naval vessel ahead," Rocinante remarked. Lynn cast a glance and indeed, numerous vessels encircled the Sabbaty archipelago, forming an imposing array, suggesting that significant events were unfolding. Upon sighting Lynn's ship, a warship approached, bearing the esteemed Vice Admiral Sakazuki of the Navy headquarters. Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Rocinante greeted him warmly. Sakazuki also recognized Lynn on the deck. Recently, Lynn had been relentlessly combating pirates at sea and had not returned for some time. However, the reports continued to flood in, each day recounting the demise of yet another notorious pirate at Lynn's hands. Vice Admiral Sakazuki remarked, "The warship across from us is that of Brigadier General Lynn." As admiration rippled through the ranks of the Navy below, Lynn could never have anticipated that his influence had permeated even to the naval ranks of Sakaski. Before long, 2 warships drew near and came to a halt. Aboard the warship, Lynn found himself confronted by Sakazuki, who inquired with an impassive demeanor, hinting at a seriousness that was hard to ignore. "What brings you here?" "I am here to replenish supplies and perhaps capture some notorious pirates lurking nearby," Lynn replied, exhibiting an unruffled calmness in the face of Sakazuki's stern expression, as if he owed him a considerable sum of 10 million berries. Sakazuki, maintaining his stoic facade, remarked, "Should you capture any pirates, I can facilitate their return to headquarters." A bead of cold sweat appeared on Rocinante's forehead. "Well, those pirates resisted fiercely, and unfortunately, Rear Admiral Lynn inadvertently eliminated them," he answered, steeling himself for the response. "Mr. Lynn, I had suggested leaving a few pirates aboard to handle the situation. Now, faced with Admiral Sakazuki, we find ourselves at a loss. My sincerest apologies, Admiral Sakazuki. I am grateful for your visit. Those formidable pirates are exceedingly powerful, and during the fray, I found myself evenly matched with my adversary. A moment's carelessness could have cost me my life. In the struggle for survival, I was compelled to fight with utmost fervor, resulting in the unfortunate demise of my foes by my blade." Lynn, maintaining an air of composure, responded with a smile, contrasting sharply with the flustered demeanor of Rocinante. Lynn, you have performed admirably during this period, Sakazuki remarked, pausing momentarily, as Lynn's justification was rather unconvincing. It was indeed a rarity for Sakazuki to offer compliments. Throughout this time, numerous naval officers dispatched on missions could observe Lynn's warship diligently engaged in the task of purging pirates along the first half of the Grand Line. Ha ha ha, thank you, Admiral Sakazuki. By the way, why are there so many naval personnel here today? Has something significant occurred? Lynn inquired with curiosity. A celestial dragon has died. Sakazuki replied in a matter-of-fact tone. What? Lynn, Razanandi, and Smog, alongside the Navy aboard the warship, were equally taken aback. It was indeed astonishing that someone dared to strike against that celestial dragon. Lynn was profoundly shocked, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead as she hesitantly spoke. Unable to fully grasp the gravity of the situation, could it be that the notorious swordsman was responsible? Reflecting on the news brought back by the chef from the island, the Navy aboard the ship pondered this unsettling thought. After all, the celestial dragons are revered figures, and most would prostrate themselves at the mere sight of them. Yet, to their astonishment, there was someone audacious enough to take the life of a celestial dragon right on this very island. Pray tell, how did that celestial dragon meet its demise? Lynn curiously inquired of Sakazuki. It is said that a man known as the Mad Sword has committed the murder. With his crimson hair and blood-red sword, his strength is formidable. Judging by the marks left from the battle, he appears to possess the prowess of a grand swordsman. Sakazuki replied with a stoic expression. He has developed a considerable fondness for Lynn's diligence during this period. During this period, Lynn has dismantled countless pirate crews, unknowingly saving an innumerable number of lives. It is perhaps for this reason that she spoke to him with a somewhat softened demeanor, expressing thoughts she had never articulated before. Subsequently, Lynn and Sakazuki exchanged a few more words. Lynn initially believed he was aboard to search his warship to investigate whether any potential criminals might be concealed within. Upon discovering that the officer of this vessel was none other than Lynn himself, he exchanged a few casual words before departing. For the sake of justice, the existence of such dangerous criminals must not be tolerated. Everyone must remain vigilant. Should any suspicious individuals be detected, they are to be eliminated on the spot. After imparting these righteous words to his subordinates in the Navy, he returned to his own ship. The two warships parted ways, retreating into the distance. At this moment, numerous naval forces were already present in the archipelago of Sabaody, conducting a night-long search for the audacious criminal, the Mad Blade, who dared to hide upon the island. Sakazuki and his team were tasked with securing the perimeter to prevent the audacious individual from escaping. Simultaneously, should any suspected individuals resembling the Mad Blade be discovered on the island, they would steer their warships towards them for apprehension. Lynn gazed in the direction